I used to wear tattered clothes when I was in school, and was then listed as a key target for poverty alleviation by the teacher. They even collaborated with a TV program to conduct a live broadcast visit to the impoverished students' homes. The purpose was to draw more attention to the poor living conditions of impoverished students. However, what the counselor didn't know was that I am actually a billionaire in the dragon country. I told her that my family raises cattle. In reality, we have tens of thousands of them, and the reason we live in a remote mountainous area is simply to live undisturbed. Unbeknownst to the counselor, she really thought I was impoverished. She even brought the TV crew and rushed to the mountain area where I live overnight. At that time, I had no idea that the TV crew was coming. I was still lying on the lounge chair in the yard, eating cucumbers. When I turned around, I found more than a dozen people with cameras surrounding my house. I was also taken aback by the arrival of so many people. But as soon as the counselor saw me, her eyes immediately turned red. Just eating cucumbers for dinner? After saying this, the counselor turned her head to look around. She noticed that apart from the uneven ground, the yard was quite tidy. Not far away, there were only 2 tile houses, which could really be described as having nothing. After the counselor came in, she inspected the surroundings. Then she asked, "Where are the bicycles in your house? You won't walk back after school, will you?" Seeing the environment at home, according to her guess, I probably walk 30 kilometers of mountain road back every day. Are you kidding? This is a 30-kilometer mountain road. How did you get back then? The counselor asked in confusion. By helicopter. The mountain road hasn't been repaired, and there's no traffic. Only a helicopter can be used. As soon as this was said, all the staff present were dumbfounded. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked. I didn't miss here, going to school by helicopter. Little brother, you really dare to say that? I bet he's never seen a helicopter in his life. I was speechless for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, what are you all here for? Home visit. I roughly understand your situation. You said before that your family raises cattle. Why don't you bring the cows out and show everyone? Hearing this, I almost spit out the cucumber in my mouth. Bring them all out? There are 100,000 of them. How can we bring them out? I was speechless for a moment. Haven't these city people seen cows before? But it's definitely impossible to bring them all here. The cows are all on the mountain. But to save face for the production team, I still took them to the adjacent separate cowshed. Arriving at the cowshed, when the gate was opened, the production team staff were surprised to find, in front of the water buffalo, there was an extremely grand convertible Lamborghini. And the water buffalo is lowering its head and sticking it into the open car shed. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Is that car a Lamborghini? Seeing the situation, I quickly stepped forward and explained to everyone to excuse my embarrassment. This is a cattle trough. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience watching the live stream exploded. Some even suggested turning the cattle trough into a Lamborghini style. After all, they are young people, probably fantasizing about becoming rich. The thoughts of these young people are really unfettered. Barrages of comments in the live broadcast flashed by, some thinking that I envied those women, so I turned the cattle trough into a Lamborghini. Some people also thought that this was an artistic act, openly auctioning off my family's cattle trough in the live broadcast, and within a few seconds, it reached tens of thousands. But these people obviously did not consider the cattle trough as a real sports car. At this moment, the counselor suddenly moved to the other side of the water buffalo, discovered that inside the cowshed, apart from a few clean water buckets, there were also some carrots and apples. The staff who saw this scene suddenly fell silent, looking at the cow with sympathetic eyes one after another, because they thought that putting food next to the cow instinctively meant that the water buffalo was the only reliance at home. At this moment, the counselor picked up the phone and looked at the barrage of comments, finding that everyone in the live broadcast was saying I was heartbroken. Some even asked the program team to open a donation channel, wanting to provide me with a live donation of 1 million. The counselor looked at these barrage comments, a smile appeared on his face. He has always believed that there are still people full of love in this world. It's just that these people have been too much deceived by those scammers, gradually restraining their own kindness. So the counselor spoke to the camera, "Let's not rush, everyone. Let's first take a look at where Yanin lives. It's not too late to make donations later." After saying this, he turned to me and said, "Yichen, do you mind if we continue to visit your room?" I shrugged indifferently. After all, the preparations had been made, so I led the crew towards the room. But after a few steps, I heard a rumbling sound. I turned my head to look at the big brother carrying the camera, and the several crew members behind him. I noticed that their faces didn't look good. Obviously they were a bit hungry, even though they had eaten some food before coming. But with a 30-kilometer journey, plus 1 or 2 hours of exploration for the show, the food stored in everyone's stomachs had long been depleted.
Yi-chen, do you have any food at home? We didn't eat when we came here.
After a moment of silence, the counselor hesitantly asked me. After all, the live broadcast is going to continue for another 2 or 3 hours. If they endure hunger for a long time without eating, the crew members will definitely not be able to bear it.
I nodded indifferently and led a few people into the courtyard.
As I arrived at the table, I realized that I hadn't touched the dishes prepared by my subordinates. Originally, they were meant for me, but since I had already eaten at school, it seemed only fair to let them have it.
I still have some food in my insulated container. You can make do with that.
The TV station staff didn't hesitate when they heard what I said, but they also felt a bit strange. They inexplicably thought that my home seemed to have a lot of furniture, and even the insulated container and refrigerator. It seemed as if money was not a problem.
After thinking for a moment, a few staff members decided to go inside and check the other side later.
Not long after, they saw me pushing a small dining cart out of the room.
All kinds of colorful and enticing dishes were presented one by one in front of everyone. The staff from the program team were all dumbfounded, silently counting the delicacies on the table.
Their faces were filled with amazement. In total, there were 28 dishes, a feast fit for a big shot.
Student Yi-chen, did you know we were coming, so you prepared all this? After suppressing their astonishment, the counselor stammered as he asked me.
The counselor thought that this sumptuous dinner was prepared specifically for them.
Student Yi-chen, we're not fools. Here's 1,500 yuan.
Consider it as us buying this table of dishes. The staff from the program team hurriedly followed suit. The leading female journalist even took out over 1,000 yuan from her pocket and forcefully stuffed it into my hand. I looked at the soft sister coins in my hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly, because it wasn't because of a lack of money. I haven't touched money for several years.
You guys go ahead and eat. You don't need to pay. Just consider it my treat. As I said this, I put the money on the table.
I casually walked to the chairs in the courtyard, leisurely rocking the chair and gazing at the scenery outside. The female reporter who wanted to give me money again was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly shouted at the cameraman to hurry up.
Focus the camera on her.
The cameraman, who was about to put down the camera to eat, suddenly looked up and quickly aimed the camera at me. Suddenly, a beautiful scene appeared in front of everyone. For the first time, they realized how lonely this classmate was. This was his truest emotion. No one understood, no friends, no family. The people in the live broadcast room all sighed when they saw this scene. After about half an hour, the poverty alleviation live broadcast by the program team continued, and at this time, the camera came to my room. The cameraman noticed that the furnishings inside were not elaborate, but the arrangement of household appliances was a bit surprising. There were refrigerators and thermos boxes, everything that a big city would have, was there. However, the room was very ordinary, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and a bathroom. But there was a door that puzzled the program team, because this door was actually attached to the floor.
Could it be that there was a basement in the house?
For a moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Even the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became curious. Some even started a guessing game, with some people thinking it must be a rural basement storing grass and food,
while others believed it might contain some handicrafts.
The counselor, looking at these barrage comments, was also drawn to the various bizarre ideas, eager to open the door to the basement immediately.
Let's see what secrets I have hidden. As I looked at the strange expressions of the crowd, I spoke and asked, "Are you sure you want to see?" My performance instantly sparked everyone's curiosity. Alright, if you want to see, then see. Seeing everyone so insistent, I could only nod indifferently. Anyway, there's nothing strange in the basement, just some items I've forgotten. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone unceremoniously opened the entrance to the basement.
Soon, a deep and clean staircase appeared in front of everyone, followed by a cool breeze emanating from the basement. Mixed in with a faint smell of alcohol, it made people feel a jolt.
Could there be alcohol inside the basement?
Putting aside their guesses, everyone from the production team accompanied the counselor towards the basement. However, they were surprised by the sight in front of them before they had gone far, because the small basement was actually filled with countless bottles of white wine. In the live stream chat at this moment, someone recognized that each bottle of high-end liquor costs at least 30,000 yuan. Looking at the barrage on the screen, the counselor and others were also greatly shocked. Those who can own this kind of liquor are not ordinary people, but Yi-chen is just an ordinary person. Before coming, he thought he knew a lot about Yi-chen's family situation, but when he arrived at Yi-chen's house, it overturned his understanding time and time again. Thinking about this, Suyu felt fortunate that she didn't shake when she was holding it, otherwise she would have lost 30,000 yuan.
It should be that only this bottle is relatively expensive. Look at how ugly its appearance is. The female journalist suppressed her shock and looked at another liquor on the counter. Compared to the previous one, the appearance of this liquor can be said to be extremely ugly. The bottle is just an ordinary glass one, and the label on it is almost illegible. High-end liquor definitely wouldn't be packaged in this type of bottle, so the female journalist instinctively thought that this was just ordinary liquor. Indeed, how could there be so many expensive liquors in Yi Chen's house? The previous bottle was just a fluke, and the counselor Suyu nodded in agreement. Their understanding of Yi Chen is still quite ordinary, and they also brought some poor students. It might just be good luck that there are 2 or 3 collectibles at home. However, when the photographer Lao Kai looked at that bottle, after the female journalist thought it was ordinary liquor, he was so scared that his legs almost gave out. He walked unsteadily to the side of the glass bottle, gently touching the patterns on it. His heart was like being washed by a big wave, shocked again and again. He carefully identified the symbols above, confirming beyond doubt that this white wine is the liquor from the 1960s. A bottle was auctioned offline some time ago, fetching a high price of $1 million. At this time, the camera in the live broadcast room also turned to this bottle of wine. Everyone was dumbfounded, and someone even offered $1 million to buy my bottle of wine. Without exception, everyone thought that I would soon sell the white wine. After all, I am a young man who has just entered college. Faced with millions of wealth, how could I not be tempted? However, when the camera moved to me, I looked indifferent and calmly said, "Sorry, I am keeping this white wine to make medicinal liquor. I don't intend to sell it." For a moment, whether offline or online, everyone was shocked by my words. This is $1 million white wine. Can you not be so extravagant to use it for medicinal liquor? However, I ignored the viewers in the live broadcast room and said to the cameraman, "There are even better white wines on the counter ahead. Do you want to take a look?" This statement instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. $1 million white wine is not the best. There are even more precious white wines in Yi Chen's family cellar. This is a bit too shocking, isn't it? White wine more valuable than $1 million, could it be $2 million? $3 million. So Yi Chen is a rich man. No wonder he doesn't want to sell the $1 million white wine. It turns out there are even better white wines at home. I led everyone to the supposedly better wine. It was a barrel of gray-brown wine, with a rather old and ordinary bottle design, looking quite unremarkable. The only eye-catching things were the 4 characters Dragon Boat Old Cellar on the bottle and the unique rooster-shaped stopper. Upon seeing the wine bottle, the audience in the live broadcast suddenly became excited, as this was the Dragon Boat Old Cellar wine, which had sold for over 10 million at an auction. At this point, the barrage was filled with intense discussions among netizens, mistakenly thinking Mr. Yi Chen was a millionaire, when in fact he was a multi-millionaire. Inside the live broadcast room, the label for visiting impoverished students still hung above. But everyone entering the live broadcast room would not consider this a poverty alleviation broadcast. It was completely a large-scale, non-educational scene, even more exciting than those live broadcasts. After several hours of live broadcasting, the TV station staff began to feel tired. The live broadcast's effect for today had been disrupted. The current audience was not here to support my college education, but to discover other treasures in my house. Although this result was somewhat unexpected, for the TV station staff, increasing the exposure of TV programs was a good method. Suyu, who came with the purpose of poverty alleviation, felt a bit embarrassed. Instead of helping alleviate poverty, she felt like she was the one who should be helped. Just as everyone was full of envy, a scream rang out. "What's this, Lao Kai?" Suddenly, a wooden box was found on the counter. The style of the box is quite ordinary, obviously a newly made item. "Mr. Yi, what's inside this box?" The female reporter looked at me curiously, hinting that she wanted to open the box and take a look. The box placed among a large pile of liquor, could it also contain valuable liquor? Then the value of this liquor is definitely extraordinary. I looked at the box and rarely showed a trace of doubt. "What's inside this box?" "I don't remember either. It seems to be some keys. Can we open it and take a look?" When she heard it was keys, the female reporter's eyes lit up. In today's society, people like to use keys to represent wealth. Just like the big shots who collect rent, they have many keys to different rooms in their homes. Look, I'm also a bit curious about what keys are inside the box, because I have so many things that I can't even remember them all. With my consent, the female reporter smiled sweetly, then turned to face the camera and began to narrate. "We found a normal box in the cellar. According to Mr. Yi, it seems that there's a bunch of keys inside the box. What kind of keys are they, And why are they in this cellar box? Next, I will reveal it to everyone.
I have to say, the female reporter's words are very skillful. Many viewers in the live broadcast have been aroused with curiosity and are looking forward to what keys are inside the box.
Now, let's start opening the box.
With the crisp voice of the female reporter, the box was exposed to the camera for the first time.
The audience's anticipation reached its peak.
The female reporter smiled faintly, and with a gentle pull, opened the box. Subsequently, the contents inside were completely exposed to everyone's eyes, and it turned out to be a box of keys. Under the illumination of the lights, the scene inside was revealed. All these keys had various different markings. The discerning audience recognized a majority of them at a glance: Lamborghini, Ferrari, and Rolls-Royce.
So many luxury car keys, could it be that all the keys inside are real? Mr.
Yi has dozens of luxury cars at home.
Don't scare me, my heart can't take it. No way, in Mr. Ye's box alone, there are at least 50 keys.
If they are all real luxury car keys, the value would be at least hundreds of millions. They should be just models of car keys. It's impossible for all of them to be luxury car keys. If they really are luxury car keys, doesn't it mean that Mr.
Yi has dozens of luxury cars at home?
The models of these keys actually look quite similar. I have a wealthy friend with a Lamborghini key, and the craftsmanship is not as good as these.
Later, you can ask Mr. Yi if he wants to sell them.
Buy one to show off, the effect will definitely be great.
At this moment, I tried to recall.
I mumbled to myself that there seemed to be two more boxes, one containing room keys, and the other containing things like luxury yachts. When the crowd on the scene heard my mutterings, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment.
However, after the female reporter opened my box,
the on-site staff began to count the keys inside the box. After careful counting, there were a total of 57 keys. Without exception, all of these keys are for luxury cars. The production team sorted them into rows according to their prices.
The most high-end ones are worth hundreds of millions. Even the lowest-end cars are worth 3 to 4 million.
Calculating the value of these car keys in the box, it represents a total value of over $1.2 billion for the luxury cars.
$1.2 billion. What does this represent? One can't earn this much in a lifetime. And these car keys from Vietnam represent wealth of over 10 billion. With $1.2 billion, you can do whatever you want, eat and drink luxuriously every day.
Fortunately, they are all key models, which relieve the tension in the live broadcast room. It's fortunate that these are just models, otherwise, they would probably feel sour tonight. I wonder how much Mr.
Yi plans to sell them for. If it's only 20 or 30,000, I think I can buy them all. Who has such a big ambition?
Even if it's 30,000 yuan for a key, there are over 50 keys here, equivalent to over $1 million. Unconsciously, many well-off people have streamed into the live broadcast room. They are all attracted because of the topic of the live broadcast supporting impoverished students, and this time, there is even a top-notch second-generation rich person who has entered. Curious, he clicked on the live broadcast room and entered.
So many car keys, they look pretty good.
He curiously looked around and found that the production of these car keys was very exquisite. Some of the keys were exactly the same as the ones he had seen before.
Yemen is also quite talented.
After a moment of contemplation, Liang took an interest in these car keys.
If I want to buy all of these, how about I give you 3 million for the lot? Who is this? Speaking so lightly.
Big brother, didn't you see that we all address Mr. Yi? The barrage in the live broadcast room was flying all over the place at this time. I also smiled slightly as I stood there, saying that I didn't plan to sell these old items. Then I put down the box and walked out of the basement.
Suyu beside me asked me curiously. By the way, Yi, didn't you say your family raises a lot of cows? Why do we only see one cow grazing in the back mountain? Let's go see them tomorrow.
I see.
Then we'll just sleep on the ground in your yard tonight. Is that okay? It's already 11 o'clock at night.
The crew, exhausted from a day of running around, were already extremely tired and wished they could go to bed right now. They've also seen my house and thought there was only one bedroom, not enough to accommodate the 7 or 8 people in the crew. However, I said there was no need for that. I have another house at the back. You can sleep in there now.
Another house?
The crew was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there were other houses in my home. Seeing their surprised looks, I led everyone around a small path and finally arrived at a secluded area. Under the orange streetlights, a tall building was outlined, looking very luxurious.
Wow, it's a villa.
Mr. Yi lives in a tile-roofed house himself, leaving the villa unoccupied.
I turned back to call everyone and walked up to enter the password. Suddenly, a tall and spacious living room appeared in front of everyone.
Looking around, the living room was furnished with sofas, coffee tables, and a television, all the essentials.
Is this Mr. Ye's villa? Wow, it's really luxurious.
At this moment, someone received a live broadcast of just a few hours and went from 0 assets to over 40 million.
This kind of comeback is more exaggerated than a dream.
Don't make assumptions too early.
I feel that Mr. Ye's villa still has good things inside. The crew entered the villa and were instantly shocked by the luxurious decoration in front of them.
They stood helplessly outside the villa's door, not daring to take a step inside.
Mr. Ye, do you have any extra slippers at home? We'd like to change.
At this point, even Suyu changed to calling Mr.
Ye. I glanced at everyone's shoes and shook my head, saying no. Can we take off our shoes and step on the carpet?
Seeing that there were no extra slippers at home, the crew felt extremely embarrassed. On one hand, they felt that my home was too clean, and if they stepped on the carpet with their shoes on, it would definitely dirty the carpet. On the other hand, it's because before Yanan was just a poor college student who needed their help. I can't be bothered with so much, he said indifferently.
Alright, you guys go up directly. Is this okay? The female reporter looked at the carpet hesitantly. This carpet probably costs tens of thousands, right? It wouldn't be easy to clean if we step on it and get it dirty. I shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's just a carpet worth around $1 million. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. If it can't be cleaned, it's no big deal to throw it away.
At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't believe their ears.
Did I mishear? Mr.
Ye said this carpet costs over $1 million. Wow.
$1 million carpet laid on the floor, it's too extravagant. Every step is money. I don't know what that feels like. Oh well, the life of the rich is just so plain and unadorned. Laying $1 million item as a carpet, aren't they worried about getting it dirty?
Watching from behind the screen, a sour envy emerged. The people from the program team were dumbfounded. The feet that were originally about to step forward quietly retracted. $1 million carpet, how could they dare to get it dirty? Once it's dirty and can't be cleaned, $1 million just disappears like that.
Although Yanan said he didn't care, they still didn't dare to go in. The female reporter said with a forced smile, how about we just sleep in the tent?
Her yearning for the mansion vanished at this moment.
He would rather sleep in a tent than enter the villa. Just the carpet alone is worth $1 million. What about the things in the bedroom, even more expensive?
If they are slightly damaged, he will have to spend the rest of his life paying off the debt.
Old Kai also hesitantly said, yes, let's sleep in the tent. I'm not used to sleeping in a bed. Suyu hesitantly said, Mr. Yi, do you have a relatively cheap blanket? Let us borrow it for a sleep. I gave Suyu a strange look.
Clearly, I asked them to sleep in my villa for a night, but they actually refused. I walked into the villa without saying a word and directly stamped a few big footprints on the carpet in front of everyone.
Now that the carpet is dirty, you can walk on it.
The crew looked at the $1 million carpet, then at the footprints I left, and were speechless. This move deeply moved the entire crew.
Thank you, Mr.
Yi, they said in unison, bowing 90 degrees to me with great respect. I waved my hand, saying nonchalantly, you've been running around all day, go rest. After that, the crew members went straight into the rooms, each choosing their own room and preparing to sleep. Suyu walked into the room with a camera, surveying the luxurious room. His heart was pounding like a deer, extremely excited. The soft bed, perfect air conditioning temperature, it was exactly like the legendary accommodation in a 5-star hotel. He even felt that this condition surpassed that of a 5-star hotel after surveying the room.
Suyu is ready to go to bed. Goodbye to all the viewers. The live broadcast for the day comes to an end.
The next day, the members of the production team gradually come out of their rooms, exclaiming that they have never slept in such a comfortable bed before. After tidying up, everyone gets ready and heads towards the small courtyard where I live. At the same time, the camera is turned on, and the live broadcast interface instantly appears. In an instant, the number of viewers in the live room increases to 100,000.
Everyone complains one after another. Finally, the broadcast is on. You guys sleep so well, and the broadcast is so late. Someone else says, this is a large-scale luxury goods presentation site. Welcome to Mr.
Ye's world, precious little princess. At this moment, Suyu feels the gazes cast by everyone and feels embarrassed, curling her toes in embarrassment, almost curling the soles of her feet in pain. Soon, the production team members come to the small courtyard where I live and greet me one after another. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Hearing the voices of everyone, I slowly put down the book in my hand and look at them.
You've all woken up just in time. There's breakfast on the table.
Let's eat first. Everyone thanks me and prepares to start eating without hesitation. Suddenly, a strange sound is heard. The originally swift movements of everyone come to a halt. and they slowly look in the direction of Lao Wang. Lao Wang has half a ton of fried dough sticks in his mouth and looks at a glass on the ground. He apologizes awkwardly, "Sorry, it was not intentional. I was too excited while eating just now and accidentally touched the cup with my hand, but luckily the cup is not damaged." Lao Wang swallowed half a yotiao and asked me quietly, "Mr. Yi, this cup shouldn't be valuable, right?" I glanced at the cup and casually replied, "It's not expensive, seems to be only around 30,000. However, it's part of a set. I think 10 cups together are worth around $1 million. 30,000 for the full set, worth $1 million. Lao Wang, quick-witted as always, almost dropped the glass in his hand again. Sure enough, there's nothing inexpensive in Yi Chen's house. Even a random glass cup is worth 30,000. Mr. Yi, what material is this glass cup made of? Why is it so expensive? The others from the production team stopped their actions and unconsciously pushed the cup away from their bodies, worried that they might accidentally drop the cup and end up with a compensation of 30,000. I shook my head and said, "I don't know what material it's made of. It was given to me by someone who said it's worth $1 million. Hearing my response, everyone from the production team breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was a gift from a friend, it shouldn't be worth $1 million. Yi Chen is only 19 years old, so the friends he makes are probably around the same age. So how could the gift be worth $1 million? There's only one explanation: his friend told some lies, and he actually believed it. That friend really surprised me. I really thought this cup was worth $1 million. 1 cup for 30,000, and 10 cups for $1 million. The difference is really huge." Suddenly, a golden barrage appeared in the live broadcast room, interrupting the topic everyone was discussing. "Do you all have some misunderstanding? This set of cups is indeed worth $1 million. Its materials are all top-notch new product glass. Moreover, it's the handiwork of Master Guangfeng. If 10 cups are auctioned together, they could easily fetch at least $2 million. At this moment in the live broadcast room, waves of shock followed one after another. The viewers all exclaimed, "The world of the big shots is truly beyond imagination. With cups worth millions in your hands, aren't you worried about dropping them? Just one careless move, and several million would be gone." Someone suggested, "Mr. Yi, do you need someone to help out at home? I'm good at cleaning cups. My carpet cleaning skills are also good. You don't have to pay me a salary, just leave me some leftovers every day." A battle broke out in the live broadcast room, with everyone clamoring to come and help out at my place. "Everyone, please don't argue. Let me analyze that dining table for you. If I'm not mistaken, that dining table is made of Manhwa wood with gold silk, and its age should be around 500 years. It was the only one of its kind at the time." The audience was a bit stunned. They already knew about that dining table. At that time, the production team conducted an analysis, proving that the Manhwa wood dining table was fake, a counterfeit. And Mr. Yi, the person involved, didn't say anything to refute it. Now, this dining table is actually made of real Manhwa wood with gold silk, and its age is really around 500 years. The live broadcast room is full of accusations against the production team members from back then. At this moment, someone asked the master, "How much is this golden Manhwa dining table worth?" If I were to estimate, the price of this golden Manhwa dining table should be around 6 to 7 million for the whole set. The people in the live broadcast room were already shocked and speechless. A 6 to 7 million dining table, and 3 million for the cups. I didn't do anything all day. I was constantly shocked by the things in Mr. Ye's house. Seeing the comments from netizens, the staff present finally knew that the dining table and tableware in Mr. Ye's house were fake. At the dining table, the people from the production team dared not continue to use their chopsticks for fear that one careless move would cost Mr. Yi tens of thousands. At this time, the director of the TV station even made a phone call himself and shouted loudly at the people from the production team, "Don't you dare break the tableware. Stop eating and hurry to see the cows in Mr. Ye's house." In the end, the director dared not let the production team continue eating. Only the female reporter received the director's order, and she asked with a mouthful of fried dough sticks, "Mr. Yi, can we see the cows you raise? Walk around the mountain. Can you guys persist in climbing up?" I said calmly as I looked at everyone. Old Kai scratched his head and said, "If you can do it, then we definitely can too. Alright, just follow this path all the way up." I pointed behind me. That's a winding little path. It directly leads to the pasture at the top of the mountain. Glancing at the seemingly endless path and the exposed yellow earth above, the crew couldn't help but swallow hard. Climbing up there must have been quite a scare. Yi Chen climbs up and down every day. How early does he have to wake up in the morning? Does he get up at 4 a.m. to go up the mountain to feed the cattle? In an instant, everyone's gaze towards me was filled with pity. Do you stared at me blankly, unable to help but ask, "Mr. Yi,
Do you have to go up the mountain to see the cows every day? As a city dweller, he hasn't seen this kind of mountain road for a long time. Yi Chen actually comes back and forth on the rugged mountain road every day. It must be very hard. I replied, not every day, just occasionally taking the time to go up and take a look. It's okay if it's not every day, otherwise the constant up and down for a long time. What kind of person must Mr. Yi be? The crew's gaze gradually became determined, casting a deep look at the distant mountain peak. They also wanted to go up the mountain for a walk. Let's see how Yi Chen takes care of them. We're off. After getting in the right mood, the crew began preparing to go up the mountain. Mr. Yi, can we buy some water and food from you? No need, there's water and food all the way, I said with a smile. All the way there's food, doesn't look like it to me. Just kidding. The crew looked puzzled, glanced at the towering mountain, and seemed to understand something in an instant. Yi Chen probably placed some supplies on the mountain due to the exhaustion of climbing, showing great sensitivity. After confirming the availability of food and water resources, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, looked at me, and invited, Mr. Yi, shall we set off together? I didn't say I wanted to go with you guys, I said strangely to Suyu. The crew hesitated. If you don't come with us, will we get lost? Suddenly, the crew began to consider retreating. Don't worry, just follow the path straight up, there's no danger. After saying that, I turned and entered the room. The crew looked at each other, their bewildered faces appearing on the camera, which amused the audience. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Without a guide, what should I do? Everyone still felt somewhat unsatisfied with the things in Yi Chen's house, but the crew had already decided to go and shoot. Moreover, they didn't dare to continue shooting in Yi Chen's house. Anything in Mr. Ye's house is worth a fortune. They were afraid of accidentally damaging something and then not having enough time to cry. In their view, the cows on the mountain couldn't be that fragile, and the price of the cows isn't particularly expensive. Indeed, if Yi Chen accidentally hurt a cow, the crew could still take the cow back and have a meal. But antiques are different. If they are damaged, it greatly reduces their original value. Can you two ladies do it? Let's go up the mountain right away. Lao Kai looked at Suyu and the female journalist with some doubt. Don't worry, we absolutely won't slow you down, Suyu and the female journalist assured, patting their chests. As a result, they felt tired after climbing the mountain for half an hour, looking at the trees all over the mountain. I don't know when we can climb up. Suddenly, someone jumped out and exclaimed, all the trees here are rosewood. They should be around 500 years old, and each one is worth $1 million. The moment the barrage was sent out, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled with excitement. I can't believe it's rosewood. Doesn't that mean all the trees planted here are rosewood? The female journalist on the hillside trembled, holding the phone in front of Lao Kai. Lao Kai, at a loss, shrank her body, making herself more comfortable against the tree. Then she fixed her eyes on the barrage in the live broadcast room. Her body instantly moved away from the rosewood tree. Lao Kai anxiously shouted to everyone, quick, help me check if the bark of the tree has been rubbed off. Rosewood is as precious as gold. Just now, I was leaning against the rosewood tree. If some bark has been removed, that would be a big deal. Seeing that everything was intact, Lao Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Do you asked foolishly, feeling as if thunder had struck her heart? These red sandalwood trees couldn't all belong to Mr. Yi, could they? Otherwise, this whole mountain of red sandalwood trees belongs to Mr. Yi. Of course, they are his, the female journalist replied in shock. Looking at these red sandalwood trees feels like facing luxury cars worth millions. In an instant, the news that our backyard has a piece of red sandalwood spread all over the internet. The netizens were all shocked, their mouths agape. They all said, is there anyone willing to form a team to go to Lu Village and work as lumberjacks? Some said, are you sure this is just a college student? It's really inhumane. There are at least a few hundred red sandalwood trees in this forest. Doesn't that mean there are trees worth billions here? There were also netizens who had been watching all along, witnessing Mr. Ye's wealth grow from zero to millions, then tens of millions, and finally to billions. Just how rich is Mr. Yi? The crew gradually accepted the reality of the red sandalwood forest. Lao Kai, still feeling lingering fear, urged everyone to hurry and head to the breeding farm on the mountain. Looking at the greenish-red sandalwood trees behind him, he felt his heart race. At this moment, the female journalist spoke up to remind everyone, let's not rush off just yet. Xiao Zhang, who went to fetch water, hasn't returned. The crew suddenly realized they had almost forgotten about Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang has been gone for 7 or 8 minutes. Let's wait a little longer. The crew had to take a temporary break, curiously surveying this patch of rosewood forest. This was a treasury that left them utterly shocked. just as everyone was marveling at my wealth. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang's voice came from the forest, "Come over here, quickly." Everyone abruptly stood up, looking worriedly in the direction of the voice. This is bad. Yi Chen must have taken some precautions. After all, these are rosewood trees worth several billion. Let's go and take a look. The voice from a distance grew increasingly urgent, and the crew dared not delay any longer. Everyone, be careful. There may well be traps on the ground, said Lao Wang, who was leading the way. Then he added, "It's okay if we fall into a trap, but the most important thing is not to touch Mr. Ye's saplings. The price of a sapling is more expensive than the cost of treatment for an injury." This remark broke the tension among the people following him, and they couldn't help but laugh, continuing along the forest path. Finally, everyone saw the little Zhang who had called out to them. "What happened, Xiao Zhang? How did you end up here? You made us worry that you had fallen into a trap." Seeing Xiao Zhang safe and sound, the crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Zhang looked at everyone in confusion, still unaware of what had happened. Then said, "I found many valuable medicinal herbs here. Look, this is Polygonum multiflorum." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt that something was amiss. "Are you saying that the ground beneath us is all Polygonum multiflorum?" Lao Kai let out a strange cry, his expression twisted in extreme pain. "Another precious item. Mr. Yi, don't you have anything worthless at home? Other than the cattle, everything else is worth millions, and there are treasures worth tens of thousands that we dare not touch." At this moment in the live broadcast, a bunch of pharmaceutical companies suddenly appeared. "I'm willing to bid 500,000 to purchase a Polygonum multiflorum here. We are willing to bid 200 million to contract the weeding work in the sandalwood forest." In my eyes, it's the existence of weeds, but for them, it's Polygonum multiflorum that's been guaranteed for hundreds of years, precious Chinese yam, and many other nearly unavailable Chinese herbal medicines in the market. The crew seemed like fools, standing in the middle of a pile of flowers and plants. With so many precious medicinal herbs, what should they do? Take a step to the left, and they might very well stumble upon a pile of herbs worth tens of thousands, as deemed by netizens. Walking to the right, they will pass by a group of medicinal herbs that specifically grow by the small river. Their value is also in the tens of thousands. Lao Kai's face twitched, depressed to the extreme. "Where should we go? Mr. Yi is simply a devil. Only a devil would not treat money as money." Old Kai finally realized that this person is not poor, but rather doesn't need money. He has developed an aversion to money. At this moment, an old Chinese medicine professor came out and guided the crew. Following the old professor's instructions, everyone finally walked out of the sandalwood forest. Looking at the sandalwood trees and the medicinal herbs underneath them, tears welled up involuntarily for everyone, finally leaving that forest. Suyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "We need to continue hurrying on." The female journalist licked her dry lips and took out a bottle of mineral water from Xiao Zhang's backpack. After drinking a mouthful of water, the dry and hot expression on the female journalist's face vanished in an instant. Turned into a deep shock, "This water is unexpectedly so delicious." Nervously, Xiao Zhang looked at the female journalist. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the water?" The female journalist shook her head frantically, then nodded. "This water is too delicious. This is the most delicious water in the world." Hearing this, the crew members walked up one after another and took the bottles of mineral water from Xiao Zhang's backpack. After drinking a mouthful of water, the expressions of everyone also changed in an instant. They even began to doubt whether what they drank was tap water or something else. "Why is it so delicious?" Seeing the appearance of the production team, netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but mock. "Isn't it just drinking a glass of water? Is it necessary to be so excited? Is this water really that delicious? It looks like plain tap water." Looking at the crowd from the production team, it's as if they were drinking spring water like starving ghosts. The audience in the live broadcast room started to send barrage comments. After experiencing the sandalwood forest worth over $1 billion, the staff of the production team were panting as they made their way up, and everyone discovered a vegetable garden. The vegetable garden was a very ordinary type of family vegetable garden. It's not particularly large, just around 100 square meters. Could this be the small vegetable garden Mr. Yi opened up? The production team at this moment didn't seem to be thinking about it like the audience. They only knew that they were already starving, and if they didn't eat soon, they would probably start burning their own body fat. The female reporter was overjoyed, looking at these fresh vegetables, so many of them. "Mr. You really didn't deceive us." Suyu swallowed her saliva, wishing she could just grab a cucumber and start munching on it right now, since these were the vegetables planted by Mr. Yi. "Then let's get started quickly.
They walked into the vegetable garden, curiously examining each type of vegetable carefully.
Can't we just take some to eat casually?
We shouldn't cause trouble for Mr.
Yi, Lao Kai instructed everyone.
At this moment, Xiao Zhang walked over carrying a bunch of cucumbers, with a happy smile on his face, and the cucumbers were still covered with dew.
Very fresh. It's midday, how could there be dew? Xiao Zhang, you didn't drool on the way, did you? Xiao Zhang chuckled and said, there's a small pond next to the vegetable garden, I washed them in there.
Everyone, don't rush to eat the cucumbers. They were a bit worried about Xiao Zhang's cleverness.
Mr.
Yi, the water on the mountain is indeed very refreshing.
But the cleanliness of the water in this pond is still questionable. What if it's water used for fertilizing? Xiao Zhang explained, it's very clean, and there are even small fish in it.
These cucumbers really taste great.
Lao Kai sneered, is it really that exaggerated?
It's just a cucumber, look at your silly expression. Then he picked up a cucumber and took a bite. Instantly, his expression became intoxicated, with his eyes squinting slightly, as if he was immersed in some beautiful memory. Seeing the expressions of the two, the others unconsciously picked up the cucumbers and began to eat. Soon, a group of people appeared outside the vegetable garden, fighting for the cucumbers.
If the cucumbers are so tasty, then the tomatoes must also taste good, right? Everyone walked into the vegetable garden together.
This time, they followed Xiao Zhang to see the pond, and eventually arrived in front of a not too big, not too small pond. This is a pond with clear and transparent water. Fish were swimming all around the stone walls. Next to the pond, there was a peach tree in full bloom with pink peach blossoms. A gust of wind blew, causing the peach blossoms to playfully fall onto the surface of the pond. The beautiful and tranquil scene directly pierced the hearts of those from the city. This place is so beautiful. It wasn't until the program cruise staff ventured into the small vegetable garden that they realized the beauty of this place.
Look at these fish. How about each of us eats a grilled fish? I'm quite hungry. Can we eat them? Could they be Mr. Ye's ornamental fish? Suyu curiously looked at the fish in the pond. He roughly counted. There are at least dozens of fish in this pond. You are uninformed. Whose ornamental fish are this color? Lao Kai confidently analyzed, these fish are the ones Mr. Yi uses for consumption. Let's eat a couple and then leave. True. But we don't have firewood, and we don't have seasoning.
The fish won't taste good when cooked.
The female journalist's eyes sparkled.
In an instant, their expressions turned gloomy, and disappointedly said, they came for a home visit.
Who knew they would be doing wilderness survival?
If we had known in advance, we would have brought more seasonings and enjoyed a delicious grilled fish.
That is indeed a problem. Lao Kai thought deeply, holding his chin, and looked around constantly. Suddenly, a small house came into view.
It was a small house built with wooden boards.
Let's go take a look.
With a slight change of heart, Lao Kai ran to the front of the small house, where many things were piled up inside. There were charcoal and seasonings needed for barbecuing, as well as some miscellaneous items.
It seems Mr. Yi also often eats barbecue here.
Seeing the things inside the room, everyone agreed that these were left here by me when I was barbecuing. Soon, 3 extremely fresh fish were caught by the production team.
Set up the barbecue grill.
After cleaning, they leisurely sat on the grass with the production team, chatting and laughing. At this point, the online audience became sarcastic, asking if this was a live broadcast of grilling fish for us, and when they would finally arrive at the mountain's cattle farm.
Someone said, why does this fish look familiar? I remember now.
This fish is not ordinary, it's called Unforgettable and is the most expensive freshwater fish in the world.
It's a delicacy for the wealthy.
A mouthful of fish meat costs 600 yuan. For a fish weighing about 3 or 4 catties, it's worth 70 to 80,000 yuan. The production team is in big trouble. In front of the barbecue grill, a mobile phone was always placed. The cheerful group of people saw the barrage.
The expression on his face froze instantly. What kind of fish is worth 70 to 80,000?
Oh my, they caught 3 of these fish, so that's a total of over 200,000. Plus the compensation for the damage in the medicine forest earlier. The total has already reached over 700,000.
Is it still possible to release the fish now? It seems like it's too late. Shouldn't we just not go back to the TV station? I want to work for Mr. Yi.
The staff of the program looks solemn.
The deed has been done. Who knew the fish in this pond were so expensive? Each one is 70 to 80,000.
It's as if these fish are made of gold. Now the program team has no way out. This fish is purely because they wanted to satisfy their own cravings.
The TV station definitely won't reimburse them.
At this point, the station manager patted his heart area and turned away, not wanting to watch the live broadcast. However, after the program team experienced the fish grilling incident, after over an hour, the program team members finally arrived at the mountaintop. Just as they caught their breath and looked from here, they were instantly stunned. At this point, the live broadcast room was in an uproar.
The program team is too slow. Quickly hand me the camera and aim it at the grassland. Why isn't the camera moving? Is the cameraman getting senile? What's going on? Hey, don't leave us looking at just one head. We want to see the herd on the grassland. The barrage on the screen keeps refreshing, the audience is going crazy. I don't understand why the program team's staff showed just one head for them to watch. Only the staff of the program know just how shocked they are right now. In the distance, on the vast grassland, stand hundreds of luxurious villas. After the staff of the program spent over an hour, they arrived at the mountaintop, but they saw rows of buildings standing tall on the vast grassland. Inside the deep green grassland, stone-paved paths extend. Finally, they arrived at an area with villas. There were more than a dozen tall buildings with courtyards, very magnificent. Suyu absent-mindedly rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit doubtful if she was seeing things. What kind of means would it take to do such a thing? Are these villas built by Vietnam? No way. Why build so many villas on the mountaintop? A villa is worth $1 billion, these villas are worth over $10 billion. Leaving such good villas unoccupied, yet building them on this godforsaken mountaintop. Could it be for cows to live in? The rest of the program team was also shocked beyond words. You viewers may not believe it, but what you see is all real. The cameraman, tongue-tied, spoke and turned the camera towards the villas they were looking at. Holy cow, so many villas. These can't be villas for cows to live in, can they? Come on, who would let cows live in villas? Could it be that these cows are worth tens of thousands, even millions, each, golden cows? Mister, you really could do such a thing? No way, no way. Could it be that there are really cows living inside? I've lived for most of my life, and I can't even compare to a cow. Nowadays, even cows live better than humans. No wonder so many people from the production team are dumbfounded. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded by so many villas? How much manpower was needed to build them? Everyone, follow the camera. Let's go inside the villa together. The female reporter's heart seemed to have been struck by lightning, unable to control her curiosity, and stepped towards the villa area. However, before everyone had even approached the villa, a powerful male voice came from behind. Hey, what are you doing? The speaker was a sturdy man around 1.8 meters tall, wearing dirty clothes. This can't be the person Mr. Yi hired to raise cows, right? Now, I finally understand what kind of people live inside the villas Mr. Yi built. I envy this staff member. They can actually work under Mr. Yi. Quickly ask the production team how much they are paid. We are the production team here for a home visit. Didn't Mr. Yi tell you? The female reporter walked towards the man and politely spoke. I don't know. These days we've been busy with the cows, but since Mr. Yi has allowed you to come up, then there's no problem. The production team staff sincerely thanked him, then immediately brought the microphone to the man's mouth. Can we ask you a few questions? Please don't stick the microphone in my face. The man raised an eyebrow, looking at the microphone, which was almost touching his mouth. The female reporter quickly withdrew her microphone, moving slightly away from the man. Go ahead, what's your question? It's more comfortable now, the man finally spoke. His voice was deep and full of masculine energy. May I ask, are you Mr. Ye's employee? Seeing the man agree to the question, the female journalist immediately entered work mode. The crew also prepared themselves, finally encountering someone to interview. They must obtain information about Yi Chun from him. You could say that, but I prefer to be called a subordinate. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Isn't subordinate a lower-ranking term? It's similar to the older and younger brother in a TV drama. Then may I ask, as Mr. Yes subordinate, how much do you earn each month? Regarding the salary, the man gave the crew an odd look. I've never calculated it. For me, the salary is not important. What's important is following Mr. Yi. Seriously? The salary isn't important? It's the main support for making a living. Without a salary, who would go to the middle of nowhere to herd cattle? The salary is probably important, even if the amount is a bit low. I guess it's only 2 to 3,000 yuan per month, so that's why this person says it's not important. Did Mr. Yi pay you 3,000 yuan? The female journalist felt a pang of sympathy, with an emotion arising, feeling like she wanted to take this man away. He has earned a lot of money over the years, but he has never found a suitable partner. Now, seeing this honest-looking, strong, and reassuring man, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. Are there jobs for 3,000 yuan? The people who mow the grass here seem to earn over 10,000 yuan every month. The man's expression becomes even more strange. Looking at the program crew, there is a feeling of looking at fools. Even grass cutters earn over 10,000 yuan. The program crew is surprised, thinking this salary is not low at all. It's quite a lot. I used to feel sorry for this man, but now I realize I'm the most pitiful person. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room started to respond one after another. Let's go as a group to mow the grass for Mr. Yi. I used to be the leader of the grass cutting team when I was a child, ensuring that all tasks were completed. Mr. Yi, please hire me quickly. Does anyone have a way to contact Mr. Yi? I want to work for him as a grass cutter. Excuse me, do you still need grass cutters? To be honest, I've been wanting to change jobs for a long time. The female reporter felt extremely moved and confessed her feelings in front of the camera. We don't need anyone now, and it seems like you don't understand. The man who mows the grass swept it away. Everyone looked at each other and said honestly, we really don't know how to mow the grass. Isn't it just taking a sickle and cutting it down? This kind of comment made the program crew feel very humiliated. They actually said they can't even mow the grass, underestimating their abilities. Isn't mowing grass very simple? Even a clueless city person can grasp the technique by mowing for just over 10 minutes in the field. Do any of you come from an agricultural university? Here, mowing requires an understanding of pasture management, but cultivation of seasonal grass is quite complex. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. We, who specialize in cattle, are more comfortable. When we have nothing to do, we can even ride the cows for a few laps. The man scratches his head, very satisfied with his work. Do you really need a bachelor's degree to mow grass? Can't believe mowing grass is that complicated. It seems like I really don't deserve it. I might as well follow my older brother to watch the cows. This job shouldn't be that difficult. Just watching cows? I can play games while observing the cows. Yes, the salary for watching cows should be decent. I choose to watch cows. I never thought that as a millionaire entrepreneur, I can't even compare to a grass cutter. Let's observe first. I don't think this cow watcher is that simple. You might also not measure up. One last question, can you take us on a tour of this place? We are very curious about what the cattle farm looks like. Took a deep breath. The female journalist said, of course, you can follow me. But first, you need to know that when you enter the cattle farm, you must not get too close to the cows. These cows are all wild. They have a fierce nature. The man turned to the 7 people and explained. The crew readily agreed, but they couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The location of the cattle ranch isn't too far away. It spans the entire back hill of the Liu family village, with the peak covering approximately a kilometer. Passing through the villa area, we soon arrived at a cattle ranch enclosed by city walls, appearing before everyone's eyes. All the city walls are 10 meters high, and occasionally, you can hear the bellowing of the water buffalo from the outside. So these are the water buffaloes. How do we go in for the viewing? The crew was dumbfounded. I'll take you to the observation deck, the man said without looking back. He walked ahead, lost in his own thoughts. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, we finally arrived at a terraced area where we could climb the stairs to observe the entire cattle ranch. Be careful and don't fall. Just as everyone was about to climb the stairs, the man anxiously reminded them once again. Don't worry, little brother. Even if that cow comes towards me, I can easily handle it, Lao Kai said, patting the man's shoulder nonchalantly. He said with great confidence. Alright, don't blame me for not warning you. Seeing that no one took his words to heart, the man said somewhat helplessly. He led the 7 members of the crew to the observation deck, gazing into the distance at the vast cattle ranch. The cattle ranch was filled with lush greenery. A river, approximately 5 meters wide, ran through the middle. The robust water buffalo galloping across the grassland, its black fur shimmering in the sunlight. The most eye-catching feature is the water buffalo's horns, massive and resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Have you noticed that the cows here are identical to the ones at Mr. Yes house? I wonder what breed they are, as they gaze at the galloping buffalo below from afar. The crew is full of curiosity. They want to know what breed these cows are, and most importantly, how much they are worth. This type of cow was obtained through multiple experiments, with the genetic prototype being the African buffalo. Sensing the crew's skepticism, the man briefly explained the African buffalo. You mean the kind that runs on the African savanna and can defeat lions, the African buffalo? In the African region, African buffaloes have always been subjected to human hunting and attacks by wild animals. Coupled with their poor reproductive capacity, the birth rate of calves is extremely low, so they have always been among the protected wildlife. Yet here in Liu village, there are tens of thousands of African buffaloes, genetically modified ones at that. Goodness, African buffaloes are priceless.
Each one is worth millions, and with tens of thousands here, it amounts to billions.
The crew looked down at the herd below, shocked.
From time to time, the herd engages in battles, with fierce horns relentlessly thrusting at the buffalo's body, the roar shaking everyone's eardrums. A loud roar is heard, and in the distance, a strong buffalo charges towards the viewing platform. Then the herd starts to riot, and from it, an even more ferocious African buffalo charges out. This is a competition for dominance within the buffalo herd, explained the man beside, who has a deep understanding of African buffaloes.
African buffaloes are social animals.
Younger buffaloes will fight with others in the herd to determine who is the strongest within the group.
They are coming.
The crew has long been scared witless by the intimidating presence of the two wild buffaloes.
They are completely shaken. Listen to the man's explanation.
The two buffaloes locked in combat are getting closer and soon arrive at the front of the viewing platform. With a thunderous clash, the battle begins. The pursuing buffalo and the fleeing buffalo collide horns and engage in a fierce fight. Their massive bodies collide with the railing, causing the entire viewing platform to tremble. The crew members on the viewing platform are in a panic, not expecting the immense power of these two buffaloes. The buffalo's roar comes again, much closer this time.
The crew members can only feel their ears ringing and their legs turning weak. Don't panic. This railing is unbreakable.
The man reminds everyone that the material chosen for the railing is extraordinary and, after special treatment, its effectiveness is not far from that of steel.
The wild buffalo definitely cannot be stopped. In a panic, the show crew's Lao Wang accidentally slipped under his feet. He fell from the observation platform, directly into the bullpen.
The staff who came to their senses were scared out of their wits, continuously shouting for help around them. Lao Wang, who fell below, was scared and lost his strength. The wild buffalo in the pen had bloodshot eyes and a huge pair of horns, deeply piercing Lao Wang's heart. "It's really troublesome," the man who had been watching quietly muttered a few times, repeatedly telling everyone to stay away from the railing to prevent falling. As a result, the crew members did not listen at all, and this scene was just asking for trouble. Furthermore, Lao Wang, who fell into the bullpen, was still shouting loudly, hastening his time of death. These wild buffalo have no fear of humans, even considering humans as their opponents. Although the behavior of these buffalo has improved in this area, when interrupted during a fight, they quickly shift their target to attack the intruders. As expected, after hearing old Wang's voice, they gradually stopped fighting and instead turned their gaze toward the loudly shouting old Wang. With a heavy snort, the two wild oxen slowly walked in the direction of old Wang. "It's over, it's over." Old Wang stared frantically at the approaching two wild oxen with a terrified look on his face. He felt death so close to him, the powerful scent of the buffalo, one kick could shatter his internal organs. The staff of the program covered their eyes in fear, turning their heads away, not wanting to see the tragic death of Lao Wang. At this moment, the man standing in the observation deck finally reacted. He lightly jumped over the 10-meter-high railing. He rolled and stood in front of Lao Wang. Then he took out a bottle from his body and sprayed it on himself and Lao Wang. The man roared, directly charging towards the nearest African buffalo, grabbing its horns with both hands, and kicking the ground with his right leg. This actually made the African buffalo take 2 steps back, shaking its horns, trying to break free from the man's control. However, the man held onto the horns tightly, with his legs still kicking the buffalo's nose, which is a very vulnerable part of the buffalo's body. The African buffalo, kicked by the man, felt the pain and actually had the thought of running away. The staff on the platform were dumbfounded. This man was simply too brave, actually daring to jump down and confront the buffalo face to face, and even managed to drive away an African buffalo. It takes tremendous courage to do such a thing. Get up quickly, the man controlled one buffalo while being on guard against another restless buffalo. After coming to his senses, Lao Wang kicked his legs, his will to survive propelling him to get up from the ground and run towards the railing. The railing reached a height of 10 meters, and his physical condition was far from being able to climb up. Although the staff at the cattle farm had left marks on the railing that could be climbed, Lao Wang's physical fitness was really too poor. Even the staff above couldn't bear to watch the scene. Someone sacrificing themselves to save a life, but encountering a teammate who doesn't cooperate, unable to escape. This situation is the most maddening. "Pass him something, quickly." Even the staff from the production team started to act. They found a stick for Lao Wang to grab onto. With the help of the stick, he climbed up 4 or 5 meters. The man who was facing 2 African wild buffaloes couldn't hold on either. He suddenly let go of the buffalo's horn and quickly ran towards the position where Lao Wang was leaving. In the blink of an eye, he took a step and climbed to a position where he could climb. Then, with just one hand, he lifted the over 100-pound Lao Wang and flung him to the observation deck. Looking at the man who had reached the observation deck, the staff of the program were once again shocked. With such skills, he could probably become a special forces soldier, yet the man in front of them was just a cattle rancher.
This young man is simply amazing. It's like watching an action movie.
I think it's unfair for him to be a cattle rancher. He should join the army as a soldier.
Until now, you still don't understand the prestige of being a bullfighter.
Without any skills, daring to face a bull, you'll probably end up like Lao Wang, dead under the bull's horns. This whole thing is trouble caused by the production team. If it weren't for the little brother's exceptional physical fitness, there would have been a live casualty today.
Why are that guy's pants wet? Could it be that he was scared silly by the bull and peed himself?
Lao Wang, who has been given a new lease on life, stands shivering on the observation platform, feeling that his legs are still a bit weak. The people from the production team are expressing gratitude for the man's efforts. If it weren't for his intervention, the production team would have been in serious trouble this time. I'm just worried that something might happen to you, which would affect Mr.
Yi. No need to thank me. You should leave the bullring now.
The man waved his hand indifferently, looking coldly at the others.
Without a hint of emotion.
The people from the production team are extremely embarrassed, but this incident is indeed their team's mistake, causing trouble for the bullring, and nearly causing the man to be injured by an African buffalo.
Why is there a smell of urine?
Suddenly, the man wrinkled his nose, looking at his hand in confusion, a strong smell emanating from it. In the corner, Lao Wang quietly squeezed his legs together, to prevent the wetness on his pants from being seen by others. At this point, the people from the production team are preparing to leave the bullring. They have already broadcasted what needed to be broadcasted, so there's no need to stay at the mountaintop, this dangerous place for raising bulls. It's safer at the foot of the mountain in Yi Chen's courtyard, where there's good food to entertain them. Just as the crowd was about to leave, a helicopter suddenly began to hover above their heads. It was a plane with a red dragon printed on it, slowly descending near the villa area.
There's actually a plane on top of this mountain.
The staff of the program group looked blankly at the helicopter landing in the villa area, finally understanding how Yi Chen managed to persist in coming back from the mountain.
He rode in a helicopter, while they relied on walking.
Moreover, when Yi Chen returned from school to Lu Family Village, he most likely used a helicopter as well.
That's Mr.
Ye's ride, especially customized private helicopter, worth about 3 or 4 billion. A faint voice came, and the man calmly explained, already accustomed to such things.
3 billion? What's installed in this helicopter?
The crowd was shocked. When it comes to private planes, ordinary people immediately think of the Gulfstream 550 of a big star, or the Bombardier of Jack Ma. The cheapest of these planes costs about $1 billion, which is simply out of reach. In fact, the price of civilian helicopters is not particularly expensive, with some as cheap as 400,000 renminbi, and the maximum cruising speed can reach 120 kilometers per hour, and helicopters can fly up to 3,000 meters above the ground. The expensive part is the cost of hiring a pilot and maintaining the aircraft. To obtain a helicopter worth 400,000, it would cost at least 800,000 per year.
And Yi Chen's custom-made private helicopter is actually worth 3 to 4 billion. How much money does it take to afford such treatment? Just starting it up probably costs tens of thousands to disappear. Mr. Yi is really amazing.
At this point, the staff of the program group could no longer find words to describe Yi Chen's awesomeness. A simple word like awesome could replace the shock in their hearts. This is nothing, there are several more planes on the mountaintop, and one of them seems to be worth tens of billions.
However, the man's next words were even more painful for them. These kinds of planes are still not considered much? And there are planes worth tens of billions? My God, Buddha, do you have to be so scary?
Those planes worth tens of billions are probably commercial civil aviation planes, or transport planes.
May I ask, do you guys fly that plane? After holding back for a long time, so you couldn't help but ask, what's the point of spending tens of billions to buy a plane? Just for show? Are the lives of the rich so extravagant now?
Because they like valuable things, they directly bought a plane worth tens of billions and put it on the mountaintop.
Yes, we do.
We probably fly it once a year, to send cattle to South Africa. The man casually explained, still feeling very normal. He had long been accustomed to this kind of life, so he didn't think it was so incredible in the eyes of others.
It is well known.
Planes are used to transport expensive and lightweight high-tech products.
And Mr. Yi actually used a plane to transport these cattle? Wow, a plane worth tens of billions was bought to transport cattle?
I don't think I'm worth as much as a cow, and I've never been on a plane in my life.
Me too. Just how rich is Mr. Yi to actually use a plane to transport these wild South African cattle, and more importantly, these cattle were successfully transported.
I dare not speculate, I dare not speculate.
You'd better not continue to guess, it will cause trouble. Mr. Yi is definitely not an ordinary tycoon. This is the first time I've seen a plane being able to transport goods out of the country. This kind of private plane cannot leave the country and can only fly domestically, and applying for a flight route is very difficult. The people in the live broadcast room were filled with a sense of panic. They felt that Yi Chen, who appeared friendly and approachable, like the boy next door, had become so unfathomable. They were ordinary people, but they still had some understanding of aircraft knowledge. Under the legal control of the Dragon Kingdom, the wealthy did not enjoy any additional privileges. Most of the time, they lived just like ordinary people and dared not violate the law. There were strict restrictions on aircraft. Even if one was wealthy, they could not easily leave the country and required certain procedures. Moreover, for private aircraft, the control was even stricter. However, as the man said, it seemed that Yi Chen had been using the aircraft to transport South African buffalo not just once or twice. They had already become accustomed to it. This indicated that Yi Chen's status was very high, even higher than what people had speculated. A South African buffalo costs 3 million, 1,000 would be 3 billion, so it seems reasonable to transport them by plane. I think there's no problem at all. The person just said these cattle are being transported to South Africa? That place is so poor, can they afford African buffaloes worth 3 million each? Most people's first impression of Africa is backward. Indeed, that place is very backward, and the wisdom of the poor and ordinary people is not high. Many things still maintain an ancient appearance, without the use of modern technological products. But that's just the common people and the poor. Africa, as a continent rich in oil and jade, possesses unimaginable resources. The rich are very wealthy, and the poor are very poor. A South African buffalo worth 3 million is highly favored by the South African royal family. Moreover, the price of this African buffalo is not just 3 million. If sold on the market, it could fetch around 10 million. In other words, one shipment would amount to 100 billion. Oh my, only now do we realize Mr. Ye's true identity. It's ridiculous that we previously thought Mr. Yi was just a slightly wealthy college student, but it turns out he started a business with an annual income of 100 billion at the age of 19. Whoever marries Mr. Yi will never worry about money in their lifetime. Even if they do worry, it's because there's too much money to spend. My goodness, who exactly is Mr. Yi? Why has someone like him never been found before? He's hidden so well. I think we should use a title like I, with a fortune of 100 billion, am treated as a poverty alleviation target. That's a good idea. You can use that to write a novel, and I'll definitely reward you for it. In honor of Mr. Yi, I'll reward you 10,000 yuan. The condition is that you make me Mr. Ye's personal secretary. Remember, my name is Li DePeo. Do you have anything else to do? If not, you can leave. They'll be off duty soon. The man's voice brought the crowd, who were in shock, back to reality. The crowd looked at him blankly. Some didn't understand what he meant. What did he mean by they'll be off duty? Isn't it just getting off work? What does it have to do with them leaving? When they get off work, those guys run very fast. I'm worried you'll get run over. The man explained. For them, aside from work, the most interesting thing was eating. They could taste the chef's skills and have a good meal. So those guys ran very fast, like starving ghosts finding food. I understand. It seems like it's already too late. The crew members foolishly replied. As soon as they finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound came from a distance. This kind of sound was like the noise in a school cafeteria, which would suddenly echo at mealtimes. As the sound approached, the crowd felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble. A group of young men as robust as the man appeared on the distant grassland, rushing towards them with great joy. Oh my! Before the crew members could start running, the suddenly approaching crowd overwhelmed them. They gathered together with all their might to protect the central camera and the female staff. How many young men are there on this mountaintop? Just one man is enough to shock them. They never expected there to be hundreds or even thousands. It's like an army. The rumbling sound gradually faded away, and the staff surrounded in the middle lifted their heads, watching the departing crowd and the disappearing men beside them, speechless for a while. Fortunately, those people were looking at the road while running, so they were not injured. It's just that their actions made everyone's scalp tingle, and they couldn't come to their senses for a long time. This is the real hungry ghost reincarnation. Actually, I can understand why they are so crazy. Should we also run over and grab a meal before leaving? Good idea. The staff of the program brightened up and ran towards the direction where the crowd disappeared. They have tasted the food in Yi Chen's house, and the taste can be said to be unforgettable in this life. Since they were all leaving, they might as well grab a meal from Mr. Ye's kitchen before leaving. Magic City. Inside the tall Wanda Group building, Lao Wang, who had finished his work, lay on a chair to rest. In his spare time, he took out his phone to see if anyone had called or messaged him. Link to the live broadcast room? He opened his social media app. Lao Wang suddenly remembered that his son had sent him a link to the live broadcast room of a person named Ji Chen, but he was busy with work at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he had some free time, Lao Wang absent-mindedly clicked on the link to the live broadcast room, wanting to see what kind of person this university student named Ji Chen was. Entered the live broadcast room. The first thing Lao Wang saw was a helicopter in the sky. The helicopter was all white, with a red dragon emblem on the fuselage. Lao Wang didn't find this helicopter particularly surprising, as he himself owned a helicopter that he had bought from abroad for over 100 million. This is. Seeing the emblem on the fuselage, Lao Wang's pupils slightly contracted. His thoughts instantly returned to a certain time and space. Kyoto. Dragon Business Conference. Hundreds of top businessmen from Dragon Country gathered in a conference room, listening to the rules announced by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Among the attendees were Jack Ma, who had a net worth of several hundred billion, Li XX, who had once been the capital, and the famous official in charge. On the screen, a red icon appeared, above which was a mark made of special gold. That was the emblem of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Only members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce dared to use this emblem. Seeing this emblem was equivalent to seeing the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and all businessmen needed to hold it in awe. It's really the emblem of the Dragon Alliance. Lao Wang tightly gripped his phone, staring at the emblem on the helicopter. He was certain that this emblem was the same as the one he had seen before. At that time, he was like a newcomer in the business world, extremely yearning for the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and deeply admiring the mysterious Mr. Yi, so he firmly remembered this emblem. 2 years later, he unexpectedly saw the emblem of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce again in this way. Could it be? This Mr. Yi is him. A thought sprouted in Lao Wang's heart, and in an instant, lightning and thunder struck, causing Lao Wang's heart to suddenly stop. He couldn't believe that there was another person with the surname Yi in the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Only Mr. Yi was worthy of using this title. Therefore, the person in this live broadcast room must be Mr. Yi. It really is Mr. Yi. Lao Wang was extremely excited. He was an extreme admirer of Mr. Yi and had investigated all the deeds that Mr. Yi had done. A photo that Mr. Yi had leaked out from the darkness back then was still kept in his home, preserved as if it were a treasure. And now, Mr. Yi's real person is so close to himself that he can see it soon. Mr. Yi is actually staying in the country, on a mountain top. This cow. Old Wang's gaze shifted to the cows in the cattle yard. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. He recognized this cow. It is a South African buffalo, and it is the most expensive South African buffalo, only enjoyed by the South African royal family. Its price has been circulated, and there was once an abandoned South African buffalo that was auctioned for a price of 10 million soft sister coins. Mr. Yi actually raised so many South African buffaloes. Is he maintaining cooperation with the South African royal family through this method? No wonder, no wonder. No wonder South Africa suddenly showed a very good attitude towards businessmen from the Dragon Country, vigorously supporting the transfer of Dragon Country's industries to South Africa. At that time, Old Wang thought it was a loosening of cooperation at the national level, but now he realizes that it must be because of Mr. Yi's involvement. Mr. Yi, you continue to silently contribute to the commercial development of the Dragon Country as always. Unconsciously, Old Wang's eyes became moist. Mr. Yi is always like this, doing everything without wanting to be known, just standing behind the scenes silently contributing to the rise of Dragon Country's commerce. Although Mr. Yi never wants his efforts to be known, but as an extreme admirer of Mr. Yi, Old Wang feels very unwilling. Why should Mr. Yi work behind the scenes to change the current situation of Dragon Country's commerce, but his credit is not known to anyone? Such a hero should be held high. I seem to have forgotten something. After sighing for a long time, Old Wang suddenly remembered something. Why did he click on this live broadcast? It seems that his son said he wanted to imitate the owner of this live broadcast and attract some traffic. Unfilial child. With a slap, Old Wang slammed the table hard. The supreme existence in his heart was insulted by his own son. This kind of thing is absolutely intolerable. Unfilial child. This unfilial child wants to anger me. Old Wang's chest heaved with anger, immediately exited the live interface, and called Xiao Wang. At this moment, inside Xiao Wang's company, Xiao Wang sitting in the office looked very bad.
Because the water army they hired had no effect at all, the audience in Yi Chen's live broadcast room was like die-hard fans, directly cursing all the water army in the live broadcast room. The director of the TV station was even more infuriated. He deleted all negative comments about Yi Chen and closed the accounts of those water army members.
This college student is very important in the official's mind. To a certain extent, Xiao Wang laughed instead. No opponent has ever been able to defeat him.
Yi Chen's cohesion is unexpectedly high, so he will slowly disintegrate it.
This is what he likes to watch the most. Isn't the official strongly supporting Yi Chen?
He just wants Yi Chen's live broadcast room to be as popular as his own.
As for ruining Yi Chen's reputation, Xiao Wang couldn't do it. He just wants to fight with Yi Chen. More precisely, he wants to fight with the authorities. He doesn't believe he can't beat the authorities. Mr. Wang, your phone. Just as he was sneering, the female secretary walked into the office with a phone.
Xiao Wang gave the female secretary a cold look and took his phone. Seeing that the caller was his father, he immediately pressed the answer button, not daring to be careless.
Dad.
Xiao Wang, whose mood was still relatively pleasant, spoke. In his view, his father's call was to support him, and coincidentally, his next move required old Wang's support.
Don't call me Dad, am I not your father, you unfilial child?
A roar came from the other end of the phone. Little Wang held the phone in confusion, checked the number, and confirmed that it was his father, old Wang.
Dad, what's going on? You brat, don't you have any idea what you've done? I shouldn't have given birth to you. Old Wang scolded. What did I do? No, what exactly happened?
Little Wang was puzzled and didn't understand old Wang's words, so he called him. Instead of good news, he was greeted with insults.
Being scolded in front of the female secretary in the office, didn't he have any dignity left? Humph. Old Wang snorted. Don't you know why I'm scolding you? Now I'll tell you.
You want to imitate that person who's the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the leading figure of the Dragon country's business, and a good friend of the South African royal prince and Obama.
Do you even deserve to imitate such a figure?
The first identity was old Wang's guess, while the latter two were purely circulated within the circle. The real Yi Chen was not friends with Obama, let alone become a good brother of the South African royal prince. For businessmen, there are no friends, only interests.
The South African royal prince needs Yi Chen to provide them with South African buffalo, symbolizing their power. Yi Chen had not met Obama, but had a few encounters with Trilampu. However, these encounters were all one-sided.
Trilampu had invited Yi Chen several times to join their lighthouse country, promising him a residence permit and great benefits if he helped the lighthouse country occupy the Dragon country's commercial market.
This kind of tempting offer was what Jack Ma wanted most.
For someone with great ambition like him, becoming wealthy made him want to do something different.
Why should he pay so much tax to the Dragon country every year and still receive the same treatment as an ordinary person in the end?
So, Jack Ma wanted to break free from the control of the Dragon country. He pursued the freedom of the lighthouse country and wanted to enjoy the unrestrained power that came with it. However, these conditions were worthless in Yi Chen's eyes, and he directly rejected the invitation from the lighthouse country. No matter how much they increased the tempting conditions, Yi Chen remained unmoved. There was a time when he heard a saying, born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul.
This is a land that has been passed down for 5,000 years.
It nurtures the civilization of the flame dragon. Every Dragon country person who grows up on this land should firmly defend their homeland. The Dragon country has produced brilliant flowers, suffered famines that have displaced millions, and faced the encirclement and plunder of many countries. Fortunately, this nation, or rather, this country, has always gritted its teeth and has become a strong nation that gives many developed countries a headache. This should be a time to feel proud, not to forget what those countries did to us in the beginning after becoming developed.
Never forget the national humiliation, and industry saves the country. This is impossible. Impossible. Inside the office, little Wang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief.
A young man of similar age to him turned out to be the legendary Mr.
Yi. How could he accept this? Mr. Yi is the person in charge of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, representing the supreme figure of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
In the business world, he is considered a mythical figure, and it is said that offending Mr. Yi, whether you are worth billions or trillions, you cannot escape his sniping.
This statement was not a joke.
When mentioned, the top figures in the business world all looked serious, as if they regarded this statement as a proverb. This was not what little Wang was afraid of. 1 year later, there was no news of Mr. Yi. This made him almost forget the powerful Mr. Yi that people used to talk about.
However, the day before, Jack Ma, who was even wealthier than them, suddenly disappeared. Mr. Wang told him with a serious expression that it was very likely Mr. Ye's doing. At that moment, the fear in little Wang's heart spread once again. He had thought that a year would dispel his fear of Mr. Yi, but to his surprise, the fear had not diminished at all, only deepened within him. Now, with Mr. Wang's words, the mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful man filled little Wang with fear once again. Yes, the person in the live broadcast room is Mr. Yi, I am absolutely sure. Mr. Wang solemnly instructed little Wang to stop and not do anything that would lead to his demise. In fact, little Wang had already destroyed everything that could expose himself as soon as he learned of Mr. Ye's identity, such as the water army and the scripts in the office. All of this was incomprehensible to the female secretary and the company's staff. Didn't Mr. Wang say he was going to do something big? He even found them to write a script. Now, everyone in the company is working hard to complete the next project, but Mr. Wang says he's not doing it anymore? I remind you once again, the company has not done anything to imitate someone else's live broadcast room. Even if it did, it has nothing to do with me. I was just influenced by someone else. Seeing that all the evidence was about to disappear, little Wang solemnly explained to everyone again. He absolutely could not let this information out. If Mr. Yi knew about this, the Wang family would be completely finished. There was no doubt about it. Jack Ma's actions were clear to them. Even someone as powerful as the Wang family couldn't last a day, so what would become of the slightly weaker Wanda group? Little Wang shuddered all over, not daring to imagine that scene. It's another call. The phone rang again. Little Wang, who was already psychologically affected by answering the phone, picked up his phone and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the caller ID. It's a good thing it's this guy. Qin Xiao. That's right. The person calling was the rich young man, who, like little Wang, was quite well known in their circle of rich second-generation individuals. His wealth was not inferior to little Wang's, and in some aspects, he had even more power. Wang Xiao, how's the script coming along? Let me tell you some good news. My old man agreed to give me 10 million to try it out. I'll invest 1 million first to see how it goes. Qin Xiao, who didn't know what was happening on little Wang's end, was hiding in his own bedroom, speaking softly on the phone. 1 million might not be enough. Little Wang's mouth twitched. He managed to get support of 10 million, but he only got 1 million. It turned out that this guy's goal was to get money from his father through this project. Even if it didn't succeed in the end, he had a way to persuade his father. For example, even if it wasn't successful, at least he gained experience. Originally, it was supposed to be successful, but who knew? Compared to the father and son of Mr. Wang and Li Jianghao, the real shock was somewhere else. The authorities. They had long known that Yi Chen had returned to Longwa and had been operating his business. But there were also things they didn't know. They had always thought that the real Mr. Yi was a man in his 40s or 50s, at least in his 30s. No young man could have such a presence. Now, the main domestic supply of oil and expensive items such as diamonds were all benefits that Mr. Yi had obtained through those African buffaloes in the South African region. Years ago, the authorities began to investigate Mr. Yi. The result of the inquiry was that there was no result for Mr. Yi. He was like a non-existent person, and no one could find him. The authorities understood the situation and did not continue to pursue it. As long as Mr. Yi was beneficial to the country, there was no need to dig deep as if dealing with an enemy. Although Mr. Ye's displayed power was too terrifying, making it difficult for the authorities to handle. He's here, he's here. This is the news reported on TV. At this moment, in a high-level conference room, a group of people dressed in formal attire, with serious or nervous expressions, sat together. Among them were middle-aged people in their 30s and elderly people in their 60s. But none of them were under 30 years old. And most of them had a common feature, with a Mediterranean hairstyle. On the screen in front of the crowd, a picture slowly appeared. It was a quiet courtyard. A young man sat on a wicker chair outside the courtyard, leisurely gnawing on half a cucumber. The young man's gaze was not sharp, and he appeared calm. The clothes he was wearing were very casual, with baggy pants and flip-flops, making him look just like an ordinary young man. However, all the people present looked at this young man with complex emotions. Some showed an expression of disbelief. Some showed a slight disappointment, then felt joy. Some looked admiringly, excitedly clasping their fingers, making such expressions for a young man. It was something they had never expected. Just like Mr. Yi, a young man, it was shocking and surprising. Who could have imagined that the one who secretly planned the commercial order of the country, the one who battled with the top foreign businessmen, was a young man under 20 years old? A genius prodigy? But it seemed that Yi Chen had passed that age. This is Mr. Yi himself. A man's tears ran down his cheeks. He was the one who knew best what Yi Chen had done. It could be said that without Yi Chen's existence, the country's commerce would definitely be suppressed by those countries united together, and the situation would be very difficult. And at this time, Yi Chen stood up with his Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, helping the country's commerce break through those restraints and gradually strengthen its own country. Such a person who considered the country's economy, such a great person, turned out to be just a young man. This was not to look down on Yi Chen. Every person present felt that they could not reach Yi Chen's level, and what he had done could be hailed as a national hero. They just felt a little sad for Mr. Yi. Countless people placed their hopes on Mr. Yi, and all the foreign capitalists fought against him using various extreme means. Over the years, there have been dozens of attempts to assassinate Mr. Yi, each time extremely perilous. Even to eliminate potential threats, those foreign capitalists united with their own country's businessmen to suppress Yi Chen. However, behind these events, there was a young man silently bearing everything. They only knew that Mr. Yi was a remarkable person. He was the pillar of the country's commerce. But they did not know that Mr. Yi was also a young man. He bore too much at an age when he shouldn't have to. At 18 or 19, what were you doing at that time? Most people had just started on the path to university, looking at the new environment, enjoying a relaxed and happy life. They played games, tried to date the people they liked, and their livelihood came with the help of their parents, without needing to work hard to earn money, and certainly not needing to engage in the cunning and potentially deadly business battles. As the saying goes, the business world is like a battlefield, but most people can only see the brilliance of those who have succeeded in life. I want to tell Mr. Yi's story to everyone, let them know that behind the rise of our dragon country's business there have been people like him silently contributing. Someone with determined eyes spoke up. Heroes should not be drowned in the crowd. Their deeds should be praised and known by more people. I think this matter is inappropriate. Since Mr. Yi chose to disappear from the business world, to disappear from everyone's sight, it means he just wants to be a person behind the scenes, not wanting too many people to know about him. Someone held a dissenting opinion. If Mr. Yi wanted to gain fame, then he has already done so. Although it is only spread among the top echelons of the business world, it has reached a terrifying level. Mr. Yi's choice to not show his face and not let the business world or circles outside the business world know his true identity and age, shows that he doesn't really value this reputation. Just like now, Mr. Yi has become an ordinary college student and is even being interviewed by TV station staff as a poor student. Heroes don't care about fame, but we can't not give it. Since Mr. Yi doesn't want his true appearance to be exposed to the public, then we won't expose it, we'll only publicize this deed. As for the public's curiosity about Mr. Yi's true appearance, let them speculate. A powerful voice sounded in the meeting room. It was an elderly man with gray hair who walked into the room, leaning on a black cane, his eyes shining brightly. Old Zhang. Seeing the old man, everyone in the meeting room stood up and saluted. This person is one of the country's former top figures. He is now over 60 years old. In a short time, old Zhang will bid farewell to the officialdom and retire with honor. The things he has done truly deserve the term retire with honor. To be able to see Mr. Yi, whom I admire so much, before retiring, I have no regrets this time. Old Zhang's face was full of emotion. He is about to retire. So, while he is still in his position, he must do some things thoroughly. Mr. Yi's matter is something that old Zhang has always wanted to accomplish. He wants to tell everyone about the hero's deeds. Let people know how many people are silently contributing behind this comfortable environment and prosperity. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a certain television bureau received a call from old Zhang. Anxiously, he thought that old Zhang had something important to tell him and quickly answered the call from his superior. Old Zhang, why did you call me? There's something I need to tell you. Go ahead. Confirming that old Zhang had something to tell him, his expression became much more serious. This person is the third in command of the country. What he has to tell him must be very important, and he cannot ignore any details. I have discussed with the second and third in command, and we have decided to release Mr. Yi's story. Old Zhang's gentle and warm voice came from the other end of the phone, but the content made his scalp tingle. Mr. Yi, isn't he a big shot in the business world? The Dragon Alliance Business Association he founded has become a nightmare for the Lampard country, and many developed countries' enterprises are trying to get rid of them by all means. If I'm not mistaken, this person has never shown his face. What circulates within the business world are just rumors, which cannot be confirmed as true. Is Mr. Yi deciding to show himself? Nervously gripping the phone, the director's voice trembled as he confirmed once again. Sort of. Don't ask too much about this matter. I will give the specific details to your superior. The purpose of calling you is to get you to handle this matter well. I don't want any mistakes."
The old man on the phone didn't explain much, his voice was cold, and he regained his former dignity. Whenever he spoke in this tone, it meant that he really didn't want things to go wrong, and the outcome would not be good for those who made mistakes. "Old Zhang, please rest assured.
I will definitely do a good job,"
the bureau chief promised solemnly. At this point, old Zhang had already made his attitude clear, and if anyone dared to make a mistake, it would be seeking death. This time, all the things caused by those big stars had to be suppressed. In addition, other social opinions needed to be suppressed as well, to ensure that Mr.
Ye's deeds reached the peak of popularity. And under this popularity, there absolutely cannot be the presence of those disgusting people. They cannot defame or insult Mr. Yi, because this kind of thing is very common.
As the director of a certain electorate bureau, he had seen many celebrities being insulted. Those disgusting people were a bit different, with very peculiar ways of thinking. At the same time, one official call after another was made. Whenever it was related to this matter, old Zhang would make the call. This was an attitude, and also a determination.
He didn't want to mess up the matter about Mr. Yi just before his retirement. A very large-scale event was beginning to brew.
But the unknowing audience continued to watch Yi Chen's live broadcast, eagerly anticipating seeing Yi Chen again.
At the top of Lu Family Village, the program staff followed Yi Chen's men to the villa area.
Standing outside the villa, they looked at the surrounding villas, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning.
What magnificent villas! What a luxurious way of construction!
On the villa square, beautifully crafted dining tables were set up. They were lined up in a long queue, probably hundreds of tables. At this point, the program staff realized that meals were also served in batches. According to the man who had rescued old Wang before, the first to eat were the people who watched the cows, followed by others. The two groups were divided into two batches.
"Can we eat together?" the program staff eagerly asked. To be honest, they also wanted to have a meal together and enjoy the delicious food they had at the foot of the mountain. "Sure, you can sit at that table." The man nodded.
There would always be some leftovers from each day's meals, so it wasn't a problem. The tables were set up for 6 people, so it didn't feel crowded. Soon, delicious dishes were brought to the table, including unforgettable fish, South African wild buffalo, and many other precious dishes. Compared to the food at Yi Chen's home, it was even more abundant.
This was not because Yi Chen didn't have good food at home.
It was because he had eaten so much of these foods that he wasn't very interested. On the contrary, he liked it when the chef made him some more special dishes, like smashed cucumbers and seaweed soup.
Although they were just ordinary street snacks, they suited Yi Chen's taste.
In addition, his men had to take care of the cattle, so they expended a lot of energy. They not only had to take care of the cattle but also handle many other tasks. Therefore, eating well was essential to maintain their health.
It's really delicious. The program staff were divided into 2 tables.
4 men sat together, not caring about their image as they started eating. As for Su Yu and the female journalist, they were more reserved.
Because they had eaten these delicious foods before, they could barely maintain their image.
But it was still better than eating at home.
Hey, do you like the food our chef made?"
The person sitting with the female journalist smiled and said, "Don't underestimate these chefs. They were all specially hired by Mr.
Yi. I heard that one of them is even a culinary king."
"That culinary king rarely cooks, he's Mr.
Ye's personal chef." "Well, that guy makes several million in annual salary."
After the meal, the people at the table started chatting, and their manners were quite good.
"Is he really a culinary king?"
Su Yu widened her beautiful eyes. She didn't know who the culinary king was, but she wasn't a fool. Usually, people with king in their title were quite formidable, like the king of guns, the king of cannons, the duck king. Of course, one time I heard him on the phone. It sounded like a 5-star hotel was inviting him to cook.
The man said confidently.
It seemed that only a culinary king could match up to cooking for Mr.
Yi. And then?
Well, he said on the phone that the monthly salary at the hotel was too low, and he had to take a car home, unlike now with a plane. Working for a year could afford him a big house. He could have whatever he wanted.
Unless that culinary king is a fool, how could he leave Mr. Ye's camp?
The man said proudly. Although he had only recently joined Mr. Ye's bodyguard team, he had quickly become obsessed with being Yi Chen's bodyguard.
Most importantly, protecting Mr.
Yi made him feel very honored.
Mr. Yi is a great man.
Being the bodyguard of a great man naturally feels honorable. This guy is quite proud.
No wonder, if I were one of Mr. Ye's men, I would feel proud too. Envious, how can I become one of Mr. Ye's men? Mr.
Yi is a true agricultural king. The trees he planted are worth tens of billions, and the cattle he raised are worth hundreds of billions. Even the fish in the pond are the famous unforgettable fish, each one worth tens of thousands.
The agricultural king is invincible. This is the pinnacle of the farm. Only by reaching this ultimate form can one become the king of the farm. As a bronze farmer, I'm already crying in the toilet. I envy those of you with farms. My family has nothing, and I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Kind people, please visit my page and send me a penny. I will remember your kindness. Get lost. There are many old men in this live broadcast room, don't deceive them. Young man, these tricks won't deceive the old men. Old man Sheen is already old, and with this kind of trouble, his body will definitely have problems. Once old man Sheen has a problem, the entire Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce will be in chaos. At that time, foreign capitalists will take advantage of the situation and constantly harass the members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and even the entire business community of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, old man Sheen must not have any problems. Don't stop me, I want to apologize to Mr. Yi. But when the man approached old man Sheen suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at the man, and sternly warned. It was the first time the man had seen old man Sheen show such a fierce look, and he was stunned. He stood at the door, wanting to stop old man Sheen's actions, but was afraid to approach because of old man Sheen's words. Helpless. The man shed tears. He felt unwilling. Old man Sheen had been working hard for the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Why should he have to endure so much pain? Mr. Yi is a man of great integrity. How could he blame his loyal subjects? It was the sinister and vicious means of the foreign capitalists that led to a situation where the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was somewhat weak. But these words could only be said in the man's heart. Old man Sheen would never believe it. Mr. Yi, I must find you in person and apologize to you. Old man Sheen in the room put down his hand. He felt that apologizing in front of Mr. Yi's photo would have no effect. He made up his mind. He would return to his homeland and find Mr. Yi. Xiao Wang, send a message to the members of the Dragon Kingdom immediately and ask them to send me information about Mr. Yi's situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Also, tell those people in the Dragon Kingdom that I am coming back. Carefully placing Mr. Yi Chen's photo, old Sheen turned sternly to the man at the door. His tone was unquestionable, but Xiao Wang still expressed some concern. Old Sheen, your body can't handle too much turmoil, maybe it's better to. One of the reasons old Sheen has not returned to his homeland in recent years is because he has had to outsmart the ugly capitalists of the lighthouse country. Once he leaves the lighthouse country, who knows what those crazy guys will do, and it will be very difficult to return to the lighthouse country. However, the main reason is that old Sheen's body is really not well. His organs are starting to weaken. The roots of the disease that he had when he was young are starting to flare up, causing unbearable pain in rainy weather. Flying back to the Dragon Kingdom would be like taking half of old Sheen's life. He dared not go back, afraid that he would die on the plane before returning to the Dragon Kingdom. Shut up, I told you to do what I tell you to do. Old Sheen looked fiercely at Xiao Wang. Mr. Yi's information has come out, and since the members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and the Dragon Kingdom have sent photos, it means they have really found Mr. Yi in person. At this time, he absolutely cannot miss it. If he misses the chance to see Mr. Yi again, it is very likely that he will never see Mr. Yi in his lifetime. Old Sheen does not want to leave regrets in his life. Well, helplessly, Xiao Wang stared worriedly at old Sheen, turned to inform the domestic businessmen of the news, and informed them that old Sheen would soon return to the Dragon Kingdom. This news will definitely shake the entire business community of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Wang family villa. Old Wang put down his phone with a complex expression on his face and looked at Xiao Wang kneeling in front of the ancestral tablet. He did not expect that the person would actually come back. I'll give you a chance to make amends. A big shot is coming back to the Dragon Kingdom. Tomorrow, you and I will go to the airport to pick him up, so behave well then. Putting down his phone, old Wang said to Xiao Wang, "What big shot, Dad? Is it worth it for you to go and pick him up in person?" Xiao Wang raised his head. His face was full of wounds, looking horrifying. After returning home, he received a beating from his father. Xiao Wang had no complaints about this. If his father hadn't found out in time, he would have caused a big disaster. That was the founder of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, a mythical figure in the business world. If he, a small fry, had offended such a person, the only result waiting for him would be death. The acting president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Now you know how important he is, right? Old Wang revealed the information, telling Xiao Wang about old Sheen's status. As the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce,
Old Chin has cooperative relationships with many banks and companies.
As long as Old Chin gives the order, those financial institutions or companies will come to help him.
They fear the strength of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and they fear Old Chin.
Is he really that terrifying?
Then how does he compare to Mr.
Yi?
Xiao Wang seemed to have opened up a new world and asked curiously. At this point, he had completely forgotten the pain on his face, and his mind was full of mysterious figures like Mr.
Yi and Old Chin. He. Hearing his son's question, Old Wang sneered twice. Old Chin is Mr. Ye's right-hand man. Do you think he can be compared to Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi is like a mythical figure, unmatched in the business world.
Looking at his father's almost fanatical expression, Xiao Wang couldn't help but feel that his father had been completely brainwashed by Mr.
Yi.
In the live stream he saw, Mr. Yi appeared to be a rather quiet person, not as terrifying as his father described, looking like a handsome college student with a slightly ethereal aura.
When are we going to meet tomorrow? It's about the matter of Qin Lao, the acting president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
Xiao Wang was full of curiosity and wanted to see who this person, who had such a big influence in the business world of Longhua, really was.
As for the location of the meeting, Xiao Wang didn't need to ask. Coming back from abroad, it should be at the international airport in Kyoto.
It wasn't a far distance from where they were, all part of the same place.
I don't know the exact time. We will see the flight information when we are about to board, said Lao Wang. The schedule of important figures was not something he could know.
There would surely be many people going to pick up Qin Lao tomorrow. It was estimated that bank presidents, as well as executives from other financial institutions and large corporations, had already rushed to Kyoto from their respective places overnight.
Which car should I drive tomorrow? Should I take the comfortable business car?
Xiao Wang pondered with his hand on his head.
Elderly people definitely needed a comfortable ride, so a business car was the best choice. Go ahead, it might not even be your turn to pick up Qin Lao.
With a disdainful glance at his son, Lao Wang got up and went back to his room to sleep. He had sparred with Xiao Wang for over an hour today, and surprisingly, his hand was a bit sore. He was indeed getting old. After finishing their meal, the crew reluctantly left the back mountain of the Lu family village. By the time they returned to the foot of the mountain, it was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon.
The sunlight at this time was very comfortable.
The cool breeze from the mountains calmed down the restlessness of the day. They had been filming for 24 hours. The crew now understood that Yi Chen was not just a poor college student, but actually a wealthy tycoon. They arrived at Yi Chen's courtyard, bid their final farewells, and informed Yi Chen about the food they had consumed, promising to compensate him according to the market value of those items upon their return.
Yi Chen did not refuse.
He was not a saintly person, and since he didn't have a close relationship with the crew, it was better to settle things clearly.
Mr. Yi, we will take our leave now. Wishing you a happy life.
As they were leaving, the 7 members of the crew bowed to Yi Chen. They were grateful for his care over the past 2 days and were also shocked by his display of wealth. Such a wealthy person was worth befriending, as a little guidance from him could bring about a drastic change in their lives. It was very practical. At least 3 of the 7 people present had such thoughts in their minds. Suyu did not think this way because she was Yi Chen's counselor and still saw him as her student, even though his status now far surpassed hers. As for the female journalist, she did have such thoughts, but considering her age of 26 or 27 and her average looks, she ultimately put aside those thoughts and instead hoped that Yi Chen's subordinates would take notice of her. Then there was Lao Wang. He was filled with shame, so he didn't entertain such thoughts. All he wanted now was to quickly return to the city and find a hotel to wash off the smell of urine from his body. Fortunately, the wind had blown most of it away along the way, and with his dark-colored pants, the traces of urine were not visible.
The live broadcast is about to end. I feel reluctant to leave Mr. Yi. We haven't truly entered his life yet. It's a pity. We still don't know what kind of person Mr. Yi really is. It's time to say goodbye, everyone. Mr. Yi is truly a talented individual. Nonsense, Mr. Yi is so impressive. Even as the live broadcast was about to close, the argument between Yashuan-gu and Zuoweng Pavilion did not stop. The two continued to exchange comments in the live chat, behaving like children. You two, please stop arguing. We are all in business. How about cooperating nicely? Fighting like this doesn't benefit anyone, it's meaningless. Yes, please stop arguing, you two old folks. You don't understand, we don't actually have that much hatred. It's just a habit of arguing. Yes, not arguing with him makes life less fun. This old guy deserves to be scolded. The live broadcast is about to end. Goodbye, everyone. Take care. Farewell, until we meet again. looking forward to Mr. Yi appearing on the screen again. If that day really comes, Mr. Yi will no longer appear on the screen as a college student. Agreed. Agreed. Take care, Mr. Yi. The screen in the live broadcast suddenly went dark. At the last moment, many people took screenshots of Yi Chen's photo. He stood in front of the sun, smiling and waving to the audience in the live broadcast. This was the first and last interaction between Yi Chen and the audience. Even after the live broadcast interface had been dark for a long time, the people present still hadn't come to their senses. It seemed like they were reluctant to leave, as if they were not satisfied. Strange, why does this car smell like urine? At this time, the program crew had already returned to the car. The smell of urine lingered heavily in the carriage. It must be those little animals running onto the car and urinating. Just go back and wash the car properly, and the smell will be gone. Lao Wang spoke nonsense. Quietly, he pulled his legs closer, trying to slow down the spread of the strange smell. Wait, why do I feel like this smell is coming from you? The smell of urine was unbearable for the female reporter, and she couldn't help but voice her discovery. She sat next to Lao Wang and could clearly feel the smell. It hadn't dissipated, it was coming from Lao Wang. Where? Don't slander my innocence. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Lao Wang argued cunningly. Having lived for most of his life, he didn't want his reputation to be ruined today. He still had to continue working at the TV station. If his colleagues found out about this, what would he do? Lao Wang, were you scared by those African buffaloes and peed yourself? We can understand, after all, that situation was terrifying. But for now, you should go change your clothes. I have a spare set. Lao Kai spoke up, seeing Lao Wang's embarrassment. When the latter wanted to argue again, he took out his phone. On the screen was a gif of an emoji. Lao Wang lay on the ground in extreme fear, his thighs wet with yellow urine, his mouth wide open. Netizens had created various bizarre means of teasing him. Lao Wang clenched his fists, feeling both angry and embarrassed, and walked off the car with Lao Kai to change his pants in a slightly more secluded area. Humph. After he left, the female reporter snorted coldly. He said not to talk nonsense if you don't know, but I think he's the one who loves to talk nonsense the most, right? Among all the things in Mr. Ye's house, he's the only one who doubts them. The people in the carriage did not speak, because they knew that Lao Wang had indeed done many things that were not pleasing to the eye. It started with his suspicion of the golden Nanmu dining table in Yi Chen's house. At that time, Mr. Yi just smiled and did not explain. Later, Lao Wang repeatedly questioned the things in Mr. Ye's house. If it weren't for Mr. Ye's abundance, Lao Wang would have been tortured beyond recognition long ago. In fact, it's not that Mr. Yi has an abundance. It's that he feels it's too much to argue with an insignificant person and has lost his own identity. I don't know when the next live broadcast will be, and if there will be a chance to see Mr. Yi again. The crowd sighed. This was the closest they had ever been to the top of the pyramid. From now on, they would return to the life of ordinary people and become very ordinary. The top of the pyramid still belonged to the place they looked up to. Distant, yet unreachable. Sister Suyu is still better. You are Mr. Ye's counselor, and you have many chances to see Mr. Yi. Maybe you can even spark some romance. The female reporter laughed and joked. Suyu smiled bitterly. Sheen, don't make fun of me. Becoming a phoenix on a branch is just a TV drama plot. She had never thought that she would spark a romance with Yi Chen. It was too far-fetched. When a person's experience becomes very rich, they are not easily moved by emotions. As they chatted, the people suddenly fell silent. Because Lao Wang had changed his pants and returned to the car, they silently played with their phones. As they scrolled through Weibo messages, a post suddenly caught their eye. #thousands of years of history. Remembering the patriotism of Mr. Yi Shi Kang. An official announcement attracted the attention of the crowd. They looked down. They saw a line written above. The history of the Dragon Nation, now in economic decline, has been uplifted by a group of people who silently contributed. Among these people but the most important one not to forget is Mr. Yi, who willingly stood behind the scenes and silently contributed. Mr. Yi established the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, thwarting the encirclement policy of the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, he led the Dragon Nation's business towards developed countries by means of invasion. Mr. Ye's great righteousness, he may not know it, but we do. Mr. Yi is hereby awarded the title of #economic master #. Salute. After reading a long article, the female reporter glanced at the Weibo post and found that it was from an official news agency. She quickly scrolled through it. Suddenly, posts about Mr. Ye's deeds kept popping up in the Weibo feed. Each speaker was a very famous official organization. There were even some big-name influencers, celebrities with many fans, and so on. Suddenly, the entire internet was buzzing. Damn, I only found out today what kind of trouble our country's economic development is facing. That damn lighthouse nation, and those despicable capitalists, are afraid of the dragon nation becoming stronger and are using some underhanded means. Who is Mr. Yi? The way they talk about his deeds in this post feels so impressive. It must be impressive. He has repeatedly thwarted the actions of the lighthouse nation with just the identity of a first-tier merchant. Awesome. Who is this Mr. Yi? Why hasn't the government announced his name? Hey, do you know what the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce is? I only know about the Southern District Chamber of Commerce, the Capital Chamber of Commerce. I'd never heard of this Chamber of Commerce. The netizens of the entire Dragon Nation were unaware of the existence of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Only a few business tycoons knew the terror of this Chamber of Commerce. It was the first time they had seen the government support someone to such an extent, almost treating him as a national treasure. It was hard to imagine that Mr. Yi had finally entered the public's view. Since that was the case, the big shots in the business world also started to explain the existence of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Ren Zhang was the first. As a member of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he was the first to speak out, posting on the official Weibo account belonging to the Dragon Group. He briefly explained that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce is currently the largest chamber of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom, dedicated to the rise of business in the Dragon Kingdom, with Mr. Yi as the president of the chamber. In addition, Ren Zhang also mentioned that he is also a member of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. With the help of Mr. Yi, the Dragon Group was able to develop to its current state and even research and develop its own mobile phone chip for the Dragon Kingdom. I understand now, this Dragon Alliance Chamber is truly remarkable. I bowed down to Mr. Yi. While poor people like us are still thinking about how to slack off at work, unaware of the efforts made by the big shots. So Run Boss is also a member of the Dragon Alliance Chamber. It seems that this Dragon Alliance Chamber is really extraordinary. The most remarkable one is Mr. Yi, but it's a pity we can't see the real him. People who make such efforts for the country should indeed be respected by us. I'm a fan of Lee DePeo. Which other companies do you think are members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber? Who knows, I guess someone like Jack Ma probably isn't. Jack Ma has already fallen, doing such things. Even if the Dragon Alliance Chamber has such a member, they would deny it. I think there must be many members in this Dragon Alliance Chamber. Next, what shocked netizens was that one by one, giant companies issued their own declarations, announcing that they were members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Among them were well-known real estate tycoons, a clothing brand that sells internationally and is preparing to enter the Olympics, and companies specializing in construction to support the development of the Western regions. The net worth of each company was dug out by netizens, all of them being multi-billion-dollar enterprises. In addition, many well-known companies issued statements, saying that they have been following the rules set by the Dragon Alliance Chamber for business development, showing great respect for the chamber in their words. The most common statement from these well-known companies was that they hoped to join the Dragon Alliance Chamber. They greatly admired Mr. Yi. Suddenly, the whole internet was buzzing. Almost everyone learned about the contributions Mr. Yi had made to the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Yi is amazing. Economic hero Mr. Yi. I feel like I see those incredibly bright historical figures, all of them carrying the country and the people. People like this, we should admire immensely. I don't know if you've noticed, today's hot searches are all about Mr. Yi, without all that messy stuff. Yeah, I was looking at news about a big star. It should have been trending, but now there's no buzz? How can those acting trashy young idols, flower vases, match up with Mr. Yi? The online popularity of Yi Chen is growing stronger. Many reports have highlighted Yi Chen's contributions to the Dragon Kingdom in newspapers, public accounts, and social media platforms. Suddenly, Mr. Yi's reputation was pushed to the highest peak. In many people's social media or spaces, posts were being published one after another. Netizen Xiaozhang, hashtag Mr. Yi, the object of admiration in this life. Hashtag netizen Xiaowang, hashtag this is much more valuable than those young idols. I don't understand what contributions those big stars you pursue have made to the country. Is there anyone as amazing as Mr. Yi? Hashtag netizen Xiaojing, hashtag whether Mr. Yi is an old man or an uncle, I really like him. Kisses. Hashtag netizen Xiaoli, hashtag has anyone in the circle of friends watched Mr. Yi's live broadcast? I found that this Mr. Yi is very likely the one mentioned by the official account. Hashtag those who watched Yi Chen's live broadcast discovered the connection between the two. Mr. Yi, one is the audience in the live broadcast room calling each in.
One is the official title for that supreme figure who silently contributes to the country, striving for the rise of the motherland's economy.
Are these two really the same person? Otherwise, Yi Chen is just a college student. How could there be so many valuable things at home?
Tens of billions worth of planes, helicopters, African buffalo breeding grounds,
and so many villas built on the mountain.
People familiar with Lujiakan should know that this place is famous for being a poor mountainous area with inconvenient transportation.
Therefore, when the government is comprehensively lifting people out of poverty, they will relocate all the people in Lujiakan to the city. If Lujiakan had these villas and industries from the beginning, how could it have become a poor mountainous area? There must be some connection in this. Damn! Is Mr. Yi really Mr. Yi? What are you thinking? Shouldn't it be, is little Yi really Mr. Yi?
I think it's unlikely. Haven't you seen how the officials praise Mr.
Yi? Mr.
Yi is a big shot in the business world, not possible to be in his 30s. Don't judge a person's wealth by age, that only works for some ordinary people.
At the age of only 18, I have already made my first billion from scratch.
At the age of only 8, through financial means, I became one of the wealthy in Longwa, with assets of 4 to 5 billion. Before I was born, I took over my mother's body, making her one of the top billionaires in Longwa, with assets of several hundred billion.
When I was still a tadpole. Before I even formed into a tadpole. It's getting more and more exaggerated. If you keep going, what will you all become? Is there any relationship between little Yi and Mr.
Yi? But I am really curious. I hope little Yi can come out and say a word. Although it seems unlikely, everyone still has doubts in their hearts.
Mainly because the wealth displayed by Yi Chen is really terrifying.
Even the richest person in the world has never had so much money at the age of 19.
And they still don't know how Yi Chen achieved all this. There are some speculations. The most sensitive are those businessmen and officials.
After discovering the discussions of netizens, they directly promoted these discussions, and the heat reached the second place on today's hot search list, just comparable to the exposure of Mr.
Yi.
But whether it's Mr.
Yi or little Yi, it is enough to show everyone's attention to this matter. Dragonway Group headquarters. At the top of the tall building, many extraordinary people are sitting together. This is the conference room of the chairman of the Dragonway Group, Rin Zhang.
All materials here are equipped with the highest level of soundproof walls to ensure that the conversation will not be leaked. In order to ensure that the content of the conversation is not known to others, Ren Zhang also used many means to detect whether there are any listening devices around this room, and let all the people on the floor near their conference room evacuate.
Brother Ren, Mr. Yi is about to return. Why did you call us at this time? There are a total of 5 people at the conference table. They are all members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. After receiving contact from Ren Zhang, they arrived at this place as soon as possible. Members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce do not contact each other unless there is an emergency situation, and members will contact each other through the satellite phones made by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. However, this rule is completely ineffective now. Because today, most members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce have voluntarily revealed their identities, just to let everyone know the power of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This is a day belonging to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, no matter what big star or public opinion needs to step back. It's Mr.
Ye's business, Ren Zhang said with a serious face. The reason he contacted other members was because he had discovered some information about Mr.
Yi. What's the matter? When Mr.
Yi was mentioned, everyone's expression became serious.
Mr.
Yi had never shown his true face to anyone. Now, Ren Zhang mentioned Mr. Ye's affairs, presumably because he had learned some clues.
Haven't you always wanted to know Mr. Ye's identity? Now I will tell you Mr. Ye's true identity.
Ren Zhang smiled and picked up a tablet from the side, placing it on the table. Everyone looked curiously and saw a handsome young man of about 19 on the screen. His eyes revealed a domineering look, and just a photo was enough to make everyone present feel palpitations. If it were a photo of an ordinary young man, the members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce present would not believe it was Mr. Yi. But when they saw Yi Chen's gaze, they believed completely.
This kind of gaze is definitely not something an ordinary person can show.
They only felt it when facing Mr.
Yi. That's right.
Ren Zhang stood up and said, "This is Mr.
Yi. The first time I saw Mr.
Yi, I was also very shocked.
I didn't expect Mr.
Yi to be a young man. It's really a miracle."
Ren Zhang's face was full of disbelief.
To be honest, it was too shocking for him to believe that a young man was the true master of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. However, after thinking about it, Ren Zhang also felt it was acceptable. What Mr. Yi had done was a grand scene never seen in the history of the Dragon Dynasty, and should not be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. I showed you Mr. Yi's appearance not to dispel your doubts. At this point, Ren Zhang spoke again, expressing his thoughts. He wanted everyone to go and meet Mr. Yi, to give him a grand reception and ask him to return to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce to oversee the overall situation. In fact, this was the thought in the hearts of everyone present. With the gradual development of the Dragon Kingdom's commerce, it had already aroused dissatisfaction from many developed countries. They adopted various disgusting policies and military suppression, wanting to destroy the Dragon Kingdom's commerce. In this situation, the Dragon Kingdom's enterprises were facing enemies on all sides, and development was extremely difficult. Although they had already occupied a large part of the Dragon Kingdom's market, the market of the Dragon Kingdom alone was not enough. They sought to make the Dragon Kingdom's enterprises earn money from foreigners, in order to develop their own country and strengthen their country's economy. When Mr. Yi was guiding the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the members of the Chamber of Commerce were thriving, and the entire commercial sea of the Dragon Kingdom appeared very calm, rapidly developing their enterprises. But in the past year, Mr. Yi suddenly disappeared, and various hidden monsters and demons completely revealed their ambitions. People like Jack Ma were just a microcosm. There were many others involved in Jack Ma's actions, intending to subvert the original order. I'm afraid it's not possible. The chairman of a clothing company shook her head. She was the only woman present, probably around 30 years old. But this did not prevent her from becoming the #1 clothing company in the Dragon Kingdom. As you all know, since Mr. Yi has chosen not to appear, it means he doesn't want to intervene in the affairs of the commercial sea. He has already done enough, more than we can match in this life or the next. Now we have encountered trouble, but we have to disrupt the peace that Mr. Yi has worked so hard to restore. Do you think this is good? I think it's very bad. Mr. Yi is also a person. You have seen the photos. Mr. Yi is now just a young man. What are young men of the same age doing in this era? They are playing video games, flirting with girls in school, occasionally fantasizing about the beautiful time of being a couple with a goddess. After saying this, the CEO of the clothing company, Lu Ruyan, was visibly agitated, her chest heaving continuously. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. How could they not know these truths? But now, the commercial sector of Longwei is indeed facing trouble. Apart from Mr. Yi, there is no one else in the world who can save Longwei's business. In the past, they couldn't find Mr. Yi, and they didn't dare to find Mr. Yi. But now, Mr. Yi is standing right in front of them. They don't want to miss this opportunity. Tell Old Qin first. If Mr. Yi wants to return, Old Qin will inform us. In the end, everyone settled all matters. Although Yi Chen is not too far from them, already in the same country, a flight would take less than a day. But the people still felt a sense of fear towards Mr. Yi. This fear intensified with the release of Yi Chen's real photos. Why? If you saw a 19-year-old become a university professor, a national expert, would you be shocked? The younger Mr. Yi is, the more terrifying his inner self is. So be it. With the final decision made, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the Longwei group building. They came here for Mr. Yi's matter. Otherwise, they would not meet privately. Because this was a rule established since the founding of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. At that time, although the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was not weak, there were many domestic enterprises supporting foreign capital that needed to conceal their identities. Later, these foreign capital-supported enterprises were gradually eliminated by Mr. Yi. Until now, they no longer posed a threat. So the rule of members not meeting and not interacting gradually faded away. Otherwise, how could they dare to openly admit that they were members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Lighthouse Country, Chinatown, headquarters of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. While discussing arrangements with Ma Kong, Old Qin received a message from a member. The message contained only one photo. It was sent through the highest level of confidential channel. Usually, this highest level of confidential channel was not used unless absolutely necessary. Once used, the original mode had to be changed quickly to prevent those who wanted to steal information from the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce from succeeding. A photo? Looking at the photo of the young man on the monitor, Old Qin was stunned. Then, his gaze became shocked and filled with amazement. The person in the photo was also called Mr. Yi. This is real. Old Qin hugged the monitor excitedly. Tears flowed from his cloudy eyes, and his aged arms trembled slightly. He was the person closest to Mr. Yi, so he knew Mr.
Yes, eyes very well. The young man in the photo must be Mr. Yi without a doubt. It's really you. It's really you.
Old Sheen shouted frantically, tears streaming down his eyes, eventually falling to the ground.
1 year.
In this year, Old Sheen had been yearning for Mr.
Yi day and night.
He eagerly anticipated the chance to meet Mr.
Yi again. There was no need to meet. Just knowing that Mr.
Yi was still sitting in the highest chair of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce with his back to him was enough. That feeling, it makes people very comfortable, as long as Mr. Yi is there is no problem that can stop the progress of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
Mr. Yi, I have let you down.
Respectfully placing the monitor on the counter, Xin Lao trembled and stood his body, bending down towards Yi Chen inside the monitor.
He couldn't kneel, because Mr.
Yi said that the people of the Dragon Kingdom only kneel when facing their parents, and besides their parents, no one else can kneel.
Bowing represents their highest etiquette. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I am just a waste.
You entrusted the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce to me, but I did not develop it well.
Xin Lao slapped his own cheeks one after another.
He hated his own incompetence.
Clearly, Mr.
Yi had already arranged everything, and the members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce were thriving. But once it was in his hands, at the slightest problem, he acted recklessly and could never reach Mr.
Yi's level. Xin Lao. The person waiting outside the private space heard the commotion inside the room and hurriedly ran into the room.
Seeing Xin Lao vigorously slapping his own cheeks and crying in pain.
What are you doing? Xin Lao, please stop.
The man panicked and rushed forward to stop Xin Lao's actions.
Lighthouse country. This is a land that believes in freedom.
However, racial opposition has always existed, and only the white race is considered supreme in their eyes. The inherent sense of superiority makes the lighthouse country feel that no country is stronger than their own. In their country, the common people consider the Dragon Kingdom to be a very backward country, similar to Africa. So when the Dragon Kingdom's commercial technology and military power suddenly appeared in the view of the lighthouse country, the people of the lighthouse country felt anxious.
They are truly the first strong country, but the rapidly rising Dragon Kingdom seems to have a trend of catching up with them.
For the lighthouse country, this is absolutely intolerable. Their country is the most powerful, and the country that was once oppressed by them, the Dragon Kingdom, cannot compare. In the view of the ordinary people of the lighthouse country, they do not want the Dragon Kingdom to surpass the lighthouse country and become the world's largest strong country.
In the view of the lighthouse country's business and officialdom, they do not want the Dragon Kingdom's businessmen to occupy their position.
Their enterprises have become multinational corporations, and if the Dragon Kingdom's enterprises develop, it will impact their income. As for the officials, they are worried that the strong Dragon Kingdom will suppress their actions.
The lighthouse country is a very ambitious country.
They want to form a monopoly economically, conquer all countries militarily, and become a true first empire.
The increasingly developing Dragon Kingdom makes them feel a deep crisis.
Fully resisting and suppressing the Dragon Kingdom has become the first goal of the lighthouse country. No matter what methods are used, as long as it can threaten the Dragon Kingdom and slow down its rise, the lighthouse country is willing to do it.
Some time ago, the Dragon Alliance Group developed 5G technology. It was even ahead of the lighthouse country. This amplified their crisis once again.
They used various excuses to suppress the Dragon Alliance Group and prohibit its 5G technology from entering their country. The effect was indeed very advantageous. The lighthouse country, as a superpower for so many years, has already had a group of businessmen in countries willing to serve them. The Dragon Alliance's 5G technology was forced to operate only in some small countries and the Dragon Kingdom. Then, their domestic clothing brands collapsed, and the Dragon Kingdom's clothing brands suddenly became popular in the lighthouse country market. The clothing companies of the lighthouse country have united to design traps to suppress the clothing companies of the Dragon country, delaying their entry into the Olympics. The means of various conspiracies are enough to show how malicious the lighthouse country is. But even so, there are still a group of admirers in the Dragon country. They wave the flag of human rights and try their best to help the lighthouse country, with the aim of obtaining a lighthouse country immigration certificate and joining that country. This has also created a trend in society where people take pride in being from the lighthouse country. Those students from the lighthouse country studying in the Dragon country, or foreigners working in the Dragon country, have become highly sought after by Dragon country women. In recent times, the upper echelons of the lighthouse country have fallen into a kind of inexplicable panic. All the high-level personnel have serious expressions. They have learned from some channels that the person who has caused them so much headache is about to return.
Mr. Yi, the true president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, is about to return.
During the year of his disappearance,
the lighthouse country had finally taken many measures to barely regain its former dominant position. Now that the man from the dragon country who had caused them so much trouble is coming back, it's a nightmare for them. Are you sure? Is that man really coming back? Inside the palace, a symbol of official power, a group of white people are talking. Yes, it's a reliable partner from the dragon country who sent the message, saying that Mr. Ye's whereabouts have been discovered, and the dragon country's officials are also strongly supporting Mr. Yi, and have released a lot of information. A middle-aged man spoke, who was none other than Mark. He had several partners in the dragon country. They were called partners, but in reality, they were just stepping stones for him to expand into the dragon country market. Whenever something important happened in the dragon country, those partners would inform Mark first in exchange for some benefits. We are very reassured by Mr. Mark's information. It seems that the man from the dragon country is really coming back. A slightly red-faced middle-aged man sitting in the first seat spoke. He rubbed his temples, looking very troubled. Mr. Yi had been an old rival of his. In other words, he had been defeated by Mr. Yi many times. Manager, don't worry so much. We are fully prepared this time. Even if Mr. Yi returns to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, it won't make any difference. A man in military uniform sitting at the table spoke confidently. They really couldn't beat that man from the dragon country before, but now it might not be the case. These people had been beaten so badly by Mr. Yi that they had completely lost the desire to fight. Without the courage to face it, victory is impossible. You are too young. The manager shook his head. First, tell me about the preparations you have made, and let me see if they are effective. At this point, the manager could only bite the bullet and go ahead. His return to his current position was related to everyone present. Therefore, their opinions had to be taken into consideration. Then I will talk about my plan in this regard first. Mark stood up first and spoke confidently. Hasn't the Dragon Group developed 5G technology? So we will continue to intervene, delay their progress, create some internal conflicts within their companies, and drag out the time. In this way, our 5G technology will be developed almost at the same time, and we won't have to worry about their 5G technology. The others nodded thoughtfully. This method is good. Indeed, it won't take us much time to develop our 5G technology. The information given in that area is within a month. As long as we delay for a month, it will be enough. Mark is good at this kind of thing, so we can completely trust him with it. A good idea was put forward, and the expressions of the crowd eased a lot. At least Mr. Yi couldn't find a way to deal with it, and it was very troublesome to handle. However, at this moment, a discordant question arose. So, how will Longway Group handle the development of mobile phone chips? The speaker was the supervisor, bluntly raising a new question. How good can mobile phone chips be? With Longway's technology, the developed mobile phone chips cannot compare to our top chips. Supervisor, don't worry too much, Mark said disdainfully, completely disregarding the importance of mobile phone chips. Put. Hearing Mark's mockery, someone in the room couldn't bear it and burst into laughter. He was the richest man in the lighthouse country, and also the richest man in the world, with a fortune of around $500 billion US. Yes, this person is the famous world's richest man, Bill Gates. His power in this conference room far surpassed that of Mark and the others. Are you a bit too confident? Bill Gates looked at Mark and said lightly, I have studied the chips developed by Longway Group. Although they are not as good as our country's top chips, they are enough to disrupt our country's mobile chip market. And this is just the beginning. Who knows how their future developed mobile phone chips will be? Surpassing our country? Becoming the world's top mobile phone chips? Don't be short-sighted. Since Longway can manufacture mobile phone chips under our comprehensive blockade, it means they are likely to surpass our country. This is a message. Do you understand? After saying this, Bill Gates sat back in his seat. Mark, with a flushed face, stood in the gaze of the crowd. He wanted to refute Bill Gates' words, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Bill Gates was a core figure in the Lighthouse Country Chamber of Commerce, with many followers, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, what Bill Gates said was not wrong. Longway Group indeed had the ability to develop the mobile industry chain under their technology blockade. Even their latest developed mobile screens were comparable to those manufactured by developed countries. This was a dangerous signal, indicating that their supreme position was beginning to crumble. There is another issue. How do you plan to deal with laning? In addition to laning, there is also the biopharmaceutical company. The supervisor nodded and continued to raise his own questions. Longmeng Chamber of Commerce has infiltrated into the enterprises of the Lighthouse Country over the years. After Laning's domestic clothing brand collapsed, they quickly occupied the Lighthouse Country's market.
Now, with the cooperation agreement in their hands, the Lighthouse Country Chamber of Commerce was unable to stop them.
As for the biopharmaceutical company, it was even more of a headache. The couple had been laying the groundwork for a long time, uniting many officials who wanted to gain benefits or achieve longevity. With the strength of the biopharmaceutical company, they really couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, the biopharmaceutical company was the most aggressive in the market, with more than half of the pharmaceutical products circulating in the Lighthouse Country market coming from the biopharmaceutical company. It seems that the situation is even more difficult than we imagined. Everyone was extremely troubled, and could only say that Mr. Yi was truly formidable. He had long been planning to help those enterprises occupy the market of the Lighthouse Country. There was definitely Mr. Ye's help within Longwei Group, and he also held a leading position. The other two companies that had invaded the Lighthouse Country market were also the work of Mr. Yi. Things have come to this point, and if we want to break the deadlock, we can only try to elevate those countries to another level and use the patriotism of the people to tarnish their products. Manipulating public opinion and collaborating with relevant companies to suppress them is also an option. Finally, a man in the room stood up. He was the second in command of the Beacon Country, a very shrewd individual. Since taking office, he had once fought Mr. Yi to a draw, a proud achievement that had successfully defeated Mr. Yi. For the people of Beacon Country, being able to fight Mr. Yi to a draw was already very difficult, because that Mr. Yi really made them feel what it means to be divine. It was as if a divine being sent by God to punish Beacon Country, invincible in battle and unbeatable in attack. Mr. Mayor is indeed wise, worthy of being the one who fought Mr. Yi to a draw. The people present praised happily. Meyer's approach could be said to be the best way to truly block Mr. Yi. As long as the united force is strong enough and triggers public opinion in all continents to engage the citizens in resisting the commerce of the Dragon Country, then this battle will be theirs to win. In Chinese terms, this is uniting all possible forces, called unity of purpose. Mayer modestly accepted everyone's praise and continued, I have used many methods to analyze Mr. Ye's behavior, so I am the one who understands him the most. He only thinks about how to occupy our market, but has excessively offended many neutral foreign companies. Take the development of lining, for example, which has greatly reduced the market for many local clothing brands, as well as clothing brands from other countries. As long as we unite these people to launch an attack and use public opinion to defeat them, then Mr. Yi will be under our control. A defeated underling. The more he spoke, the brighter Meyer's eyes became. He wanted to defeat Mr. Yi. This time, it was not to fight to a draw, but to win decisively. Mr. Meyer's method is very good, so let's start according to Mr. Meyer's strategy. The manager nodded happily. After careful analysis, Meyer's strategy was indeed the best among the people present, truly capable of confronting Mr. Yi. Even if they were not successful in the end, it would leave a mark in the hearts of the citizens of various states, making it much more difficult for Mr. Yi to develop the Dragon Country's enterprises. Overall, this was a method that would not fail. I have no objections. I have no objections either. I support Mr. Meyer's decision. The people present raised their hands, feeling that this method was indeed very good. Then, they decided to let Mayer take charge of this matter and start mobilizing public opinion as soon as possible, while also uniting with those companies to resist the power of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce together with Beacon Country. Next, we need to discuss the matter of South Africa. Having resolved one issue, another matter needed to be addressed. Some core members of the Beacon Chamber of Commerce spoke about the troubles they had encountered in the South African region. The South African region had always been a place of contention and constant conquest in the business world. The Beacon Country's market needed oil, emeralds, diamonds, and a lot of labor from that area. In the past, the Beacon Country had relied on its strong military power to occupy about 2/3 of that area. But since the establishment of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the shadow of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce had appeared in the South African region. It was unknown what kind of cooperation they had with the people of the South African royal family, which had led the people of the South African royal family to strongly support the development of Dragon Country's commerce. The leadership that had been originally divided was also transferred to the hands of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. According to the analysis of the Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce has gained approximately 30 to 40% of the leadership, which is very terrifying. And their leadership has only 1/10 to 1/5, a significant reduction. The result of such reduction is that many industries in the Lighthouse Country, which were originally prosperous in oil, have begun to experience a crisis. The automotive industry has been in a continuous decline.
Because the oil needed for cars is gradually decreasing, prices are starting to rise steadily.
And their domestic oil production is far from reaching saturation and even stabilizing the market. Now many people have started to become dissatisfied, and there was even a street protest recently.
Fortunately, the lighthouse country spent a lot of money to obtain a batch of oil from South Africa, gradually alleviating this crisis. But this is only temporary stability. In less than a month, the oil in the lighthouse country will be completely depleted, and the entire market will experience a shock.
Isn't the South African royal family cooperating with us? We have given them a lot of benefits,
the manager asked in confusion. Since the previous manager took office, the first issue he targeted was the South African issue.
He recruited some people from the South African royal family and established some subordinates belonging to the lighthouse country. Logically, the market should only grow larger, so why has it shrunk? There is a military group called the Dragon Guard that has helped the people of the South African royal family to lead the rule of South Africa. We don't know how they gained the loyalty of the South African royal family, so our market has started to shrink. Someone from the Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce stood up and explained, with a helpless look on their face. Is this Dragon Guard a military group from the Dragon country? Is Mr. Yi involved? The manager frowned.
Anything with the word dragon in it undoubtedly represents the power of the Dragon country. With trouble from the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce domestically and the emergence of the Dragon Guard military group abroad, they have occupied the piece of cake they obtained.
The situation is very unfavorable for the lighthouse country.
We don't know if this Dragon Guard is led by Mr.
Yi, but it's unlikely.
It's already difficult for him to manage the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, so how could he have the energy to oversee matters in South Africa? So, we speculate that this is a new force from the Dragon country, but we don't know who is really managing it behind the scenes. The people of the Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce do not believe this is Mr.
Yi's doing. The emergence of the Dragon Guard in the South African region has been going on for a long time,
but there was no movement before, until 2 years ago when it started to cause some trouble, and now it has become a headache for them. It's very unfavorable for us.
The manager clenched his fists.
He couldn't understand why the Dragon country always has people who give him such a headache, and why the Lighthouse country hasn't produced anyone like that.
Glancing at everyone present, the manager's expression became much gloomier.
He understood very well that the reason these people participated in this meeting was because the development of Dragon country's business made them feel a crisis, fearing that one day the Dragon country would defeat them and take over their original interests.
There are very few people who genuinely consider the country's interests. Don't we have military forces in the South African region?
I am now mobilizing military forces. Since the South African royal family is unwilling to cooperate with us, I will show them some color. As for the military group called Dragon Guard, if it can be resolved, it will be resolved. Taking back his gaze, the supervisor said coldly, "Fortunately, there is a powerful lighthouse country military force operating in the African region and its vicinity at this time. As long as he gives the order, they can act directly.
This time, we must show those South Africans some color.
They are like a group of untrained wolves who need to be disciplined to listen obediently. We also have this idea, and the mercenary group we have trained is already in operation." When the head of the Lighthouse Guild spoke, everyone immediately echoed. They raised this issue in anticipation of the supervisor's words to involve the military.
And now, they got what they were waiting for. I will have my people contact you.
The supervisor casually glanced at the people of the Lighthouse Guild, seeing through the little schemes in their hearts. Under such a naked gaze, the people did not feel embarrassed. They were businessmen after all.
Businessmen need to consider the best interests in their actions. Supporting the supervisor's appointment is to hope for his strong support and increase their own profits, right? Otherwise, would they spend a lot of effort just to support the supervisor's appointment? Find a way to get Mr. Yi's information in hand.
Both sides are in the dark now, which is not favorable for our operations.
Bill spoke again. He actually had little interest in targeting the Dragon Kingdom's business.
If it weren't for the significant interests involved, he wouldn't have attended this meeting today. On the contrary, what interested him the most was Mr. Yi. To grow into someone who made the entire Lighthouse Guild fear him in just 2 or 3 years, Mr. Yi was truly remarkable. We don't know much about the information on our side, but I have a copy that I will send to Mr. Bill later, the supervisor said. He used various means to dig up information about Mr.
Yi, wanting to confront him. However, Mr.
Yi was exceptionally good at protecting his information. Despite his deep digging, he only found some puppets and couldn't locate Mr.
Yi himself. Can the supervisor also send me a copy? I want to understand it as well.
Mark, who had been pondering for a long time, said. He also wanted to understand Mr. Yi well and see what means this person had that made his colleagues so fearful.
Isn't he just a figure in Dragon Kingdom business? What's so special about him? That guy's aura is really strong.
2 years ago, he came to the palace to talk to me, but unfortunately, he was wearing a mask at the time, so I couldn't see his true face. The supervisor sighed. He remembered vividly the conversation with Mr. Yi 2 years ago. Putting his thoughts aside, his gaze regained its former vigor. Things are almost settled, and this operation is codenamed Dragon Slaughter. Summer bestows upon the world a lush green scenery. Unlike the pink and red of spring, the desolation of autumn, or the white of winter, summer is a season full of vitality and vigor. Under the scorching sun, construction site workers sweat profusely, their sun-darkened skin appearing healthy in the sunlight. White-collar workers, dressed in hot suits, sit in air-conditioned offices enjoying the cool breeze. Everyone has their own life, and regardless of the season, their lives are occupied by work. The only ones who can enjoy the pleasure of not working should be the happiest people in the world. However, Ren Zhang feels far from happy, staring at his phone with a worried expression. Just now he received a call from a business partner. The other party informed him that the official of the Beacon country had strictly prohibited Longwei Group's products from appearing in their market, and had joined several countries to boycott Longwei Group's products. This news was like a whisper of a nightmare to Ren Zhang, making him feel deeply powerless. In the end, it came, the official of the Beacon country had taken action to restrict his industry. In this case, he would not be able to complete the task assigned by Mr.
Yi. Let it go. Tell Mr. Sheen first. For the official of the Beacon country, what could any businessman do?
So he could only tell Mr. Sheen the information he had received and ask Mr.
Sheen to help find a solution.
On the other side, at the headquarters of the Laning clothing brand, Lu Ruyan was also observing information on a tablet just now. She had received several calls from her former partners, including traders from the Beacon country and other countries. With the help of these traders, Lu Ruyan had initially opened up foreign markets and elevated the Laning clothing brand to an international level. However, this beautiful fantasy was completely shattered today. Those partners called Lu Ruyan to inform her that their officials had restricted their transactions with the Laning Group, and from now on, all Laning clothing would not appear in the market.
In addition, those partners also informed Lu Ruyan of a message that made her extremely angry.
The clothing merchants of the Beacon country would speak out, informing the business community that Laning Clothing was a deceitful businessman, how they deprived their workers, and how disgusting their products were. They used the bankrupt clothing brand's products, slightly modified them, and turned them into their own products. In addition, the internal conflicts of Laning Clothing and so on. Damn the Beacon country. Lu Ruyan was furious. This was a blatant rumor, aimed at suppressing the Laning Group's brand. The intentions behind the orders issued by the Beacon country officials and the posts released by the General Chamber of Commerce of the clothing brand were clear to everyone in the Dragon country. But just because the people of the Dragon country understood, it did not necessarily mean that others would understand the true situation of the Laning Group. First suppress the Laning clothing brand, create some public opinion, and then arouse the patriotic sentiments of the people. Completely boycott the commercial products of the Dragon country. The person behind this move was truly ruthless. Like Ren Zhang, Lu Ruyan could only tell Mr.
Sheen about this information and ask for his help in finding a solution. The biopharmaceutical group.
Sun Tze also received calls from some good friends. The factory he established in the Beacon country was inspected by the officials of the Beacon country, who said that the drugs they produced did not meet the standards of healthy products in the market and needed to be thoroughly investigated for a period of time. Those friends were helping to lift the targeting of the biopharmaceutical company. However, the person who issued the order this time held a high position, and it was very likely that the director personally ordered it, so they temporarily had no way to rescue the biopharmaceutical group. The only thing they could guarantee was to ensure that the biopharmaceutical group was not wrongly accused and could continue to operate. What's the use of such a guarantee, 1 month or 2 months? Sun Tze rubbed his throbbing head. The Beacon country had taken action, which was an inevitable part of Mr.
Ye's instructions. The solution afterwards would depend on how the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce could help. They needed to unite all possible forces to try to resolve the restrictions of the Beacon country and ensure that Mr. Ye's plan could be perfectly executed. Ding ding. You have received a private message. The sound of the vibrating phone rang out, and Sun Tze picked up his phone, opening a hidden app inside. This was a newly developed encrypted communication channel, where chatting was exclusive to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering the software, Sun Tze's phone camera automatically turned on. At the same time, the faces of several other people appeared. These were all core members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. They had also encountered some trouble. Have you sent a message to Elder Qin? Straight to the point, Lu Ruyan in the video was the first to speak. I did, but they told me that Elder Qin is already on his way back and should arrive around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Ren Zhang said with a worried expression. Elder Qin's health was very poor. The only purpose of returning to the Dragon Kingdom at this time was to find Mr. Yi. He now regretted sending that photo to Elder Qin, as it had caused Elder Qin to travel all the way back to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was being targeted by those developed countries, and they felt a heavy sense of crisis. They wanted to take advantage of the absence of the owner of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce to completely resolve the situation. Without Mr. Ye's return to take charge, they were helpless. Elder Qin is probably at a loss as well. This time, the lighthouse country is determined to take us down, Sun Tze spoke after a long silence. All the actions of the lighthouse country were coordinated, and their intentions were already clear. They had found some traces of Mr. Yi and wanted to cut through the chaos with a swift and decisive action. What should we do? I have already united with some international organizations and am working on resistance. Lu Ruyan was at her wit's end, unwilling to be defeated by the people of the lighthouse country. I am also mobilizing those cooperative partners. They will help me and prevent me from being taken down by the lighthouse country, but I will be delayed by them and won't be able to help you, she said. Among the group, Sun Tze was the one who had the best connections in the lighthouse country. Unfortunately, the lighthouse country deliberately wanted to delay the time, and when the time came, they would claim that a check would take more than 10 days, and further delay would take at least a month to recover. Moreover, this method was not effective for everyone. His people could support him because of the cooperation with the biopharmaceutical group, and they would not cause any trouble. Why don't we go find Mr. Yi together with Elder Qin? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up as she thought of a good idea. Elder Qin's return to the country was definitely to see Mr. Yi. He was one of Mr. Ye's original disciples, and his request would carry a lot of weight. Elder Qin will arrive at Kyoto International Airport tomorrow afternoon at 7 o'clock. We can still make it if we leave now. I am already on my way to Kyoto. You guys are too slow to get the message. Many people have received the news this time, hurry up. Elder Qin seems to have a problem with his health, hurry up. The people in the video call hung up. Most of them had already boarded trains or planes to Kyoto. Only a few people were unaware of this. Why don't the few of us know? Still in the video call were only Lu Ruyan, Ren Zhang, Sun Tze, and 2 others, all of whom were busy expanding their businesses overseas. Elder Qin didn't tell us because he didn't want to disturb our work. There was a sense of gratitude in their eyes. News had already come through the phone that Elder Qin had encountered a problem on the plane. Even if they had to hijack a plane, they would go to Kyoto to meet him. I have to go now. It won't take long to get from the Magic City to Kyoto. I can arrive before 7 o'clock in the afternoon. I am already in Kyoto. Oh no, I am in the desert right now. I have arranged for a plane and am heading to Kyoto International Airport. Everyone quickly hung up the phone and rushed to Kyoto International Airport by various means of transportation. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Kyoto International Airport. The once bustling international airport was now empty, leaving a large empty space. Rows of cars were parked in the parking spaces alongside the road. Inside these cars are luxury cars worth tens of millions, sports cars worth hundreds of millions, and commercial vehicles worth only a few million. But they all have one feature in common, which is that they are worth no less than 5 million and are very comfortable to sit in. Outside the airport, 2 ambulances are parked, with officials maintaining order and ready to go. The grand scale of this scene made those coming out of the airport look around in confusion, not understanding who the important figure returning to the country was, prompting so many people to come to greet them. On the open space of the square, businessmen in black suits and officials stand silently, looking ahead. Among them are the head of the district bank, big shots from various industries, and a certain bureau chief. Everyone is waiting for the one returning to the country. After nearly 10 years, that person has been working hard for the country's business in the Beacon country and is finally returning to the homeland. It is said that Mr. Sheen's health is not good, and there have been some issues on the plane. So the authorities have urgently mobilized ambulances, ready to rescue Mr. Sheen's life at any moment. Captain, are the people we are welcoming this time really remarkable? What contributions has he made? Inside the military vehicle, a young soldier asks the captain next to him. They are a special combat unit specializing in protecting important figures. Very curious. Who is the person being welcomed this time, to have so many big shots come to greet them?
In the distance, there are the well-known chairman Lao Wang of the Wanda Group, the real estate tycoon Hao Jiancheng, as well as the chairman of the Laning Group, Lu Ruyan, the chairman of the Longwei Group, Ren Zhang, the chairman of the biopharmaceutical group, Sun Zhe, the chairman of the infrastructure group, Li Jingyi, the head of the construction bank, the financial manager, the gaming Tang.
Each one is a prominent figure.
But at this moment, they are all standing here, respectfully waiting for the person. They stand tall, ignoring the numbness in their legs.
You are able to live such a good life now,
Enjoy good treatment when going abroad, all thanks to Mr.
Sheen. The captain explains, Mr.
Sheen is a legendary figure who has been with Mr.
Yi for many years.
Over the years, he has been working hard for the business development of the country in the Beacon country, controlling the country's largest liquid capital. At least 1/10 of the liquid capital in these banks belongs to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Everyone present has benefited from the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, has received protection from Mr.
Sheen. Why do you think they are standing here so obediently? The soldier looks shocked. He has been following the news recently and understands how famous Mr. Yi is.
Now, the members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce founded by Mr.
Yi are enjoying this treatment, and the soldier is finally realizing the prestige of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. You must pay close attention later, we must not let Mr. Sheen have any accidents.
The captain solemnly instructs the soldiers in the car, always observing the changes around them.
Captain, you can rest assured, our people have everything under control here. Anyone who seems a little off will be taken away. There is no way they can harm Mr. Sheen.
The team member confidently says, he knows the strength of his team very well. They are like the kings of the dragon country. Protecting one person domestically is a piece of cake. There will be no problems at all. This confidence comes from their strength. The special forces consist of 12 people, who have participated in assassination operations, rescue missions, decapitation operations, and protection operations multiple times. Both big and small operations, the special forces have participated in hundreds of times, each one being very important and dangerous.
Domestic missions are much simpler, as the dragon country prohibits firearms, so the threat level is very low. Furthermore, this is Kyoto International Airport. Who would dare to act in Kyoto?
Moreover, many people are secretly controlling this area, ensuring that Mr.
Sheen can be safe and sound.
Be vigilant, those who want Mr.
Sheen dead are not weak. The captain solemnly instructed the team members. Mr. Sheen's importance is indeed very high, and it is difficult to guarantee what methods those foreign lunatics might use, so it's better to be well prepared.
Got it. Seeing the captain emphasize this way, the team members also became vigilant, ready to enter combat mode at any time.
7 o'clock in the afternoon.
The roar of the plane echoed throughout the sky of Kyoto. The plane marked ZG-0517 slowly descended and landed on the airport's long runway. When the plane stopped, a vehicle was pushed out from it. The old man on the sickbed closed his eyes, looking peaceful, tightly holding a ring with a red dragon engraved on it in his hand. His other hand was receiving medication. Behind him, a group of doctors and a man in a suit looked anxious, frantically pushing the stretcher towards the ambulance.
Mr. Sheen.
Upon seeing the old man lying on the stretcher, all the wealthy people present immediately ran towards the position of the stretcher.
Tears welled up in their eyes.
With each step, their hearts trembled. The old man who had worked diligently for over a decade for the development of the dragon country's business was now lying on the stretcher.
This is a very concise statement. However, it contains a long history. They now possess wealth that others envy, and the dragon country can stand in the world's spotlight. This old man is full of merit. Make way! Make way! Mr. Sheen's assistant drove away the crowd.
His eyes were already bloodshot.
While on the plane, Mr. Sheen fell ill once and was involved in an emergency rescue. However, the medical level on the plane could not support high-level surgery,
so he had been kept alive with medication.
The patient's pulse is weak. Get him onto the ambulance.
A doctor who hurried over quickly assessed the situation and pushed Mr.
Sheen onto the ambulance.
All the wealthy people present looked ashen.
After seeing the ambulance leave, they drove their luxury cars to Kyoto Central Hospital. This reception was grand.
But from the beginning, it was not a joyful reception.
Everyone knew that Mr. Sheen's health was not good. The news from the plane was also not good.
But this did not stop them from coming to greet him, to show Mr.
Sheen the highest level of respect. 9 o'clock at night.
The lights in the ICU ward were finally switched on. A large group of people crowded the hospital corridor, nervously staring at the door of the operating room, feeling both fearful and hopeful.
They did not want Mr. Sheen to leave. Mr.
Yi had already left the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, leaving the business world of the Dragon Country. If Mr. Sheen were to leave again, they would be completely without a backbone. But things always have some negative aspects. Mr. Sheen was old, with long-standing health issues. If this rescue was not successful this time, the patient needs rest now, please step aside. The door of the operating room opened. The person standing at the front saw Mr. Sheen lying peacefully on the sickbed and knelt down on the ground with a thud. He's been saved. Mr. Sheen has been saved. The wealthy people standing slightly behind heard the doctor's words, and the huge stone hanging high in their hearts finally slowly descended. Thud. Under this high-intensity emotional impact, some people with weaker emotional acceptance directly fainted. Fortunately, everything was fine. Mr. Sheen did not pass away. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded in the quiet corridor. It was very faint, but in the quiet environment, it sounded extremely clear. Go find Mr. Yi. Mr. Sheen, lying on the sickbed, tightly grasped the Dragon Alliance ring with one hand and held onto the doctor's coat with the other. He slightly opened his cloudy eyes, his breath very weak. Mr. Sheen, your current condition cannot continue to travel. The doctor, whose coat was grabbed by Mr. Sheen, said gently, the patient's condition is very critical now, and if the treatment and rest are stopped, it is very likely that the illness will recur. Mr. Yi, I want to see Mr. Yi. Xiao Wang. Mr. Sheen, weakly, looked around for his assistant. I'm here. Xiao Wang, who had been accompanying Mr. Sheen, stood in front of him with red eyes, gently holding Mr. Sheen's aged, almost skinless hand. Take me to see Mr. Yi. Seeing Xiao Wang, Mr. Sheen once again solemnly ordered. However, his body was weak and he could no longer speak with the same vigor and dignity. On the sickbed, he was an old man, a frail old man. I'll take you. Xiao Wang felt a deep sense of pity, but he still followed Mr. Sheen's wishes. He traveled thousands of miles just to catch a glimpse of Mr. Yi and personally apologized to him. As Mr. Sheen's junior, how could he refuse the old man's wish? Ren Zheng. Xiao Wang called out to the person in the corridor. He called out to Ren Zhang, who was extremely dignified in the eyes of everyone. Hurry, prepare the car. We are going to Mr. Ye's residence in Lu Family Village. Okay. Ren Zhang respectfully bowed and turned to make a call to his subordinates. He had rushed here from the Magic City this time and did not bring his own car. But fortunately, he had a branch in the capital, and almost instantly a car arrived at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the capital. Just as everyone was about to take Mr. Sheen away, the doctor suddenly pulled down his face mask, revealing his equally aged face. Mr. Ye's home is in Lu Family Village. It takes 7 hours by plane from the capital. What if there are problems on the way? The unmasked doctor spoke sternly, surprising everyone present. They thought the doctor was just fulfilling his duty as a doctor, not allowing them to take Mr. Sheen away. But then the doctor suddenly said, it's very dangerous along the way. I will go with you. Okay. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then nodded heavily. Even if the doctor didn't allow them to leave today, they would mobilize all their resources to fulfill Mr. Sheen's request. In a small traditional Chinese medicine hospital, everyone present had a certain level of authority. The car is here. I have a plane. I'll take Mr. Sheen directly to the airport. The wealthy individuals mobilized their transportation options, either applying for flight routes or sending people to fly the planes. At this moment, they were like children, acting in a disorderly manner, completely devoid of their usual strategic and composed demeanor. Soon, a car arrived at the airport. Mr. Sheen was assisted into the plane, and they set off once again for Lu Family Village. They had calculated that it would take about 7 hours to travel from here to Lu Family Village, just enough time to arrive before Mr. Yi woke up. By then, they would be standing outside Lu Family Village, waiting for Mr. Yi to wake up. Accompanying the plane were various businessmen from the business world, who drove their own cars or arranged for private planes to travel to Lu Family Village with Mr. Sheen. This was the only opportunity to see Mr. Yi. No one wanted to miss it. They never expected Mr. Yi to be in Lu Family Village, a village they had never heard of. Lu Family Village. Yi Chen, who had been studying all day, had just gotten out of bed. Rubbing his red eyes, he finished washing up and walked out of the room. The hard work of this night was still very effective, and Yi Chen finally completed all the knowledge of his 4 years in college. Next, he just needed to pick a time to go to the school and pass the teacher's test, and then Yi Chen would become a thorough undergraduate graduate. Although this degree was no longer important to Yi Chen,
Why do people study? Isn't it to be able to get a better job and earn more money? This world is very realistic. Without money, it's hard to move forward. Studying is also to be able to get a good job. But Yi Chen already had enough money now. He hadn't calculated his wealth, but in any case, it was probably in the tens of billions, and that was actually a conservative estimate. In these years of doing business, many businesses had his involvement, even in Bill Gates' group. Yi Chen also owned 1 or 2% of the shares. Unfortunately, Bill Gates didn't know that Yi Chen had obtained shares in his group, otherwise, he would definitely have to spend a lot of money to buy them back. Why? If Ali had shares of Yi Chen, and then Ali went bankrupt, it would become a puppet company of Yi Chen. A famous clothing company in the lighthouse country, originally a designated clothing company for the Olympics, had advertising and clothing fees of several billion yuan each year. Later, this clothing company also went bankrupt, because it also had shares of Yi Chen. In the circle of the lighthouse country, there was such a saying, that if Mr. Yi owned shares of your group, it meant that your company was not far from extinction. It's a beautiful day. Put on his big pants. Yi Chen pushed open the gate of the yard, breathing in the fresh air outside. Suddenly taking a breath of the air, Yi Chen then opened his eyes with a strange expression. There wasn't very fresh air in the air, it seemed to be mixed with a lot of carbon dioxide. Who are you? Squinting slightly, Yi Chen looked at the group of people standing in his yard. There were about 40 to 50 people standing in his yard. Most of them were middle-aged and fat, with a wealthy appearance. Among them, several people felt familiar to Yi Chen. For example, the old man standing at the front seemed to be a trusted subordinate he had cultivated in the past, called Xiaoqin. There were also some people standing behind Xiaoqin who Yi Chen also felt very familiar with. The middle-aged man with a dignified appearance was the chairman of the Dragonway Corporation. Standing next to him was a female boss of a domestic clothing company. Her name was Lu Ruyan. The reason why he had some impression was that in order to support the domestic clothing industry, Yi Chen had specifically found 2 relatively good people in the domestic clothing industry, and then conducted an investigation. After he had taken down a very annoying foreign clothing brand, he let this person in the domestic clothing industry take over, and this year, they would become the designated clothing group for the Olympics. Good morning, Mr. Yi. The group of people waiting at the door for 3 to 4 hours bent over and bowed 90 degrees to Yi Chen. The leader, Old Qin, had tears in the corners of his eyes. He was very sure that this person was the Mr. Yi who had helped him in his time of poverty, and had helped him become the acting president of the Dragon Alliance Business Association. That was 3 years ago. After his business failed and suffered from the joint suppression of foreign companies, Old Qin walked on a river abroad. Looking at the water flowing in the river, he slowly closed his eyes, intending to jump into the river and end his life. He had completely lost hope for life. He had borrowed tens of millions of yuan, but still couldn't recover his losses, and could only watch as his industry was being eaten away by domestic and foreign companies. In utter despair, he planned to end it all. However, just as he was about to jump, a man of average height walked up to him and started speaking to him in authentic Chinese. "Excuse me, sir, is this the Chinatown of Lighthouse Country?" "Yes." "Hey, sir, what do you think about me developing my business here? Are you from Dragon Country or Lighthouse Country?" "Dragon Country." "Then don't expect too much. People from Dragon Country can't develop their industries in Lighthouse Country." "Why?" The young man across from him was hidden in the darkness, and Qin Lao, who wasn't wearing his glasses, couldn't see his true face. But in the darkness, he felt a pair of bright and confident eyes. Qin Lao choked up for a moment. He told the young man his own experience. On one hand, he wanted to vent his inner frustration, and on the other hand, he wanted the young man to know that it was impossible for this country to develop Dragon Country's industries. After listening to his story, the young man just gave him a phone number and left him with a sentence. "If you want to start over, call me, and I will show you the rise of Dragon Country's business." Back at home, Qin Lao pondered for a long time. His suicide attempt had failed, and the young man's words kept lingering in his mind. In a daze, he dialed that phone number. Later on, Qin Lao went from being a lost and defeated loser to the respected president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He witnessed the rise of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce with his own eyes, and witnessed the despair of those Lighthouse Country enterprises in the hands of Mr. Yi. "Speak up." Yi Chen, standing at the door, had a serious expression. Since they were his subordinates, what were these people looking for him for? "Mr. Yi, Lighthouse Country has adopted a policy of containment, and all members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce have been suppressed. None of the plans you instructed us to carry out could be implemented, so we had to find you." Qin Lao slightly lowered his head and spoke to Yi Chen. He had followed Yi Chen for 3 years, and this was the first time he had seen Yi Chen's face. Didn't I leave the shadow to you? Why wasn't it used? Yi Chen frowned slightly. When he left the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he had made thorough preparations and left the shadow he had painstakingly cultivated for the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. In theory, with the existence of the shadow, Lighthouse Country couldn't contain anything. Mr. Yi, you don't know. When Lighthouse Country's Chamber of Commerce heard the news of your imminent return, they directly manipulated Lighthouse Country's politics without leaving any effort, causing the president, who had originally maintained an open policy, to step down. Xin Lao explained. Then he quietly waited for Mr. Ye's arrangement. The people present didn't even dare to breathe. Xin Lao still had a little qualification to talk to Mr. Yi, but they didn't deserve it at all. I see, no wonder you found me. Yi Chen nodded, understanding the ins and outs of these things. He didn't expect those old opponents in Lighthouse Country to be so afraid of him. They had been aggressively suppressing the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce during his absence. And just hearing that he was about to return, they acted like a cornered beast. It's not your fault, come up. Yi Chen looked down at Xin Lao below the stairs and noticed the traces left by the hospital on his hands. So, he opened the door to his room and let Xin Lao follow him in. As for the wealthy people at the door, they could just stand there for now. Walking into the room, Yi Chen sat at the table and pointed to the empty seat, motioning for Xin Lao to sit down as well. I already know the ins and outs of the matter, I'm just curious how you found me, Yi Chen said, slightly surprised to see everyone so early in the morning. He felt that he had not left any traces, so logically speaking, no one should be able to find him. Except for the crew of the show who came to broadcast live these past 2 days. They captured some things related to his identity. Mr. Yi, take a look at this. Hearing Yi Chen's question, Xin Lao took out his phone and looked at a post. The post was actually Yi Chen's live broadcast room, where they discovered a plane with the logo of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This mark belonged exclusively to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which Yi Chen had personally designed. As long as they were top figures in the business world, they were very familiar with this mark. It's really because of the live broadcast. Yi Chen looked slightly speechless. He had hidden himself well, but now he was completely exposed because of a home visit. Fortunately, he had hidden for a year and experienced a period of university life. Now, it was time to put a perfect end to his university life. I need all the information about the business world during this time, as well as the information about all the members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce during this time. Standing up, Yi Chen instructed Xin Lao. Since his old opponents had started to make a move, he couldn't just sit idly by. It was time to communicate with his old friends. Xiao Wang! Xin Lao shouted loudly at the door. He had brought these materials this time, and as long as Yi Chen wanted to see them, he could open them at any time. Indeed, Mr. Yi still had the Dragon Kingdom business and the existence of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce in his heart. Otherwise, why would Mr. Yi still be maintaining a cooperative relationship with the South African royal family? Mr. Yi! Xiao Wang hurriedly ran into the room and bowed 90 degrees to Yi Chen. His body trembled slightly, feeling that Mr. Ye's aura was really too strong. Give the information to Mr. Yi, quickly. It wasn't until Xin Lao urged him that Xiao Wang came to his senses and took out all the information from his body. Because Mr. Yi usually liked to read printed materials, these materials had been printed in advance, and Xiao Wang carefully checked them for any mistakes before binding them. The information on it was up to yesterday. It did not include the events that had just occurred. Taking the information, Yi Chen carefully looked at it and said without lifting his head, "Go to the counter and get some tea, remember to get the kind that's in a paper bag." Okay, Mr. Yi. Xiao Wang walked to the counter on his own and took out a package of tea leaves in a yellow paper bag. He thought he had seen many types of tea leaves, but this kind of tea leaves from Yi Chen was the first time he had seen them. The leaves were actually golden, very magical. Is this the kind of tea leaves? Seeing the tea leaves that Xiao Wang brought over, Xin Lao suddenly became excited. These tea leaves were grown in the sacred land of Taoism. Only 7 or 8 caddies of tea leaves were produced in a year. Xin Lao had once drunk it from Yi Chen's hands and felt refreshed and comfortable. He never expected to be able to taste these tea leaves again after a year. You're not feeling well, take some tea leaves back to drink. Yi Chen flipped through the information in his hand and said to the excited Xin Lao. This kind of tea leaves was not ordinary. It was some tea leaves that the system had rewarded Yi Chen with. According to the description, drinking more of this kind of tea leaves could improve one's physical condition and eliminate impurities in the body. Yi Chen had been drinking it for more than 2 years, and it seemed that his physical condition had improved somewhat. Most importantly, during the time he drank the tea leaves, he had never been infected with any minor illnesses. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Xin Lao was extremely excited and almost couldn't help but kneel down to thank Yi Chen.
But considering that Mr.
Yi had said no kneeling was allowed, he chose to bow instead. Standing on the side, Xiao Wang scratched his head, looking at the tea leaves in his hand with doubt.
Wasn't it just some golden tea leaves? Was it really as exaggerated as Mr. Yi said? Could drinking more of these tea leaves really prolong one's life? That's not very likely, is it? Xin Lao's condition was well known to Xiao Wang, even the top doctors couldn't prolong his life.
According to the estimates of those top doctors, Xin Lao probably had about 3 more years to live. If his condition deteriorated again midway, it would shorten that time once more.
Now, maybe there's only a little over 2 years left.
I still have some stock here, just take this bag back with you, Yi Chen said casually. He quickly flipped through the documents in his hand. The reason for the slow progress earlier was that he wanted to understand the changes during this period. After gaining a certain understanding, the middle part of the information could be omitted directly. According to the information, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce would be at a disadvantage, probably half a year after he left the chamber. The lighthouse country and foreign capitalists, sensing Yi Chen's disappearance, had been aggressively suppressing the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce during this half year.
How naive, thinking that I can't handle you without the Dragon Alliance Chamber.
Yi Chen sneered. The purpose of the foreign capitalists was to suppress the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce that Yi Chen had painstakingly built before his return, so that even if Yi Chen returned to the chamber, it would be a different place, and he wouldn't have the final say. It had to be said, the foreign capitalists' idea was well executed. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yi Chen's power. Since he could establish the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he could establish a second one.
As long as he existed, the Dragon Nation Enterprise would eventually plant its flag on foreign soil. Jack Ma?
Flipping through the documents, Yi Chen suddenly saw a familiar person. It was the punished Jack Ma. Yi Chen still remembered when Jack Ma Nelton begged to join the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. But at that time, he felt that Jack Ma's eyes were full of ambition, so he refused his request. Just to be safe, he also arranged for someone to infiltrate Jack Ma's Alibaba group and secretly seize the power belonging to the Ma family. And the person he sent was Ma Kong. Thinking of Ma Kong, Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, thinking of a beautiful experience.
Ma Kong was someone he had picked up.
Just like when he picked up Xin Lao and some others, Yi Chen had saved the hope of life for 7 people and changed their original life trajectory. The previous Ma Kong was a young man who had just entered society. He believed that with the knowledge of business he had learned in college, he could make something of himself. Later, reality shattered his fantasies time and time again. He could only work a 9-to-5 job in a small company, and his work was unremarkable, not valued by his superiors. Later, he met someone who claimed to be a shadow. The person taught him knowledge of business and how to manage a high-level company. Then, he was arranged by the shadow to enter the Fox Group and met the true master behind the shadow. With the help of the shadow and his own efforts, Ma Kong gradually rose to his current position, overshadowing many of the Fox Group's affairs.
If Jack Ma hadn't acted recklessly, Yi Chen wouldn't have dismantled all of his power.
Unfortunately, Jack Ma dug his own grave and directly ruined his entire career in prison. Looking further down, it was mostly things that Yi Chen had learned, including why Xin Lao had discovered where he lived and the identities of the people outside.
That's enough, you can stay in the villa for now, Yi Chen said, tossing the documents to Xiao Wang,
and took a sip of the golden tea in front of him. The familiar taste was refreshing. Under the purification of the tea, it felt as if both body and soul had been cleansed.
I'll follow Mr.
Ye's arrangements, Xin Lao said happily, the weakness in his body dissipating slightly. He felt that persisting for a long time would definitely improve his aging body. He hoped to achieve the physical condition of someone in their 50s.
Mr. Yi, those people outside.
After finishing a cup of tea, Xin Lao finally mentioned that there was still a group of big shots from the business world outside. From 6 in the morning until now, those people had been standing for 4 or 5 hours.
Call Ren Zhang in, I have something to tell him.
Knocking on the table, Yi Chen said to Xin Lao.
The latter suddenly realized and felt happy for Ren Zhang. If Mr.
Yi called Ren Zhang over, it must be of great benefit to him.
Because Mr.
Yi could call Ren Zhang into the room at this time, it was a show of favor in front of all the businessmen.
Who wouldn't want to enter Mr. Yi's room and talk to him face to face?
But they all felt that their status was not enough, except for Xin Lao who barely reached that status.
Do you think Mr. Yi will agree to come out?
I don't know, I hope Mr. Yi will come back to take charge.
Mr.
Yi looks so young, it's the first time I've seen him in person, I'm really surprised.
You have a lot more to be surprised about.
I heard about the live broadcast in the courtyard some time ago, I didn't expect it to be Mr. Ye's live broadcast. It's a pity, I was busy with business at the time and didn't have time to watch, now I regret it. Maybe that's why I can't reach your level, it's all about fate.
In the group chat, a large group of businessmen were talking.
They dared not speak, afraid of making noise and disturbing the conversation between Mr.
Yi and Qin Lao. Creak. Just as everyone was chatting with relish,
the front door suddenly opened. Then, Qin Lao appeared in front of everyone.
Qin Lao? Everyone was stunned. Just now, when Qin Lao went in, he needed assistance and a cane. How come his complexion was slightly rosy in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even need the cane anymore? Could it be that this is the legendary joy bringing a healthy spirit? Seeing Mr.
Yi, whom he had been thinking about, Qin Lao's body naturally returned to its original state. Ignoring the people below, Qin Lao's gaze fell on Renjiang, who was standing upright in front of him, and he said in a strong voice, Renjiang, Mr.
Yi wants to see you.
Ha? Okay. Renjiang, who was puzzled, was first surprised, then turned into a deep joy.
Mr. Yi wants to see him?
He could finally see the leader of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, President Yi, with his own eyes.
Damn, why can this guy Renjiang go in?
Compared to being handsome, I'm more handsome than him. Compared to being rich, I'm richer than him, and I'm not lacking in various skills. Why doesn't Mr.
Yi call me?
The group of businessmen outside were full of jealousy. They also wanted to have a private conversation with Mr.
Yi, to get his guidance.
Even if they didn't speak, just seeing Mr.
Yi would make them very satisfied.
In the envious eyes of the group, Renjiang slowly entered Yi Chen's room. His legs were trembling slightly.
Excitement and fear intertwined, making his emotions very complex.
As he entered the room, he saw Yi Chen sitting in front of him. Yi Chen quietly held a teacup and looked at Renjiang, with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile made Renjiang feel that it was not particularly gentle. On the contrary, being under Yi Chen's gaze felt like being an ant, ready to be crushed by a giant at any moment.
Yi, Mr. Yi,
Renjiang stuttered, breaking the silence. Only he knew how much courage it took for him to speak first. This is the famous and top figure in the business world, Mr.
Yi, who makes the Lighthouse Country Chamber of Commerce tremble, and he is also his immediate boss.
Please, have a seat and don't be nervous, Mr. Yi said gently, noticing Renjiang's tension. He showed a smile that he thought was gentle and pointed to the chair next to him.
Okay.
Renjiang, still nervous, sat opposite Mr.
Yi in a restrained manner.
He was curious why Mr.
Yi asked him to come into the room. Could it be a new arrangement for the Dragon Group, planning to resist the policies of the Lighthouse Country?
No, it shouldn't be resistance, it should be domination.
With Mr. Ye's involvement, the Lighthouse Country is like a clown in their country, not worth mentioning. How is the development of the Dragon Group's mobile chip?
Is there hope to reach the level of Lighthouse's Qualcomm within 3 years? After a long silence, Yi Chen asked with a tone full of concern. Thanks to your support, Renjiang's words became more numerous when it came to his work. Currently, the Dragon Group has developed 3 mobile chips, among which the best performing one is Kunlun, equivalent to the second-tier top product of Qualcomm. At the moment, we are temporarily unable to break through and need additional funds to accelerate the progress. With sufficient funds, I expect to develop the top mobile chip comparable to Qualcomm's in a year.
Yi Chen nodded.
It seems that choosing Renjiang was the right decision. At least Renjiang is making efforts in the development of mobile chips. Initially, he had the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce provide 500 billion in research funds, and achieving these results was already very good.
Have you collaborated with domestic mobile phone brands? The most crucial point.
To bring domestic mobile chips into the public eye, it is not enough for the Dragon Group alone to have domestic chips. It needs to increase cooperation efforts to make the popularity of domestic mobile chips higher. We have already started collaborating with 3 slightly smaller companies to apply the mobile chips to their phones. Currently in the negotiation stage, we should be able to secure the deal in a few days. Renjiang explained respectfully. Although there is a blockade by the Lighthouse Country against the Dragon Group, this blockade is limited to foreign countries and cannot affect the development of the Dragon Group in the country. Therefore, most mobile manufacturing groups are negotiating with the Dragon Group and discussing cooperation directions. After all, the market price of the mobile chips developed by the Dragon Group is much cheaper than foreign mobile chips.
This allows them to gain more benefits.
Very well, with 1 trillion in funding support, can you capture 3/5 of the domestic market within a year and develop top mobile chips comparable to Qualcomm's in the domestic market? Yi Chen said with a slight smile.
Renjiang immediately understood Yi Chen's meaning. It seems that Mr. Yi has big plans, so he wants to accelerate the development of mobile chips by the Dragon Group. 1 trillion in funding is more than enough for developing mobile chips. But capturing 3/5 of the domestic mobile market is a challenge. The current mobile market is fragmented. The largest player, iPao Mobile, holds about a third of the market. The Dragon Group's mobile phones account for about a fifth of the market. The remaining fifth belongs to other brands of mobile phones, and there is currently no brand that can dominate the market. It is not an easy task for the Dragon Group to capture 3/5 of the market within a year. Unless iPao Mobile exits the Dragon country, they still have a chance. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Yi Chen saw Ren Zhang's dilemma and analyzed, capturing the domestic mobile market is not as difficult as you think. You just need to study the use of Dragon mobile phones, turn the users into loyal customers, and then use the pressure from the lighthouse country and other countries' mobile phone manufacturing industries to stimulate the patriotic feelings of the people, and quickly increase the sales of Dragon mobile phones. This woke up Ren Zhang from his dream. What seemed very difficult to him before suddenly became clear, and he found a glimmer of hope. He felt that by following Mr. Ye's guidance, he could occupy at least 40% of the market. If used and developed well, it was also very possible to occupy 50% of the domestic market. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Yi. Ren Zhang expressed his gratitude and loyalty towards Yi Chen. He was a member of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and Yi Chen was his superior. Moreover, Yi Chen's achievements made Ren Zhang greatly admire him. He felt that only a genius like Yi Chen could truly bring the commercial success of the Dragon Kingdom to the world stage. Yi Chen waved his hand casually. No need to be polite, this is for your benefit as well as mine, a win-win situation. Alright, go and bring Lu Ruyan in for me. Yi Chen resolved the matter of the Dragon Group with Ren Zhang. He then began to contemplate how to deal with Lu Ruyan's clothing enterprise. He had worn Laning's clothes before. The black suit he used to like wearing was custom-made by the Laning Clothing Group. When worn, it was no different from those of big brands. Most importantly, he was very satisfied with its manufacturing process. It could be said that Laning had the strength to become an international brand, but due to restrictions from the lighthouse country, they had to reluctantly give up those markets. It was indeed a pity. However, it was indeed difficult to occupy the international market and become a well-known international brand, and Yi Chen could not guarantee the success of this matter. After receiving the order, Ren Zhang walked out of the room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he could see Qin Lao and Xiao He standing at the door. The merchants in the distance looked at him with curiosity, eager to know what Ren Zhang and Mr. Yi had discussed. After about 5 minutes inside, could it be that they didn't reach an agreement? However, only Ren Zhang knew how harmonious their conversation was. Mr. Yi had given him a support of 1 trillion yuan in front of him, and also provided him with a method to occupy 60% of the domestic market. The 1 trillion yuan was directly transferred to Ren Zhang's hands through the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce membership card, making Ren Zhang extremely happy. However, don't think that Yi Chen's 1 trillion yuan was given for nothing. The Dragon Group had no relationship with Yi Chen, at most it was just a relationship between a member and the president, and there was no need to spend so much money to help the Dragon Group. The reason why Yi Chen was willing to support Ren Zhang was partly because he wanted the domestic business to break through the restrictions of the lighthouse country. On the other hand, Yi Chen needed a part of the market of the Dragon Group to facilitate his future operations. This part of the market was actually a portion of the shares of the Dragon Group. It was well known that the more shares a shareholder had in a group, the greater their say. Yi Chen now owned 20% of the shares of the Dragon Group, making him the largest shareholder under Ren Zhang. Even though Ren Zhang only had slightly over 20% of the shares, plus some shares that he could control, it was probably just over 30% of the shares. Yi Chen's 25% of the shares was already a lot. However, Ren Zhang didn't see any problem with this. He was very reassured with these shares in Mr. Ye's hands. If Mr. Yi really wanted his wealth, he could get it at any time. Moreover, Mr. Ye's wealth far exceeded his own, so what were a few hundred billion to Mr. Yi? He suspected that Alibaba Group was privately taken care of by Mr. Yi. The value of Alibaba Group alone far exceeds that of Longwei Group, no need to doubt. What did Mr. Yi tell you? Brother Ren, please tell everyone and satisfy their curiosity. Ah, Brother Ren, I promise to cooperate with you. Can you tell me privately what Mr. Yi told you? Brother Ren, as long as you are willing to tell me what Mr. Yi said to you, I am willing to marry my daughter to you. As soon as he left the room, his phone started vibrating like crazy. Ren Zhang looked at the messages in the group chat and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The person who just offered to marry his daughter was the CEO of a company worth billions. He had an exaggerated and fierce appearance.
Runjang had the opportunity to meet his daughter during their negotiations. She was a girl who greatly resembled her father, with a round waist and powerful thighs, in short, very robust. Runjang, bluntly speaking, could not accept such a girl.
Old Sheen.
Runjang respectfully greeted the person next to him, Old Sheen, who nodded in satisfaction, indicating for him to return to the crowd. Runjang glanced at the crowd and paused on a woman in a white suit. It would be more appropriate to call her a woman than a girl.
Lu Ruyan was already 29 years old, with an outstanding figure and a beautiful face, representing one of the top female entrepreneurs.
Normally, such a beauty would attract many tycoons in the business world. However, several people present had tried to pursue Lu Ruyan but all ended in failure.
This female entrepreneur was like an iceberg, devoid of any emotions.
Her experiences in business and love were equally awe-inspiring. The Laning clothing brand had been developing for a long time. The original Laning was just a clothing store, and Lu Ruyan was the daughter of the store owner. Later, Lu Ruyan took over the store when it had gained some reputation and opened several branches. With a keen sense for business, Lu Ruyan decisively developed the clothing brand and named it Laning. Within a short 2 years, the Laning clothing brand became famous throughout the Dragon Country. In the following year, the Laning clothing brand successfully surpassed the most famous clothing brand in the Beacon Country, becoming the preferred brand for the next sports event. Like riding a rocket, in just 3 years, Lu Ruyan developed a chain store into a clothing brand, then into an internationally renowned brand. In the current list of billionaires, Lu Ruyan was sure to be among the top few. According to speculation, after the sports event, Lu Ruyan's wealth could reach several hundred billion. Several hundred billion. This would make her the richest person in the Dragon Country. Feeling the gaze of Runjang and the others, Lu Ruyan stood coldly in place, thinking about Mr.
Yi sitting inside. Miss Lu Ruyan, Mr. Yi is calling you in.
A faint voice came from the front, causing Lu Ruyan's calm heart to tremble.
Mr. Yi was calling her into the room? Did Mr. Yi regain his former fondness for her?
Before anyone could react, Lu Ruyan dashed towards Yi Chen's room like a rabbit.
By the time everyone realized, Lu Ruyan had already disappeared, and the door to Yi Chen's room was tightly closed.
In the group chat, someone made a silly comment. There was an inexplicable guess running through their minds. Could it be that Miss Lu Ruyan doesn't agree to other people's pursuits because she likes Mr.
Yi? My goodness. This is big news.
In an instant, everyone's hearts were stirred up by this gossip, speculating whether Lu Ruyan really likes Mr.
Yi.
However, they felt that it was normal for Lu Ruyan to like Mr.
Yi.
A strong woman like Lu Ruyan naturally wants to find a husband who is similar to or even more capable than herself.
The most suitable candidate is undoubtedly Mr.
Yi, because Mr.
Yi is more capable than anyone else present.
His capabilities are not just 1 or 2 times greater. Inside the room, Lu Ruyan sat opposite Yi Chen with a flushed face. Looking at Yi Chen's handsome face and deep eyes, her heart was like a deer crashing into her, fluttering.
Ahem, I called you here to ask about the measures taken by the Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce. Do you have any response?
Feeling somewhat strange, Yi Chen asked the woman in front of him.
He didn't understand why she looked at him with a strange expression as soon as she saw him. Was it because she was shy? It shouldn't be.
As the chairman of the Laning Group, he had definitely met all kinds of people.
It seems that I am too handsome. This is a bad advantage. Speculating, Yi Chen could only blame his own looks. I'll leave it to Mr. Yi. Lu Ruyan opposite him looked as if she was obeying Yi Chen's command.
Seeing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched.
What kind of talk is this? Everything is up to him? Come on, it's not his company, he is just helping the Laning Group. Don't you have any thoughts of your own? In front of you, I have many thoughts. Yi Chen? What? I have many thoughts in front of you? Then why don't you say it? For example, right now, I want Mr. Ye's contact information. Would Mr. Yi be willing to give it to me?
Lu Ruyan gathered her courage, blushing, and spoke. Just as the big shots in the business world outside had guessed. She really liked Mr.
Yi. A long time ago, Lu Ruyan was full of admiration for Mr. Yi.
This kind of emotion was constantly growing in her heart, becoming more and more serious.
So as long as Mr. Yi gave an order, Lu Ruyan would work very hard.
She repeatedly suspected that she was poisoned by Mr.
Yi. She didn't even know what Mr.
Yi looked like, but she loved him so much. Later, when she saw Mr.
Ye's photo, and then saw Mr. Yi in person, Lu Ruyan was determined to pursue Yi Chen. Although Mr.
Yi was young, he couldn't compare to Mr.
Ye's good looks.
He was also one of the top figures in the business world, leading the entire Dragon Country's business towards international leadership.
These halos were enough to make Lu Ruyan infatuated. Sorry, no one knows my contact information. Now, Yichen finally understood what Lu Ruyan was all about. He carefully looked at Lu Ruyan. With a full figure, beautiful appearance, and wearing a white suit, she fully displayed her figure, which was well proportioned. It had to be said that Lu Ruyan's appearance was really good. If Yichen had that kind of mood now, he might really accept her. However, the current Yichen only wanted to focus on supporting the business of the dragon country, and things like women were temporarily put aside. Besides, he was only 18 or 19 years old. Still young. Mainly because the rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow. Accepting Lu Ruyan would easily lead to problems. Doesn't Mr. Yi have a contact method that he often uses? Lu Ruyan's expression dimmed, her big watery eyes staring at Yi Chen, full of disappointment. She thought that Yi Chen was hiding his identity, so he didn't often use a contact method. Who knew, Yi Chen actually had no thoughts about her. Let's talk about the matters of the laning group. Changing the subject, Yi Chen planned to tell Lu Ruyan about the missed opportunities he had thought of, and let her prepare to deal with some foreign clothing brands. He learned a little about laning clothing. He found that laning clothing was really being targeted by quite a few clothing brands, which is why it was being boycotted by foreign clothing brands. To break this situation, the key is still the success of the sports event. As long as the sports event is successful, laning clothing will still become famous. Those spectators will only care about laning's clothing, who will care about the boycott of clothing brands. And laning clothing had already signed a cooperation contract with the sports event, which Yi Chen personally participated in, so there were no mistakes. The only thing now is that the boycott of those clothing brands has had a certain impact on the sales of laning clothing, and has caused some people who do not know the truth to have malicious feelings towards laning clothing brands. I have all the bad news about laning's clothing brands. I can send it to you, and then publish it on your official Weibo, and on the official forum. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. That's right. His method was to fight fire with fire. Those clothing brands wanted to discredit laning clothing brands, right? Then they would use the same method to discredit those clothing brands. Whoever shouted the loudest would be discredited. Anyway, Yi Chen had all the dirt on those clothing brands, and all of it was evidence-based. Let's see which clothing brand still dares to be arrogant. As for how Yi Chen got this dirt, it involved his second team. When Yi Chen first entered the business world, with the power of the system, his career had a slight start. The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was the first organization he created. The second organization was the Shadow. The third organization was in the South African region, known as the Dragon Guard, with a group of armed forces that made even the South African royal family tremble. It was because of this group of armed forces that the prince of the South African royal family respected Yi Chen so much. The fourth organization was the Information Collection Organization, which Yi Chen called the Eagle Eye. There were a total of 5 organizations. Each person in each organization was a prominent figure. They wore the dragon mark designed by Yi Chen as a mark of his subordinates. The people of the Eagle Eye organization were hidden in corners unknown to anyone, collecting many unknown messages. Whether it was dirt on certain companies, groups, or the people in charge of things, the Eagle Eye had it all neatly organized. As long as Yi Chen gave the order, the Eagle Eye would gather all the dirt against the laning group's brands. Mr. Yi, as long as you let me stay by your side to serve you, we don't need the laning group. Smiling coldly, sitting across from Yi Chen, Lu Ruyan finally spoke. As soon as she spoke, Yi Chen was greatly surprised, wondering what her brain was made of to say such a thing. That's the industry you've worked so hard to build, it's about to take off, and you're saying you don't want it? Yi Chen, who had always shocked others, felt shocked for the first time, and felt what it was like to be shocked. It was a feeling that stimulated the scalp and the brain. It could make a person's blood boil in an instant. Just like now. Yi Chen was boiling all over, wanting to slap Lu Ruyan to death in front of him. I've made a lot of money already, now I just want to be with the person I love. As for the laning group, we can treat it as a charitable company, and give some of the money we earn to charity organizations. Lu Ruyan spoke frankly. She probably has a total wealth of over 300 billion now. With such a huge fortune, it would be enough for her to use for the next lifetime, or even the next lifetime. No matter how much money she earns, it can't compare to being with the person she likes. Yi Chen was speechless about Lu Ruyan. What's going on here? Come on, we're not kids anymore. Although you, Lu Ruyan, are good looking and have a nice figure, can't you be a little more clear-headed? You're giving up your own huge company just to be with him? Isn't that a problem with your brain? Just do as I say for now, Yi Chen could only say to Lu Ruyan helplessly. This world is not friendly to good-looking people. Yi Chen deeply felt that. I'll listen to you. Lu Ruyan finally mustered up some spirit, but still said shyly. For some reason, she couldn't control herself when she saw Yi Chen. Clearly, she was a businesswoman who gave many people headaches. This is probably the emotion of those who pursue celebrities, unable to control themselves when they see their idol. Seeing Lu Ruyan obediently following his arrangements, Yi-Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he asked Lu Ruyan, by the way, was the Laning Group formerly called Ningyuan Clothing Store? Yes, Lu Ruyan nodded, looking at Yi-Chen curiously. Mr. Yi, how did you know? The Laning clothing brand used to be called Ningyuan Clothing Store, a name that many people didn't know. At that time, the Laning clothing brand had not yet emerged. The chain of stores was called Ningyuan Clothing Store. The reason it was named Laning was because Lu Ruyan sought the opinion of an online friend. At that time, she met a friend online. They had a very pleasant conversation. But that friend never sent their photo to her, nor did they reveal any information about their identity. They maintained a friendship of exchanging thoughts. But as the saying goes, there are no pure friendships between men and women. After a while, Lu Ruyan suggested exchanging photos and names. She originally wanted to see what the person who had been giving her ideas, helping her develop her career, and supporting her looked like. But after waiting for a long time, that person did not reply. Lu Ruyan had a bad feeling, and when she sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared in the chat box. That day, she scolded that man thoroughly, but she couldn't help but keep thinking about his existence. At that time, Lu Ruyan decided to name her brand Ningyuan Clothing Brand, but that online friend told her that calling it Laning was better. It would be convenient for entering the international brand level and sounded more pleasant to read. After careful consideration, Lu Ruyan felt that what the online friend said made sense. Indeed, calling it Laning sounded much better than Ningyuan. As for becoming an international brand, she had never thought about it at the time. How difficult is it to become an international brand? At that time, the Kwanlong country didn't have a single international brand, all were foreign clothing brands. But there was a dream in her heart, perhaps she could really become an international brand? So, Lu Ruyan chose the name Laning for her brand. Could it be that you are that online friend? She stared at Yi-Chen with wide eyes, feeling that this was a destined encounter. How old was Yi-Chen 3 years ago? At most 15, right? No wonder Yi-Chen didn't show her his photo, he probably thought he was too young. No, I just happened to be at an internet cafe at the time, and I saw someone chatting with you about Laning and Ningyuan, Yi-Chen said seriously. 3 years ago, he chose to enter the internet cafe to search for the latest business situation. Somehow, he suddenly added a chat friend and started chatting with the other person. With the latest chatting techniques, Yi-Chen quickly developed an ambiguous relationship with the girl. Unfortunately, at that time, he was only 15 years old and was focused on completing the tasks assigned by the system. How could he fall in love with an unseen online friend? The experiences of the new century told Yi-Chen not to trust a photo. It was very likely that the person on the other side of the chat was a big liar with hairy legs, maybe even bigger than you. How unrealistic. As a person from 2 lifetimes, how could Yi-Chen believe in online romance? Moreover, the online friend mentioned that she was already over 20 years old. Looking at his own immature body at the age of 15, Yi-Chen decisively deleted the friend when Lu Ruyan suggested looking at a photo, and continued to focus on his career. Deleting the friend was good for everyone, leaving no regrets. As for using fake pictures to deceive the other party, Yi-Chen felt it was unnecessary. Is that so? Lu Ruyan nodded thoughtfully, but still looked at Yi-Chen with some suspicion. What does that person look like? Can you tell me? Very handsome and dignified, Yi-Chen said without blushing or skipping a beat. He was very confident about his appearance. I see. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi-Chen meaningfully, then got up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your guidance today. Little Lu will definitely follow your instructions when she goes back. Be careful not to leave any handle," Yi-Chen reminded Lu Ruyan before waving her out of the room. After that, he met with other members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and solemnly warned them about their future actions. After a series of activities, it was already noon. The sweat that had been dripping from the heads of the wealthy people waiting outside had long dried up, and their lips were cracked. They didn't dare to move to go to the bathroom, fearing that it would displease Mr. Yi. Creak. With the end of the last conversation, Yi-Chen had already talked to 7 people. He walked out of the room and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. Then he looked down at all the wealthy people standing in an orderly manner. Are you hungry? Yi-Chen spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it carried a lot of authority. Mr. Yi, we are not hungry, the wealthy people below the steps replied. In fact, they hadn't eaten anything since yesterday afternoon, so how could they not be hungry? Not to mention, standing for so long, their legs had long gone soft, and they had no strength in their bodies. They were probably on the verge of heat stroke.
The wealthy people, who usually enjoyed the highest treatment, were experiencing this kind of pain for the first time.
Xin Lao, take them to eat first. I have something to deal with. Yi Chen smiled. He didn't expose the flattery of the crowd. He walked into a nearby villa.
Feeling the cool breeze blowing inside the villa, the wealthy people finally regained some strength. They slumped on the carpet or sat on the sofa, observing the structure of the villa.
Wow!
Suddenly, a wealthy person in the construction industry exclaimed, looking shocked at the architectural art of the villa.
What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss, Old Li? I just think he's too lively. He should stay outside for a while longer. Haven't you noticed that the construction style of this villa is very different? Of course it's different. Have you not seen whose house this is? Mr. Ye's house is naturally different.
The man known as Lao Li shook his head and said excitedly, the architectural art of this house is very exquisite. It was built by a master in the construction industry. That master's name is Jack, and every time he designs, it's to create estates worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. 3 years ago, Jack retired from the design industry, and his last project was designing a villa for Mr.
Yi. It's truly exquisite.
Through Lao Li's words, everyone seemed to realize that the construction of this house was extraordinary. Although they didn't understand how remarkable the foreigner named Jack was, Lao Li, with a fortune of several hundred billion, was the most famous real estate developer in the country. For him to speak so highly of the designer named Jack, he must be an extraordinary figure.
They paid a little more attention to the room and curiously inspected the villa.
They also owned villas, and quite a few at that, but they had never seen a villa as exquisitely built as Mr.
Yes. This carpet seems to be the one that was auctioned off recently, worth billions. My goodness, this goblet is made of diamonds? How much is this worth? Oh my, what's with the toilet? A golden toilet, could it be made of gold? A golden toilet? That's impossible, right? Wow! Wow! Look at this painting.
Curiously, they wandered around the villa. Finally, they discovered a wall of paintings.
Those paintings were framed and hung all over a wall.
It was a study, and the wall was filled with pictures of some big shots.
Xin Lao, is this you?
A wealthy businessman found a photo on the wall, taken in the council hall of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
Mr.
Yi was wearing a mask and sitting in a chair, while Xin Lao slightly bowed and stood next to Mr.
Yi.
In the picture, Xin Lao seemed to be receiving something from Yi Chen's hand. Xin Lao at that age still seemed very energetic, at least his body wasn't as bad as it is now.
Indeed, that's me.
That's the dragon ring that Mr.
Yi gave me.
Xin Lao walked to the frame and gently touched it, feeling a mix of emotions. The photo was truly a nostalgic item. It captured a certain moment that belonged to him. Just like in the picture, Xin Lao accepted the dragon ring and became the acting president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It had been several years since then. It had been a long time since he became the acting president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
Come and take a look at this one. Isn't the person in this photo the former governor of the lighthouse country?
Someone spoke up, attracting everyone's attention.
They looked at the painting that the person was pointing to.
They saw a painting hanging on the wall, with the background being the palace of the lighthouse country.
Mr.
Yi stood at the entrance of the palace, still sitting confidently in a chair. Several lighthouse country politicians and the former governor who had resigned stood beside him.
It really is. No wonder Mr.
Yi was able to develop the business in the dragon country. In this photo, the former governor of the lighthouse country respectfully bowed to Mr.
Yi. Mr. Yi is truly amazing. If only I could have such glory one day. Dream on, Mr.
Ye's achievements are beyond what we can reach in our lifetime.
The crowd sighed. There were many photos in the room, each of them a prominent figure.
But without exception, all of these people showed great respect for Mr.
Yi.
There was even the prime minister of the island country, whose attitude towards Yi Chen was extremely humble. The business development in the dragon country was rapid, and the island country, as a follower of the lighthouse country, had repeatedly resisted the business of the dragon country. Unfortunately, the commercial development of the dragon kingdom has even begun to invade their country, monopolizing a portion of the market.
That's why the prime minister of the island nation is bowing so humbly to Yi Chen.
He is worried about not taking care of Mr. Ye's feelings, which has made Mr. Ye's attack on the island nation more intense.
By then, most of the island nation's economy will be in Mr.
Ye's hands, making it easy to paralyze the island nation's economy.
This guy really looks like a dog.
Most of the businessmen present did not have a good expression towards the island nation. History is engraved in their hearts, unable to forget what the island nation did to the dragon kingdom.
What do you mean by looks like?
Look at the smile on his face, it's really disgusting.
In front of Mr. Yi, he's definitely a dog.
The island nation's prime minister in the picture bowed 90 degrees to Mr. Yi, holding a cup of tea with a flattering smile on his face. Don't say, being described like this by everyone, he really does look like a dog.
Alright, let's go out for dinner first, don't enter this room again, Xin Lao said before the crowd could continue to observe the next photo. This is Mr. Yi's private study, it would be impolite to enter without permission.
And the pictures on the wall are somewhat horrifying. With a casual glance, Xin Lao noticed Mr. Yi standing with a member of an armed force. If this were to spread, it would bring unnecessary trouble to Mr. Yi. Although everyone present were businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom, they dared not show any disrespect towards Mr. Yi, but precautions still needed to be taken. Upon hearing this, the crowd no longer looked at the pictures on the wall and turned to leave the study. Xin Lao then closed the door to the study and led the crowd to the top floor of the villa. There was a spacious observation deck here. 10 large dining tables were already set up, convenient for over 50 people to sit down and eat.
Standing at the edge of the tables were 7 or 8 men in black suits, unmistakably Yi Chen's subordinates.
They had specially transported food from the mountain to here to entertain the guests, and the chef had prepared a sumptuous feast. Yi Chen also took out some white wine and red wine from his cellar, as a seasoning for the atmosphere of this meeting with the businessmen.
Because he had something very important to inform everyone. Wow, this food is so rich. Keep it low-key. Pay attention to your manners. Gulp, gulp. I'm so hungry. Seeing this food, I feel even hungrier.
As soon as they saw the food on the table, the people present couldn't help but feel their stomachs growling. The food on the table was exquisitely made, arousing their already empty stomachs.
This is the 1952 vintage Luzhou Laojiao. This is the 1973 vintage Lafite.
Sitting down at the table, the crowd noticed some wine bottles placed on the table. Some were new, some were old, but they all contained valuable aged wines. The 1952 vintage Luzhou Laojiao had a barrel that was recently auctioned for over 10 million.
These bottles of 1973 Lafite were worth several million each.
In addition, there were many other expensive white and red wines on the table.
According to the crowd's estimate, the total value of these wines should be around 30 to 40 million? Unexpectedly, Mr. Yi actually hosted them with such a high-standard banquet.
It truly moved the wealthy people present. They suddenly felt that waiting in the courtyard for nearly 5 hours was not a big deal compared to this feast.
Everyone, please eat quickly. Don't disappoint Mr. Yi's kindness.
With a call, the crowd began to eat. The merchants who already knew each other were talking freely, boasting and bragging at the dinner table with their beer bellies. This was a gathering of the top merchants in the Dragon Country. The atmosphere was lively. The chairman of the Wanda Group, Lao Wang Xiao Wang. There were also many big shots from various industries in the business world. They gathered the most powerful forces of the entire Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. Throughout history, it was the first time that so many powerful merchants had gathered together, making it the biggest and most prestigious event, with the highest status. As long as everyone present united, it was enough to shake the economy of a country. This meal took quite a bit of time. When each wealthy person became somewhat intoxicated, a man in a white suit walked into everyone's view. The identity of this man was naturally familiar to everyone. He had just taken over Jack Ma's position and was now the largest chairman of the Ali Group, holding the most shares in the Ali Group. However, why would this person appear in Mr. Yi's villa? The wealthy people present all knew. Jack Ma was taken care of because he offended the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It was logical to think that his successor, Ma Kong, should be at odds with Mr. Yi and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, so why would he attend this gathering? Let me introduce myself, I am Ma Kong, one of Mr. Yi's men. Feeling the skeptical gazes of the crowd and several eager wealthy businessmen, Ma Kong smiled and spoke to everyone. He had come here today because he received instructions from Mr. Yi, informing him that he could openly come out and acknowledge his identity. So, Ma Kong, who had always kept a low profile, appeared directly in front of everyone. What could be more direct than acknowledging one's identity in front of the top 50 merchants of the Dragon Country? I see, Ma brother, come and sit down. We are all family, ha ha. Mr. Yi's move is really brilliant. Ma brother is also one of Mr. Yi's men. Brilliant, truly brilliant. The expressions of the people who had originally planned to speak and act changed, and they extended invitations to Ma Kong. They had never imagined that Ma Kong would be Mr. Yi's man, but this also echoed Mr. Yi's style. Leaving the Ali Group, which was not under his control, could easily lead to problems. Mr. Yi not only taxed those wealthy people with evil intentions,
but also strengthened his own economic power. It was indeed a clever move.
There's no need for eating and drinking, mister. He asked me to appear because he has something to tell everyone.
Ma Kong raised his hand, silencing the invitations from the crowd.
Seeing this, the wealthy businessmen forced themselves to focus and curiously looked at Ma Kong.
Does Mr. Yi have any instructions? They were all seasoned businessmen and would not easily let themselves be influenced by alcohol.
Most of the people present remained sober and wanted to know what Mr. Yi had instructed them to do.
Mr. Yi wants to hold a press conference to openly promote the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
And at the press conference, Mr. Yi will present a new idea he just came up with, a path that will revolutionize the business in the Dragon Country, Ma Kong said lightly, scanning the crowd with his eyes. This sentence stirred the hearts of all the wealthy people present, and they stared at Ma Kong in disbelief. If what Ma Kong said was true, then Mr. Yi was truly planning to re-enter the business world. Perhaps the Mr. Yi in the courtyard had not yet shown a clear intention to do this. He had only informed everyone how to deal with the upcoming troubles.
Now, it was certain that Mr. Yi had the intention. A press conference. It was a real-time broadcasting platform that the entire nation could watch. All kinds of media would gather together. People from both domestic and international areas would be able to learn about this press conference. And Mr. Yi said he wanted to propose a path that would be enough to overturn the Longwood business, which also indicated Mr. Yi's intention to re-enter the arena. Suddenly, the wealthy businessmen took out their phones and made calls. Hello? Can you book the largest exhibition hall in the Magic City?
No, arrange it for our company, make it a press conference that can accommodate tens of thousands of people.
What? The company's space is not enough?
I don't care, you better figure out this problem no matter what.
Xiaowei, inform all the media that Longwei Group will participate in the press conference held by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
Also, prepare dozens of luxury cars for me, all loaded with fireworks.
Butler, how many bottles of 1982 vintage wine do we have in the cellar now? 100 bottles?
Okay, pack all these white wines tomorrow. I want to use them at a press conference, and also take out those few bottles of wine I put in the safe.
What? Reluctant? Bring them out for me. Is it the director?
Hello, I'm Qin Ruzhong. The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce will hold a press conference. Yes, Mr. Yi will also be there. The location is not decided yet. Okay, I'll let you know when I find out. As soon as they heard that Yi Chen was going to hold a press conference, all the tycoons sprang into action. As long as Yi Chen set the time for the press conference, they could complete all the preparations in minutes. Looking at the busy crowd, each one busy making phone calls,
Ma Kong, standing at the entrance, couldn't help but smile. This is the leadership ability that Mr. Yi possesses. As long as he mentions something, there will always be someone to complete it for him.
Looking back over hundreds of years of history, the only person who has achieved such prestige and success in business is Mr.
Yi. Actually, everyone doesn't need to be so proactive.
Mr. Yi has already entrusted his subordinates with handling this press conference. The location is at the Kyoto building, at noon the day after tomorrow. Ma Kong spoke, interrupting the enthusiasm of the crowd. Just now, he was truly shocked in his heart, so he forgot to remind everyone first.
So it's all set up.
Noon the day after tomorrow, we can still make it if we leave tonight. Anything personally arranged by Mr.
Yi is efficient. Isn't the Kyoto building a place specifically for official press conferences? I didn't expect Mr. Yi to have a way to hold the conference there.
It's good at the Kyoto building. That place can accommodate tens of thousands of people, enough for this press conference.
We still need the white wine.
I've already instructed the butler to get the white wine. This is the face of our Longwa business. See. Humph, let the lighthouse country and those countries see how powerful our Longwa businessmen are this time.
When Mr. Yi returns, I wonder how those foreign capitalists will panic.
Hearing that Yi Chen had made arrangements, the crowd did not blame Ma Kong for not mentioning it earlier.
In comparison, the fact that Yi Chen is holding a press conference is even more shocking to them. On the internet,
suddenly, news about the upcoming press conference of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was released.
Immediately, the entire network started to boil.
During this time, they had been hearing about the deeds of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Yi, arousing strong curiosity and respect for the business association that claimed to be the strongest in Longwa. Now, the lighthouse country was causing trouble behind the scenes, spreading many negative news about domestic large enterprises.
This made many people extremely angry.
The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and those companies showed no response at all, and people thought that these companies felt fear and dared not stand up to confront the power of foreign capital. Who would have thought that in just one day, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce would hold a press conference?
Nyowa. The press conference of the Dragon Alliance Chamber? Does that mean we can see Mr. Yi in person? I don't know what Mr. Yi looks like. I saw someone on the internet saying that Mr.
Yi is a college student with several identities.
Yes, I saw those comments too, saying that Mr.
Yi is a handsome young man around 18 or 19 years old, but I think it's unlikely. How could a young man of only 18 years old make those top tycoons willingly become his subordinates?
Mr.
Yi must be a middle-aged man, and possibly even older.
What's wrong?
I disagree with the opinions upstairs.
Exactly, what's wrong with being a college student? Don't underestimate Mr.
Yi, he might really be Mr.
Yi. I also think there's a high probability. Come on, you guys are playing dumb riddles. Can't you distinguish between Yi Xiaoga and Mr. Yi? It's really confusing for us clueless onlookers.
The news of the press conference attracted the attention of countless netizens.
They were curious about Yi Chen's identity. Some even suspected that Mr.
Yi was indeed Yi Chen himself. Some even directly released some photos, proving that Mr.
Yi was indeed Yi Chen.
The photo showed a fleet of top luxury cars from different parts of the country, all heading towards Lu Family Village where Yi Chen resided.
As soon as the photos were released, most netizens felt convinced. The ones who would definitely know Mr. Yi's identity the fastest would be the officials and businessmen.
The former had the largest information database, and the latter had insider information. So, those driving top luxury cars to Lu Family Village must be going for Yi Chen, who was Mr.
Yi.
To confirm whether this statement was true, someone personally went to the area of Lu Family Village to investigate whether those luxury cars were still there.
The result?
Those busybodies really saw dozens of luxury cars at the foot of the mountain.
Oh my god, the first time I've seen so many luxury cars.
They are all parked outside Lu Family Village.
Could it be that Yi Xiaoga is really Mr. Yi?
Regardless of whether Mr. Yi is Yi Xiaoga or not, it's certain that Yi Xiaoga is definitely related to Mr. Yi, perhaps Mr.
Yi is Yi Xiaoga's father. My goodness, how influential is Mr.
Yi, to have so many luxury cars parked at the foot of the mountain.
Have you noticed that the footprints in the footage taken by the anchor extend all the way up the mountain? Damn, the person who released these photos took them at night. Does that mean these tycoons traveled to Lu Family Village from various places in the middle of the night?
Have you noticed that some of the license plates are very familiar, like the one with 88,888? Of course it's familiar, that's the exclusive car of Ren Zhang, the chairman of the Dragon Alliance Group.
And 66666, that's the license plate of Gametung. 202288, isn't that old Wang's car from Kyoto?
I saw him driving it the last time. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was astonished. The anchor at the live scene was so scared that his legs started trembling.
With so many luxury cars, how many top tycoons and wealthy businessmen had gathered in Lu Family Village?
As a small anchor, if he offended these tycoons by filming these things, he would never be able to show his face again. In addition, the software he was using for the live broadcast was developed by GameTang. Guys, for your tips, the anchor is willing to stake the happiness of the next half of his life.
Now, as long as there are 5 big rockets, I will go up the mountain.
Looking at the more than 700,000 online viewers in the live broadcast room, the anchor gritted his teeth and said,
"He is an unknown game anchor. Now that he has such a good opportunity, he cannot miss it."
Swipe. Just as the words fell, there were dozens of rockets worth thousands of dollars sent in the live broadcast room. The anchor suppressed his excitement and walked forward. Even if he is resented by those top tycoons today, he must complete this live broadcast. The wave just now brought in tens of thousands of dollars in live income, enough for him to make a profit. Gritting his teeth, the anchor strides towards the direction of the mountain. Just as he took a few steps, he stopped in front of an empty space. The onlookers were puzzled, curious as to why the anchor had stopped.
What's going on? Is it that the rockets are not enough, and you've lost motivation? Fine, I'll send 2 more rockets. Hurry up and go up the mountain to shoot.
Some tycoons thought the anchor was trying to set a price, and once again sent tens of thousands of dollars worth of gifts to the anchor.
They all have some wealth. Hundreds of billions in assets, tens of billions in assets.
Although they are not as wealthy as the big shots who have come out, in the eyes of ordinary people, they are already top tycoons. However, their wealth is too low, and they don't even have the right to know any information, so they are very curious about who the person is who has conquered the top tycoons of the entire Dragon Kingdom.
No.
The anchor trembled and said, pointing the camera in the live broadcast room at what he saw. In front of him were a group of men in black suits, standing quietly opposite him. These men were tall and burly, and even in black suits, they couldn't hide their muscular bodies. Faced with such big men suddenly appearing in front of him, the anchor couldn't help but feel afraid. Most importantly, he saw 2 or 3 helicopters behind these men. In China, those who can fly helicopters have very powerful status. So there must be even more powerful big shots here. Damn, 2 or 3 helicopters? Those bodyguards in black suits look so fierce, no wonder the anchor dares not continue forward. Didn't you say that if we sent you gifts, you would risk your life for our live broadcast? This anchor is unreliable, he doesn't keep his word. Stop talking, bro. Anyone with eyes can see that the anchor wouldn't dare to confront those bodyguards. They could easily throw the anchor aside with just a light push. The reason they haven't acted yet is because the anchor hasn't touched their bottom line. I'm curious, what happened last night? Wait for the press conference, then we should know what happened last night. Yeah, now we can only guess blindly, it's not very meaningful. Looking forward to Mr. Ye's appearance. The crowd chatted away. As they chatted, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly went dark. Immediately, a line of subtitles appeared before them. The live broadcast room you are watching has spread inappropriate information and has now been closed. The viewers in various places looked dazed, staring blankly at their phone screens. Terrifying thoughts lingered in their minds, and they became even more curious about this Mr. Ye. They watched the anchor's live broadcast room. Where did it spread inappropriate and filthy information? This is clearly the developers of the live streaming software worrying about the affairs of those wealthy businessmen being revealed, so they closed the anchor's live broadcast room in advance. It has to be said that Mr. Ye's identity is indeed too mysterious. How could it be closed? The anchor standing outside Lu's village looked bewildered. He opened his back-end balance to check and found that he hadn't received a single penny in gifts. The dozens of rockets were refunded to those who sent gifts by the official live streaming software. Please leave. At this moment, a deep male voice came from in front of him. The light in front of him was suddenly blocked, and darkness fell. The anchor opened his mouth, without any extra words. He put away his phone and walked away from the area of Lu family village. Every step the anchor took was heavy. He wanted to use his back to tell these people that his dignity could not be insulted. Help! Suddenly, the style of the painting changed. After the anchor left the bodyguards about 4 or 5 meters behind, he ran out, without even daring to look back. He had seen many TV dramas and movies, where some characters in his situation were exactly the same, being called to leave by those people. Then, those people slowly raised their hands and shot at the person leaving. The anchor thought he knew too much, and the bodyguards might kill him. It has to be said, the anchor not only had physical problems, but also some mental issues. The bodyguards just stood quietly in place, watching the anchor leave. When they were on the mountain, they had noticed the sneaky anchor and intercepted him here. As long as the anchor did not enter their area from behind, it would not make any moves. But if the anchor wanted to enter Lu family village, he would need to ask about the fists in their hands. After all, the entire Lu family village belonged to Mr. Ye's industry, a private domain. The anchor intruded into a private domain, and as the owner of the domain, Mr. Ye had certain disposal rights. Just as the whole network knew that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce would hold a press conference and Mr. Ye would also appear. On the other side of the continent, in the Lighthouse Country, most people who were extremely concerned about the Dragon Country's information also knew this news. Fuck! Someone couldn't help but curse. Why would the disappeared man from the Dragon Country appear again? They had finally taken the initiative to make the Dragon Country's enterprises fall into a difficult situation. But just as it was starting, the man from the Dragon Country who had disappeared reappeared. What exactly is the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Why have I never heard of it? Look at their release content, saying they want to address our country's losses to them. It's really ridiculous. Hundreds of years ago, the self-righteous people of the Dragon Country also organized a meeting, saying they wanted to target our country. Later, this council became a joke. The people of the Dragon Country are just deceiving themselves and others. How can they confront us? Most citizens of the Lighthouse Country were disdainful. In their view, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was just a clown-like existence. It couldn't stir up any waves at all. Here, I want to complain about the brand of Laning clothing. I will definitely not buy anything similar to Laning clothing in the future. Oh my god. These people from the Dragon Country are really naive. Oh my god. What kind of rubbish organization is this? From now on, I will no longer buy any brand of products from the Dragon Country. Let the phones, clothes, and medicines all go to hell. The people of the Dragon Country are too despicable, actually letting so many problematic enterprises stay in the Lighthouse Country. This is our mistake, and also the official mistake of the Lighthouse Country.
I suggest that everyone hold a demonstration to boycott the brand products of the Dragon Country. I agree. A group of Lighthouse Country citizens who did not know the truth had already begun to prepare for a demonstration, uniting more people to boycott the products of the Dragon Country. Little did they know, their own enterprises were the most malicious. Soon, the Laning Group received the instructions issued by Lu Ruyan. They began to show their strength to foreign clothing brands. They did not plan to tackle each clothing brand one by one, but directly released the dark materials of every clothing enterprise that had united to suppress them. However, when sending it out, they held back, sending out a piece of dark material for each brand clothing store. These dark materials were all carefully selected by the operations team. About the black materials mixed in the clothing. About the black materials of acquiring products from other small brands for secondary processing. About the chairman's black materials. And about the development of these clothing brands. Various black materials were released through their official website, instantly attracting the attention of a large group of citizens of the Lighthouse Country. They were shocked to see the black materials released by Lining. They had originally intended to say that the accusations against the Lining clothing brand were malicious slander, but they found that all these black materials had real evidence as links, irrefutable. In other words, the information released by the Lining clothing brand is all real. At 7:07 in the afternoon, the official website of the Lining clothing brand once again posted official statements on the social media of the Lighthouse Country. A group of dirty people want to kill a clean person, constantly using rumors to portray this clean person as unclean. I am here, come at me. This is a message posted in 2 fonts, Chinese and foreign languages. In just a few minutes of posting, the repost count reached tens of thousands. This sentence is very short, meaning the clean will clear themselves, and the unclean will reveal themselves. Lining brand has not done those things. If those clothing brands want to attack Lining brand, then present some evidence. Since the Lighthouse Country cannot control those clothing brands, Lining will use its own way to protect its rights. Why does it feel like our clothing brands are the worst? Fuck! Using trash goods to represent branded goods. I just tested it, and found that the clothes I'm wearing are not made of pure cotton. Damn Nike. Cancel the protest tomorrow. Who the hell wants to go protest? So angry. If they don't have a reasonable explanation this time, I will only buy clothes from the Lining brand in the future. At least Lining doesn't have these black materials, won't harm us consumers. We helped you grow, and you treat us like this? A stinking company. Angry netizens began to mock those clothing brand companies. Even more so, radical citizens of the Lighthouse Country burned the clothes they bought into ashes and filmed it to post on various social media platforms. A small number of people who still wanted to support those clothing brands were attacked by a large group of netizens and eventually had to stop speaking and delete their accounts. And those clothing brands exposed with black materials suddenly went silent. They watched as their official website was reported by a large number of people. People in the comments section started endless mockery. Damn Lu Ruyan, how did she know about our black materials? I have never done these things, she is slandering me, I will meet her in court. A manager from the United Team of Clothing Brands spoke out, but no one supported his actions, because everyone knew the truth. The black materials thrown at them all had complete evidence, with no room for argument, that's a fact. Moreover, when they were attacking the Lining brand, they had already informed the relevant authorities not to intervene in this matter, allowing them to deal with the Lining brand properly. That's why Lining is at a loss. Now, they are just shooting themselves in the foot. If the relevant authorities come forward at this time, they will be attacked by many citizens of the Lighthouse Country. By then, the true nature of the relevant authorities will also be discovered by everyone. What terrifies the various brands is that very few people know about these black materials, and they were cleaned up a long time ago. How did the Lining brand get hold of these black materials? Do they have more black materials in hand? Many brands dare not easily assume that Li Ning does not have any other scandals like theirs. In case they come forward, Li Ning will release even more scandals, and they will be completely finished. Everyone present knows that they all have dirty secrets on each other. Some scandals even determine whether their brand will continue to exist, offending the Li Ning brand. They dare not bear the consequences it brings. I have decided to withdraw from this joint boycott, you guys continue. Soon, some people began to consider withdrawing from the organization that united to boycott Li Ning clothing. This effect spread from one to another, and within a short period, 4 or 5 brand stores had left. The remaining brands either had too much at stake and had to suppress Li Ning's presence, or they were companies originally aiming to suppress Li Ning. After much thought, they finally decided to inform the Lighthouse Country politicians responsible for this matter and let them handle it. After all, the fundamental reason that drove them to take this measure was the support of the Lighthouse Country politicians. Mr. Mayor, I know, Just as the call was connected, the person on the other end interrupted the others. His tone was slightly helpless, as if he was suppressing his anger. "You bastards, why do you have so many handles? Can't you do things cleanly? Now, the other party has a lot of scandals. Just releasing a small part of it this time has caused a consumer market riot. If more scandals are exposed, all of you will be finished. Originally hunters, but because of your mistakes, you have turned us into prey." Mayer shouted angrily into the phone. Everything had started well. It was because these dirty clothing brands did not do things cleanly that the other party had caught them by the throat. He believed it. The reason why Li Ning made this kind of resistance this time was definitely due to the appearance of Mr. Yi. 2 years ago, he had not defeated him, and now, 2 years later, he reappeared, demonstrating his strength without any retreat. "Don't take any action for now, try to maintain your traffic as much as possible." After venting, Mayer gave instructions to the clothing brands and hung up the phone. Then, he walked towards the interior of the palace and found the steward bathing in the cold pool. "What happened? Mayer, you don't look too good." The steward was only wearing a large pair of shorts, leaning against the pool. "Mr. Steward, Mr. Yi has appeared. In addition, our first move has failed." Mayer handed over his phone, which displayed 2 images. One was about the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce preparing to hold a press conference, announcing that Mr. Yi would also appear at this press conference. The location of this press conference was in the Dragon Kingdom's capital, Kyoto, and it included all the top figures in the Dragon Kingdom's business sector. This was bad news. It indicated that due to Mr. Ye's appearance, the Dragon Kingdom's business community was about to unite and launch their own offensive against the Lighthouse country. He finally came forward. The steward frowned slightly, but his expression did not show any surprise. An existence like Mr. Yi could not completely disappear from the entire business world in just 1 year. It was definitely just a temporary retreat. Flipping through the pictures, the steward looked at the next one. Then, his cheeks suddenly turned rosy, and he slammed a fist on the water, creating a wave. "Fuck!" The steward couldn't help but curse. The second image was about the clothing brands being exposed by Li Ning. These idiots, they really can't get their act together. They actually leaked out such a crucial piece of information. "What are you going to do, Mayer?" Water droplets splashed on his face as the manager looked back at Mayer. "I've told them not to make any moves for now, to maintain their clients, but some brands have already pulled out of this event and are unwilling to continue," Mayer truthfully confessed. He never expected Mr. Yi to dismantle the carefully laid out plan so easily. The other party remained a formidable and troublesome presence. "You did well in keeping those bastards in check for now," the manager nodded. "The battle in South Africa is about to begin, and I will shift the public's focus to that region, no longer concerning ourselves with these matters." With things having come to this point, the manager had no better solution than diverting the citizens' attention. The battle in Nanfei was about to erupt. His assembled soldiers had already appeared in the coastal areas of Feizhou, ready to launch their offensive. At that time, everyone's attention would be drawn to the war, gradually reducing the impact of this incident. By the time the war was about to end, they would have deleted most of the related comments. "Manager, you are truly amazing." Mayer timely flattered the manager. Although this incident was not entirely his fault, the method was his idea, so he bore some responsibility for the failure. If the manager were to blame him, it would cause a lot of trouble. Even if the supervisor did not blame him, there were some who wanted to take his place and might take advantage of this situation. So, flattering the manager at this time was the right thing to do. "Mayer, I am well aware of Mr. Ye's power. The method you came up with this time was good. Blame those bastards who are so useless. Rest assured, focus on handling other matters well and avoid any issues." The manager saw through Mayer's thoughts and comforted him. Mr. Yi from Longwo was very cunning. Mayer, as someone who had once engaged in a battle of wits with Mr. Yi, was the most suitable candidate. Therefore, the manager had no intention of letting Mayer be targeted by those people for now. If they were to target him, it would be after Mr. Yi was completely suppressed or when Mayer had no more influence. For now, Mayer could still play his part, so it was better to keep him around. "Thank you, manager." Mayer breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, come with me for a moment. I'll show you the live broadcast on site." Wiping off the watermarks on his body, the manager walked towards the interior of the palace. Passing through layers of security, layers of buildings, they arrived in front of screens filled with information. The screens displayed densely packed data. The largest screen was filled with red dots. The red dots clustered around the edge of a continent and moved rapidly towards the center. "These are our soldiers. They have already started landing in the Feizhou region.
Afraid that Meyer might not understand, the manager explained. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning in the Feizhou region. It was the perfect time to launch an attack. Switch to real-time broadcast. The manager ordered his subordinates, then sat back on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine. Meyer sat beside him, watching the live broadcast together.
The scene changed, transitioning into a high-definition live broadcast.
Satellites captured images of Feizhou, and the soldiers' communication devices presented the visuals. They saw dirty and dilapidated streets compared to the prosperous lighthouse country. Soldiers in green uniforms rode various combat vehicles, entering the city in a grand procession.
Their destination is here. We plan to break through directly and make the southern Fei royal family kneel at our feet.
The manager pointed to a magnificent area on the satellite map, gleefully speaking. He has great confidence in the military power of their country.
Is it General Gore who was sent out by the Lord Chamberlain? Merrick asked curiously with a smile. After the Lord Chamberlain answered, he nodded thoughtfully, and his worries about the war were greatly reduced.
General Gore is an old general with very rich combat experience. Several activities targeting the Dragon Kingdom and other small countries were personally commanded by General Gore. The military power of Feizhou is not strong, except for the local organization called the Dragon Guard. The rest are not worth mentioning. However, compared to the well-equipped soldiers of the Lighthouse country, the private mercenaries of the Dragon Guard are not worth mentioning. The red dots in the picture move quickly and occasionally pause. In real-time high-definition images, the people of Feizhou are being killed by artillery fire. The soldiers are like entering a deserted area, directly attacking the royal area of South Fei.
Mr. Merrick, do you know the consequences of winning this war?
Perhaps because the Lord Chamberlain believed too much in General Gore, he moved his gaze away and chatted with Merrick with interest. Merrick thought for a moment and replied, oil, diamonds, jade, development rights, labor, territory, maritime rights? All of this can be called interests, very significant interests. The Lord Chamberlain was in a good mood, clinked glasses with Merrick, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. After taking over the South Fei area, it will be very easy for us to reach the Dragon Kingdom in the future. By then, it won't be so troublesome to do certain things. The Lord Chamberlain is wise.
Merrick smiled evilly, feeling that he could finally deal with Mr.
Yi once and for all, and let him see the power of the Lighthouse country. However, just as the two of them were talking enthusiastically about their grand plans, the red dots belonging to the soldiers of the Lighthouse country on the satellite image were disappearing at a visible speed. Although the speed was not too fast, it still made the personnel monitoring the data feel a bit frightened. They quickly searched for the places where these red dots disappeared and found that those near the royal area of South Fei had been eliminated. It should be normal, the monitor breathed a sigh of relief. There would inevitably be some casualties when attacking that area. The people around the South Fei royal family have accumulated a lot of strength over the years. The images showed that many places in South Fei were under attack by their warships, and the cities became dilapidated.
This indicates a good sign.
With so much military power, it would be difficult not to win. When they successfully seize the political power of the South Fei royal family, if other countries ask questions, they can say that a group of bandits hijacked the military force, and who knew that these people went straight to attack. When asked why the Lighthouse country did not release this information, it can be said that they were initially concerned about Face, and there were very important things on the warships that could not be told to other countries.
This explanation is familiar to everyone, and it was a little trick played by the Lord Chamberlain during his tenure.
Unfortunately, other countries have no way to refute this explanation.
Look at these buildings, they really need to be replaced.
The Lord Chamberlain, who was chatting and drinking red wine, turned his head to glance at the picture on the screen. Everywhere was dilapidated buildings, but he was not worried at all. When they defeat the people of South Fei, they can rebuild South Fei once again.
They are worried about not finding projects to implement with their money.
The Lord Chamberlain is wise. Merrick flattered again, hitting the Lord Chamberlain's soft spot. He laughed heartily and continued chatting with Merrick with great interest.
Have you noticed that the speed at which the little red dots are disappearing seems a bit fast?
Beside the detection machine, two monitors were whispering to each other.
According to their statistics,
the personnel involved in this battle include several thousand private mercenaries, positioned within the enemy's ranks.
There are also 5,000 regular soldiers stationed on the outskirts of the enemy.
With such a sudden attack, coupled with powerful military weapons, it shouldn't result in such significant losses in such a short time.
How many casualties have we suffered so far?
Another monitor also felt that something was amiss and discreetly counted the current number of red dots. Soon, his expression turned to shock. The number of red dots had sharply decreased, now totaling less than 3,000. These red dots didn't actually disappear, they lost their life signals.
The trackers they installed needed to be placed on the soldiers' chests, and once the soldiers' hearts stopped beating, the trackers would become ineffective. This was a war equipment developed by the lighthouse country, greatly aiding their combat. After each war, these trackers would sever all data connections to prevent malicious individuals from tracing them back to the lighthouse country. Should we inform the commander about this? The two men exchanged glances. Hearing the cheerful voices of the commander nearby, they couldn't bear to shatter his illusions. However, the situation was now extremely critical, and not informing the commander was no longer an option. Commander. After much deliberation, the monitor decided to inform the commander of this news. What's wrong? The commander, who was full of fantasies about the future of the lighthouse country, stopped and looked at the monitor with confusion. Has the war been won so quickly? It had only been an hour or so. The commander didn't think it could have been that quick. After all, the Southern Flying Royal family was a force to be reckoned with, and it would be quite difficult to defeat them. According to their estimates, the likelihood of the army taking down the Southern Flying Royal family was slim. At most, they would only gain a portion of power and help their puppets ascend to the throne. No, it's not. The monitor shook his head, wanting to tell the commander the specific situation, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The disparity between reality and imagination was too great, and they were afraid that the commander couldn't bear such pressure. What's happening? Tell me clearly. Seeing the monitor's hesitant expression, the commander seemed to realize something. Could it be that there was a problem with the Goral army? Report to the commander, General Goral is on the line. Just as he was about to interrogate the monitor, a subordinate hurriedly entered the room, holding a large black satellite phone. This satellite phone used a satellite specifically designated for military purposes, ensuring that no one else could intercept the conversation. Give it to me. With a serious expression, the commander took the phone and placed it against his ear. As soon as the call connected, General Goral's hurried voice came through. My Lord Commander, we have encountered the Dragon Guard Corps as you mentioned. They are well equipped, with extensive combat experience. Currently, we have lost more than half of our forces. I seek your advice on whether to withdraw. It's over. The satellite phone slipped from the commander's hand and fell to the ground, as he stared ahead with a vacant expression. He hadn't expected General Goral to fail at the hands of the Dragon Guard. They were not just any ordinary mercenary group, but highly experienced special forces. This time, they had dispatched over 5,000 soldiers, and nearly half of them had been lost to the Dragon Guard Corps. This didn't even include the assistance from other mercenary groups of the Southern Flying Royal family. My Lord Commander. Murray quickly walked to the commander's side, supporting him as he nearly fell into unconsciousness. Although he didn't know what had happened, judging from the commander's condition, the news couldn't be good. It is very likely that General Gore, who is flying south, has encountered some problems. Tell Gore to immediately withdraw from the south and implement Plan B. The supervisor weakly ordered Merrick. Feeling dizzy, and with their only trump card completely failing. Okay. Merrick picked up the phone and pressed the speakerphone. General Gore, the supervisor has instructed you to withdraw and implement Plan B. After a long silence, someone finally answered the phone. Tell the supervisor that General Gore understands. Unfortunately, he may not be able to activate Plan B now. The person answering the phone was not Gore, but a young woman's voice. The tone was mocking and full of ridicule towards them. Damn it! Merrick pressed the satellite phone's hang-up button, his face extremely gloomy. First, there was a failure in the business, and now a mercenary group called the Dragon Guard has emerged. Is the lighthouse country naturally restrained by the word dragon? Across the sea, the prosperous dragon country is celebrating the arrival of a new era with singing and dancing. As the capital of the dragon country, Kyoto is currently holding a grand press conference. All of the top businessmen in the dragon country are gathered here, and various luxury cars are displayed in the entire square. The city's lights all display the four characters of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, celebrating the first press conference held in the dragon country. In fact, this is the first time the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce has held a press conference and entered the public eye. But they have already gained a reputation in the business world. Perhaps the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce can be compared to an organization that low-end businessmen are not worthy of knowing. At this moment, in the Kyoto Tower, the official venue for the press conference, there is a huge council hall that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Outside the Kyoto Tower, there are numerous wreaths placed. Each wreath is inscribed with the name of the sender and their affiliated group. There are hundreds of wreaths placed here, each exquisitely made, showing how much effort those wealthy merchants have put into it. Outside the Kyoto Tower, a large crowd of onlookers stands outside the square, with officials in uniform blocking them and prohibiting them from approaching the press conference.
Only those who have been invited are eligible to enter the press conference. Social celebrities, wealthy businessmen, government officials, agency personnel, and media workers. The list of invitees totals over 1,000 people. With their accompanying guests and some individuals who have requested entry, the total number of people reaches over 7,000. How grand is it to have over 7,000 wealthy, influential, and prestigious people gathered together? Even when the official press conference is formally held, the effect is not much stronger than this. The four young masters of Kyoto gather at the press conference. I just saw Lao Wang and Xiao Wang walk in. Xiao Wang even wore a suit, looking like a proper person. Damn, send officials to protect, this lineup is too strong. Don't you see who is holding the press conference this time? Haven't you seen how the officials have evaluated Mr. Yi? Has anyone seen the real Mr. Yi? I don't know, I haven't seen him yet. Maybe he's already inside the press conference. Don't worry, when the press conference ends, there will definitely be reports and photos of Mr. Yi, which will satisfy your curiosity. The onlookers outside are not so anxious, quietly waiting for the news from inside. According to the usual practice, this press conference will take 1 or 3 to 4 hours. After waiting for the journalists to process the information, it will still take until tomorrow to see the news. The first time I've seen so many famous people, it's so cool. If one can reach Mr. Yi's level in life, there would be no regrets, money, respect, and the cheers of the people are all there. It's like a dream on earth. Do you think Mr. Yi's reputation is all based on luck? Have you not seen the official achievements? Mr. Yi has made great efforts for the commercial development of Manhwa. If it were other businessmen, wouldn't they all be obsessed with money? I agree with that. Jack Ma is one of those people, saying he doesn't care about money, but in reality, he loves money more than anyone else. Those are just hypocritical people, not worthy of being compared to Mr. Yi. Press conference. In the spacious conference hall, there was silence. In contrast, the noise outside and the quiet inside formed a stark contrast. Because everyone present was captivated by the person standing at the platform. A young man in a black suit, tall and handsome, stood at the platform. Standing behind him were Qin Lao from the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and the representatives sent by the authorities. The presence of these two elder statesmen, who could shake the country, standing solemnly behind Yi Chen, made the young man's identity even more invincible. Everyone. First of all, thank you all for taking the time to attend the first press conference held by our Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. To be honest, this is also my first time showing my face in front of the media. Perhaps it has brought some shock to everyone, but please believe me, this is not my intention. With words full of the power to move people's hearts, Yi Chen stirred up the atmosphere of the entire press conference. He noticed that when everyone looked at him, they were shocked and fearful. This was not suitable for a press conference. What he needed was not shock, but admiration, support, a deep love for the country from within. The atmosphere was lively enough. Many people who were originally nervous gradually relaxed after hearing Yi Chen's words. They found that the mysterious Mr. Yi was not as domineering or unapproachable as rumored. On the contrary, Mr. Yi was a very easygoing person. In fact, this was just one side of Yi Chen that he wanted to show. The real him would not be so approachable. Everything was just to make things easier in the future. Sometimes the power of the pen brings about public opinion beyond imagination. Moreover, everyone present was a prominent figure, so he needed to consider the other party's face. Don't make the relationship seem like a superior and subordinate. The wealthy people who entered the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce could be called subordinates, while those who did not enter the chamber were friends. Holding the microphone gently, Yi Chen continued, I have 3 reasons for holding this press conference. Recently, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce has gradually appeared in the public eye, but their understanding is not comprehensive, mostly hearsay. So I want to take this opportunity to tell everyone about the essence of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. A Chamber of Commerce is naturally a collective organization of businessmen, and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce is no exception. The only difference is that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce gathers businessmen who are currently ranked higher in the Manhwa business sector, and most of these businessmen are under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Pausing for a moment, Yi Chen observed the expressions of the people below, seeing them listening with interest, and then continued, if you want to know about the businessmen of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, you can go and find out for yourself. We welcome your joining at any time. Now, let's briefly talk about why the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce exists. In recent days, everyone should have witnessed the news. The lighthouse country and foreign capitalists are restraining the development of the dragon country's commerce. Faced with the suppression of leading enterprises from many developed countries, Dragon Country businessmen have no choice but to band together for warmth. Otherwise, Dragon Country's businessmen can only either join the camp of foreign capitalists or be eroded by them. Although we may not consider ourselves good people, we still have our country in our hearts and are unwilling to bow down to those who have encroached upon our homeland. Later, I spontaneously organized the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and welcomed the first batch of members. With that said, more than a dozen well-known domestic tycoons stepped onto the stage at the press conference. They first bowed to Yi Chen, then to Qin Laoan, the second in command. There were a total of 15 companies on stage. Dragon Group, Lining Apparel, Hengji Construction, Ali, Biopharmaceuticals. Each one is a well-known presence. So many top tycoons are members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It's really impressive. Hurry up and take pictures. Finally, we know which members are in the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Wow, so Ali is also a member of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Didn't I see the official announcement a while ago that Ali was resolved by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce in cooperation with the authorities? Does Jack Ma not hold grudges? Forget about Jack Ma. The one standing on the stage now is Ali's new chairman, Ma Kong, who used to be under Jack Ma's control and is now under Ma Kong's jurisdiction. Or rather, under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It's the first time I've seen so many famous companies standing here. It really shocked me. This press conference is really worth it. I knew Mr. Yi, the leader of the business world, wouldn't let us down. The reporters below were whispering and discussing the identities of the people on stage, truly shocked in their hearts. No wonder the authorities hold the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce in such high regard. It turns out that they have such a powerful force, truly astonishing. I wonder, would the authorities not give face to a business organization of this level? And it seems that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was established for the sake of the authorities and for the development of the Dragon Country. The noisy chatter lasted for less than 5 minutes. Then the air suddenly quieted down. Some pictures began to appear on the screen. The first picture was a photo of the founding of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago. At that time, all the members stood at the entrance of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, without Mr. Yi's presence. The second picture was about an incident 3 years ago when the Lighthouse Country targeted Dragon Country enterprises with unfounded accusations. The incident caused a sensation at the time and ultimately ended in the victory of the Dragon Country. It turns out that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce helped behind the scenes. The third picture was about the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce proposing a policy of commercial equality and preferential treatment for domestic commerce at a meeting in the Lighthouse Country, but it was rejected by the Lighthouse Country, and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce strongly refuted it. The fourth picture had only one line, a thank you letter from the authorities. To the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your strong support for the country's economy, donating 100 billion for poverty alleviation, which has now been vigorously invested in poverty alleviation measures. Everyone on stage felt a tremor in their hearts. Each picture they saw shook their hearts. They had not expected the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce to have made so many contributions over the years, whether it was supporting the country's infrastructure construction or transporting relief supplies to disaster areas. The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was everywhere. But just like this good business association, none of them knew. They thought those supplies were sent to them by kind-hearted people. I take back my opinion of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This is an extremely righteous Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce. From now on, if anyone posts anything unfriendly to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, with a defamatory tone, I will definitely be the first to oppose them. It would be great to be able to join this Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Didn't you see that most of these companies on stage 3 years ago were not well known? In just 3 years, they are about to become world-renowned enterprises. Indeed, no wonder there are so many businessmen present, all wanting to join the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. A well-fed man who looked like a businessman spoke up. No, let me explain to you. I am worth billions, engaged in the manufacturing industry. Although I have fantasized about joining the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, I know that it is not a reality. In fact, most of us businessmen who come here are here to see the one we greatly admire, Mr. Yi. Now that we have seen Mr. Yi in person, it feels like there is finally some hope on this path of business. Is it really that exaggerated? The journalists sitting next to the man widened their eyes at his words. Is Mr. Yi really that famous in the business world? The man in front of them is worth billions and has already achieved success in business. But because he has not seen the real Mr. Yi, he feels that his business has not achieved anything. You are not in the business world, you don't know how much appeal Mr. Yi really has. The things he has done in recent years have made the Dragon Kingdom's business community, even foreign capitalists, admire him endlessly, regarding him as a legendary figure. The wealthy businessman became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes shining as he stared at Yi Chen on the stage. The journalists beside him were stunned, feeling that this kind of gaze seemed unfriendly, as if they were seeing a fairy. On the stage, Yi Chen ignored all the gazes focused on him. His long experience in public speaking had already toughened his skin like the Great Wall. Holding the microphone, more than 70 images were displayed on the screen, all of which had been played. As you can see, these are some of the things that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce has done over the years. Some things I feel are not convenient to talk about, so I have omitted them. The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was founded in the Lantern Country 4 years ago. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom's economy was in its early stages of development. Dragon Kingdom businessmen and enterprises had suffered too much humiliation. Any random junk company from the Lantern Country could meddle in some of the Dragon Kingdom's enterprises, making baseless accusations. Today, the Dragon Kingdom's economy has developed and has become a formidable presence in the Lantern Country. And our old opponents still want to use old tricks against us. The images were displayed again. It was a photo of the Lantern Chamber of Commerce. A group of capitalists from the Lantern Country and other countries sat together, smiling for the photo. Then, an old photo was shown again, showing many years ago, when the great powers held a meeting to suppress the development of the Dragon Kingdom. The two photos were not exactly the same, but the similarity was very high. Why is there a person standing in the corner? That seems to be the Prime Minister of the island country. Oh, it turns out that the island country has been involved in suppressing the economic development of the Dragon Kingdom for many years. What do you mean involved? The island country is just a lackey of the great powers. Didn't you see that their Prime Minister doesn't even have a seat? This reminds me of our history. 100 years ago and 100 years later, they still treat us like soft targets, but this time we won't agree again. The release of the photos brought the press conference to a climax. The ambitions of the Lantern Chamber of Commerce are truly despicable. As a citizen of Dragon Country, everyone present is united in their enmity. They long for their country to become strong and give these foreign powers a heavy lesson. Support the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Someone shouted. Then, everyone in the audience stood up. Support Dragon Country's business. Support the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Down with foreign investment. Let these bastards leave our country. Everyone was shouting, raising their arms high and eagerly staring at Mr. Yi on the stage. As long as Mr. Yi gave the order, they would absolutely obey and implement Mr. Yi's plan. They have seen the news during this time. First, the Lighthouse Country adopted a fortress policy towards the Dragon Group, and then slandered the industries that were about to become international brands. Does the Lighthouse Country really think that Dragon Country is easy to bully? Dragon Country has always treated others with virtue, but does not need virtue when dealing with evil people. Mr. Yi's move is really clever. On the stage, the deputy who had been standing next to Yi Chen smiled and spoke. With just a few words, he could stir up the emotions of so many people. Yi Chen is indeed very powerful. He speculated that Yi Chen chose to use this method to stir up the emotions of the masses, probably because those things also made him feel tricky, so he wanted to use the power of the masses to eliminate the public opinion created by the Lighthouse Country. Mr. Shen, you are joking. Actually, my goal is not what you think. Yi Chen turned to the elderly man who had already reached retirement age and said politely. Next, without waiting for Mr. Zhang to explain, Yi Chen suppressed the heightened emotions of everyone. You don't need to be so angry. The Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce may have been able to target our country in the past, but it's very difficult now. Now I have some good news to tell you all. In the future, our country will vigorously develop in the Feizhou. Whether it's the construction industry or various industries, they can all go international through Africa. This sentence stirred up waves in the hearts of the people. They looked bewildered. If this sentence was not spoken by Mr. Yi, everyone would simply doubt if they had encountered a fool. Feizhou is indeed very vast, rich in resources, and abundant in labor and soil. If Dragon Country's enterprises can develop in the Feizhou region, their capital will increase exponentially. But, is this possible? Feizhou has always been a chaotic continent, especially in the southern Fei region, which is directly controlled by the southern Fei royal family, and war could break out at any time. Dragon Country had some negotiations with the northern Fei country a while ago and gained some benefits. And Mr. Yi said that all industries could develop in Feizhou, as if he had obtained a large part of the development rights in Feizhou. It's absolutely impossible. Mr. Yi. Mr. Zhang was also somewhat bewildered, feeling that Yi Chen was exaggerating a bit. They had just obtained a small part of the development rights from Feizhou a while ago.
Now what Yi Chen said was simply too much. Mr. Zhang, you are underestimating Mr. Ye's strength. Mr.
Xin smiled faintly, and directly took out his phone in front of so many people at the press conference, showing Mr.
Zhang a message on it.
The message was very simple, but it was the best proof.
Dragon Country did indeed obtain a large portion of the development rights in Feizhou, just this noon. Even Mr.
Zhang, who had seen many storms, felt his scalp tingling at this moment. It was actually an agreement personally written by the Prince of the Southern Fey royal family, agreeing that members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce could develop enterprises in Feizhou in a legal manner.
What does this represent?
Representing the Feizhou region, it will become a treasure trove for the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the future. It has an extremely busy port and the world's largest and cheapest labor force.
In a year's time.
No, in half a year, the entire economy of the Dragon Kingdom will grow significantly.
Zhang Lao, don't be nervous, take a deep breath.
Seeing that Zhang Lao seemed to be out of breath, Xin Lao patted his back, still smiling. Honestly, he was equally shocked when he saw this news. But upon careful consideration, he felt that it was not surprising for Mr.
Yi to do this. Wait, why was this agreement signed today? Zhang Lao eased his emotions and realized that something was not right.
Such big news, he shouldn't have been unaware of it.
In addition, how could the Southern Flying Royal family be willing to hand over most of their hard-earned benefits to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce? It's very unreasonable. It's not a big deal.
It's just that the lighthouse country sent some people, causing unrest in the entire Southern Flying.
Mr.
Ye's men helped the Southern Flying Royal family defeat those foreign invaders and signed this agreement, deciding to help them repair the post-war losses. Xin Lao glanced at Yi Chen, saw him nod, and then left directly. The lighthouse country dares to use force against other countries.
Hearing this, the elder clenched his fists fiercely.
Damn the lighthouse country, repeatedly ignoring the United Nations agreements, and rashly sending troops to Feizhou, wanting to take the initiative.
Fortunately, Mr.
Yi had a strong force in Feizhou, defeating the lighthouse country and gaining many benefits at the same time, which could be described as killing two birds with one stone. Even Zhang Lao suspected that the reason why the lighthouse country acted rashly this time was also due to Yi Chen's provocation.
This speculation is very likely because based on their understanding of Mr. Yi, it is very likely that he would do such a thing. Mr. Yi is truly brilliant. Speechless, Zhang Lao had nothing to say and could only use the word brilliant to praise Yi Chen.
To be honest, although the means were not very good, it was in line with the interests of the merchants.
At least they gained a lot of benefits.
Today's press conference is to launch a bidding model in the Feizhou region. Later, I will let Xin Lao start.
Companies interested in developing in the Feizhou region can give it a try.
The conversation lasted for about an hour, and Yi Chen roughly explained what he needed to say before leaving the press conference. Those bidding matters did not require his guidance, and Xin Lao could understand them on his own. After all, he was the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and his knowledge in business was not much different from Yi Chen's.
Finally, the moment has arrived. In the back of the press conference, Li Jianghao and Li Yang were extremely excited.
They had heard from Hao Jiancheng that the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was going to start construction in Feizhou.
They didn't expect it to start now.
Fortunately, they had been raising money these days, expanding their technology, and it was no problem to take on some small bids. In fact, most of the merchants had heard about the bidding news. The first to know were the dozen or so members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Then there were those who had not joined the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce but had connections with its members. Most of the merchants present had come for the bidding. Feizhou had a brand new market waiting for them to develop, and they absolutely could not miss it. So, these merchants were like a group of extremely hungry people, and Feizhou was a big cake placed in front of them. Everyone wanted to take a bite of the cake, and it was a matter of who had the strongest ability to get the most cake.
The bidding is officially starting now. The first bidding is for the construction industry.
When it was his turn to take the stage, Xin Lao showed his edge and began to methodically conduct the bidding process. As the acting president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he excelled in bidding. Uninterested in watching things that he already knew the outcome of, Yi Chen walked alone to the backstage.
The Kyoto Tower was very large.
This was the venue for official press conferences, with hundreds of floors in total.
Yi Chen, with nothing else to do, strolled to the second-floor leisure area, ordered a cup of coffee, and sat down.
While his identity had not yet been exposed by the media, he decided to enjoy this rare moment of peace.
Yi Chen didn't particularly like the taste of coffee. He just enjoyed the bitterness in it.
Some say that since humans came into this world, they have never truly enjoyed good fortune, a sentiment that Yi Chen strongly agreed with.
Just like himself now.
Living as a supreme figure in the eyes of others, possessing wealth that most people could never dream of having in several lifetimes.
Perhaps some people thought Mr.
Yi was a fortunate person. In reality, only he knew the struggles he faced.
No real friends. No one he truly liked.
Every day he had to deal with the cutthroat competition among major corporations and occasionally guard against malicious assassination attempts. There is a saying that Yi Chen strongly agreed with: the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He did indeed possess extraordinary business acumen, but the burden he carried was to help the development of the Dragon Kingdom's commerce.
Many members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce were waiting for him to lead the way.
The pressure he faced was immense.
"Sir, may I sit in the seat next to you?"
Lost in thought as he gazed at the bustling scene outside the window, a soft female voice sounded beside Yi Chen. He turned in surprise to see the woman standing next to him. She appeared to be around 20 years old, a very young age in the deep pit of society. She had a very attractive face. Yi Chen couldn't quite describe it, but he just felt very comfortable looking at her. Unlike the big stars in the entertainment industry or those who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, the woman's eyes were filled with hope for life.
She was someone who had just entered society.
Yi Chen made a light evaluation in his mind and glanced at the tablet computer she was holding. Clearing his throat, he said, "No one's there, please have a seat."
"Thank you." Expressing her gratitude, the woman sat across from Yi Chen.
She just wanted a place to work. Finding Yi Chen very handsome, she subconsciously chose this spot.
Who wouldn't want to watch handsome men and beautiful women work? It could boost work efficiency, after all, pleasing to the eye. "Sir, what kind of work do you do?" After quietly working for half an hour, the woman finally started a conversation with Yi Chen.
Seeming a bit tired from work, she temporarily closed her computer. "I am a businessman," Yi Chen replied, feeling somewhat surprised.
"A businessman? Did you start your own business?"
The woman nodded thoughtfully. "Business is still good these days. There are many opportunities for us young people."
"Is that so?"
Yi Chen smiled non-committally. Among 10,000 entrepreneurs, if 2 took the right path, that would be considered good.
Most people either gave up halfway, suffered heavy losses, or couldn't resist the temptations that wealth brought.
When I arrived, I saw that there was a grand press conference downstairs.
It seemed quite impressive. The woman chatted with Yi Chen. She was an employee of a state-owned enterprise company, currently working as a copywriter.
These days have been busy with the design of a copywriting project, so I haven't paid much attention to real-time news reports and don't know how big the news conference downstairs is. I can only see many luxury cars parked outside, and many people in uniforms guarding the entrance to the press conference.
Chatted for a long time.
Yi Chen also learned the woman's name, Zhong Ching from a sunny day.
"Yi Chen, what kind of business are you doing? Is it convenient to tell me a bit? Maybe I can take time off and help you."
"Let me tell you, I studied economics and management in college, but ended up as a copy editor," Zhong Ching said in frustration. She had excellent grades and had the opportunity to directly enter a good position in a state-owned enterprise. Who knew that this opportunity was snatched away by someone else, and she could only start as a small copy editor, waiting for several years or even decades to have a chance to reach a higher position.
"My business is very diverse. If you're interested, how about accompanying me to a trip to Africa?" Yi Chen looked interestedly at Zhong Ching.
He planned to leave for Africa in the next few days to discuss future cooperation with Prince Zabi of South Africa.
"Really?" Zhong Ching looked at Yi Chen in surprise, finding it hard to believe. "Your business has reached Africa? What's wrong?"
"This
is too hard to imagine."
Seeing that Yi Chen was not much older than her, they should both be around 20 years old. The difference between people was unexpectedly large, and Yi Chen turned out to be a big businessman in business.
"You're not involved in illegal gambling, are you?" Zhong Ching asked suspiciously.
When it comes to Africa, the first thing she thinks of is the various gambling companies. Once dragged in, she doesn't know how to get out in the future. It is estimated that she will have to spend her whole life there. Those gambling companies use various methods to lure people from the country into their companies, offering high salaries. But when these people want to leave, they reveal their true intentions, making employees stay in Africa forever as free labor. Although it cannot be said to be free, in a place where the legal system is almost non-existent, it is very likely.
"Do I look like that kind of person to you?"
My main business is developing in Longwa, called the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
This time, I want to go to Africa to discuss some business.
Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "If you're interested, I'll cover the cost of the ticket and travel expenses this time, and you can bring a friend.
If you perform well, you can be my secretary in the future." With that said, Yi Chen did not continue, waiting for Zhong Qing's consideration.
He felt that he had reached this position, and it was time to find a secretary to handle things for him. Otherwise, facing that group of rough old men every day, Yi Chen felt that his sexual orientation would gradually become a problem.
Can I see your ID card?
Zhong Qing hesitated for a long time. Because she really didn't like her current job, it would be great to travel for free once.
But she still didn't fully trust Yi Chen.
She was afraid of being abducted by Yi Chen like this.
Take a look.
Yi Chen casually took out his ID card from his wallet and threw it on the table in a straightforward manner. He walked upright and sat straight. Not a bad person, so what was there to worry about?
There's no problem with the ID card. Are you from Lujiakan? Glancing briefly at Yi Chen's ID card, Zhong Qing's gaze was drawn to the address section.
Recently, she had heard colleagues in the office mention Lujiakan several times. They said that a university student with a net worth of over 100 billion had appeared in Lujiakan, and he was extremely handsome. In short, they were all boasting about how good this Mr. Yi was.
Even some female colleagues fantasize about becoming Mr. Ye's mistress. Lujiakan, Yechen. Are you the person who is very popular online? Zhong Qing was surprised.
Never did she expect to meet the famous person who was widely circulated online while coming out for a cup of coffee. Just as her colleagues described, Yechen was indeed handsome.
No wonder he looked so young.
He turned out to be a freshman.
Yes, do you believe it now?
Yechen raised his eyebrows. It turned out that being famous had its advantages.
I believe, but I don't understand why you value me and want me to go to Feijo with you, Zhong Qing nodded.
After all, Yechen was a public figure and definitely not the kind of person who would deceive and sell beautiful women to Feijo. Information about such public figures had long been recorded, and if they did anything suspicious, they would face unexpected consequences once exposed.
Can I say that the journey is too boring, and I want to talk to a beautiful woman?
Yechen shrugged. A round trip to Feijo would take at least 2 days. How boring it would be for him to be alone for those 2 days.
It would be better to have a good-looking girl to accompany him and have someone to talk to on the way. That reason is indeed good. What do I need to prepare, and when do we leave?
Zhong Qing was stunned, then curiously asked.
You don't need to prepare anything.
We will take a private plane this time.
Just bring some clothes for changing, Yechen said.
If there's no problem, call your boss now and follow me later.
Okay, boss.
Naturally, Zhong Qing changed her way of addressing Yechen. Since she chose to follow Yechen, he became her new boss. She felt that following Yechen this time was the most promising path.
Life always requires constant challenges.
Yechen was so young and wealthy, being his secretary would expose her to the most knowledge. It was much better than working in this half-dead company. Taking leave was very convenient. Since the editorial department did not lack someone like Zhong Qing, she smoothly got 4 days off from her boss.
Okay, it's about time. Let's go.
When Zhong Qing finished the call, Yechen looked at his watch and said, it had been over 2 hours since they came out, and the bidding should be ending soon.
Boss, where are we going?
Holding her tablet, Zhong Qing quickly caught up with Yechen.
She was
165 meters tall, about a head shorter than Yechen. Fortunately, she was wearing a suit and leather shoes for work, so she quickly caught up with Yechen's pace.
Then she saw Yechen entering the venue of the press conference.
Sitting in the backstage, she observed the situation of the press conference from a high vantage point. The bidding activity was already coming to an end at this moment.
The last one to bid was the communication industry in Feijo. Longwei Group bid 1 billion and gained priority rights. Is this a bidding for Feijo? Zhong Qing, standing next to Yechen, was surprised.
The press conference had turned into a bidding scene, and the bidding was for Feijo.
Is the person who was just photographed the chairman of Longwei Group, Ren Zheng? He actually spent 1 billion just for priority rights.
The more she looked at the people below, the more shocked Zhong Qing became. She saw several people who had been in the news among them. They were all big shots. Could it be that the boss is also one of the participants in this bidding activity, and this time he got the bid in advance, so he came out to take a breath? A thought emerged in Zhong Qing's mind, finally understanding why Yi Chen had run from the distant Lu family village to Kyoto. It was all for this grand bidding event. Boss, has Feijo reached a cooperation agreement with our country? Why are there so many people here for the bidding?
Zhong Qing asked.
Yi Chen sneered and said, it's not just cooperation, it's more like conquest.
That exaggerated? What kind of business are we going to conduct this time?
Zhong Qing curiously looked at the bidding screen below, seeing various industries participating in the bidding, confirming the boss's statement. Feijo had indeed become a piece of cake for Manhwa.
As long as there is business available, we will conduct it.
Yi Chen smiled. He found it interesting not to tell Zhong Qing his identity. At least for now, Zhong Qing only saw him as the boss, not Mr.
Yi.
The press conference came to a close, and after bidding farewell to the crowd, Xinlao walked towards the observation platform upstairs.
Mr.
Yi, he paused when he saw Zhongqing, then bowed to Yi Chen. The matters of Feizhou are in your hands.
Remember to implement the rules there.
Yi Chen instructed Xinlao, then turned and left with Zhongqing. If they really treated Feizhou as a piece of cake, how are they any different from the foreign capital that had once plundered Longwa with capital? Therefore, the rules that needed to be established still had to be implemented, not allowing Longwa's businessmen to become complacent.
Farewell, Mr.
Yi, Xinlao nodded solemnly, bowing 90 degrees to Yi Chen's departing figure. He had been drinking the golden tea leaves given to him by Yi Chen these past 2 days, and his health had noticeably improved. With those tea leaves, Xinlao estimated that he could live for another 3 or 4 years without any issues. 3 or 4 years.
By then, Mr.
Yi should have turned Longwei into a major commercial country, Xinlao thought. With Mr. Ye's abilities, he could definitely achieve that level in 3 or 4 years.
Xinlao, has Mr. Yi left again?
At this moment, Zhang Lao appeared by Xinlao's side, asking in confusion.
Mr.
Yi had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave early.
Zhang Lao, don't you need to handle the upcoming matters?
Now that the Southern Fei royal family had formed a cooperative relationship with Longwa, the official Longwa would have some trouble ahead. Feizhou was not a peaceful place. Those matters are not under my jurisdiction. Zhang Lao waved his hand and said, I was planning to have a good chat with Mr. Yi, but he left early, which is a pity.
That's just how Mr. Yi is.
He had urgent matters to attend to, so he left temporarily. Seeing this, Zhang Lao could only sigh with regret.
In an instant, he smiled and looked at Xinlao. We're drinking below. How about the two of us have a drink?
Sure.
Xinlao's eyes lit up.
It had been 2 or 3 years since he had touched alcohol after his health problems. Now that his health had improved and he had the tea leaves given by Mr. Yi, drinking some alcohol was not a problem.
That's great.
But I heard about your health issues.
Is there any problem? Zhang Lao's face brightened, then he asked with concern.
He had heard about Xinlao's health issues, and this time, he had even stayed in the hospital after returning to Longwa. If he dragged Xinlao into drinking tonight and it caused any health issues, he would be the one at fault.
No problem, Mr.
Yi gave me some tea leaves for longevity. I'll let you taste them later. With a healthy body, Xinlao's mood was also good, planning to share some of his cherished golden tea leaves with Zhang Lao.
Of course, he would only let Zhang Lao taste a bit, unwilling to give away any extra tea leaves.
Initially, someone had offered 10 million to purchase Mr. Ye's golden tea leaves, but Mr. Yi had refused them all. This type of tea is priceless and very precious. The key point is that the golden tea can purify the impurities in the body and extend one's lifespan. How many wealthy and powerful people desire such an effect? The older people get, the more they fear death. Ordinary people are fine, but the wealthy are reluctant to part with their money. Lighthouse country. The chief and the financial consortium sat with gloomy expressions. The news from the southern flying area has been confirmed to be true. General Gore and others failed, and some were captured by the Dragon Guard, expected to be sent to the Dragon Country. They did not expect that the force called the Dragon Guard would be so powerful. Even the regular Lighthouse Country soldiers were defeated by them. Bang! The chief clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it hard on the table. The failure of the war is not important. The most urgent situation now is those defeated soldiers. If it is found that Lighthouse Country is involved in this matter, the politicians of the Dragon Country will definitely not let it go. Although the United Nations cannot do anything to Lighthouse Country, but don't forget that there are also some countries that are equally dissatisfied with Lighthouse Country. They will definitely take advantage of this incident to disgust Lighthouse Country. Find some people and eliminate all the soldiers on the road, don't leave a single one alive. After much thought, the chief decided to eliminate all the defeated soldiers. He was worried that the soldiers would reveal the situation and be brought to a military court. I have already arranged for this matter, I guarantee it will be clean. Mayor said on the side, not daring to say anything else. Lighthouse Country has just started and already failed twice, greatly undermining the confidence of everyone present. They once again felt their helplessness towards Mr. Yi and the Dragon Country. That country always brings them many surprises, or scares. Continue to investigate the matter in the southern flying area. I want to know who the Dragon Guard really is. In addition, increase the pressure on the southern flying royal family. At all costs, we must strive to gain some power. The chief, who was upset by the two incidents, gave a cold order to the crowd and left the council chamber. The remaining people looked at each other, speechless for a while. They are all businessmen. Except for Mayor, they are a group of businessmen who only know how to make money. This matter does not concern them. so the chief's words were meant for Mayor.
Mr. Bill, can you provide the military with 1 billion in support? Among those present, you are the wealthiest.
Now those soldiers are going to die in a foreign land. I want to borrow 1 billion from you privately to comfort those dead soldiers. The cunning mayor waited until the chief's figure disappeared before speaking to Bill again. No problem. Helping the country is what we should do.
And the rest of you, don't just stand there, give Mr. Mayor some donations.
Bill generously took out a check worth 10 billion. He had anticipated such a result before coming, so he was well prepared.
Even Bill took out money this time. Those wealthy merchants could not continue to pretend they hadn't seen it.
They contacted their companies and donated some money in the name of the company, as a consolation for the soldiers who died this time.
The Feijo region is not as desolate as people imagine. There are tall cities and wealthy people here.
The southern flying area is like this. It has the most developed city in the entire Feijo, with the palace of the southern flying royal family. Riding on his private plane, Yi Chen looked down at the land below, which was so familiar. It was originally a thriving city, but now it is very dilapidated. There are ruins on the outskirts, and people walk on the ruins, disheveled and in tears. This was once their home. But because of the decisions made by the ruthless people of the lighthouse country, many people in this land have lost their homes and their loved ones. If the fleeing masses knew that it was the lighthouse country that caused this, it might stir up some dark forces. Boss, did a war just happen in the south? Zhongqing also looked down at the scene with tears in her eyes. Living in the comfortable dragon country, she had only seen these scenes in TV dramas. When this bloody scene appeared before her eyes, Zhongqing's heart was filled with a mix of emotions, full of sympathy.
Don't talk too much when we land, just say what I tell you to say. Yi Chen did not answer Zhongqing's question. He closed his eyes slightly and quietly waited to arrive at the palace of the southern flying royal family. Sure enough, despite the fierce attacks on the periphery, the palace of the southern flying royal family remained unscathed. The people inside were still living carefree and happy lives, indulging in luxury every day. Mr. Yi. When the plane bearing the Dragon Alliance logo landed in the square of the Southern Flying Royal Palace, the Southern Flying Royal family, who had been waiting for a long time, came forward. Prince Zabi, hello. Yi Chen casually replied and walked familiarly towards the interior of the palace. Mr. Yi, we have prepared a meal for you. It's your favorite African buffalo. It's okay, you guys go ahead and eat. I already ate before getting off the plane. His purpose for coming this time was not to eat. Furthermore, Yi Chen simply couldn't accept eating things directly with his hands. That feeling was just too uncomfortable. Mr. Yi, is this your secretary? Seeing that Yi Chen had no interest in eating, Prince Zabi cancelled the banquet and led Yi Chen and Zhongqing into the palace. There were many people dressed strangely here, looking at Yi Chen with respectful eyes. Occasionally, they would glance at Zhongqing standing beside Yi Chen, with a puzzled expression. She is my intern secretary, whether she gets hired or not is still uncertain. Yi Chen glanced at the dazed Zhongqing, very satisfied with her performance. At least she knew how to use her innocence to cover up her ignorance, which showed that Zhongqing was still a smart girl. In this foreign land, what one needed to do when following a big shot was to speak when necessary and remain silent when not. In fact, what Yi Chen didn't know was that Zhongqing wasn't really smart enough to know when not to speak. It was because she was shocked by the scene before her. The boss actually called the Feijo person in front of her a prince? Could it be that this person was the true ruler of Feijo, the prince of the Southern Flying Royal family who governed the Southern Flying region? But why did this prince show such respect to the boss, as if he were the boss's subordinate? Mr. Yi, what the lighthouse country did this time is really outrageous. We have estimated that the death toll is at least over 6,000 people, and the number of injured people is even more than 100,000. The total economic loss is estimated to be around 30 billion US dollars. In the main hall, Prince Zabi and Yi Chen had a private conversation, expressing their sorrow and anger. Yi Chen smiled. Did the dragon guards tell you? Yes, if it weren't for the dragon guards this time, the royal family might have been in danger too. Having been exposed for not having counted the facts himself, Prince Zabi did not feel embarrassed at all. He said enthusiastically, one good news is that we took this opportunity to find that group of royal families supporting the lighthouse country and directly eliminated them. That is indeed something worth celebrating. The South African royal family has never been one that Prince Zabi can dictate. One faction supports the lighthouse country, while another faction led by Prince Zabi has long been in cahoots with Yi Chen. After eliminating those who opposed him, Prince Zabi naturally gained more power. Now he is the true ruler of Nanfei. Well, let's talk business first. Yi Chen didn't have time to chat with Prince Zabi and went straight to the point. I have initiated a bidding activity in Longwa.
This bidding will bring in a total of 300 billion US dollars. According to our agreement, we will allocate 200 billion US dollars to you as expenses, and the rest will be managed by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce.
Is this arrangement acceptable to you? The estimated bidding amount is 300 billion US dollars, equivalent to about 2 trillion soft sister coins. Yi Chen had already discussed cooperation with Prince Zabi and decided to provide him with 200 billion US dollars as financial support for their country. Of course, no problem, Prince Zabi said with a smile. 200 billion US dollars is enough for them to use for a year. With the wealth brought by the Longhua merchants, their income will continue to grow. Prince Zabi is not a fool. If he were a fool, he would not have become the Prince of Nanfei. He agreed to cooperate with Yi Chen because it was indeed very beneficial to Nanfei, and also because he had some fear of Mr. Yi and had to obey his arrangements. If he did not agree, he estimated that the Dragon Guards would eliminate him at any time and replace him with a puppet to govern them. Smart people are good at choosing sides. There is no doubt that Prince Zabi is standing with a good team, which ensures that his interests are not taken advantage of by others. You are a smart person, Prince Zabi. Yi Chen exaggeratedly praised, patted Prince Zabi on the shoulder, and continued, I am not a greedy person either. The income generated by all projects opened in your country will provide you with a portion of the income. After a year, as your economy develops, this income will become even more substantial. Everything is up to Mr. Yi. Prince Zabi smiled honestly, as if he were a person without opinions. Ha ha, Yi Chen laughed heartily. He knew that Prince Zabi was a smart person who knew how to speak. It's easy to talk to smart people. Have you received those cows? After settling the business cooperation matters, Yi Chen began to discuss the ongoing business cooperation between the two. The cattle that were raised have all grown up. A total of 800 heads were handed over to the Nanfei royal family. These cattle did not bring economic income to Yi Chen. It was like providing tribute to the Nanfei royal family. But for Yi Chen, this was a very important matter. Without these African wild cattle, the current cooperation model would not have started, nor would they have the rights to exploit a small portion of oil, diamond, and jade resources. All of this was obtained through these African wild cattle. 800 heads, not a single cow was injured, all arrived intact. I have already distributed them, and there are still 300 heads left in the royal family, Prince Zabi said. Not all the cattle he received each year were left for the Nanfei royal family. Most of the cattle needed to be given to those who managed a part of the region for them, and those guys loved African wild cattle. The number of cattle left for the Nanfei royal family was around 300 heads. It was enough for their enjoyment. Of course, it would be even better if there were more cattle, but Prince Zabi knew that this was impossible. Mr. You would only provide them with a certain number of cattle each year for consumption. If they wanted to raise cattle, they would need to invest heavily in technology to study the genetic breeding of these cattle. Because the cattle sent were all bulls, it can be said that Yi Chen has monopolized the African wild cattle enjoyed by the nobility. It monopolized a necessary life chain of the nobility. With this life chain, it would be impossible for the Southern Flying Royal family to refuse Mr. Yi in some matters. Just like the current Southern Flying Royal family, a small number of people have begun to show their favor to Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen gives them some benefits, these people can immediately become Yi Chen's loyal subordinates. If the distribution is appropriate, then I won't continue to disturb Prince Zabi and will go talk to my subordinates first. Since everything was fine, Yi Chen also lost interest in continuing the conversation. He stood up. As if thinking of something, he turned to look at Prince Zabi, and a fierce look suddenly burst out in his eyes. I don't want any Dragon Country merchants to appear in the Southern Flying. I hope Prince Zabi can understand my meaning. I understand. Prince Zabi was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Chen. After Yi Chen left the council hall, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was actually scared cold by a look from Yi Chen. That look. It was as if he were a dispensable ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Prince Zabi called in a person responsible for ruling the Southern Flying Area and commanding the military. After repeatedly admonishing the person about Mr. Yi's demands, he entered his own palace to enjoy the shower given to him by the beautiful women. Soon, Prince Zabi temporarily forgot about the look from Yi Chen and immersed himself in the joy with the beautiful women. Let's go. Leaving the palace, Yi Chen found Zhong Qing waiting outside the palace. She looked silly as she gazed at the palace of the Southern Flying Royal family. It was already the 21st century, but it was unexpected that South Africa still maintained this feudal ruling class. No wonder this place, despite having many resources, was far behind compared to those places without resources.
This feudal management was a major root cause.
Boss.
Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Zhongqing snapped out of her daze and looked at Yi Chen in front of her. She suddenly realized that her boss's status seemed quite impressive. It could be seen from the conversation with Prince Sabi that Yi Chen's status was much higher and more respected than Prince Sabi's.
What are you doing here, Shalang?
Ready to go to the next place.
He waved his hand in front of Zhongqing. Yi Chen walked ahead on his own. Coming. Wait for me, boss.
Zhongqing, who was abandoned, hurried to catch up with Yi Chen, afraid of being left in this unfamiliar place.
Boss, where are we going next? Is it to the Northern Flying Royal family?
Catching up with Yi Chen, Zhongqing curiously asked about the next route. She thought that since Yi Chen had already talked to the Prince of the Southern Flying Royal family, the next target should be the Prince of the Northern Flying Royal family. That country also seemed to have a prince, but the power was not as great as that of the Southern Flying Royal family.
It was more like a title. What's in your head? Why would I go see those people with no power?
Yi Chen looked at Zhongqing speechlessly. His eyes wandered to a certain place on Zhongqing.
It's really big. No wonder they say X is brainless, it seems to have some basis. So who are we going to see this time? Boss, at least give me some information.
Due to her shorter height compared to Yi Chen, Zhongqing did not notice Yi Chen's gaze and said with a hint of resentment, "Of course, we're going to see the largest force in the southern flying area."
Smiling, Yi Chen got into the vehicle prepared for them by the Southern Flying Royal family.
Because Yi Chen did not bring bodyguards this time, Prince Sabi specifically instructed a group of people to protect Yi Chen's safety. It can be said that the security measures are well in place.
Why do we have to bring soldiers with us when we go out?
Zhongqing, sitting in the car, felt uncomfortable all over. It was her first time receiving this level of protection, and it seemed exaggerated to have a military escort for travel. Only super wealthy people would do this, just like in the movies. It wasn't until the vehicle entered the street that Zhongqing felt the protection was necessary. The streets were in complete chaos.
Scenes of people forcibly robbing others were everywhere.
A man was surrounded by several people, with a knife pointed at his chest. Cars like theirs were rushed by a group of people, demanding money first, and then forcibly pulling the owners out of the car to search them.
Isn't the public security too chaotic?
Zhongqing, who had never seen such a bloody scene, shivered. Fortunately, they were followed by a military vehicle, which was also exclusive to the Southern Flying Royal family, so those people dared not act. Otherwise, they would surely end up like those people. A weak woman like her might be violated by several black men.
This is a normal phenomenon. The prince will recover after a period of time and establish refugee camps.
Sitting beside them was a subordinate sent by Prince Sabi, who had studied Chinese, mainly to take care of Zhongqing, because Yi Chen also spoke the local language.
I remember telling you to establish refugee camps and providing some financial aid, didn't I?
Yi Chen stared intently at the speaker. At the first moment the war ended, he instructed the dragon guards to provide a sum of care money to the Southern Flying Royal family. Although not much, it was enough to support the refugees for a month. After a month, merchants from the Dragon Kingdom would arrive in the Southern Flying Royal family, allowing these refugees to have jobs and make a living.
Mr. Yi. The man looked embarrassed.
He knew very well that the money had been spent by the upper class, first by Prince Sabi, and then withheld by his subordinates. By the time it reached the grassroots level, it could probably only sustain the refugees' lives for 3 or 4 days.
A total of 320,000 refugees. It required a large amount of money.
Those people were not too worried about the life and death of the refugees, as they knew that merchants from the Dragon Kingdom would arrive in the Southern Flying Royal family soon to solve the problem of their livelihood. As for whether the refugees could hold on until then, it all depended on their luck.
Later on, Prince Sabi was urged by Yi Chen and felt it was not good for Yi Chen to see this scene, so he allocated a portion of the funds and personally supervised the implementation.
This time, there were no problems, and they could probably start comforting the refugees tomorrow.
Forget it, I've done my best. Yi Chen turned his head away.
He was just a person from the Dragon Kingdom, so why should he care about the national affairs of the Southern Flying Royal family?
Anyway, these people couldn't rob him.
The vehicle slowly drove towards the gathering place of the Dragon Guards.
Lighthouse Country.
The steward who had been waiting for a long time finally received the reason for the failure of this war. In this battle, there were about 4,000 members of the Dragon Guards. In addition, there were mercenaries who had joined from unknown places, totaling about 7,000 to 8,000. In theory, there was still a considerable gap in the military strength between the two sides, because the total military force mobilized by the Lighthouse Country was about 10,000, and they were very well equipped. Even if they did not win this war, it would eventually make the people of the southern flying royal family feel threatened. However, the members of the Dragon Guards had rich combat experience and extraordinary military literacy, and each of them showed outstanding military skills, with excellent equipment. Their speed of action and combat power were outstanding, which was why General Gore was defeated by them. They were really a group of unreliable guys. The manager complained a little in his heart, then picked up a new piece of information. He needed to review many reports that came in every day, and his work was very busy.
News from Dragon Country? The content of the press conference?
Glancing at the title of the information, the manager's face was uncertain. He curiously opened the information file and carefully observed it sentence by sentence.
Bang! Suddenly, the manager slapped the table in front of him, and his palm instantly turned extremely red. Mr. Yi.
He gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. According to the information, this time Dragon Country's business obtained commercial cooperation with Nanfei, allowing Dragon Country's business to develop in the Nanfei region.
Leading this tender was the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, presided over by Mr. Yi himself.
What made the manager feel angry the most was that at the tender meeting, the ranking for infrastructure and real estate development construction was first. Clearly, the Dragon Guards had the strength to counter their missiles, but they did not prevent it. It turned out it was for the sake of greater benefits for Dragon Country's business. The bamboo shoots on the mountain were all taken away. These Dragon Country people were too cunning. They made themselves scapegoats, enjoying the most benefits, and ridiculously felt proud of destroying some buildings in Nanfei.
They are still serving others to this day. A photo of Mr. Yi.
Trying to calm his emotions, the manager curiously looked at the end of the information sheet.
It was a photo of a man.
The person in the photo was under 20 years old, very handsome and sunny looking, holding a microphone and smiling faintly.
So young.
The manager was slightly surprised. Like most people, he had speculated that Mr. Yi was a middle-aged man.
Based on their previous interactions, Mr. Yi's mind was very meticulous and could think of many details.
So, the manager subconsciously thought that Mr. Yi was a middle-aged man. The result surprised him. Before him was a young man under 20 years old.
He looked vibrant.
This makes it even more difficult. Mr.
Miles' suggestion can be directly rejected.
The manager rubbed his face with a headache. Not long ago, at a meeting they held, Mr. Miles had made a suggestion. He believed that Mr. Yi was an older person, and heard that Mr. Yi's health was not good, causing significant problems when he returned to Dragon Country this time.
Then, Mr. Miles suggested that the Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce should not make any moves for now.
Temporarily ensure the situation of all domestic companies, and wait for the day when Mr. Yi passes away, then their chance to turn things around will come.
Fuck. Bullshit. Thinking back to Mr. Miles' suggestion, the manager's originally flushed face turned pale and then green. He was really confused. He had even thought that Mr. Miles' suggestion could be used as a third option. Mr.
Yi was just a young man under 20, he could live for decades, waiting for the day when the Lighthouse Country was completely finished.
Saying that waiting for Mr.
Yi's death was pure nonsense. The person who agreed with what they said. The manager felt that the person standing next to Yi Chen, who was called the acting president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, was closer. However, the old man's body seemed relatively healthy, his eyes were full of spirit, and he didn't look like he was in the hospital at all.
The Yangtze River's waves drive the waves ahead die on the beach. Unknowingly,
the manager said a sentence in Chinese. Although the tone was slightly strange, it was not difficult to understand the general meaning.
Full of sighs. Could the damn Dragon Guards be the thugs raised by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce?
At this point, the manager began to suspect the connection between the Dragon Guards and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. All of this seems to have been anticipated and prepared in advance.
The person behind the scenes is truly terrifying. Could it be that Mr. Yi has another identity in private?
Staring at the young talent in the photo, the steward felt so unfamiliar for the first time. In the years of battling with Yi Chen, he thought he knew Mr.
Yi very well.
But now he realizes that Mr.
Yi's mystery exceeds his imagination.
He seems to be able to foresee all of his opponent's actions and has been planning for a year or 3 years ago.
The vehicle swayed and drove to a dilapidated area.
Then, the road in front of them instantly changed to a different level. There is a 2-lane paved road with street lights and flowers on the roadside. Compared to the roads they passed before, this place feels like a real city.
Mr. Yi, we will escort you here.
The driving vehicle slowly stopped in front of a commercial van. The commercial van had a red Qilin printed on its body, making the people from the Southern Flying Royal family present feel palpitations.
Alright, you can just escort me here. Yi Chen naturally got out of the car and skillfully got into the commercial vehicle.
Inside the commercial vehicle was a woman wearing a tight suspender, with a tight and competent figure.
Mr. Yi.
The woman bowed to Yi Chen, and when she saw Zhong Qing behind Yi Chen, she hesitated for a moment.
Get in.
She pulled Zhong Qing into the commercial vehicle, and Yi Chen closed his eyes to enjoy the comfort of the vehicle.
This vehicle has been modified.
The body can withstand attacks from bullets and firearms, and its defense is very strong.
Even the glass on the car is specially made. It can withstand a powerful firearm's single shot. Miss, where are we going?
Meeting a woman of the same gender for the first time, Zhong Qing finally found someone to talk to. She leaned enthusiastically on the back of the chair, communicating with the woman in the driver's seat. Judging from the woman's figure and attire, she looked like a special agent from a TV drama, very domineering.
Dragon Guard headquarters.
The woman seemed to not favor Zhong Qing, and replied coldly, "It's a good idea to open a security company in Southern Flying.
Don't you know?
We've seen so many robberies along the way, and domestic security is better, with fewer criminals."
Zhong Qing did not notice the woman's indifferent tone and thought she was just in that mood, and continued to speak. However, before she could continue, the woman in the driver's seat suddenly spoke. Can you be quiet? Can't you see that Mr. Yi is resting? Zhong Qing.
Yi Chen, with his eyes closed, opened them slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He was just enjoying the comfortable seat and had no intention of resting at all.
Longwu, don't treat my secretary like this. She's someone I brought back from China.
Yes, Mr.
Yi.
Longwu stopped speaking after hearing this, but still looked at Zhong Qing with an unfriendly gaze from time to time, leaving Zhong Qing very confused.
She didn't remember offending this person. Why was her temper so bad?
She just wanted to have a good conversation, but she didn't receive any good treatment, and was constantly being watched with a guarded look, as if she was going to do something to the boss. In this state of confusion, the vehicle stopped in front of a spacious building.
This is a closed-off area.
The surroundings are all walls reaching a height of 3 meters, with barbed wire installed on top. The central main gate is about 4 meters high, and there are 4 armed guards standing by. As the vehicle approached the gate automatically opened, and the people inside the car were welcomed with a salute without even being looked at.
Hello, Mr. Yi.
A powerful voice rang out, and the firearms on the 4 guards at the gate clinked. Frightened, Zhong Qing sat in the car and shuddered, suspecting that she had arrived at some private armed area.
A security company with firearms? Zhong Qing didn't think so.
After entering the city wall, she became more convinced that this was a military training base. A vast runway, targets for shooting, and various strange training facilities. The base was large in size, with many buildings. There were probably thousands of people training inside, each of them burly.
Mr. Yi, hello.
After Yi Chen entered the training base, all the people training stopped and saluted in his direction.
The sound was like a bell, echoing through the area. Yi Ge.
The voices of the soldiers stopped, and a beautiful figure came rushing from a distance. It was a woman with delicate features, black short hair, and bright eyes.
She was about
1.7 meters tall and was also holding a gun. The woman moved quickly, swiftly approaching Yi Chen and hugging him tightly, complaining, "You haven't come to see me in a long time."
I just arrived, didn't I?
Wanner, if you keep hugging me, I'll start bleeding. Yi Chen gently stroked Long Wan's back.
Her skin was still very tight and smooth. Who is this person?
Letting go of Yi Chen, Long Wan looked at Zhong Qing behind him with a hint of hostility.
Obviously, she also regarded Zhong Qing as Yi Chen's lover.
After all, in all these years, Long Wan had never seen a woman by Yi Chen's side, let alone one brought to her training base. Don't misunderstand, this is my newly recruited secretary, still in the probation period.
Yi Chen guessed Long Wan's thoughts and gently stroked her head.
This move directly subdued the fiercest woman in the training base. She obediently nodded and murmured softly, "How are the casualties of the war?" After briefly introducing Zhong Qing's identity, Yi Chen and Long Wan strolled and chatted. "Our soldiers have very rich combat experience, and with the batch of equipment you provided, the casualties are very low. Only 132 people were lightly injured, 3 seriously injured, and 2 dead," Long Wan explained in detail. This was the difference between the Dragon Guard and the Southern Flying royal family. They didn't even have specific casualty numbers and had to rely on the Dragon Guard's information to have a rough estimate, while the Dragon Guard could be precise down to each person. It seems that the casualties are indeed small. Yi Chen was very satisfied with this number. In a large-scale battle, only 5 people lost their combat capabilities. It had to be said that under Long Wan's training, this group of people had become very powerful.
Yi Ge, do you have feelings for that female secretary? At this moment, Long Wan's thoughts were completely on Zhongqing, not the casualties. Who told you that? Yi Chen neither admitted nor denied it. He was curious why Long Wan would think that way. I know there's a saying, if there's work, the secretary does it, if there's nothing, the secretary does it. Men like you look for pretty female secretaries with this kind of thinking. Decent people don't look for pretty female secretaries. Long Wan explained directly. Being told this way made Yi Chen feel a little guilty, because he did have such thoughts. It was really sinful. In the past, in the mercenary group, Long Wan, Yi Chen arrived at Feizhou, and they had some contact for a while. Not to mention, Long Wan's guess really matched half of Yi Chen's initial thoughts. At first, he did have the idea of finding a female secretary to help. Later, he found that Zhongqing, this woman, was quite good-looking, with 9 points of beauty. In addition, being silly and cute, it fits Yi Chen's aesthetic. Thinking about whether to consider opening a harem and bringing Zhongqing back to his own harem team? Look, I've guessed it right. Looking at Yi Chen's expression, Long Wan knew that her guess was almost certainly correct. She had been with Yi Chen for 4 years, which may not be a long time, but it was enough to understand some special aspects of a person. Don't talk nonsense, I'm hungry and want you to cook for me. Yi Chen stubbornly denied his thoughts, saying he wanted to eat a bowl of noodles. Over the years, every time he arrived in the southern flying area, he would solve the problem of eating here. Because the food in the southern flying royal family was really bad, not only was it poorly made, but they also had to eat with their hands. Even if he cooked separately, Yi Chen didn't like their way of cooking. It was better here with Long Wan, who had many dragon country ingredients, seasonings, and excellent cooking skills. Yi Ge, do you want to eat me, or do you want me to cook for you? Long Wan turned around to cook noodles for Yi Chen, took a few steps, and then turned back to ask with a smile. Her voice was loud enough for Zhongqing and Long Wu behind to hear clearly. Nonsense, of course I want to eat noodles, what are you thinking? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. People's minds these days are really complicated, and they can think of anything. He really just wanted to eat the noodles made by Long Wan. Mr. Yi, when you're not here, I've been practicing cooking, and every failed dish has been eaten by us. But now my cooking skills have really improved a lot, and even the failed dishes are super delicious. She said it's not easy for you to come to the southern flying area, and she wants you to feel at home with the dragon guards. Long Wu, who followed behind Yi Chen, stepped forward to play the emotional card for his general. Of course, she was telling the truth, and everyone in the base could testify to that. I understand. Yi Chen nodded gently and curiously asked, where did the others go? Why haven't I seen them come out? In addition to Long Wan, there were 10 generals in the dragon guards, from Long Yi to Long Wei. These people were all experienced in battle, with extremely strong physical qualities. They went out on a mission. There are some mercenary groups active in the surrounding areas, and they want to fish in troubled waters. A fierce look appeared in Long Wu's eyes, but it quickly subsided, returning to a calm state. It was disrespectful to show this kind of look in front of Mr. Yi, and if the general found out, she would definitely be punished. Moreover, from the general's conversation, Long Wu learned that Mr. Yi was not as weak as he appeared. His appearance may be weak, but his combat experience and skills were no less than hers. They are also working hard. Yi Chen sighed. He recalled the first time he met Long Wan. At that time, Long Wan was still a skilled member of a mercenary group in the southern flying area, known as the female war god of that mercenary group. When Yi Chen first came to Feizhou, he wanted to find someone from the southern flying royal family to discuss a cooperation. However, this matter was leaked by a spy, and Yi Chen was targeted for assassination by a mercenary group. That night, he drove his vehicle frantically through the city, eventually hiding in an alley. Exhausted, the assassins found Yi Chen. Just when he thought his life was about to end, a woman with a gun suddenly appeared in the alley and helped Yi Chen escape from the encirclement. The woman was very familiar with the city architecture in the southern flying area and quickly evaded the pursuers. They hid in a farmer's house. Through a brief conversation, Yi Chen got to know this woman. Originally, Long Wan was the second in command of a mercenary group. As her influence within the group grew, she incurred the displeasure of the leader. In order to solidify her own power, the leader intentionally framed Long Wan and instigated the entire mercenary group to hunt her down. Long Wan fled and took refuge in an alley, where she unexpectedly encountered Yi Chen, who was also in hiding. After witnessing Long Wan's skills and strength, Yi Chen decided to recruit her. He offered Long Wan $10 billion and instructed her to gather a group of people for revenge. Over the following year, Yi Chen frequently returned to the southern region to help Long Wan establish the Dragon Guard, a formidable force that became feared throughout the area. Those who had sought to assassinate Long Wan were already eliminated. From the dragon head to the dragon tail, the members of the Dragon Guard included both men and women,
some of whom were trained personally by Long Wan, while others were recruited by Yi Chun from various sources. Yi Chun vividly remembered the time when he and Long Wan were hiding in a farmer's house, discussing their future in the darkness. There was a particularly clear exchange between them that Yi Chun could not forget.
I can make you the most powerful mercenary group. Why? Because of you and me. Alright, I believe you. From now on, I am yours.
The conversation was simple, but in reality, Yi Chun was demonstrating his financial power. At that time, he already possessed several hundred billion RMB and was already among the top tycoons in the country. Achieving such wealth within a year from scratch was a testament in itself. Yi Chun put aside his thoughts and began to eat the bowl of noodles in front of him. Then, he started sparring with Long Wan. With the help of the system, his body could barely compete with Long Wan. Although he couldn't defeat her in combat, Yi Chun's specialty was not in fighting, but in using underhanded tactics. After dozens of rounds, Yi Chun seized Long Wan's most vulnerable spot and lightly pinched it. If he used all his strength, Long Wan would have truly become defenseless.
Boss, you're really amazing.
Zhong Qing covered her face. It was the first time she realized how shameless her boss could be. He actually pinched Long Wan's sensitive spot and claimed to have defeated her. The day passed quickly. The next day, the sun rose as usual, casting a glimmer of light on this seemingly concluded place. The Southern Flying Royal family had already begun to allocate shelters for refugees and provide them with 15 days' worth of food. They informed the refugees that in 15 days, the merchants of the Dragon Kingdom would solve their livelihood issues, and what they needed in return was labor to secure their livelihood. For the refugees of Southern Flying, this was a very favorable exchange. Their homes had already been destroyed, and in order to regain their former lives, they needed to find work. However, there were no longer any positions available in the current factories or for manual labor. The number of positions available was limited, and the refugees lacked the necessary skills to find work. They had previously worked in the industries of the Dragon Kingdom and received better treatment than in their own local enterprises. It seemed like a suitable path for them. Make way! Make way! We are now distributing food. At the refugee camp, members of the Southern Flying Royal family arrived in trucks. Faced with the chaotic and littered refugee camp, the members of the Southern Flying Royal family couldn't help but furrow their brows. They unloaded several large barrels from the truck, filled with steamed buns as part of the relief food for the refugees. As for why it is mantou, because mantou is cheaper, and it only requires some flour to make, which is very convenient. Other relief foods include cassava and corn flour. The reason why the intelligence of the Feijo people is not very developed is partly due to their food. Cassava, as a staple food of the Feijo people, actually contains a lot of toxins. Long-term consumption can affect brain function and has little nutritional value, mostly starch. But the Feijo people like to eat this crop. Their way of planting is very simple, just insert it into the ground and wait for them to mature. Because cassava is toxic, those animals will not harm it. Queue up! Queue up! The refugees rushed forward, and the people distributing food were not polite at all, hitting the refugees with big sticks. Queuing is a cultural etiquette that Prince Zabi told them about. It is said that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are very orderly, and they also want to maintain this order in the Southern Flying area. Most Feijo people know about queuing etiquette, but now everyone's minds are clouded by hunger, and only those who rush to the front have a chance to get food. Who doesn't want to be at the front? The relief efforts continued for 2 days. The food distributed became scarcer day by day, and the refugees in the South Flying area waited in agony, hoping that the enterprises of the Dragon Kingdom could arrive in the South Flying area earlier. If they can't hold on any longer, they decided to go to work in those mines, which could temporarily fill their stomachs. And most of them still have their families. The children are almost starving to death. No wonder, mister. Ye asked us to prepare enough money. I didn't expect the situation in the South Flying area to be so serious. On a heavily equipped convoy, some yellow-faced people looked at the dilapidated streets. They are the winners of the construction industry who arrived in the South Flying area first this time. They came early this time to inspect the situation in the South Flying area. It's not because their royal control is not good. I heard that the official of the Dragon Kingdom gave them some relief supplies, all of which were taken by those guys. Yes, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce also provided them with relief, but these disasters still occurred here. There are a total of 7 or 8 big shots in the construction industry on the car. With their relatives and members, they have booked 4 trucks in total. The mighty team drove on the street, temporarily putting down the intention of the restless refugees in the South Flying area to attack. Their team is too big, and they can't afford to provoke them. Honored guests, let me take you to the palace first. The prince has prepared food to welcome you. The soldiers of the Southern Flying Royal family who came to pick up the Dragon Kingdom merchants arrived and respectfully led the team to the palace. These yellow people are the capable assistants they have built in the Feijo, and according to Prince Zabi, these people are very rich and cannot be slighted in the slightest. Thank you. The businessmen in the car thanked them, and then stopped watching the scene on the street. They have arrived in Feijo, and the formal business will begin next, which can rescue this group of refugees in dire straits. It is hard to imagine that the war in the South Flying area is so serious that some families have even started selling their children. Soon, the merchants of the Dragon Kingdom arrived at the palace and met the enthusiastic Prince Zabi. The other party led them into the hall and showed great enthusiasm. However, this enthusiasm made the Dragon Kingdom merchants present somewhat unacceptable. Black beauties, tall and burly figures. The table looked roughly made, at best it was the level of a 2-star hotel meal. Those who are slightly familiar with this place know that this is already the highest courtesy that Prince Zabi has shown to them. Prince Zabi, may I ask who we are supposed to deal with in our business? Skipping the food on the table, the businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom got straight to the point, intending to temporarily forget about eating by focusing on work. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with you on those matters. By the way, who among you is Mr. Yes, subordinate? Prince Zabi asked curiously while stuffing food into his mouth with his right hand. Mr. Lee stood up and said, I am a member of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Yes, subordinate. Then you will be responsible for the land allocation. The contract is here, take a look first. After confirming Mr. Lee's identity, Prince Zabi confidently handed over all the authority to him. This time, the development of the land did not actually become the property of these groups. The contract signed for the land only transferred the development rights to the businessmen of the Dragon Kingdom, and the benefits would belong to them. As for the land, it was temporarily leased for 200 years. After 200 years, it would still belong to the Southern Flying Royal family. However, for the businessmen of the Dragon Kingdom, 200 years was more than enough. By then, they would have built their own buildings, and the price of the land would plummet by half. Perhaps after discussing with Prince Zabi, they could completely obtain ownership of the land. They exchanged glances. The businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom nodded in satisfaction. Prince Zabi, we have successfully obtained the development rights for the land. Thank you for your support. The businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom expressed their gratitude politely. Unexpectedly, Prince Zabi waved his hand nonchalantly. Why talk about those things? There are so many beauties here, why don't you enjoy them? The businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom looked embarrassed. A myriad of thoughts raced through their minds. What did he mean by beauties? Perhaps Prince Zabi had a misunderstanding? The women in front of them were not outstanding, except for their ample bosoms and round buttocks. In the darkness, they would be hard to find if the lights were turned off. The businessmen present had seen many beautiful women and preferred those with fair or yellowish skin, finding it hard to accept these dark-skinned women. I forgot, Mr. Yi also doesn't seem to like women from our country, but there are no women with fair or yellowish skin here, I'm sorry. Seeing the awkward expressions of the others, Prince Zabi suddenly realized something. When Mr. Yi came to negotiate with the Southern Flying Royal family, he had also brought what he considered beautiful women to please Mr. Yi. However, Mr. Yi politely declined his kind gesture and explained to Prince Zabi, actually, it's not like that. I really like that girl. I wonder if Prince Zabi can give her to me. Someone in the Dragon Kingdom's group stood up and smiled at a distant Southern Flying woman. He was around 40 years old, slightly overweight, and had a receding hairline, forming a characteristic Mediterranean look. The Southern Flying woman he was observing would be considered one of the most beautiful if she were a bit fairer. Ha ha, this gentleman has a good eye. Prince Zabi turned around and laughed heartily. Princess Moi is indeed a great beauty of the Southern Flying. Thank you. The middle-aged Mediterranean man smiled slightly and looked at the woman in the distance with a lecherous gaze. The surrounding businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom were speechless. Indeed, people's preferences were different. Although the woman's appearance was good, they still felt a bit repulsed, and most importantly, this time it was the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce leading the team to carry out business development in the Southern Flying. They dared not do anything out of line. Everyone present was in their 30s or 40s, and their desires had gradually diminished, being more of a luxury than a necessity, unless they were tempted in some way. They chatted for a while. The Dragon Kingdom merchants, relying on their skills honed in the business world for many years, praised Prince Zabi to the skies. Later, they bid farewell to Prince Zabi and left the Southern Flying Royal family. Next, we will start our business. After arranging the work here, I need to go back to settle some matters. We are the first group to arrive, and fortunately, we have left a good impression on Prince Zabi. paving the way for the upcoming merchants.
By the way, Laoli, did you get the cooperation for the construction of the Dragonway Group's company? What's wrong? Didn't you get the cooperation for the construction of the Laning Group's branch? Ha ha,
Southern Flying is a great help for our infrastructure. With so many major projects being launched at the same time, I need to transfer some technical talents from the group headquarters. There is a severe shortage of technical talents here in Southern Flying. Indeed, the architectural design here also requires some unique features, considering the local natural and land requirements, all of which are knowledge understood by technical talents.
Outside the royal family, a large group of strangely dressed and seemingly wealthy Dragon Kingdom merchants were conversing. Fortunately, most Southern Flying people did not understand their words. However, this also attracted the attention of many Southern Flying people, who curiously looked at the crowd, speculating about their identities. These people were clearly from the Dragon Kingdom, as their way of speaking was distinctively Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that these people were the merchants Prince Zabi mentioned coming to Southern Flying? Great, the Dragon Kingdom merchants have finally arrived in our country. Now we have hope.
These Dragon Kingdom merchants are really wealthy, not even worried about being robbed with so many people.
Didn't the prince say they would take at least 7 days to arrive in Southern Flying? How come it feels so fast this time? Shoo, be careful, someone might hear you talking. So what if they hear?
They clearly don't understand the Southern Flying language. What's there to be afraid of? On both sides of the street, some people who were still intact and had not been harmed in the war were whispering. Listening to the voices coming from both sides, the Dragon Kingdom people present exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. They had prepared in advance before coming, specifically purchasing translation devices to wear on their ears, so they could clearly hear every word of the Southern Flying people's conversations. They hadn't expected their reputation in Southern Flying to be so significant.
It was probably all thanks to Mr. Yi.
The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, representing the Dragon Kingdom merchants, had received a lot of support in Southern Flying. Everyone, the land resources in Southern Flying are very rich.
This time, I want to unite all the giants in the construction industry to build a manor for Mr. Yi. What do you think?
Mentioning Yi Chen, Hao Jianqing took a step forward and spoke in front of the Dragon Kingdom merchants.
I have no objections. Mr. Yi has given us such a great opportunity, so what's building a manor for him? This time, I will invest 300 billion. Laoli seemed to have known about this matter early on and was the second to speak up. He had discussed with Hao Jianqing on the way, wanting to give Yi Chen a gift. After thinking it over, their best expertise was in the construction industry. Mr.
Yi was not short of money, and perhaps the manor could pique his interest.
I have no objections either. Mr. Yi has given me billions of assets, so I have no objections. This time, I will invest 30 billion. My family's assets are relatively small, and most of them are invested in this Southern Flying construction. I can only invest 10 billion. If Brother Hao is willing to help, I would like to borrow 50 billion from you, and I will repay you after this construction project breaks even. Li Jianghao said somewhat embarrassedly. His net worth was not as high as the other giants present, and he currently only had a total market value of 200 billion. All the assets were put into the construction of this southern flight, so there is not much liquidity in hand, and only the funding for those projects can be maintained. According to Li Jianghao's estimate, after all the projects of this construction are completed, the total market value of Gouwu development will reach the level of billions. Is it really so easy to achieve what Hao Jianqing said at the beginning? Of course, no problem, I believe in Brother Li's character, and I will advance the money for you first, Hao Jianqing said indifferently. Before, he didn't know Li Jianghao, but now he knows his character. It's much better to make friends than to make enemies. Thank you, Brother Hao, Li Jianghao expressed his gratitude. He really wanted to provide his own help to Mr. Yi to build a villa. Even if he donated 3 billion, he still felt unsatisfied. In fact, this 300 billion provided has exceeded most of the people present. There are a total of 7 business tycoons from the construction industry who have come. The total investment reached 120 billion. Li Jianghao alone invested about a quarter of the total value. It can be said to be super luxurious to build a manor with 120 billion. As far as they know, the most luxurious building manor in the country is worth at most about 10 billion, and it has become a landmark building. And this time, a total of 102 billion was invested. I will temporarily manage this 102 billion, and I will carefully calculate every expenditure. We will first use 20 billion to invite the top manor design master in the current construction design industry, and then invest 30 billion in the construction of the manor, and finally use the remaining 90 billion for decoration and construction of other things. What do you think? Old Lee is indeed the leader of the construction industry.
In just a few minutes, he determined the approximate scope of use of this 102 billion. He took out the map divided this time and shows 3 of the most suitable areas for building the manor.
One is on an island in the ocean near South Africa. One is a scenic area near the South African royal family. The last one is near the Dragon Guard training base. The reason for choosing the last area is that Old Lee understands some of Mr. Ye's strength. The Dragon Guard training base is under Mr.
Ye's control, and arranging the manor there has a great deal of security.
However, this is only one of the places he considered.
When the future construction of the southern flight is completed, the crisis in society will definitely be greatly reduced, and at that time, the island will be the safest and most comfortable place.
And the vast area on the island, Mr. Ye can also prepare accommodation for those soldiers to protect his own safety. I think this island is good.
Yes, I don't know how much this island costs. Let's discuss with the prince of the South African royal family and try to take down this island. Rest assured, I have already inquired about the price of this island in advance. There are no resources on it, and it is not an important strategic location. Its only advantage is the vast territory and the safety of the surrounding waters. There are some native residents living on it, and taking it down will cost at most a dozen billion.
Great! Let's finalize it with the prince of the South African royal family. Let's do it this way, and strive to complete the construction of this manor for Mr. Ye this year. The giants of the Longwy construction industry are extremely eager, much more important than their own top priority. This is for Mr. Ye. Everyone dare not be the slightest bit negligent. Southern flight. This is a continent full of indescribable difficulties.
It is said that it is rich in resources, but there are also many poor people here. It is said to be poor, but the rich are very rich, just like the people of the South African royal family, living a rich life every day. When Yi Chen first saw this place, he felt like he was looking at the Dragon dynasty ruled in the feudal era. The thoughts of the Feijo people are ignorant, believing in various styles of gods. They also submit to the rule of the Southern Fei royal family, and few people would resist.
For a long time, a feudal ruling class has formed here.
Despite the unsightliness of this place, it can indeed yield great value.
Yi Chen's goal is to use Southern Fei as a springboard to bring the Dragon Kingdom's commerce onto the world stage.
His original plan was to first take down the Lighthouse Country. However, as a superpower, the Lighthouse Country had developed much earlier than the Dragon dynasty and reaped many benefits. Faced with this formidable opponent, the only option was to first develop one's own strength, and then, when the time came to completely crush the opponent or at least compete evenly, engage in battle.
The Dragon Guards deployed in Southern Fei undoubtedly played a crucial role in the development of Southern Fei's commerce. This place is too chaotic.
Only force determines ownership of a mine or a piece of land.
To secure the most guaranteed benefits here, it is necessary to possess a formidable power that others fear.
Fortunately, after 3 or 4 years of hard work, Yi Chen had turned the Dragon Guards into the most powerful and intimidating organization in the Southern Fei region.
With the reputation of the Dragon Guards, the Dragon Kingdom's commerce could develop here without fear of armed groups or evil forces targeting it.
Even if they made a move, they would have to consider the presence of the Dragon Guards.
The Dragon Guards training base.
It was noon, the sun was shining brightly. On the vast combat arena, members of the Dragon Guards watched the scene with excitement. In the arena, Yi Chen, with his upper body exposed, stood on the combat arena, facing the challenge of Long Wan.
Wanner, if I defeat you in front of these thousands of members, will they still recognize you as the leader?
After stretching his body a few times, Yi Chen asked with a smile. Long Wan, wearing a tight-fitting strap, fully displayed her figure and arrogantly replied, Yi Ji, you are already the leader of the Dragon Guards.
I am just the second in command. If you can't even defeat the second in command of the Dragon Guards, will they still think you are capable?
You have a sharp tongue. Yi Chen glanced at Long Wan's cherry lips, not expecting her to throw back his words verbatim. Seeing this, the thousands of members of the Dragon Guards watching the two of them whispered to each other. It seems that the relationship between the leader and Mr. Yi is quite good, to dare to speak like this in front of Mr. Yi. Of course, haven't you seen the leader often go to Mr.
Ye's room? You guys don't understand this relationship. Keep it down. Who do you think will win in a fight between Mr. Yi and the leader?
A year ago, Mr. Yi and the leader fought, and at that time, Mr.
Yi couldn't beat the leader.
A year has passed, the leader's combat skills have improved, and Mr. Yi should have improved as well, but it's hard to say.
I bet on Mr. Ye's victory. Is there anyone taking bets? I bet 100,000. Alright, I'll take the bet. The odds for Mr. Yi and the leader are 1/50.
5 to 1, with a minimum bet of 50,000. Those who want to bet, come quickly, time is running out. Hearing the bold statements of the members around her, Zhong Qing, who had just arrived in southern Fei, looked bewildered. Were these people all so wealthy? The minimum bet was 50,000, and it was in soft sister coins. She calculated her own money, and it wasn't enough for a single bet. Zhong Qing, who do you think will win? At this moment, Long Wu, who was standing next to Zhong Qing, came up with a smile. She raised her small note, which astonishingly had a bet of 150,000, believing that Long Wan would win this time. Others might not understand the leader, but as Long Wan's closest general, Long Wu knew her very well. Compared to a year ago, Long Wan's combat skills have made tremendous progress. In other words, she can now beat her past self by 2. Mr. Yes, strength is indeed formidable, and even she feels it's extremely challenging. However, in front of Long Wan, he still seems to lack some refinement. If he continues to train for another year or two, perhaps Mr. Yi could fight Long Wan on equal terms. As for now, I think the boss's strength should be stronger. Didn't he defeat Sister Long Wan yesterday? Zhong Qing said. She believed that Mr. Yi could win. Long Wu was surprised. Then why don't you place a bet? Let's see who will win. I don't have money. No way, you have a relationship with the boss, how could you not have money? After sizing up Zhong Qing, Long Wu thought she was lying. Since 4 years ago, she had never seen anyone who stayed with Mr. Yi and was poor. Even if they were poor, they eventually became wealthy. Just like the members inside their training base, who didn't live a carefree life. You've misunderstood. I only met the boss the day before yesterday, and he asked me to be his secretary. He's currently evaluating me. Hearing this, Zhong Qing knew she was misunderstood again. Even though the boss was really handsome, wealthy, and strong, feelings couldn't be obtained in an instant. Instantly obtaining feelings should be called being superficial. So that's how it is. That's good, that's good. Zhong Qing, we misunderstood you before, we're sorry. Long Wu, who felt relieved, restored her smile towards her sister. From now on, you're my sister. We're all working for Mr. Yi, taking care of each other. By the way, didn't you want to bet on Mr. Yi? I'll bet for you, how about 100,000? After confirming Zhong Qing's relationship with Yi Chen, Long Wu became more enthusiastic towards her, and forcibly took Zhong Qing to place a bet of 100,000 on Mr. Yi's victory. Although she knew Mr. Yi wouldn't win, she was happy knowing about Zhong Qing's relationship with Yi Chen. In the combat arena, as the referee gave the order, Yi Chen and Long Wan began their fight. If the previous fights were just sparring, now it was a real battle. Long Wan held a black dagger in her hand, reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight. She mercilessly approached Yi Chen. The dagger seemed to be a part of her body, swiftly slashing towards Yi Chen's neck. Good timing. Faced with the sudden dagger, Yi Chen remained calm, dodging the dagger by lying on his side, then squatting slightly and swiftly sweeping his right foot like thunder. He put all his strength into this kick, using a special force application method to maximize its power. Bang! However, Long Wan, who had been fighting for years, was not so easily dealt with. Seeing the dagger ineffective, she kicked towards Yi Chen's right leg, even faster than Yi Chen. Unable to avoid it, Yi Chen's right leg took a heavy blow, his balance instantly disrupted, and he flew back 4 or 5 meters. You're ruthless, don't you believe I'll deduct your salary? Getting up with a somersault, Yi Chen felt the piercing pain in his right calf, his expression slightly strange. He didn't expect that in a year's time, Long Wan's combat power had skyrocketed again. Originally, Yi Chen had made rapid progress in the past year, thinking he could completely crush Long Wan. Now, it seemed he would have to put in some effort. Can't even defeat a woman by cheating, really embarrassing for the system. He shook his head with a wry smile. Yi Chen felt extremely frustrated. He had officially started exercising his body 3 years ago, relying on some improvements in physique rewarded by the system, as well as strengthening his strength and vitality with medication, before he could come close to Long Wan's strength in a short period of time. Otherwise, with Long Wan's terrifying talent in combat, Yi Chen wouldn't stand a chance even if he trained alone for another 10 years. Yi Ji wouldn't deduct my salary. I remember you said if I could defeat you, you would give me a raise every year. Long Wan, on the other side, spoke with a smile. She didn't care about the salary at all. Although Long Wei was the training base under Yi Chen's jurisdiction, the real management was handed over to her, and all the income was at Long Wan's disposal. Yi Chen was just a figurehead. So, Long Wan really didn't need that salary now. Alright, I'll have to give you a good beating today. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen once again entered the state of battle. This time, he launched the attack first, taking out a black, specially crafted dagger from his pocket.
He then wielded the dagger like a work of art, fiercely attacking Long Wan.
In an instant, the sound of the daggers clashing echoed around them.
The two bodies collided quickly, then separated just as quickly.
Each collision resulted in a dull thud, whether it was Yi Chen being punched or Long Wan being elbowed by Yi Chen.
Such fast speed. Mr. Yi is amazing. Damn, Mr. Yi can actually keep up with General Jiang for more than 10 rounds? Underestimated Mr.
Yes, strength. I told you, Mr. Ye's muscles are so well defined, even we don't have them, how could it be just for show?
Can you see their movements clearly? The onlookers whispered to each other, shocked by the battle between the two.
As expected, this was currently the top combat scene in the world. Zhongqing, your judgment is indeed correct, this time Mr.
Yi has a chance to win.
Long Wu spoke with a complicated expression. She was also an expert in combat and could see that Long Wan was gradually falling into a disadvantage, while Yi Chen's attacks were becoming more intense, almost suppressing Long Wan's moves.
Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, Mr. Ye's progress had been so great. Luck!
Zhongqing was about to speak, but she suddenly noticed a change in the scene. She saw Yi Chen kick Long Wan aside, the dagger in his hand resting on Long Wan's neck, a faint bloodstain appearing as drops of bright red blood dripped from Long Wan's neck.
Defeated! The audience below was stunned, not expecting General Jiang to be defeated by Mr. Yi. Just like that?
The scene on the combat stage seemed frozen, lingering in everyone's minds.
Within Long Wei, Long Wan was an unbeatable myth.
They had indeed worked hard for Mr. Yi, but Long Wan was like a myth among their group of guards.
Now, Mr.
Yi could actually defeat General Jiang in 100 rounds, which was a big blow to everyone.
Why? Because they were Mr. Ye's guards, and if the guards didn't have strong combat abilities, if they couldn't even defeat the guards, what was the point of being a guard? Yi Ji has become stronger again. On the combat stage, Long Wan spoke with a desolate expression.
The fight that she had been most proud of had actually been lost to Mr.
Yi. No one understood better than her the changes in Yi Chen over the past 4 years.
He had gone from a big boy who didn't even understand combat and thought he knew Longwa Kung Fu, to someone who knew combat techniques.
Then he slowly grew, and by the second year, he could defeat Long Yi with tricks.
By the third year, he could defeat her with tricks. In the fourth year, relying on his true strength, he completely defeated Long Wan. The speed of this growth can be said to be super amazing. In ancient martial arts novels, Yi Chen is an extraordinary genius, becoming a grandmaster of martial arts in just 4 years.
Don't be discouraged, we are fighting with cold weapons.
If it were your familiar firearms, I would definitely not be able to beat you.
Yi Chen retracted his dagger and patted Long Wan's shoulder.
He was telling the truth. He had put a lot of effort into combat, which is why he could defeat Long Wan. But in terms of firearms, Long Wan had reached the peak several years ago, being extremely familiar with various firearms and having astonishing accuracy.
In a real gunfight, Yi Chen really couldn't beat Long Wan.
The current era is the era of firearms, no longer the era of cold weapons.
There is a saying, no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you still fear a kitchen knife. No matter how powerful you are, it only takes one shot.
Yi Ge, tell me quickly, how did you train to make such great progress in just 1 year?
Long Wan was not easily emotional.
Years of battles had already hardened her heart like steel, but only when she saw Yi Chen did she return to her original state. Seeing Long Wan regain her composure, Yi Chen shrugged and said, I just practiced casually, I didn't expect such progress.
You're just bragging.
Long Wan rolled her eyes, grabbed Yi Chen, and ran out of the crowd. She needed to interrogate Yi Chen about his training methods to improve her own combat skills. Back at the original spot, the crowd gradually came back to their senses from the shock they had just experienced. They stared blankly at the small notes in their hands, with a bitter taste in their mouths. Most of the people present had bet on Mr. Yi losing, and the odds had been pulled down to 2 to 1. This time, the majority of the crowd had lost money.
Settle your bets. There are a total of 72 people who bet on Mr. Yi winning. Come to me to collect your money.
The person who set up the small gambling table couldn't stop smiling. He had just calculated the earnings from this round, totaling several million, almost reaching 10 million.
This was after deducting the property that needed to be paid out.
He had thought he would suffer a big loss this time and had planned to ask his family for money to get through this crisis, but unexpectedly, Mr.
Yi turned the tide and defeated the opponent.
Dad, oh, right, we don't need to withdraw the money for buying a house.
It was just an accident earlier.
Okay, I'll transfer 5 million to you later, and we'll buy some more land.
In the crowd, Long Wu, with a complex expression, walked up to Zhongqing with a check in hand and said with emotion, Zhongqing, this is the money you won this time, a total of 300,000.
Ah, Zhongqing, who had not yet recovered from the shock of Yi Chen defeating Long Wan, dumbfoundedly took the check. She was a girl who never participated in gambling. But now, seeing the 300,000 written on the check, Zhongqing was stunned.
300,000. It would take her more than 2 years of hard work to earn such a large sum. And now, just by placing a random bet, she had earned 300,000? It's not that much. 100,000 is yours, Longwu. I have to pay you back. I'll give you a total of 150,000, and I'll keep the remaining 150,000. After some thought, Zhongqing handed the check to Longwu. Without Longwu's sponsorship, she would never have been able to get this money. Even if she gave Longwu 250,000, the remaining 50,000 would be money she had picked up for free. Not bad, I'm starting to find you more interesting. No wonder Mr. Yi chose you as his secretary. Longwu looked at Zhongqing with some surprise and said with a smile, why don't you consider staying in the Dragon Guard? I guarantee you will become a team leader within 2 years. How much salary does a team leader get in a month? Zhongqing asked. Let me think. Probably about 150,000. Longwu answered seriously, telling Zhongqing that her monthly salary was 200,000. Inside the Dragon Guard, there are 4 levels in total. The highest level is the General Long Wan, who manages the entire Dragon Guard. Then there are 10 generals under the general, each earning 200,000 per month. Below them are the captains who manage the soldiers, with a total of 10 teams, including a logistics team. The number of people in each team is different, with the largest being the mobile combat team, with up to 500 people. A monthly salary of 150,000? Doesn't that mean an annual salary of 1.8 million? After listening to Longwu's description, Zhongqing doubted her own ears. What kind of concept is 1.8 million? Even if you become a manager of a company in the country, you wouldn't make that much in a year. And in this seemingly ordinary base, everyone is a terrifying presence. This is just the funds that can be obtained annually. If there are missions, there will be some rewards. Longwu looked at Zhongqing as if she had never seen the world, feeling somewhat amused. The Dragon Guard is not an ordinary training base, it manages many cooperative relationships. The shadow of the Dragon Guard can be found in the mines, local large enterprises receive help from the Dragon Guard, and even goods transportation. Other countries' big businessmen will also find the Dragon Guard. And every time the Dragon Guard is requested to take action, the lowest reward is 500,000. Accumulating business for a year, the Dragon Guard's annual income can reach at least 10 billion at the lowest. This is after deducting the income from those salaries. So, the Dragon Guard is very wealthy, and this money is managed by themselves, without the need for excessive investment elsewhere. They only need to select the manpower needed each year, or purchase other weapons and so on. All in all, at most 3 or 4 billion are spent. Forget it, I still hope to stay by Mr. Ye's side as a secretary. Your job is not suitable for me. After much consideration, Zhongqing ultimately overcame the temptation brought by money. This amount of money may seem very rich to others, but it also takes courage to earn it. She saw the members of the training yesterday, many of them had many wounds, including gunshot wounds, and Longwu also had a gunshot wound on his abdomen, indicating that their missions are very dangerous. Zhongqing is just an ordinary citizen and cannot withstand such terrifying battles. In comparison, it is much more comfortable to strive to be a small secretary by Mr. Ye's side. Even if the salary is not as high as theirs, slowly growing with 8,000 yuan per month is enough. The salary is low, but the opportunity to know the big shots is not measured by money. This is all about connections. What a pity. Longwu sighed and shook his head. It's not because Zhongqing couldn't join the Dragon Guard, but because he couldn't persuade Zhongqing to leave Mr. Yi. I'll leave 100,000 yuan on the check, and the rest is for you. This check needs to be cashed at the bank. You are in great danger alone, so let me handle it. After that, Longwu took the check and asked for Zhongqing's bank account, telling her that the money would be transferred to her card tomorrow. Zhongqing, who was unfamiliar with life, trusted Longwu very much. She handed it over generously. Then, the two of them walked into the central building as if nothing had happened, and found Yi Chen, who was helping Longwan treat her neck wound. The knife wound on the neck needs to be disinfected and treated quickly. Coupled with the trauma medicine developed by the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Company, it will be restored to its original state in about 7 days. Little Wu is here. Give these documents to Zhongqing, who arrived from the southern flight 2 days ago, for her to compile and analyze. The two then entered the room. Long Wan, who was taking care of the wound, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Long Wu and Zhongqing both paused in their steps. After silently glancing at Mr. Yi, Long Wu turned and entered the room, coming out with a USB drive.
The USB contained information about the movements of Dragon Country merchants entering Nanfei, all of which had been confirmed multiple times by the Dragon Guard and were absolutely reliable.
Boss.
Taking the USB, Zhongqing looked at Mr. Yi with a wry smile, knowing that this was the boss's first test of her abilities.
But was the intensity of this test too great? She had already guessed Mr.
Yi's identity, and combined with the news on her phone, she learned that Mr. Yi was the legendary figure in the Dragon Country business world.
That's why Zhongqing chose to become Mr.
Yi's secretary over a 150,000 yuan monthly salary.
What are you standing there for? Hand in your analysis to me tomorrow morning. This is the key to whether you can continue to be my secretary. Mr.
Yi raised an eyebrow and said seriously to Zhongqing.
All right.
Helplessly, Zhongqing took the USB back to her room, apparently to organize and analyze the data.
As for Mr. Yi, he continued to communicate with Longwan. Lighthouse Country. The main palace.
The top figures gathered together once again with worried expressions. They had received news from the Dragon Country, knowing that Dragon Country merchants were flocking to Nanfei in large numbers to conduct business, and their industries, which originally belonged to them, had received targeted measures from the Nanfei royal family in the past 2 days. What was clearly a sure thing for Nanfei had now become a hot potato in the hands of the Dragon Country.
How could these big shots not feel urgent about this?
Their goal was to become the true managers of the Nanfei region, with the sole authority over those ports. Now that those areas had been handed over to the Dragon Country, it would only make the Dragon Country's influence stronger. In less than a year, the entire intercontinental countries would be at the mercy of the Dragon Country. In that case, the Dragon Country would have a strong lineup to counter their camp.
Why hasn't the head manager come out yet?
On the conference table, a group of tycoons repeatedly checked the time on their watches. It had been over an hour since the scheduled council meeting time, and the head manager had not yet appeared, making them feel embarrassed.
The head manager is busy with many affairs. Let's continue to wait. Busy with many affairs? Wasn't the head manager confident about winning the Nanfei region? How come I heard that the United Nations has issued a punitive notice to the Lighthouse Country, demanding a fine of 1 billion yuan? Stop talking nonsense here.
Mary stood up, glaring angrily at the tycoon who spoke.
The tycoon looked disdainful and said, Mr. Mary, I remember you also organized a clothing brand to deal with lining, right? I wonder how the situation is now. A piece of trash dares to shout here? Do you really think we don't know how much your actions have cost the Lighthouse Country?
You! Mary pointed angrily at the tycoon who spoke, each word feeling like a stab in his heart, rubbing salt into his wound.
All right, everyone stop talking and wait for the head manager to arrive.
Seeing that the atmosphere at the conference table was not right, Bill stood up to mediate between the two. He said it was mediation, but in reality, Mary was the one who suffered. He let the tycoon vent his anger in a simple way, indirectly venting the anger of all the tycoons present. After all, the losses this time were too heavy, and Mary and the head manager were inseparable. As a core member of the Lighthouse Business Association, Bill naturally had to step forward for the businessmen. The head manager is currently in talks with the Prime Minister of the island country and will arrive shortly. Bill personally stepped in to suppress the situation, and Mary didn't continue to argue. With a stern tone, he responded, warning everyone about the direction of the chief's actions.
Since this concerns the nation, let's continue to wait. We have plenty of time for this part anyway,
Bill said with a smile, appearing very amiable. Inside the palace, the flushed chief was in a video conversation. The man on the screen was none other than the current Prime Minister of the island nation. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, Mr. Chief, our current position is not conducive to engaging in a war with the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, our country has many necessary connections with the Dragon Kingdom. If we were to open up this hostile relationship, it would greatly disadvantage our country. The long-dormant lion of the Dragon Kingdom has already opened its eyes. Provoking them now will only result in fierce attacks on our country. The Dragon Kingdom is rapidly developing, and the Prime Minister does not want to be involved in this incident. His plan has already begun, and engaging in an economic war with the Dragon Kingdom would not be beneficial for the upcoming plans.
Mr.
Prime Minister, I think you may have forgotten that I am not here to negotiate with you. The island nation, which has always obediently followed the orders of the Lighthouse Country, now seems to want to act without restraint, which greatly angered the chief.
He glared at the Prime Minister with a threatening look.
The Prime Minister was also somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Chief, you are aware of our relationship with the Lighthouse Country.
As long as you give the order, we will cooperate. We sincerely completed the tasks you asked us to do earlier, but we have not seen
Now we just want to maintain our domestic economy and avoid getting involved in various events." The chief suddenly slammed the table. "What kind of talk is this? What do you mean by sincere cooperation? Do you really think he's so easily fooled? In the previous battles, the island nation had no role to play, and even when they decided to participate in opposing the Lanning brand, they left the scene at the moment when the scandal broke out. A few years ago, they were the fastest to flee when facing Mr. Yi, a complete two-faced act. Now they are talking about their hard work and sincere completion of the tasks, but we have not seen. What we have not seen is victory, isn't it?" Although the Prime Minister did not say it, he was silently mocking the chief, implying that the chief should not forget the events of these years, as they have never won a single time. Is it so easy for the lighthouse country to maintain the economic balance within the alliance? Facing the extremely cunning man from the Dragon Kingdom, and worrying about the Dragon Guards, Dragon Kingdom politicians, and now even the people standing on their side are starting to show signs of wanting to withdraw. How could the chief not be angry? The chief's table-slamming action startled the Prime Minister, knowing that the red-faced chief had already seen through their desire to withdraw, but he still nervously said, "Mr. Chief, please don't be angry. We will still support the lighthouse country at the upcoming United Nations meeting and will not make you compensate us with $1 billion. Bringing up past issues, the chief's face became even more flushed. Once again, they suffered at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. The batch of captives taken away were protected by top soldiers, and everyone who went there was detained, further proving the actions of the lighthouse country. At the United Nations meeting, the Dragon Kingdom, as a partner in the South, demanded $1 billion in compensation from the lighthouse country, and many countries joined in. Unfortunately, this time, the evidence was irrefutable, and the lighthouse country could not find an opportunity to explain. "Enough, let's leave it at that for now. I have another meeting to attend." The despondent chief ended the video call and headed to the meeting convened by the Chamber of Commerce. On the way, he kept pondering how to explain this matter to those merchants. Trying to fool that group of clever merchants was not a small matter. 4 or 5 minutes later, the manager pushed open the door of the meeting room, walked in silently, and sat down at the head. All eyes in the meeting room were focused on him, with a hint of confusion and scrutiny in their gaze. What happened again? Why is the manager's face so flushed? Could there be bad news spreading again? It's obvious he's pretending. That old guy is trying to fool us again. Under the direct gaze of everyone for a long time, the manager finally spoke, his voice filled with sorrow. "Just now, I had a video call with the Prime Minister of the island nation, and he has decided to withdraw from our alliance and no longer cooperate with us." Upon hearing this in the meeting room, everyone's hearts trembled. The island nation becoming their affiliate was an ancient and unchanging fact, and now they dare to break away from their cooperation? Did they see that the lighthouse country suffered a defeat in the hands of the Dragon country, so they think the lighthouse country is easy to bully? What an island nation! Have they forgotten the lessons we taught them? Does a dog also want to refute its owner? The crowd was suddenly furious, their emotions affected by the island nation's decision. The most loyal and least likely to betray guy has betrayed them, which is an adrenaline-pumping situation. But some people still looked at the manager with a scrutinizing gaze, waiting for an explanation. The manager continued, "This is not the most heart-wrenching thing. At the United Nations meeting, the Dragon country, under the guise of a partnership with South Fae, demanded a compensation of $1 billion from us. The countries that once helped us are now kicking us when we're down. They all think our lighthouse country has fallen and become an easy target. It cannot be denied that this time, I and Mary did make a mistake, underestimated the cunning of that Dragon country man, underestimated the ugliness of our partners. But I would like to ask everyone here to give me another chance. We are all citizens of the same country. Even if we fail time and time again, even if we lose a partner, we are still the strongest nation because we have the most steadfast support from our citizens." After a passionate and emotional speech, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, the manager looked at all the merchants present. "Manager, there is no need for many words. We have always supported your leadership. This failure is nothing. Everyone has their moments of failure." A merchant spoke, causing the other merchants present to reluctantly agree. They had originally intended to hold the manager accountable, but it turned into a rally, completely changing the purpose of the meeting. Many people had complex expressions, and it had to be said that the manager was very eloquent. In just a few words, he shifted all the blame away, making all the merchants stand with him. "Thank you all for your support. Next, I will take even more aggressive actions to show the Dragon country and Mr. Yi our true strength." With the support of the merchants, the manager's flushed face lost a bit of color, and he smiled. Since the Dragon country and South Africa officially started their cooperation, merchants heading to South Fae were coming in droves.
The first batch to arrive in South Fei were merchants from the construction industry. Then, on the following day, all the merchants arrived in the South Fei region one after another. They were all successful people who had secured the bid, which also meant that they were very wealthy. At this moment, inside the South Fei International Airport, batches of Dragon Country merchants dressed in suits, with big bellies, or exuding a very wealthy aura, arrived carrying their luggage. From a distance, they looked like a group of gangsters, all dressed in black suits. The reason why black suits became popular is because Mr. Yi wore a black custom suit at the press conference. It was revealed by Laning Clothing that Mr. Ye's outfit was privately tailored by the Laning Group. As a result, big shots in the business world began to imitate Mr. Ye's attire. Because in their eyes, Mr. Yi is their idol, so they want to emulate his dressing style. Not only that, young people even posted online that anyone without a black Laning suit is not worthy of being called a businessman of Dragon Country. Black suits became extremely popular throughout the business world. Thanks to this, Laning Clothing has increased its revenue. But don't underestimate the price of a custom suit. The lowest price for a Laning custom suit is around 40,000 yuan. And for those billionaires, they would at least customize suits worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. This is South Africa. The last time I was here was 3 years ago. I didn't expect such a big change in 3 years. Ren Zhang stood at the entrance of the international airport, looking far into the distance at the ruins. The international airport area is like a paradise, while the outside world is desolate, creating a stark contrast. It's all because of the people from the lighthouse country. They've made this city so polluted. I saw the official news that they are demanding $1 billion in compensation from the lighthouse country, making them suffer a big loss. I think $1 billion is too little. They should compensate $2 billion. Don't joke, $1 billion is already equivalent to several billion soft sister coins. The lighthouse country will suffer a huge loss if they pay this amount. A group of businessmen whispered angrily about the lighthouse country. Ren Zhang turned to the crowd. Let's not talk about it for now. These matters are being handled by the authorities. Let's focus on starting our own business. Ren Zhang is right. Let's get started. Hey, South Africa, get ready for me to conquer you. Want to conquer South Africa? Should I introduce you to some girls, guaranteed to be pure South African girls, with amazing figures? I heard that people in the construction industry have already tasted the flavor of South African girls, but I wonder how it really tastes. Conversing, the group of people left the international airport and immediately saw some vehicles parked outside with Dragon Country flags, prepared by the construction industry for their arrival. Welcome to South Africa. Smiling, Oldley looked at the crowd, opened his arms, and showed his broad chest. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone got into the cars without hesitation, and with Oldley and other members of the construction industry narrating, they slowly headed towards the area they had already designated. After so many years in business, they had gained valuable experience. Before coming, they had already made arrangements with local tycoons to negotiate the purchase of office buildings or land. To have their own place in South Africa, it was essential to have a building owned by the company. Oldley, how is the progress of the building I asked you to construct? In the lead business car, Ren Zhang asked Oldley. Don't worry, all the projects I have in hand have started. There is an abundance of labor in South Africa. I slightly reduced wages and benefits, attracting a large number of workers. All projects are in progress, but the progress is a bit slow. Oldley said, both happy and worried. While there is an abundance of labor, the efficiency is really low. The workers in this area of South Africa are not very agile, and they are not willing to put in much effort while working. This means that the work efficiency of 2 South African workers can only match that of 1 worker from Dragon Country. Fortunately, before coming, Lally had already thought about this issue and had arranged for construction equipment and a group of technical personnel from Longwei to come over in advance. Currently, those people are still drifting at sea, and will probably arrive in Nanfei in about 2 days. Take it slow, don't try to swallow a big lion in one bite. Ren Zhang is quite relaxed about it. Anyway, the development in Nanfei is already a sure thing, so it's not a big deal if the construction of the building is a bit delayed. Moreover, other domestic mobile phone manufacturers do not have as many rights as he has obtained. Although everyone already has a share of the market that Longwei holds in Nanfei is the largest. Just drop me off here. We have also set up a company in Nanfei. The car drove up to a company with the Longwei logo. Ren Zhang got out of the car and walked towards the group of people welcoming him. In addition, the other businessmen in the car also got off one after another, agreeing to meet again tomorrow. Most of them have a certain industrial foundation and started laying out early. These guys. The remaining businessmen sat in the car, shaking their heads with a bitter smile. They arrived at the hotel with Lao Li. Then they began their own layout.
Some people found Lao Li alone, or other construction industry businessmen, to negotiate the buildings and locations they wanted. All the construction industry businessmen were already aware of this scene. Otherwise, why would they specially come to receive this group of businessmen? It's to secure more projects. Brotherly, I know about the situation with Gawu Development Company. As far as I know, your company was targeted by Yuntu some time ago, and the total assets are less than 20 billion? Under such circumstances, I find it hard to believe that you can perfectly complete my project. In a luxurious room, Li Zhenghao was having a business conversation with a manufacturing businessman from Manhwa. This manufacturing businessman has assets of several hundred billion and has secured some bids. Brother Zhang, let's be frank. I guarantee to complete the project for you, and I can suppress the price to a maximum of 30 billion. If you still disagree with this, then there is nothing more to discuss about this cooperation. I have shown my sincerity, and I hope your company can show some sincerity too. Knowing that the other party wanted to lower the price, Li Zhenghao straightforwardly lowered the price. The ideal price in his mind was 35 billion. However, Gawu Development Group currently cannot take on two big projects, and its strength has suffered greatly. That's why he voluntarily cut down the price by 5 billion, and the pure profit would only be a few billion. Since Brother Li has said so, then I, Zhang, can't continue to press down. 30 billion it is, and I will add another billion to you. Unexpectedly, the other party readily accepted this cooperation. This surprised Li Zhenghao a bit. Aren't you worried that Gawu Development Group won't be able to handle this project? It would be a big loss if you mess it up. I have looked into the strength of Gawu Development Group, and I trust your abilities, Brother Li. Zhang Dong looked as if he really trusted him, picked up the glass in his hand, took a sip, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, Brother Li, you are currently only planning to take on one project, and you also have properties you want to develop, which would bring even greater profits." What he didn't tell Li Zhenghao was that last night he had already called other construction companies, and none of them offered a price lower than 40 billion, and they couldn't guarantee completing the construction within a year. So when he learned that Li Zhenghao could start the project with just 30 billion, Zhang Dong was almost overjoyed. In addition, he was familiar with the strength of Gawu Development Group. Although it was targeted by Yun Investment in the previous period, it has already reconciled in a short time, and the operation has made many big shots in the business industry feel puzzled and curious. Mr. Zhang was one of the inquirers. Knowing that Li Zhenghao offended Mr. Yi because of his son's mistake, and later apologized to Mr. Yi and received Mr. Ye's approval, he suddenly felt that there was no mistake in choosing this company. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. I will go back and prepare the contract to complete this project. Gawu Development dares not guarantee anything else, but I dare to guarantee that your company will complete the construction within a year and the building will meet the standards. Fatally guessing Zhang's meaning, Old Li did not answer the other party's question, and said directly, "There is indeed more profit in the project at hand. But there are still some resources available, so I am considering taking on another project." Basically, every company in the construction industry has obtained some land rights. Isn't it more beneficial to use these lands to build skyscrapers or residential areas? Gawu Development's goal is to build a railway track, and to build 2 skyscrapers with a height of up to 100 floors. This will bring at least several billion in benefits, and with the development of the Nanfei area, it will be even more in the future. Pleasant cooperation, then I won't bother you. The two shook hands with smiles on their faces and left the room. Scenes like this appeared in various rooms or meeting rooms. Some businessmen had happy faces, while others had worried expressions. However, this all indicates a phenomenon. Under the influx of a large number of Longwa businessmen, Nanfei has truly begun to develop. On the other side, also in the Nanfei region, Yi Chen, who had been here for 3 days, packed up and prepared to leave Nanfei. Honestly, he was a little reluctant to leave Longwan behind. However, the university needed him to take the exam and obtain his graduation certificate. As a talented young man, Yi Chen naturally had to go to Longwei to take this year's exam and successfully obtain his graduation certificate, bringing his university life to a close. Yi Ge, you have to come back after you finish the exam. Before parting, Longwan looked at Yi Chen with reluctance, not wanting him to leave. It was hard to see Yi Chen's face, and now they had to part after less than 2 days together. Don't worry, I will come back after the exam is over, Yi Chen promised earnestly. There are still many things in the Nanfei region that have not been properly arranged. If so much capital flows into Nanfei without proper control, problems are likely to arise. Fortunately, Qin Lao of the Long Alliance Chamber of Commerce personally formulated a series of measures, temporarily ensuring the sustained economic growth of Nanfei without major problems. Don't lie to me.
Long Wan didn't believe a word of what Yi Chen said. The last time Yi Chen left, he said he would be back soon, but it turned out to be a year. If it weren't for her management of the Long Guard training base, Long Wan would insist on returning to Longhua with Yi Chen. She hadn't been back to her own country for a long time and missed it very much. This time I'm serious. Yi Chen walked to Long Wan's side, gently hugged her, and said, "When things are stable on your end, I'll take you to travel around." Really? Long Wan, who was originally a little sad, suddenly became joyful. She had long wanted to go out and have a good time. Over the years, although she had been to many countries, every time was for a mission, rushing in and out without a moment to enjoy the scenery. If Yi Chen could accompany her on a trip, it would be the happiest thing for Long Wan. Would I lie to you? Yi Chen lightly touched Long Wan's nose in front of thousands of members. Alright, I should set off now. He withdrew his hand and directly turned to sit in the business vehicle. Behind him, a group of members stood in awe, saluting in the direction Yi Chen left in, their voices resonating like a dragon, shaking the earth. "Farewell, Mr. Yi," they all said in unison. Sitting in the car, Zhongqing poked her head out and waved goodbye to Long Wan and Long Wu in the distance. These past few days, she had been studying various materials provided by Yi Chen, resulting in her developing dark circles under her eyes, looking like a national treasure. The farewell concluded. The figure in the distance gradually shrank, and Zhongqing retracted her head, burying it next to Yi Chen. "What's wrong? Feeling sentimental?" Yi Chen curiously asked, noticing Zhongqing's somewhat desolate expression. The latter shook her head, not feeling sentimental about leaving, but rather because the workload over the past few days had been too heavy. Various legendary tycoons required her to analyze various data. "Boss, can I be your secretary?" Zhongqing looked up at Yi Chen, eagerly asking. Although she had worked very hard to complete the tasks assigned by Yi Chen, there were still many flaws, such as her analysis of those businessmen, which Yi Chen criticized harshly. Therefore, Zhongqing seriously doubted her ability to be Yi Chen's secretary and wanted to make plans early. Otherwise, if she stayed abroad for too long, she would be fired from her state-owned enterprise due to excessive absenteeism. "Barely qualified, right?" Yi Chen replied, stroking his chin. Zhongqing was very hard-working, but she didn't fully understand the depth of the business world and made some mistakes in her analysis. However, Yi Chen didn't see this as a mistake at all, because a young graduate who had just stepped out of school temporarily couldn't integrate knowledge and practice. When she had more exposure in the future, Zhongqing would naturally understand the true intentions of those businessmen. "You can stay by my side for now. How about 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, with a guaranteed monthly salary of 50,000 plus commission?" Yi Chen said with a serious expression, looking at the silly Zhongqing beside him. The latter nodded blankly, then shook her head vigorously. 50,000 monthly salary? "Boss, I don't need that much. Give me 20,000, no, 10,000 monthly salary is enough." Passing Yi Chen's test and becoming his secretary was something Zhongqing hadn't expected. So when she heard Yi Chen's decision to make her his secretary, Zhongqing instinctively nodded in agreement, feeling ecstatic inside. But then, she felt she didn't deserve such a high salary. Her current level was too low, and many tasks couldn't be completed perfectly, which was a big mistake. 10,000 monthly salary was already more than enough, making Zhongqing feel happy. "Why don't you deserve it? Do you really think being my secretary is that easy? The hard times are still ahead," Yi Chen said calmly, with his arms crossed. He had no intention of reducing the monthly salary. The reason he didn't have a secretary was that those secretarial tasks were difficult to complete, and only talents like Qin Lao were qualified to be Yi Chen's secretary. Encountering a secretary with good qualifications and vision, Yi Chen naturally wanted to train her well. If within a year, Zhongqing still couldn't become his qualified secretary, it would be Yi Chen's failure. He actually had one more thing to say. If Zhongqing insisted on being his secretary, as long as she worked for a month, she could easily find a top-tier company and become a general manager after resigning. This was Yi Chen's confidence. "I will work hard." Zhongqing squeezed her small fist and promised Yi Chen. She needs to work harder to help the boss complete a lot of work. Otherwise, holding this 50,000 monthly salary, Zhongqing's heart is very desolate. "By the way, boss, didn't you come to Nanshur to discuss cooperation with Prince Zabi? Why didn't you go out when he waited for you at the door several times? Many businessmen also want to meet the boss, but they were all rejected by the boss." Zhongqing curiously asked, very puzzled in her heart. "There's no reason, meeting them disturbs my mood. Haven't you seen how busy I've been these past 2 days?" Yi Chen leaned back in his seat, with his eyes half closed. This answer left Zhongqing speechless. If she remembered correctly, the boss had been conducting research on human body secrets with Long Wan these past 2 days. Nanchur Street. A team of cars drove through the bustling downtown area. This fleet of cars consisted of more than 10 vehicles. Leading the way were 3 top battle trucks, forming a character shape to protect the central vehicle. Following behind were trucks with a fiery red Chilan pattern. When this convoy appeared, the previously noisy street suddenly quieted down, afraid that speaking would disturb the people inside the cars. As natives of Nanchur or those who had been in Nanchur for about a month, they all knew very well what the red Chilan symbol represented. This was a force that even the royal family felt fearful of. Recently, they had shown extraordinary combat power, easily eliminating those who attacked the royal family. Dragon Guard. They had become a nightmare in the hearts of everyone in Nanchur, yet also a highly respected presence. After the vehicles passed by, the people of Nanchur on both sides of the street dared to speak. Which big shot is traveling that requires so many members of the Dragon Guard to escort? Hard to say. It might be the chief of the Dragon Guard. In that direction. Could it be that the chief of the Dragon Guard is going to meet the prince? What are you afraid of? The Dragon Guard are not bad people. They have always been protecting this area of Nanchur. That's true, but when I see the Dragon Guard, my legs can't help but tremble. Last time, a mercenary group made some moves against the Dragon Guard, and by the next morning, that mercenary group was wiped out. Not a single person left alive. These are all news from a few years ago. I heard that once the Dragon Guard escorted a batch of resources heading to the Dragon Kingdom by sea, and halfway they encountered pirates who wanted to rob them. Those pirates were famous in the South African waters, with over 2,000 members. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. The Dragon Guard was furious and deployed 1,000 members, and that day they took down the headquarters of that pirate group. The Dragon Guard is truly a mythical existence. Especially the chief. Don't underestimate her as a woman. She is fierce in battle. Even Prince Zabi behaves obediently in front of her. And that's not all. I heard that above the chief of the Dragon Guard, there is a commander named Commander Yi. Is that true? I haven't heard anything about it. Are you making it up? Nonsense. This was told to me by a good friend, who built roads for the Dragon Guard and overheard the members talking. Nanchur royal family. At the moment the convoy escorted by the Dragon Guard departed, Prince Zabi knew that Mr. Yi had left. Finally gone. No longer looking at the documents on the desk that he couldn't understand, Prince Zabi ordered the hidden beauties to return to the palace and began his life as a local emperor. These past 2 days, because of Yi Chen's presence, he had not dared to reveal his true nature and obediently completed a series of tasks that needed to be done. Now that Yi Chen had left, it was time to enjoy his life. Are you sure, Mr. Yi has left? Yes, my people saw it with their own eyes, a shadow informed us. Inside the Nanchur building, Qin Lao stood by the window, watching the convoy passing slowly below. He arrived in Nanfei yesterday, wanting to meet Mr. Yi, but learned that Mr. Yi was busy and decided not to disturb him. He didn't expect Mr. Yi to leave Nanfei today. Spread the word, strengthen surveillance on those wealthy merchants. I don't want any problems, Qin Lao said after a long silence by the window. Since Mr. Yi left decisively, it showed great trust in him, and he couldn't let Mr. Yi down. Yi Chen was unaware of the commotion caused by his departure from Nanfei. At this moment, he was busy studying. The exam was in 3 days. According to the school's requirements, Yi Chen needed to stay in school for classes. Although he had openly revealed Mr. Yi's identity and could obtain a degree without taking the exam, Yi Chen insisted on taking the exam like an ordinary person. Boss, you're already incredibly wealthy. Why do you still need to take exams? Walking on the city streets, Zhong Qing looked at the skyscrapers and the handsome Yi Chen beside her, unable to help but ask. As soon as they got off the plane, they bought the things needed for the exam. They were now looking for a place to stay. I also want to experience what it's like to attend university. Just in a different order from you guys, Yi Chen replied while observing the skyscrapers on the roadside. He had spent a year in this city. A year had passed, and there was finally some progress. I see, so should we stay in a hotel now, or go back to your Lu family village? Hearing this, Zhong Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the boss's life was upside down. While others studied first and then made money, the boss had already earned the wealth needed for a lifetime before studying. He truly lived up to his reputation as the famous and formidable Mr. Yi in the business world. Why a hotel or Lu family village? Don't I have a house here? Yi Chen looked down at Zhong Qing, puzzled. This question left Zhong Qing speechless. The wealthy were domineering, with a place to stay wherever they went. In the downtown luxury villa area, Yi Chen led Zhong Qing out of the car and straight into the villa area. Passing by the security booth, the guard bowed 90 degrees and saluted Yi Chen, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Yi." This was a place where Yi Chen occasionally stayed.
The security guard's familiarity with Yi Chen was not surprising.
As for this attitude, it was probably influenced by recent news. Otherwise, the security guards used to treat Yi Chen as an ordinary homeowner. Wow!
Walking into the villa, Zhong Qing was shocked by the luxurious surroundings. She had only seen villas online before and had never actually lived in one. Now, as the boss's personal secretary, she was enjoying the villa treatment.
Why are you making a fuss? I'm hungry.
Sitting casually on the sofa, Yi Chen touched the table, which was dust-free. The villa was always cleaned by staff, so it remained as clean as new no matter how long it had been. Even the fridge was stocked with fresh ingredients at all times, so that when Yi Chen returned to live in the villa one day, the chef could easily cook for him.
Should I cook?
Dropping her bag, Zhong Qing asked foolishly. Her originally fair cheeks turned red in an instant. Boss, you should go eat at a restaurant. I can only make simple home-cooked meals. She had learned cooking from her mother, and her skills were passable, comparable to her mother's in the family. But that was just for home-cooked meals, and she would feel embarrassed if compared to restaurant dishes. The boss must have meals prepared by a master chef. When at the Dragon Guard training base, Sister Longwan also made delicious food, showing a huge difference in skill.
Just cook something simple with the ingredients in the fridge. Ignoring Zhong Qing's blushing face, Yi Chen walked into his bedroom to sleep. He hadn't had a good rest all the way on the plane. The plane was a bit bumpy, and sleeping on it was not as comfortable as a bed. Zhong Qing watched Yi Chen's disappearing figure and could only helplessly go to the kitchen to start cooking. After 2 hours of hard work, she estimated that the boss would wake up soon, so she finished the last soup. Not bad.
Yi Chen, who had just woken up, saw 7 or 8 dishes on the table and nodded in satisfaction. The color and smell were good, but he didn't know about the taste.
I didn't do a great job. Boss, try it. If it's not good, we can go to a restaurant.
Zhong Qing stood by the table, wiping her hands. Yi Chen picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, chewed it, and nodded in satisfaction. This braised pork is well done, very authentic.
Really? Try this seaweed egg drop soup and see if it suits your taste. With Yi Chen's approval of the braised pork, Zhong Qing's nervous expression finally relaxed a bit.
She had put a lot of effort into these dishes and even called her mother for cooking tips to match the taste. For this, her mother was curious if Zhong Qing was having an affair with a big boss. After repeated questioning, Zhong Qing could only tell her mother about her recent experiences. Initially skeptical, her mother was overjoyed to hear that her daughter's boss was Mr.
Yi, whose name was now well known. Everyone knew who Mr.
Yi was. The fact that her daughter could be Mr. Yi's personal bodyguard naturally made Zhong's mother extremely happy. As the saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So Zhong's mother gave careful guidance. She didn't care if her daughter gained Mr. Yi's appreciation, as long as he enjoyed the food.
The taste is good, Xiao Zhong, well done.
After tasting all the dishes on the table, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. These were authentic home-cooked meals. They might not match up to the top chef in Lu Village, but they suited Yi Chen's taste.
As long as you like it, boss. Zhong Qing smiled foolishly, finally not disappointing herself. Alright, sit down and eat.
You must be hungry after working for so long. Yi Chen was not old-fashioned. Zhong Qing was his secretary, not his servant. He had once dined with a wealthy man who strictly maintained a feudal hierarchy at home, where servants and maids had no chance to eat at the table. It was very strict. In the 21st century, Yi Chen had long abandoned those feudal customs, keeping only those that were more suitable. The scorching sun shone brightly. In summer, the world was painted in vibrant colors, giving back the hot temperature. Under such intense heat, staying in an air-conditioned room was the best feeling. The asphalt road was scorching hot, even the stone chairs on the roadside were too hot to sit on, making one wonder if they could cook a person's buttocks.
Villa area. Yi Chen leisurely lay in the pool on the top of the villa, enjoying the cool embrace. Boss, the chilled watermelon is ready to eat.
Zhong Qing carried a stack of watermelons up from the top floor, wiping the sweat off her forehead as she spoke.
This damn weather is so hot, it doesn't give anyone a moment to catch their breath. Right, let's see if I have to attend evening self-study today.
Taking the plate of watermelon, Yi Chen savored it with a satisfied expression, feeling the coolness rush into his stomach.
He had been staying in the villa for a day.
According to the call from the principal, it seems that today is the time for evening self-study. That's right, there is evening self-study at 7 o'clock this afternoon, lasting for 2 hours. Zhong Qing, as Yi Chen's personal secretary, conscientiously noted down the boss's arrangement. She realized after becoming a secretary that a secretary is a versatile assistant. They need to take care of the boss's daily life, know various information about the market and business, and have the ability to adapt to various situations. Now, The only thing left is to meet the boss's other needs. Thinking about it, Zhongqing glanced at Yi Chen's bare upper body. His body exuded a sense of strength, with every muscle resembling a perfect piece of art, captivating. On Yi Chen's chest, there was also a red dragon tattoo, vividly lifelike but without eyes. It wouldn't be bad to satisfy the boss's needs. Oh my, how can I have such thoughts? Realizing her own evil thoughts, Zhongqing's face flushed involuntarily. She couldn't help but think of her mother's admonition to seize the opportunity, and if she could make Yi Chen her son-in-law, it would be even better. What are you thinking? Just as Zhongqing was fantasizing about those dirty things, Yi Chen had already walked out of the swimming pool. He casually picked up a bathrobe and draped it over himself, curiously looking at Zhongqing. This girl had been staring at his chest for 2 or 3 minutes, occasionally showing a strange smile. Could she be seriously ill? Nothing. Zhongqing, coming back to her senses, waved her hand and changed the subject. Boss, should I accompany you to school later? Yi Chen shook his head. Why would you follow me to school? Do you think my current fame is not enough, and you want to highlight my presence? The impact of becoming a celebrity had already been annoying for Yi Chen. Adding a secretary would instantly make him the center of attention. Yi Chen was already worried about becoming famous. When he went out, he would be recognized by people. Some would stand at a distance and point and gossip, while others would come straight up to stare at him like he was a rare animal, and even take out their phones to snap pictures. Some even wanted to take photos with Yi Chen, or get his autograph. You stay in the villa and study the materials I sent you. Yi Chen instructed Zhongqing, showing no intention of letting her relax. The materials were sent by Eagle Eye, containing various business trends, policy changes in various countries, and analysis of leaders. In short, it was very complex. However, Yi Chen was already very clear about these things and had some impressions of those people. But Yi Chen had never truly believed in these impressions, just treating them as a small condition for handling business. A person can never truly understand another person, even themselves, and their values change greatly over time. Relying too much on labels given by others is a mistake. For example, if you see someone picking through the trash, wearing tattered clothes and looking dirty, you would instinctively think of them as a beggar, a person with no use to you. You might even find this beggar disgusting and want to stay away. Fast forward a few years. The beggar transformed into a wealthy man, and you may subconsciously still think of him as a beggar. Perhaps he has joined some organization. This is the human nature of labeling. You may think that a kind person may have hidden motives, and a person with hidden motives may be a kind person. In any case, never believe in labels. Zhongqing looked at Yi Chen with a bit of frustration and said, Boss, there are too many documents, I may not be able to finish them today. Who told you to finish them today? Do you know what slacking off is? Anyway, you have to finish the documents for me this month, and remember it firmly. After cleaning himself, Yi Chen changed into casual clothes and prepared to go to the school to report. It had been many days since he had been back to school. He had almost forgotten the names of his former classmates. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chen went to the school empty-handed. Because the villa area was a certain distance from the university, Yi Chen had to drive a relatively low-key sports car out of the garage. He had a car in almost every villa he bought. The university's garage had 3 sports cars parked inside. The cheapest one was priced at 5 million, and the brand was relatively niche. Compared to the famous Ferraris and Lamborghinis, this sports car was like a custom-made specialty. Yi Chen vaguely remembered that this car was given to him when he went to Dubai. When he asked about the price, it seemed to be only 5 million. Goodbye, boss. After bidding farewell to Zhongqing, Yi Chen started the car and left the villa area, heading to the university. Along the way, because the design of the sports car was so domineering, it attracted a lot of attention. Wow, what kind of sports car is this? So cool. It looks like a young man is sitting in the car. Do we have such rich second generations here? Of course, haven't you forgotten about Zhang Xiao? Zhang Xiao? Are you talking about the young owner of the online shopping platform? He doesn't look like him. Then it must be a passing local tyrant. I guess the value of that car is at least 5 million. Ha, you guys really underestimate the love of rich second generations for sports cars. The price of that car is at least 5 million. If it's not, I'll eat shit. You just wait to eat shit. I've never heard of this foreign brand of car. How could it be worth 5 million? Due to the speed of the sports car, many people did not see Yi Chen's appearance in the car and could only guess which local rich second generation it was. In fact, the local rich second generations were also very confused. Their city was a provincial capital, not particularly famous. Basically, the wealthy and rich second generations who played with sports cars were well known, but they had never seen this person before. Could it be Zhang Xiao? I heard he seems to be interested in sports cars recently. In a certain wealthy sports car club, a young man with dyed yellow hair looked at the photo of the car and said to the people in the room, "It's impossible. Zhang Xiao likes football. When did he start playing with sports cars?" Someone spoke up, thinking that the person in the photo should not be Zhang Xiao. The Zhang Xiao they were talking about was the young owner of an online shopping platform company, with a market value of over 100 billion, and was the true peak of the rich second generations in the provincial capital.
Zhang Xiao's full name was Zhang Yang, and he had not had much interaction with them.
He had recently returned from studying abroad and planned to take over the online shopping platform.
Regardless of whether it's Zhang Xiao or not, this car is really cool. Unable to confirm the owner's identity, the rich second generations in the club did not continue to think about it.
Their focus was on the design of the car, feeling that the design of this sports car could rival those worth tens of millions.
Do any of you know this brand?
This brand seems to be a niche car brand, developed by a large enterprise specifically for its partners, and is not available on the market. A knowledgeable person looked at the car emblem and said, "As far as I know, this car has never appeared in the country, or more precisely, the emblem of this type of car has never been seen in the possession of any local tycoon."
So extravagant?
The 7 members of the club were shocked, a unique sports car in the entire country.
Who exactly is this large enterprise, that even the local tycoons worth billions cannot own this car? What are the conditions for receiving this car? It makes sense to be extravagant.
This car was released by a prominent figure in Dubai.
So what is the identity of the young man driving this car? Could he be someone who has returned from abroad? Wow, we've encountered a big shot today. No wonder this car is so handsome. I really want to go and see it.
I think you want to get to know the young man driving the car.
Hee, of course we should make friends with such a tycoon.
Since he likes sports cars, if we bring him to our club, everyone will have the opportunity to get to know him. The 7 rich second-generation members of the club were excited.
If that's really the case, then this car represents status.
It shows that the driver has a background and can be beneficial for everyone to befriend.
Let's do it. Ah Huang, you take your dad's Rolls-Royce Phantom out. This guy has been looking towards the direction of the university. Let's go to the university too. Let's go. I want to take out my cherished sports car.
With the decision to make friends, the members of the club acted one after another. They drove their favorite sports cars, rumbling towards the direction of the university. 8 top sports cars appeared on the street together, instantly attracting the attention of many citizens. Outside the university town, a domineering sports car was parked at the school gate. Then, Yi Chen, dressed in casual clothes, slowly got out of the car, and under the astonished gazes of many students, quickly walked towards the interior of the school. Students are not allowed to park their cars inside the school, so Yi Chen could only park in the outside parking spaces. This also led to a group of students gathering at the school gate, taking out their phones to take pictures of Yi Chen's sports car.
What a handsome car! The guy who just got out of the car looks so handsome. Does anyone know how to contact him?
That's Yi Chen from the freshman class. How dare you ask for his contact information?
Are you infatuated? Mr. Yi, do you also want to get involved? Aren't you worried about being attacked by the sisters?
Damn, the guy who just got out of the car is Mr.
Yi himself? So handsome. I've heard that Mr.
Yi is a student at our school, and today I finally got to see him. This sports car looks so cool. Just as the crowd at the school gate was full of admiration, a deafening roar of car engines came from a distance.
Then, 8 obviously expensive sports cars appeared in the sight of the crowd.
The 8 sports cars were directly aimed at the school gate and parked next to Mr.
Yi's sports car.
The hurriedly arriving supercar club tycoon side. Ultimately they were a step too late and couldn't meet the owner of the car.
What a pity. Huang sighed and walked towards a nearby pretty girl, politely asking, "Hello, may I ask if the owner of this car has entered your university?"
Yes. The pretty girl answered a little shyly, having her first conversation with a young man driving a supercar.
She secretly glanced at Huang. Although he was not as good-looking as Yi Chen, he had a special aura.
The young and pretty girl didn't understand what this temperament was until she was in her 20s, and finally realized that this temperament was called money.
"Thank you, can I add your contact information and go out together in the future?" Seeing the expression of the pretty girl, Huang Mao's mouth curled up, knowing that another prey was hooked.
After exchanging contact information, the 7 of them swaggered into the university directly.
Wearing famous brands in the university made them extremely dazzling. Who are those people? After the 8 rich second-generation young men left, someone finally came to his senses and asked in a daze.
Just a second ago, they saw the famous Mr. Yi, and in the blink of an eye, there were 8 young people driving sports cars.
Are there so many rich second-generation people in this era? These rich second-generation people are really showing off.
The boy at the door gritted his teeth. Most of them come from relatively ordinary families, and pretty girls like this are their objects of admiration. As a result, a plain-looking rich second-generation person added the pretty girl's contact information so easily. I finally understand why we are still single. Can't compete, can't compete. It seems like this group of people is here to see Mr. Yi. Could it be that Mr. Yi is friends with them? No, you didn't hear their inquiries? It shows that they don't know that Mr. Yi is the owner of the car. Otherwise, how dare these young people come to disturb Mr. Yi? He is a leading figure in the business world, and even small shrimps are afraid of him when they see him. Ha ha, the metaphor is very vivid. I am looking forward to seeing these people meet Mr. Yi. It's not certain. Maybe these people just want to see the owner of this sports car and have no grudge against Mr. Yi. Are you guys jealous just because they have money? Their wealth is their ability. If you have the ability to make money in university like Mr. Yi, starting from scratch. Mr. Yi made his money from scratch, but these rich second-generation people didn't. Exactly, if I were born into their kind of family, I would definitely do better than them. There's nothing to envy. Hearing the mockery of male compatriots in the crowd, a large group of male compatriots immediately became unhappy. Women are women. Look at the people on the rich list now. Except for legendary figures like Mr. Yi, who didn't achieve wealth until middle age. Don't underestimate our poverty now. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young and poor. Give me a lever, and I can lift the whole world. Standing on the wind, even a pig can fly. Yi Chen was completely unaware of what happened at the gate. At this moment, he was already sitting in the back row of the classroom, quietly playing with his phone. It was now a little after 6:40 in the afternoon, and not many people had arrived in the classroom. Although these people often looked in Yi Chen's direction and secretly took out their phones to take pictures, the number of people was not too many, so Yi Chen could ignore them as if they weren't there. Gradually, more and more people entered the classroom. Most of them were in groups of 3 or 5, and as soon as they entered the classroom, they looked in Yi Chen's direction. Obviously, the news of Yi Chen's return to school had already spread, so these students had gone to the classroom early to see this legendary figure. Mr. Yi, excuse me, can I take a photo with you? In the end, he underestimated the enthusiasm of his classmates. Just a few minutes before class was about to start, a group of people gathered around Yi Chen, smiling and politely asking. Yi Chen naturally couldn't refuse such polite greetings and took photos with everyone in a generous manner. It wasn't until the bell for class rang that he finally relaxed. Finally over. Watching the people around him gradually disperse, Yi Chen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he noticed that there was a male classmate sitting next to him. This male classmate was staring at the book in his hand without being affected by the previous incident. Could it be that my charm is not enough? Among the college students he had met, Yi Chen had never seen anyone ignore him. He curiously looked at the position of the male student and saw that he was wearing heavy glasses, with a complex datasheet and various materials on the desk. Is he researching mechs? Seeing the pattern on the drawing, Yi Chen immediately guessed what it was. This was obviously the research and production of mechs. There was even some basis, almost forming a domestically developed intelligent robot. He's also a talent. Internally praising, Yi Chen did not continue to disturb the other party. This mech was a recently developed intelligent robot, not yet considered a mech. The principle was a bit complicated, but as long as one was willing to use their brain to research, it could still be analyzed. The key was that making it was different from the drawing. Even if you were given a top-level mech drawing, it wasn't so easy to manufacture. Self-study classes were very boring for Yi Chen because he had thoroughly mastered the knowledge of his 4 years in college. The significance of attending or not attending class was not great, so he could only sleep on the desk or play games on his phone. The game was developed by GameTong, not particularly interesting, but it was a good way to pass the time. After 5 games, the bell for the end of class rang on time. Yi Chen walked out of the classroom ahead of time. He didn't want to leave the classroom just after class, as the flow of people was too large at that time. If he was caught by some people wanting to take photos and get autographs, it would delay him for at least an hour. However, things don't always go as planned. Yi Chen was still blocked by people who had been waiting for him. There were 8 young people dressed in luxurious clothes, looking like they were from famous brands. They stood quietly next to the sports car parked by Yi Chen, waiting for the owner to arrive. Huang Xiao, why hasn't the owner of this car appeared yet? Damn, waiting for someone for 2 hours for the first time. If it were my girlfriend, I would have taught her a lesson in minutes.
Focus, we are considering the supercar club. When the owner of the car arrives, we should behave well and try to find out if he is the rich second generation of a big enterprise. I hope these 2 hours are worth it. Hopefully, it's not someone who makes pirated cars. Second young master, are you out of your mind? Can a pirated car have this license plate? You're right. Just wait patiently. I think that person is about to come out. It seems that he is a student at this university. I don't know why I haven't seen him drive this car before. Maybe he's a new student at this university. Don't worry, since he can drive a supercar, it means he is someone who likes sports cars. Inviting him to join the supercar club will definitely be successful. The 8 rich second-generation individuals whispered to each other, and when they looked up they noticed a young man standing in front of them. The young man seemed to be a little younger than them. His clothes were not particularly expensive, but they were still worth thousands of dollars. This was not the key point. In terms of clothing, everyone present was wearing branded clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars in total. The key was that this young man looked very handsome and was staring at them with a strange look in his eyes. Gentlemen, I'm going to drive home now. What? Huang Mao was stunned, looked at Yi Chen, and then at the sports car next to him. Suddenly, he understood and walked to Yi Chen's side. Friend, we've been waiting for you here. Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Man, the son of the chairman of Hua Sheng Group. It's nice to meet you. Is there something you need? Yi Chen recalled the memories in his mind and roughly understood this enterprise. A company with a market value of 1 billion is just ordinary. We have created a supercar club, and since Brother Jian is also a car enthusiast, we would like to invite you to join our club. Everyone can. Wait a minute. As he spoke, Huang Man suddenly stared at Yi Chen in shock, unable to believe it. You are Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi? Several rich second-generation individuals nearby heard Huang Man's exclamation and hurriedly looked closely at Yi Chen. One look was enough to almost scare everyone. Who was this young man standing in front of them if not Mr. Yi from the press conference? Mr. Yi, I have offended you with my ignorance. Huang Man's heart was pounding rapidly as he bowed deeply to Yi Chen. He had intended to kneel before Yi Chen, but then remembered his father's advice and changed it to a bow. It's okay, you guys have fun, I'm going home first. Yi Chen was not interested in chatting with these rich second-generation individuals, so he got into his sports car and drove off. Back at home, the group of rich second-generation individuals admired the departing sports car, feeling both excited and shocked. They never expected Mr. Yi to be in their city, and they had even had a chance encounter with him. Mr. Yi is really handsome. So Mr. Yi also likes cars. Now that's great. I'll tell my dad this news, he will definitely support me. What did Mr. Yi say to me just now? Did you hear it clearly? No, I was too shocked to hear. Back at home, Yi Chen prepared to go to bed without a second thought about the rich second-generation individuals he had just encountered. Boss, you have an exam tomorrow, get some rest. Just as he was about to sleep, the thoughtful Zhong Qing had prepared some bedtime snacks for Yi Chen, claiming they would help replenish his brain cells and make the exam easier the next day. Without hesitation, Yi Chen refused the things Zhong Qing had prepared, telling her to boost her own intelligence. For Yi Chen, exams were a breeze, and he was confident he would easily pass and secure his degree the next day. The next morning, Yi Chen arrived at the exam location early. The exam was for fourth-year students and covered basic topics. Each school had its own focus. While other schools mainly relied on papers and final tests for graduation evaluation, the university Yi Chen attended required passing exams to graduate. Those who did not pass the exam would have to continue studying until they could pass. After an hour and a half, Yi Chen walked out of the exam venue. He got into his car, returned to the villa, and Zhong Qing, who was worried, could only trust that the boss was a top student. After all, with his intelligence, passing a basic exam should be easy, right? Even though he was only a freshman. Xiaozhong, pack your bags, we're going to Kyoto for 2 days. After dinner, Yi Chen put away his phone and interrupted Zhong Qing's thoughts. Go to Kyoto? Zhong Qing, puzzled, couldn't believe they were going for leisure. She packed everything the boss needed and followed him to the airport. Boss, can you tell me why we are going to Kyoto? Sitting on the plane, Zhong Qing asked nervously, feeling like something big was about to happen on this trip. There's nothing special, it's just that the second-in-command, Zhang Lao, wants to meet me and have a chat. Yi Chen replied casually, leaning back in his seat on the plane. Kyoto, an old neighborhood. This was a residential area for official personnel, and many important officials lived here. At this moment, in the living room of Zhang Lao's house, Yi Chen was talking with Zhang Lao Kai. The purpose of the lighthouse country is very clear, they just don't want to pay this compensation.
Currently, the dragon country is thriving, plus the interests in the South African region. They should have made many partners. In theory, it should be more than enough to take down a lighthouse country for compensation.
If only it were that simple. To tell you the truth, Mr.
Yi, our country has indeed received goodwill from many countries, but when it comes to helping suppress the lighthouse country, these people all become timid. Yi Chen slowly picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of the special tea, then shook his head and said, I can understand because currently no country dares to speak openly. They just join one side's camp directly. After all, the lighthouse country is a superpower, and its strength should not be underestimated.
These people are still observing.
Although they feel that the dragon country has indeed developed and become the most threatening country, they are not sure if the dragon country can definitely suppress the lighthouse country. If they rush to show their position, they will definitely be the first target of the lighthouse country.
Glancing at the teacup Yi Chen put down, Zhang Lao continued to ask, Mr.
Yi,
do you have any way to suppress the lighthouse country and claim this compensation?
Yes,
Yi Chen affirmed. Really? Zhang Lao's expression brightened.
Originally, inviting Yi Chen to Kyoto this time was just a trial, but he didn't expect Mr. Yi to actually have a way to solve this problem, which truly shocked Zhang Lao. You see, the lighthouse country is a superpower, and Yi Chen is just a businessman. No matter how wealthy he is, he cannot compare to the wealth and power of a superpower.
If Yi Chen can intervene in this United Nations meeting, it means his ability is truly beyond imagination and needs to be redefined. At this point, it's no longer about compensation or not. It's a competition.
Yi Chen smiled faintly. As a member of the dragon country, I must contribute to our country and do what I can.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhang Lao nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude to Yi Chen. The latter waved his hand indifferently.
This is what he should do, and besides, Zhang Lao's actions when he came forward made Yi Chen very touched. According to the reports from his subordinates, this elderly man in his 60s had been paying continuous attention those days, fearing any mistakes.
With such a person, what reason does Yi Chen have to refuse?
I will take care of this when I return. I will make sure the lighthouse country hands over that 1 billion obediently.
Actually, I think your 1 billion is a bit too little. My ideal compensation is 1.5 billion.
The lighthouse country can afford this amount without feeling distressed,
Yi Chen said seriously.
He knew that the authorities didn't actually expect the lighthouse country to pay such a large compensation. They just wanted to suppress the arrogance of the lighthouse country and raise the reputation of the dragon country. Based on Yi Chen's understanding of the lighthouse country, not to mention 1 billion, even 1.5 billion could be paid by the lighthouse country. The key is how to make the lighthouse country pay, which makes him feel very comfortable. The price has been set at 1 billion now, so it's not appropriate to continue demanding more. Therefore, they can only stick to the 1 billion price. Zhang Lao smiled and was about to explain when the busy Zhong Qing and Mrs. Zhang came out of the kitchen. They cooked a few dishes specifically for the two of them. Please don't mind, we couldn't arrange anything special, so we can only trouble Mr. Yi to have a meal at home. Zhang Lao took out his long-cherished baijiu from the cabinet and poured a glass for Yi Chen. This baijiu is quite exquisite. It's Maotai, the national liquor, with a vintage of several decades. If casually sold on the market, a bottle could fetch a price of 10 million. It's very fragrant. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction after taking a sip of baijiu. Being able to eat the appetizers made by Mrs. Zhang is much better than those in the restaurant. Praise, praise. Xiao Zhong also helped a lot. Mrs. Zhang smiled happily. Everyone likes to hear praise for their achievements. There's nothing else like it. The appetizers are ready. Zhong Qing and Mrs. Zhang sat on the sofa chatting about daily life, while Yi Chen talked with Zhang Lao about future plans. Currently, Longgua's business continues to develop, but the local industries still need improvement, and there is a serious phenomenon of internal competition within the industry. So in the future, Yi Chen plans to vigorously support the rise of the domestic industry and support the government in providing more fair opportunities for businesses in the market. The leading industries will expand internationally, while domestic enterprises will continue to develop and strive to become leading domestic companies. Mr. Yi, your idea is very good. It greatly promotes the circulation of social wealth and is beneficial for increasing the economic activity of businesses. Learning about Yi Chen's plans, Zhang Lao praised him endlessly. It must be said that Yi Chen has a very far-sighted vision. What will he grow into in the future at such a young age? Fortunately, such a talented person belongs to Longhua. If he were to appear in Dengta country, it would be unimaginable for Longhua. With Dengta country's excellent conditions, if a figure like Yi Chen were to lead the business, within 2 years, they could capture a tenth of the international market. Zhang Lao praised, the government has long had this plan, I am just following the country's ideas. Yi Chen did not intend to accept this praise. The most important thing is the government's support. Those big shots have sharp eyes and deep calculations.
A person's power is either strong enough or just ordinary. Being too dazzling can lead to an early demise. Although Yi Chen is already very dazzling, it is because his role is only partially visible. By the way, after chatting for a while, Zhang Lao seemed to remember something and said to Yi Chen, "I heard that, Mr. You returned this time to take an exam. I wonder how your exam results are?" "Absolutely certain." "Impressive." Zhang Lao sincerely raised his thumb. For the first time in his decades of life, he saw someone like Yi Chen, clearly possessing wealth and status, yet still persisting in the pursuit of knowledge. For some reason, in Yi Chen, Zhang Lao could see the shadow of some great figures from the past. His intuition told him that Yi Chen would only become stronger in the future. Many great figures throughout history have had unique personalities, and Yi Chen has this characteristic. To learn the knowledge of 4 years of university in just 1 year, it seems Mr. Yi is also a top student. Suddenly I feel it's a pity for you to become a businessman. You should go to the country's scientific research institute. Looking at Yi Chen's young face, Zhang Lao joked. Yi Chen smiled. "That's very kind of you. If Zhang Lao is willing to give me the opportunity, I really want to enter the scientific research institute and peacefully research." "No, you should continue to deal with business matters. We can't do without you in this area. A good knife should be used in the most important place." Yi Chen's talent in business is amazing, and such a backbone cannot be lacking. Does the Southern Flying Dragon Guard currently need support for weapons? After joking around, Mr. Zhang once again brought up the main topic, expressing his concern. The Dragon Guard plays a very important role in the South. As the cooperation between the Dragon Kingdom and the South becomes closer, the need for talent will also increase. For now, they don't need it. Thanks for your concern, Mr. Zhang. Yi Chen shook his head. The Dragon Guard's weapons and equipment are very advanced, so they currently do not need any support. After that, the two of them continued drinking and chatting, and it wasn't until an hour later that Yi Chen sent Mr. Zhang off. When Yi Chen left Mr. Zhang's house, it was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhong Qing originally planned to support Yi Chen, but seeing his steady pace and normal expression, she dismissed the thought. She couldn't help but marvel at the boss's capacity for alcohol, like the depths of the sea. That large jar of liquor must have been at least 3 or 4 caddies, and after Mr. Zhang drank it, he was drunk. But the boss had no problem at all, just taking a break midway to use the restroom. Back at the hotel, as they were about to part ways, Yi Chen stopped Zhong Qing and solemnly said, "Organize the members of the United Nations meeting. I need information on every representative I need to meet." "Okay." Zhong Qing was surprised for a moment, then nodded vigorously. She overheard some of the conversation between the boss and Mr. Zhang. It seemed the boss was gearing up. This made Zhong Qing extremely excited. She never expected that she, as insignificant as dust, could also help in this matter. Turning into her room, Yi Chen took off his shirt, letting the alcohol and heat dissipate from his body. Then, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a strange number. "Talk to the Lighthouse Chamber of Commerce, tell them you are willing to cooperate, but what they did this time made you very uncomfortable." After saying this coldly on the phone, without waiting for a response, Yi Chen hung up. Lighthouse Country, it's time to start the first game. Yi Chen relaxed on the bed, a cold smile on his lips. A compensation of 1 billion is just the beginning. The real surprises are yet to come. Get some rest, there's a good show to watch tomorrow. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Yi Chen fell into a deep sleep on the bed. As for Zhong Qing in the next room, she was busy communicating with a man named Hawkeye under Yi Chen, obtaining a lot of information about the meeting attendees from him. This Hawkeye person was very mysterious. He seemed to be online 24 hours a day, knowing everything. Since becoming Yi Chen's secretary, Yi Chen had Zhong Qing add Hawkeye and told her to ask him for any information she needed. Sometimes Zhong Qing wondered who this Hawkeye really was. Why did he have so much information, like an artificial intelligence? Because when she chatted with Hawkeye, he never joked or talked about anything unrelated to work. The conversation was always about Zhong Qing sending the information she needed, and he would send it back in less than a minute. How many secrets does Mr. Yi have hidden from everyone? The closer she got to Yi Chen, the more mysterious he seemed to Zhong Qing. Let's not mention the powerful training base of the Dragon Guard for now, and now there's a Hawkeye popping up. Who knows how many organizations their boss has cultivated. Lighthouse Country. Inside the White Palace, the steward finally received some good news. Just now, he received a call from the Southern royal family, agreeing to cooperate with the Lighthouse Country, but they were a bit angry about the previous incident. The implication was that they wanted the Lighthouse Country to make some compensation. I'm sorry, Mr. Moy, the incident was indeed due to my lax management, but I didn't expect my subordinate to act so impulsively and directly launch an attack on you. I have already punished that subordinate strictly and I am willing to compensate your country with $1 trillion US. We just need our friendship to continue, the manager said emotionally. First, he shifted all the blame to an innocent person, and then offered to compensate with $1 trillion US. Your attitude is acceptable, Moy coldly snorted. If it weren't for the support of Mr. Yi, the dragon country wouldn't have been able to significantly deprive us of our rights, and we wouldn't have come to you. And trying to dismiss us with $1 trillion, it seems that the manager doesn't take Nangfei seriously. No. The manager suddenly became anxious. With a handshake and peace opportunity in front of him, how could he miss it? Our country is willing to offer 150 billion in compensation. You also know that our country has been targeted by the dragon country, and we cannot afford to give too much money right now. We hope Mr. Moy and Prince Zabi will report to the lighthouse country that we are very sincere in cooperating with your country. That's about right, Moy nodded in satisfaction. The 150 billion was the limit set by Mr. Yi, just mentioned in passing during the conversation, but unexpectedly the lighthouse country was actually willing to pay. Since we are to cooperate, we must eliminate the previous grievances. Your country should first hand over the compensation to the United Nations, and then we can engage in deeper exchanges. This is the only chance. If the lighthouse country still has its previous attitude, then I'm sorry, we would rather follow a greedy dragon than cooperate with a wolf that has harmed us. After explaining what needed to be done, Moy hung up the phone, looking pleased at Zabi beside him. All of this was arranged by Mr. Yi, they were just following orders. As for really cooperating with the lighthouse country, the Nanfei royal family never even considered it. The ambitions of the lighthouse country exceeded those of the dragon country, and now Nanfei, with the help of dragon country merchants, was flourishing and would be able to achieve rejuvenation in less than a year. And they still had to rely on Mr. Ye's cooperation to ensure their position wouldn't collapse. Fuck. Hanging up the video call, the manager looked gloomily at the now dark screen. He lightly tapped the table with his right hand, seemingly pondering whether Moy's words were false information. Can't be too trusting. Shaking his head, the manager felt he couldn't easily trust Moy. He was the closest person to Prince Zabi, indeed with a certain amount of authority, but what if Moy was also Mr. Ye's subordinate? Wouldn't that be a waste of 150 billion? Beep beep beep. Just as the manager was thinking, another video conference call came in. The caller was the Prime Minister of the island country. Looking at the Prime Minister's face, the manager felt annoyed. This unfamiliar sly fox actually dared to come to him, thinking that the lighthouse country was now easy to bully? Mr. Manager, I just received an invitation from the Nanfei royal family, informing us that they want to cooperate with our country, but because they are not satisfied with the conditions I offered, they did not engage in further discussions. The video call had just been connected, and the Prime Minister on the other side spoke quickly. The Nanfei royal family wants to cooperate with you? The manager's expression was momentarily stunned. For a moment, he felt that there might be some truth to this matter. Otherwise, why would the Nanfei royal family still come to the island country? First, they came to the island country, and then, because they were not satisfied with the conditions offered, the Nanfei royal family ultimately chose the lighthouse country. No wonder the manager thought that the Nanfei royal family had already developed a grudge against the lighthouse country. Why would they still say they wanted to cooperate? It turns out they really couldn't find a satisfactory partner for cooperation. Yes, they are willing to give up part of the port rights and the rights to exploit resources, in order to have us contain the development of the Dragon Kingdom. But the condition is that we need to give them $4 trillion, and give them 10% of the annual profits. I negotiated it down to $2 trillion. The chief sneered, and then they just hung up, right? Yes. $4 trillion is just too much, the Prime Minister said somewhat awkwardly. So, the reason you contacted me is to see if the Southern Flying Royal family has found me, to continue negotiations with them, right? Stop pretending. Get lost. Before the Prime Minister had a chance to explain, the chief hung up the phone directly. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips, feeling extremely satisfied inside. The fact that the Southern Flying Royal family found the lighthouse country for cooperation was a huge piece of good news. This would disrupt all the conspiracies of the Dragon Kingdom, and the lighthouse country would experience a huge leap forward. As the ancient saying of the Dragon Kingdom goes, it's effortless to find what you want when you've worn out your shoes. The delighted chief recalled a saying from the Dragon Kingdom, feeling extremely eager to see the Dragon Kingdom's reaction to their partner turning against them. Mr. Yi, it seems like your partner is a bit unruly. But I like this kind of unruly partner. I have a way to deal with him." He laughed heartily, then got up and left his private room. This was a matter of great importance, and he needed to find several key personnel to discuss the next steps for the United Nations meeting. The lighthouse country could afford to pay $1.5 trillion. It was very cost-effective to use $1.5 trillion to turn enemies into friends with South Africa. The negotiation meeting was held. Everyone was extremely happy, supporting the agreement to pay compensation at the United Nations meeting and to turn the Southern Flying Royal family into friends. At the same time, they were very satisfied with the conditions offered by the Southern Flying Royal family to the island nation. If turning enemies into friends could obtain those conditions, $1.5 trillion would be worth it. "Chief, we still need to observe this matter. Don't fall into Mr. Ye's trap." Despite being happy, Mayer felt that the necessary investigation still needed to be carried out. "I will start the investigation immediately to see if what the Southern Flying Royal family said is true." Mr. Mayer makes a good point. "We must not underestimate the cunning of our opponent. He is a sly fox." The chief agreed, feeling the need to conduct some investigation. But in his heart, he had already decided on this matter. The lighthouse country could not continue to be suppressed. This was their only chance for a turnaround, and they couldn't miss it. As the meeting dispersed, the chief observed Mayer carefully. He pondered whether to push Mayer out and make a show for the Southern Flying Royal family and the United Nations. After all, keeping Mayer around was not of much use, and Mayer would not be punished. He could still be his sharp sword. "This is a good idea. I am truly a genius." Internally confirming, the chief felt secretly pleased, thinking that his intelligence had suddenly reached its peak today. The next day, the United Nations meeting proceeded as usual. The members of the council who presided over this major meeting were extremely troubled. The meeting had been going on for 4 or 5 days, and it had been deadlocked the whole time, with neither side willing to budge. However, today, during the meeting, the lighthouse country unexpectedly admitted to the matter of compensating the Southern Flying Royal family, openly acknowledging that they had indeed launched an attack on the Southern Flying Royal family. However, what confused everyone was that the chief did not admit that this was a deliberate action on their part, but rather a decision made by General Gorell and Mayer in charge of military affairs. At the time, the warships were very close to the Southern Flying Royal family, and General Gorell proposed to attack them. This was then agreed upon by Mayer and carried out in secret. Since it was done by Mr. Mayer and General Gore, we ask the lighthouse country to hand over these 2 individuals for the United Nations to handle and sentence to death. I'm afraid that's not possible. General Gore has already died in the war, and as for Mr. Mayer, he has already been punished by us, said the steward. These words made everyone present secretly curse. What punishment has been imposed? Who among those present doesn't know that Mr. Mayer is a minister of the lighthouse country, probably sitting comfortably at home now? But we are willing to add $500 billion to express our apologies to South Fay, totaling $1.5 trillion. Despite the words of the crowd, the steward continued. The compensation of $1.5 trillion has exceeded the original $1 trillion. The expressions of the people were puzzled. They couldn't understand why the lighthouse country would be willing to increase compensation. In theory, the lighthouse country is as stingy as a miser. How could they possibly pay more? A guilty conscience? No, they have long lost their conscience. What conscience are we talking about? Mr. Steward is really generous. Just compensation is not enough, you also need to apologize to those who died in South Fay, said the representative of the Dragon Country, standing up with a stern face. He received a call from Zhang Lao yesterday, saying that Mr. Yi helped them get the compensation money. Unexpectedly, the lighthouse country really complied obediently. We will handle this ourselves, no need for your concern. The lighthouse country and the South Fay royal family will never have misunderstandings. We are eternal friends. The steward stared coldly at the representative of the Dragon Country, wishing to slap the official face of the Dragon Country right now. The people present were confused. What eternal friends? Can the South Fay royal family forgive the actions of the lighthouse country? If the South Fay royal family forgives, then the scale of this matter is too big. When everyone else wants to eliminate you, you are willing to be friends with the other party. Truly impressive. Of course, the people present thought this was impossible. First of all, the South Fay royal family is not to be trifled with. Coupled with the legendary figure of the Dragon Country, the Lighthouse Country and the South Fay royal family, or the entire people of South Fay, cannot be reconciled. The representative of the Dragon Country did not continue speaking. They were just helping their partner get some compensation this time, along with an apology letter. Since they had achieved their goal, what did it matter to the Lighthouse Country? The compensation agreement was finalized. In front of the United Nations cameras,
the lighthouse country steward sincerely expressed apologies to South Fei, and was willing to compensate South Fei with $1.5 trillion. That day, this news shot to the top of the international trending list. The people of the dragon country cheered, feeling triumphant, ready to put the arrogant attitude of the lighthouse country in its place. They still compensated in the end. I thought they would delay for 10 days or half a month. The last time there was compensation, the lighthouse country delayed for 3 years, and even now has not compensated.
I don't know what's going on this time, actually compensating $1.5 trillion. What else can it be? Of course, it's because they see the dragon country developing and feel fearful. Don't they see who the guardian deity of dragon country's commerce is? Mr. Yi is forever a god. Didn't you see that this meeting was attended by official representatives? What does it have to do with Mr. Yi? Even if Mr. Yi is powerful, there's no need to involve him in everything, right? If it weren't for Mr. Yi's support for dragon country's commerce and the blow to the lighthouse country, would we have the current result? I understand, the lighthouse country's compensation this time is not out of fear. Think about it, how could a country that has long been developed bow down to a country that has not? I suspect the lighthouse country has ulterior motives this time, with evil intentions in mind. I am a professor of economics, and according to my research, there is currently a minor crisis in the capital markets of the beacon country. The various organizations that were originally united are now showing signs of division, indicating that the beacon country is indeed beginning to decline. Foreign netizens. They also saw the apology statement from the beacon country at the United Nations meeting, causing a huge wave of reactions on the internet. My goodness, how could the chief executive agree to compensation? It's all because of Meyer. If he hadn't acted on his own, we wouldn't have lost General Gore and $150 billion. In the end, we will still have to provide that money, won't we? Are you kidding me? The chief executive would never let you provide it. It must be the merchants who will help. Yes, this money should be paid by the merchants. Look at the arrogance of the dragon country people, they are proud to the core. What do they have to be proud of? Just a fine of $150 billion? That's not a big deal for us. Never mind, that backward country, many people there still can't even have enough to eat. I heard that the dragon country is very poor now. The beacon country has actually been fined. Wow, that's great. Long live the dragon country, great job. That country that was once insignificant and conquered by us has now started to develop. Don't talk nonsense, it's because we want to help liberate the nation. We never thought of conquering other countries. It's all rumors spread by the dragon country people. The outside world's opinion, the dragon country officials were not in the mood to pay attention to. After the handover ceremony was completed, they witnessed the beacon country compensating the South African royal family with $150 billion. Once the compensation was received, the representatives of the dragon country did not linger and returned directly to their homeland. In short, this incident was considered a perfect success. It taught the beacon country a lesson and greatly boosted the morale of the domestic population. Mr. Yi is truly a genius. He actually made the beacon country voluntarily pay compensation and even added an additional $50 billion for compensation. Sitting on the plane back to the dragon country, the dragon country personnel who attended the meeting were smiling. For 5 days, they had been exerting pressure on the beacon country, expending a lot of effort. They thought it would be a prolonged battle, but Mr. Yi's intervention made the beacon country voluntarily pay compensation. After this incident, our relationship with the South African royal family will be even more harmonious. Everyone was in high spirits. Although they had put in a lot of effort, the result was good, not disappointing everyone's hard work. After all, the dragon country had spent a lot of effort to ensure that the South African royal family received compensation from the beacon country. The South African royal family should know who their best partner is. Of course, I heard that the South African royal family has handed over full control of the port to us and they will only enjoy 20% of the annual profits. That's great. The dragon country's foreign minister smiled and said, not only that, the South African royal family also supports us in developing various infrastructure projects to facilitate the transportation of resources into the dragon country. I didn't expect the South African royal family to be so understanding. Everyone smiled, as if they could see the prosperous days of the dragon country ahead. With those resources, the dragon country would surely begin to develop rapidly. You are being too optimistic. If it weren't for Mr. Yi's help, would the South African royal family willingly hand over control of the port to the dragon country? They are not fools, they are shrewd. The foreign minister's eyes were full of admiration. This time, we must thank Mr. Yi. Without his strong support, the dragon country would not have these benefits. Indeed, Mr.
Yi is truly a lucky star for our dragon country." The crowd was full of admiration for the young man who had helped the Dragon Kingdom to grow continuously. They had never admired anyone so much before. Although the great figures in history were worthy of admiration, they were ultimately not in the same time and space, and what they did was not particularly intuitive.
Mr. Ye's actions were presented concretely in front of everyone. After this return, we must thank Mr.
Yi properly. They were determined in their hearts, planning to return to the Dragon Kingdom to thank Yi Chen in person. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had already boarded a plane and left Kyoto, returning to his villa. He returned to Lu family village. This place was the most comfortable place for Yi Chen to live, and in a year's time, he had completely transformed it into the most suitable house to live in. "Boss, is this the radio worth tens of thousands of dollars mentioned in the live broadcast?" Zhong Qing naturally followed Yi Chen back to Lu family village. When she first arrived at Lu family village, she looked around curiously and felt curious about everything. She had watched a replay of Yi Chen's live broadcast and had some understanding of Lu family village. The radio placed by Yi Chen's bedside was worth tens of thousands of dollars and was an ancient antique. The radio could function normally, and after adjusting the frequency, the voice of the host came through. "We will now begin broadcasting the latest news. At noon today, at the United Nations meeting, the Lighthouse country will compensate South Fei with $150 billion US, and various media outlets will issue their own apology statements, expressing their sincerest apologies to the citizens of South Fei affected by the war." What? Zhong Qing's ears were filled with the host's narration, and she looked at Yi Chen in shock. Mr. Yi had made the Lighthouse country obediently compensate? It had only been 7 hours since she had handed over the information for the United Nations meeting to Yi Chen. Could efficiency be this high? What are you standing there for? Come down and help me move some things. Yi Chen paid no attention and opened the entrance to the basement. The compensation by the Lighthouse country was something he had expected, so there was no need to be too surprised. What he needed to do now was to move the things out of the basement and take them to South Fei after obtaining his degree certificate. "Are we moving those bottles of liquor?" Hearing the boss's call, Zhong Cheng put down the radio in her hand and quickly walked to Yi Chen's side. She had also seen the basement from the live broadcast room, where many precious bottles of liquor were stored, including a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao from 1952, worth over 10 million soft sister coins. What was even more crazy was that Mr. Yi said he had several bottles of such liquor, completely shocking all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Walking into the entrance of the basement, after a long corridor, Zhongqing finally saw the bottles of liquor arranged. She had seen the construction of the basement on her phone before, but it wasn't particularly clear. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she truly understood how large the wine cellar was. There were a total of 10 shelves in the wine cellar, each holding bottles of liquor, completely filling the entire room. With so many precious bottles of liquor, it was hard to imagine how rich the boss was. "Come here." Just as Zhongqing was dazed, she saw Yi Chen press something, and one of the shelves in front automatically opened, revealing another basement. Hidden secrets? What could be inside? Zhongqing was stunned and followed Yi Chen into another basement. She had seen many suspense movies, and some mentally disturbed serial killers liked to have a basement in their rooms, with a hidden place. It made it convenient for them to handle bodies or imprison the people they wanted to imprison. Could it be that the boss was also a weirdo with strange hobbies? Shouldn't be. The boss looks so handsome, has so much money, his mind shouldn't be particularly dark. With doubts in her heart, Zhongqing looked at the basement that had already been lit up. When she saw the scene inside the basement clearly, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this wasn't some strange operating room or prison cell. It was just an ordinary storage room. Many boxes made of unknown wood were stacked inside, emitting a faint fragrance, filling the entire basement. "Boss, what's inside these boxes?" Curious, Zhongqing asked Yi Chen as she walked towards the boxes. Yi Chen shook his head. "These things are all useless. I'm looking for golden tea leaves and some strange items. Carefully search through them and let me know if you find them." After saying that, Yi Chen walked towards the nearest wooden box and carefully searched through its contents. After finishing things in the Dragon Kingdom, he would need to stay in the south for a long time, so Yi Chen planned to take the tea leaves with him, as well as all the rewards from the system. He couldn't waste them here. Okay. Agreeing with the boss, Zhongqing casually opened the wooden box in front of her. Since the box wasn't locked, it was very easy to open. Some certificates? Seeing small notebooks inside the box, Zhongqing looked puzzled. She picked up one of the notebooks and flipped through it, murmuring to herself, "Dear Mr. Yi, congratulations on being named one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the Dragon Kingdom. The publication date was 3 years ago.
The organization was a very well-known selection agency that specifically counted successful young entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to receive this certificate 3 years ago. After putting down the certificate for being one of the top 10 outstanding young people, Zhongqing picked up another one. Its surface was golden and had a very textured feel, as if it were coated with a layer of gold. Dear Mr. Yi, congratulations on being ranked 10th on the Forbes Rich list. Dear Mr. Yi, congratulations on your investment fund becoming the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom. Dear Mr. Yi, congratulations on winning first place among the most representative figures in the business world. One certificate after another was taken out by Zhongqing. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. There were hundreds of certificates here? They all represented Mr. Yi's achievements and efforts over the years. If it were someone else who received such a certificate, they would probably display it at home as their own achievement. However, the boss actually received hundreds of them and stored them all in these boxes. If she hadn't opened this box today, would it mean that all these honors would remain hidden in this box, never to be known by anyone? It's too terrifying. Zhongqing swallowed hard and solemnly put down the golden certificate in her hand. She continued to walk to the side of another box and opened it directly. This box also contained some certificates. However, the words on the certificates were all the same. Property deeds. Villas in the capital, villas in the magic city, villas in coastal cities. Yi Chen had properties in almost every city. And these properties all had one characteristic: they were mostly villas. Zhongqing counted the property deeds here and found that there were probably over 100, which meant that Yi Chen owned over 100 villas. Calculating at 2 billion each, the total value of the boss's purchased villas was over 200 billion. But Zhongqing knew it was far more than that. How could the boss's villas be worth only 2 billion? Take the villa in Lujiakan, for example. The online reviews by netizens were at least 7 billion, and if you added the furniture inside, the price would be at least over 10 billion. Does that mean the boss owns over 100 billion worth of villas? Oh my god. Just selling houses could make you a domestic tycoon. Yi Chen walked over, frowned, and said, "Why are you so slow? I've found 5 boxes already. Hurry up. We have to go back to the university for the graduation ceremony tomorrow." "Oh, okay. Zhongqing, who had come to his senses, was no longer looking at the things in the boss's basement. A careful look at these things could easily cause heart problems. For someone with a healthy heart, it might even be possible to be scared into having a heart attack. "Boss, is this the golden tea?" After searching through 2 wooden boxes, Zhongqing found some well-packaged tea in one of the boxes. The packaging of the tea looked very ordinary, and it was unclear what kind of paper it was wrapped in. Although it had turned yellow, it had not decayed. Normally, when paper is placed in a dark and damp environment, it is prone to changing color and becoming damp, and it easily rots. Moreover, it was very unwise for the boss to store dry tea in the basement. What was miraculous was that the golden tea was still dry, without any moisture, let alone mold and decay. "It's this kind." Yi Chen walked over to Zhongqing and nodded in satisfaction. He took out 5 tea packages, each containing 1000 G. In other words, there were 10 caddies of tea here. "Boss, is this tea important to you? Why have I never seen golden tea on the market?" Zhongqing asked curiously. "Shouldn't normal tea be green? Roasted tea leaves are somewhat different, usually brown or black. But this golden tea, Zhongqing had never seen or heard of it before. This tea is not important to me, but it is very important to some people," Yi Chen said with a smile. The golden tea was a reward from the system, and the tea brewed from it had great benefits for the body. Unfortunately, over time, this tea had no effect on Yi Chen. He had been drinking tea brewed from golden tea leaves for the past few years, so his body had become saturated with it. But it was precisely because he had been drinking tea brewed from golden tea leaves for the past few years that Yi Chen had developed a habit for it. Drinking other teas did not have the same taste as the tea brewed from golden tea leaves. After taking out the tea packages, Yi Chen looked at the other things in the box. At first glance, he saw a red jade pendant. Amidst the pure white, there was a hint of red, and upon closer inspection, one would find that this red was actually a dragon. Even Yi Chen was surprised by this jade pendant. He remembered that this jade pendant was a system reward, and it was said that wearing it for a long time could nourish the skin and ward off evil spirits. Yi Chen felt that it was useless, so he had always kept it in the box. Now, it seemed that this jade pendant seemed to have a kind of aura, and holding it in his hand gave a cool sensation. "It's a good thing, wear it." The jade pendant was tied with a red string, made to fit Yi Chen's body, so it fit perfectly when worn. The pendant was not very large, about the size of a coin, and not particularly conspicuous. He put on the jade pendant. Yi Chen also checked the other things in the box. There was a system reward compass, as well as some strange and ancient things. These things were not very useful to Yi Chen, so he chose to continue keeping them in the box, waiting to sort them out when he settled down one day. Bring the tea up, Yi Chen instructed Zhong Qing behind him, then turned and walked out of the basement. Zhong Qing, behind him, obediently carried the tea and followed Yi Chen, still pondering over the boss's words just now. It's not important to the boss, but important to others? This sentence seems to have a special meaning, but Zhong Qing doesn't understand, so she didn't continue to ponder. Walk out of the basement. Zhong Qing found the boss talking on the phone, and the voice just happened to reach her ears. Send 100 G to Zhan Lao, each member of the Dragon Alliance Guild has 50 G, and also send some to the official personnel. Ha! Is it this tea? 50 grams and 100 grams sent out? Zhong Qing was puzzled. This tea is not real gold, is it necessary to be so frugal? 50 grams and 100 grams sent out, it's not enough to drink at all. Xiao Zhong, since you are here, I'll also give you 50 grams. In her confusion, the boss's voice lingered in Zhong Qing's ears. She hesitated for a long time. Boss, I don't like tea, I drink coffee. But since it's from the boss, I'll give it to my dad, he loves tea the most. Zhong Qing understands Yi Chen's goodwill. Although this tea is just tea, the recipients are not ordinary people. Just now she heard that these teas are given to those high-ranking figures, and she, as an ordinary person, enjoyed the treatment of 50 grams. Okay, I will have my people prepare it for you. Let's go have a meal on the mountain first, and then go to the school later. Without telling Zhong Qing the value of the tea, Yi Chen took her out of the yard and flew to the mountaintop by helicopter. These days have been busy for Zhong Qing, so it's time to reward her new secretary. So Yi Chen had the chef prepare a table of dishes in advance, waiting for them to taste now. When she saw the large villa area on the mountain, Zhong Qing was shocked. She actually flew to have a meal, with a large group of people serving her? This treatment is like an emperor's life, everything is at her fingertips. And the dozens of dishes on the table taste top-notch, as if they were food only available in heaven. Boss, being your secretary is simply too happy. In the evening, Zhong Qing and Yi Chen took a private helicopter to the villa area in the school district. Looking at the colorful clouds outside the window and the sun resembling a big face, Zhong Qing felt extremely satisfied. The salary reached 50,000 yuan per month. The boss covered all the meals and accommodation, and also took her around to play. What else could make a person more satisfied with this job? Is this the beginning of happiness? Don't worry, your hard days are still ahead, Yi Chen said lightly, looking down at the city below. Soon, the plane landed on the lawn in the villa area of the city. This is Yi Chen's exclusive parking space. The lawn was purchased when he bought the villa. Getting off the plane, Yi Chen walked straight to the villa's door and lay comfortably on the sofa, not wanting to move. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. As a freshman, he mingled among a group of seniors, which he found a bit funny. Things are about to end soon, it's time to focus and compete with the lamp country. After receiving the degree certificate, Yi Chen will officially enter the business world and compete with the lamp country and capitalists from other countries. After spending a year, he must have the degree certificate in hand. It's also a satisfactory conclusion to this year of university life. A night of silence. The next morning, Yi Chen was awakened by Zhong Qing early in the morning. Wearing the black suit prepared by Zhong Qing, Yi Chen took the car keys and prepared to leave. Wait, boss, you forgot to bring a pen with you. When he was about to leave, Zhong Qing stopped Yi Chen and handed him a black steel pen. What's this for? Yi Chen held the pen in his hand, puzzled. Zhong Qing smiled, like a blooming flower, you are a celebrity now. How can you go out without a pen? There will be many people asking for your autograph on the way. You're right. Then come with me. I'll leave my safety to you, Yi Chen nodded and put away the pen. This confused Zhong Qing for a moment, but she soon became happy. The boss was personally taking her out, which meant she was telling the world that she had a secretary. This indicated that Yi Chen was ready to reveal her identity to everyone. How could Zhong Qing not be happy? I suddenly feel like a mistress killing the original wife. Putting away her strange thoughts, Zhong Qing put on her small bag and walked out of the villa with the boss. The two of them drove the cool sports car towards the direction of the university town. Boss, there are so many rich people at your university. When they arrived at the parking spot, several sports cars were parked at the school gate, leaving a spot for Yi Chen. 8 rich second-generation individuals were standing next to the parking spot, politely persuading any car that wanted to park there to leave. They are not from our school. Yi Chen frowned when he saw these rich second-generation individuals again. Were the rich second-generation individuals nowadays so ill-mannered? His arrival in the city was not a secret, and most of the wealthy businessmen knew that Yi Chen was studying here.
However, they did not visit him not because they did not understand etiquette, but because Yi Chen liked a quiet life. Disturbing him without important matters would make him feel unhappy. These few sons of unknown industries repeatedly coming to his school had caused some impact on him. This impact was almost negligible, but Yi Chen still felt uncomfortable. Here they come. The rich second-generation individuals who had been waiting for a long time noticed Yi Chen's sports car and ran towards him, smiling. "Good morning, Mr. Yi."
It was 8 o'clock in the morning.
Many people were coming and going at the gate, either going to school or passing by to work, curiously watching what was happening next to the sports car. They had long noticed the 8 luxurious sports cars and could easily guess that they were waiting for someone.
Who is the person in the car?
They are making these rich young men bow and scrape.
Didn't you see? That's Mr. Yi. These young people are his fans, so it's not surprising that they are doing this. I don't think they are fans. They should be Mr. Yi's subordinates. These people park their sports cars at the school gate every day and occupy the parking spaces. It's really disgusting. They are occupying public resources. I don't think these rich young men are Mr. Yi's subordinates. Have you ever thought about who Mr. Yi is? Are you interested in playing with these rich second-generation individuals who have no real power? Onlookers gathered and whispered to each other, pointing and gossiping. Many people recognized Yi Chen's identity and captured the scene of the blondes bowing to him and posted it on the internet. Suddenly, this incident attracted even more attention. #shocking. Business legend Mr. Yi appears at the university gate, suspected.
## in broad daylight. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? ## Mr. Yi appears at the university gate, and 8 rich young men bow together. #1 attractive headline after another appeared on the internet, once again attracting public attention to Mr. Yi. These days, there were news about Mr. Yi everywhere. All the media praised Mr. Yi's positive image, and those who belittled Mr. Yi had long been silenced. Mr. Yi is different when he goes out. He is accompanied by a beautiful woman. That beauty looks so pretty. Indeed, beautiful women love money. The 8 little brothers all bow together. Isn't this a sign of the underworld? What underworld? That person is Mr. Yi, a legendary figure in the Dragon Country business world, of course deserving of such respect. If I see Mr. Yi, not only would I bow to him, I would even kneel down and kowtow. Mr. Yi actually has a girlfriend now. My youth is over. Countless netizens are speculating about Zhongqing's identity. However, they did not find any information about Zhongqing online, so they denied the judgment that Zhongqing is an internet celebrity or a star. Soon, an acquaintance of Zhongqing appeared in the comments section, revealing Zhongqing's identity to everyone. The person sitting in the co-pilot seat of Mr. Yi is called Zhongqing. She is a senior sister in our school's economics and management department. She used to be the campus belle. Isn't this Zhongqing? She is my colleague. How did she end up next to Mr. Yi? Didn't Zhongqing say she had something to attend to at home? The state-owned enterprise discovered Zhongqing's identity. Puzzled employees showed the photo to their superiors, very confused. Who knew that after the boss watched it, he didn't show any anger, but instead was full of envy. Settle Zhongqing's salary. She's really lucky, she can sit with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi's status is extraordinary. Even in their company, there is money invested by Mr. Yi in it, giving him some say. Looking at the photo, what is the relationship between Zhongqing and Mr. Yi? How dare the manager offend Zhongqing? Right, I'll make a call later, ask if Zhongqing still wants to come back to work. If she does, promote her to head of the planning department. Remember to be polite. The confused employee walked out of the general manager's office with a phone in hand. Her relationship with Zhongqing on weekdays was not particularly good, originally planning to show the general manager this photo, claiming that Zhongqing was on leave but actually out playing. But the general manager not only didn't blame Zhongqing, but also promised to promote her to head of the planning department? People are envious of others. I just don't have this kind of luck. Jealously staring at Zhongqing in the photo, the employee was resentful. She felt that if Mr. Yi had seen her earlier, it wouldn't be Zhongqing sitting next to him now. I don't understand what's so good about a little blonde. Her skills are not as good as mine. On the other side, at the university gate, surrounded by the gaze of the people around, Yi Chen stared coldly at the blonde youth in front of him, saying coldly, I really hate it when someone disturbs my life. Huang Man looked up in surprise. His gaze instantly became fearful and uneasy. From Yi Chen's eyes, he felt a strong aura. This kind of aura belonged exclusively to those in power. It made his legs uncontrollably tremble. Yi. Mr. Yi. Huang Man and a group of rich second-generation individuals broke out in a cold sweat, instantly realizing they had done something wrong. They had come here today to get close to Yi Chen, to make Yi Chen feel their respect as rich second-generation individuals. They never expected Mr. Yi didn't care about these things at all. No wonder those tycoons didn't appear near the university town. Turns out they were afraid to disturb Mr. Ye's life. Hurry up and leave, I don't want to see you here again. With a cold glance at everyone, Yi Chen drove away from the school gate. The parking spot was occupied by the rich second-generation individuals relying on their families. He couldn't park there. The nearest parking spot was on another street next to the school, a 2-minute drive away. After parking the car, Yi Chen returned to the school gate with Zhongcheng. The 8 rich second-generation individuals had already disappeared, and in the distance, the sound of car engines could still be heard. Boss, those rich second-generation individuals are very afraid of you. Zhongqing covered her mouth and said with a smile. The arrogant second-generation rich was actually scared away by a single glance from the boss, completely overturning her understanding of those second-generation rich. Why aren't they afraid? A group of people who occupy resources but don't know how to use them, getting lost in various forms of indulgence every day. Remember, in the future, when you see this type of second-generation rich, don't bother with them. Even if they inherit their parents' property, it won't be long before they mess it up. Yi Chen walked towards the school gate, speaking to Zhongqing beside him. Unexpectedly, this time no one came forward to ask for autographs and photos. They all stood far away from Yi Chen, making way for him. Strange, did I lose my charm? Rubbing his chin, Yi Chen curiously looked at the onlookers around him. Wherever his gaze landed, people would lower their heads, afraid to meet Yi Chen's eyes. Am I really that scary, Xiaozhong? Yi Chen asked Zhongqing in surprise. The latter nodded, then shook her head. Boss, your gaze just now was indeed a bit scary, like a wolf, it's frightening. Well, helplessly shaking his head, Yi Chen walked towards the playground. This effect is good, it can reduce some unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, a bunch of people surrounding him asking for autographs and photos, Yi Chen really felt a bit of a headache. There are more than 600 graduates in this year's university. At this moment, young men and women in suits are standing on the playground, chatting with familiar faces. At first glance, Yi Chen felt like he had returned to the time when he was full of spirit. These are all fresh blood, who will enter various companies in the future. Some people have a high starting point as soon as they enter society. Some people slowly climb up from being a junior staff. And some people, because of long-term study, have lost their social skills, and it's very difficult for them to find a job. The students of this era are endless. Ordinary students have lost their advantage, only students from prestigious schools can have an advantage. As a figure in the business world, Yi Chen has never judged a person based on their education. What he values most is a person's character and ability. Mr. Yi is here. It's really Mr. Yi. I heard that Mr. Yi participated in the graduation exam. I didn't expect it to be true. Others graduate in their first year. Mr. Yi completed the entire 4 years of university in his first year. This is the difference. As soon as Yi Chen and Zhongqing appeared on the playground, they immediately attracted the attention of a large group of graduates. They are all people who are about to enter society and start working. They are looking forward to Mr. Yi hiring them and making them a member of Mr. Ye's team. But their thoughts are just thoughts. No one is confident that Mr. Yi will hire them. It's the woman standing next to Mr. Yi that makes everyone curious. The young woman is not much different in age from them. Could she also be a recent graduate? Could it be that Mr. Yi really came to the university to find employees? I wonder if I have a chance. A person who plays games every day and barely graduates also wants to become Mr. Ye's employee? At least someone like Ling Shui can become Mr. Ye's employee, right? Ling Shui? The beauty of the computer science department, who was directly hired by the Dragon Guard group. That's her, and there's also someone named Zhang Dengfeng. That guy was also directly recruited by the biopharmaceutical group. Why are there so many big companies this time? There hasn't been so many big companies coming to recruit in the past. Nonsense, don't you see who we have in our university? Those companies are all under Mr. Ye's control. Of course they have to take care of our school. This time our university is going to rise to the top. Sensing the curious or suspicious glances from the people around her, Zhongqing felt a little shy and buried her head. Last year, she and all the graduates present were full of confidence and expectations for the future. In the end, she could only enter a nursing home enterprise and become an inconspicuous staff member. If she hadn't met the boss, Zhongcheng doubted that she would ever get ahead in her life. You're lucky, Yi Chen sincerely said a word, then stood quietly waiting for the end of the graduation ceremony. 8:40 in the morning. Over 600 graduates received their diplomas. The subsequent ceremony was for large companies to recruit new employees from the school, but neither Yi Chen nor Zhongqing were interested in continuing to watch. By the time they finished all their tasks, it was already noon. Yi Chen then drove Zhongqing to a restaurant.
The restaurant was the most luxurious in the city, considered a top-tier dining place.
Unfortunately, Zhongqing always felt that the food in this restaurant was not as delicious as the chefs in Lu's village. There was a big difference. When settling the bill, they spent over 10,000 yuan, which made Zhongqing feel it was not worth it. "Boss, if we had known, we would have just gone back to eat. The food here is just so, and the prices are ridiculously high," Zhongqing couldn't help but complain as they walked out of the restaurant. At that moment, two well-dressed wealthy-looking people, who appeared to be a couple, walked out of the door. Hearing Zhongqing's complaint, their footsteps suddenly stopped, and they curiously looked at Zhongqing. Seeing that the other was just wearing an ordinary suit, not knowing which brand it was, the young woman standing next to the middle-aged wealthy man disdainfully sneered. However, after years of experience, the woman had developed a keen eye for people. She felt that the young man standing next to Zhongqing was not ordinary. Although she only saw a side profile, she could still discern the various expensive items on the man. That set of black suits seemed to be a custom-made lining, which cost tens of thousands. As for the black watch on Yi Chen's wrist, the woman had never seen it before, so she couldn't draw a conclusion. Just based on the suit Yi Chen was wearing, it was evident that he was very wealthy. After all, the most expensive formal wear on the wealthy man she knew was only around 100,000. Although he could afford a custom-made lining, he didn't have the status to obtain it.
"It's too much trouble to go back.
It takes half an hour by plane, and it's already past my mealtime. Just having a meal here will do," Yi Chen replied indifferently, which caught the attention of the socialite.
"Not bad. This young man must be very handsome. And what did he just say about a plane? Could it be that he also owns a private plane and can fly home in half an hour?
Today, I've encountered a big golden turtle." The woman sighed in her heart, then used a lame excuse to bid farewell to the middle-aged wealthy man beside her, asking him to go back to the table and fetch something she had left behind. The middle-aged wealthy man, who didn't understand the thoughts of the socialite, didn't suspect anything and turned to enter the restaurant to look for it. Seizing this opportunity, the socialite quickly walked to Yi Chen's side. With a graceful and elegant demeanor, she approached Yi Chen.
"Excuse me, may I have your contact information?"
Standing in front of Yi Chen, the socialite's heart trembled, and she became even more determined to get Yi Chen. This young man was really too handsome. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he was simply the ideal target. As for Zhongqing standing next to Yi Chen, she was completely ignored by the socialite. Just an ordinary little beauty, doesn't know anything, and has no threatening power. The upper-class tycoons all like women who have temperament, know how to dress, and understand various high-end products. This temperament is completely beyond Zhongqing's ability to describe. "Who are you?" Looking at the woman in front of him with light makeup, who was probably about 7 or 8 points in appearance, Yi Chen looked bewildered. He confirmed that he didn't know this woman. Could it be because his appearance was too handsome and attracted her? Wait. Suddenly, Yi Chen seemed to remember something. Why does this woman feel a bit familiar? When he was eating just now, he was a little bored and casually looked around. It seemed that he saw this woman being intimate with a middle-aged man, probably the lover of that middle-aged tycoon. She must be attracted to his money. "Sorry, I don't have a contact." Knowing the woman's identity, Yi Chen's expression became cold and stern, and he directly refused. A woman who is being kept also wants to have a relationship with him? Who does she think he is? Also, the things the woman was wearing seemed a bit too deliberate. Yi Chen recognized the outfit. It was a pair of long socks from Paris. But there seemed to be something wrong with the socks, like they were a high imitation product. Don't ask how Yi Chen knew that these long socks were high imitation versions, because Long Wana liked to wear this kind of seductive long socks to attract Yi Chen, so he was somewhat familiar with this kind of long socks. And the bag the woman was carrying. The bag was genuine, probably around 100,000 yuan. However, the bag's tag was still hanging inside, clearly just rented from a store. Only the kind of middle-aged tycoon who was infatuated with color would ignore so many flaws, being tempted by a knockoff version of a socialite. No contact information? The smile on the socialite's face froze for a moment, absolutely not believing that Yi Chen didn't have contact information. What era is this? How could anyone not have a phone? There is only one possibility: the young man in front of her is not interested in her. "I'm sorry to have disturbed you, I hope to have the opportunity to get to know you next time." With no success in her attempt, the socialite did not continue to entangle. It's probably because the young man doesn't like her type of socialite, so he didn't add contact information. But she has many sisters around her, She can put Yi Chen's photo in the group and let the capable sisters take action.
Quietly took a picture of Yi Chen. The socialite directly sent it to her sister group, High-End Socialite Exchange Group. My LV is lost again. Let's take a look at a handsome guy, just discovered today. Picture, the gold necklace is really heavy. This is a handsome guy. Is the suit he's wearing a custom lining? Sports Car Club, have you made contact? Did you get his information? My LV is lost again. No success. It seems like he's not interested in my type. Fujin Socialite, sisters, have you seen the news, Mr. Yi? Do you also want to go after him? Tired of living, right? My LV is lost again. What's going on? Sports Car Club, damn. This person is Mr. Yi. Really? The gold necklace is really heavy, Sister LV. Are you tired of living? Dare to ask Mr. Yi for contact information. My LV is lost again. I didn't expect it either. Luckily I didn't get his contact information. Now I'm really scared. My LV is lost again. By the way, do any of you want the long socks from Paris? 300 a day, we can rent together. The gold necklace is really heavy. Online group order 1/3. Fujin Socialite, do you want to rent your LV? I remember there's a 3-day period. I'm going to meet a handsome guy tomorrow, and I want to get one. My LV is lost again. Sure, if you get it, how about 400 a day? I need it the day after tomorrow. Yi Chen still doesn't understand what happened in the socialite group buying. If he had known that the socialite just now was actually a Pinksy socialite, he would have kept his distance. Boss, that woman just now looked very wealthy and had a very good temperament. Why didn't you get her contact information? Zhong Qing, who was puzzled, was still in the dark. In her opinion, the woman just now was a genuine high society socialite, very good looking, and should have appealed to the boss. But the boss seemed a bit uninterested and coldly rejected the socialite. I'll introduce you to a real high society socialite when the opportunity arises. Yi Chen didn't explain. He felt it necessary to bring his own secretary to see the so-called upper-class socialites. Those upper-class socialites were not easy to deal with, but as a woman, Zhong Qing should be able to integrate well with them. Let's go buy a set of work clothes for you now. The suit you're wearing is lowering my image. Glancing at Zhong Qing's shoddy suit, Yi Chen felt it was urgent to arrange professional attire for his secretary. Is it that serious? I bought this suit when I first entered society, and it cost over 3,000 yuan. It does seem a bit inappropriate now, Zhong Qing said awkwardly. As Yi Chen's personal secretary, she now came into contact with top business tycoons or government officials. If she continued to wear this 3,000 or 4,000 yuan suit, it would really embarrass the boss. Others might think the boss's salary was very low. Boss, deduct the money for the suit from my salary. No need to deduct anything. The base salary is the base salary and cannot be touched. Consider this as a reward for your work yesterday, Yi Chen said indifferently. Zhong Qing had an undeniable contribution to the 1.5 billion compensation paid to the lighthouse country. If she hadn't worked overnight to organize the representatives of various countries attending the conference, Yi Chen wouldn't have had the opportunity to take effective measures. And a bonus? Zhong Qing was dumbfounded. Thinking back to the boss's words, that 50,000 was indeed just the base salary, without any mention of a commission. Buying a suit for around 10,000 yuan, she still had money on her, and borrowing a few thousand from her parents would almost meet her expectations. Alright, enough talk. Get in the car. Without giving Zhong Qing a chance to hesitate, Yi Chen directly pulled her into the car. Driving to the flagship store of lining clothing in the provincial capital, Yi Chen directly called the managing manager. Welcome, Mr. Yi. The general manager, who was familiar with Yi Chen, greeted him with a smile, very obsequious. Customize a suit for this lady, using the finest materials. Looking back at Zhong Qing, who was hiding behind, Yi Chen said firmly. Yes, Mr. Yi. The general manager nodded, knowing what Mr. Ye's request meant. He glanced at Zhong Qing and then called the designer specializing in custom suits. Take this lady's measurements. Watching Zhong Qing being led away by the designer, Yi Chen sat alone in his seat, drinking the glass of water brought over by the general manager, waiting for the measurements to be taken. Yi Chen was very satisfied with the lining brand. He had witnessed the growth of lining clothing and knew what kind of company it was. Compared to those using pirated materials or leftovers from other companies, lining had always been down to earth, insisting on using legitimate materials. And they clearly listed the ingredients, without any falsification. This was also why Yi Chen decided to support the lining group, not because of any undisclosed secrets with Lu Ruyan, but because Yi Chen genuinely liked the way lining conducted itself. At least it lived up to the conscience of an enterprise. Not long after, Zhong Qing walked out of the room slowly and headed straight towards Yi Chen's position. Have you tried it on? Yi Chen asked lightly as he put down the glass in his hand.
Zhong Cheng nodded with a voice as soft as a mosquito, indicating that she had tried on the clothes and confirmed the size. This young lady has a great figure.
Mr. Yi, what kind of clothes do you want to customize for her? The designer who was measuring Zhong Qing's size walked out and looked at Zhong Qing with envy. She truly had an amazing figure, just like a top celebrity. Is this true? Yi Chen looked at Zhong Qing in surprise, not knowing how sexy her figure really was. The designer at the laning store had made custom clothing for celebrities, but even those top celebrities had not been praised like this. Could it be that Zhong Qing's figure was really that good? It's not that exaggerated. Zhong Qing lowered her head even more, feeling embarrassed to continue looking at the boss. She silently criticized the designer in her heart for complimenting her figure in front of the boss. Wasn't she deliberately causing misunderstandings? Miss Xiong is modest. Here are a few styles I prepared for you to see if you like any. The female designer smiled and didn't continue discussing the figure. Judging from Mr. Ye's expression, he probably didn't know about Zhong Qing's figure, which meant their relationship wasn't what she had imagined. This one looks good, doesn't it? Taking the booklet handed by the female designer, Yi Chen and Zhong Qing looked at it openly. Flipping to the last page, a workplace suit that perfectly showcased the figure and looked very sexy appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. It was an all-black outfit with a waist-shrinking design that perfectly accentuated the figure, along with a skirt that reached the thighs, making it quite intriguing. What do you think, Xiao Zhong? No matter how good the clothes were, it depended on whether the owner liked them. Yi Chen turned around and asked for Zhong Qing's opinion. However, Zhong Qing was still too embarrassed to respond, leaving all the decision-making to her boss. So, the wicked Yi Chen selected 3 different styles of workplace outfits, each with a unique feel. Let's go with these 3, I'll pay with my card. After finalizing the purchase of the 3 professional outfits for Zhong Qing, Yi Chen took out a black bank card from his pocket to settle the bill, waiting for the laning brand to deliver the clothes to the south. Mr. Yi, did you forget that you have a membership card with us? We've already deducted the amount from it, so there's no need to pay anything else this time. The general manager hesitated for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Not to mention him, even Yi Chen was a bit confused at the moment. When did he become a member of the laning brand? It must be Lu Ruyan again. There was no need to guess, it was definitely arranged by Lu Ruyan. Perhaps the holder of that membership card had special privileges, allowing them to customize clothing without paying a penny. This kind of loss-making deal could only be pulled off by Lu Ruyan. But she was probably only losing money on Yi Chen. Alright, please express my gratitude to General Manager Lu for me. Since someone else was paying for him, Yi Chen didn't need to be overly stubborn and reject these words of gratitude. The total price for the 3 sets of clothes was 520,000. It wasn't a small amount of money, but it would be inappropriate to dwell on it too much. Boss, I transferred 30,000 to you. I don't know if it's enough for the custom clothing cost just now. Sitting in the car, Zhong Qing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. She had managed to borrow 30,000 by scrambling with her phone. Just transferred the money to Yi Chen's account. A large part of the 30,000 yuan was provided by his parents. Zhong Qing is an only child, and there hasn't been much expenditure at home since her graduation. Although there isn't much money left, the 2 elderly people managed to save up 20,000 yuan. This amount of money shouldn't be anywhere near the price of clothes. Zhong Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She didn't expect her boss to value her so much, taking her to the Lining flagship store to have custom-made clothes. In this era, Lining's custom-made clothing is equivalent to a status symbol for successful individuals, with a very high price. According to Zhong Qing's estimate, the 3 sets of professional attire purchased earlier would cost at least tens of thousands. Didn't you see that I didn't spend a single penny this time? Besides, this promise was meant as a reward for you. If you give me money now, it's no longer a reward. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Zhong Qing. In fact, there was one thing he hadn't told Zhong Qing yet. That is, his bank card was issued by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. A single deposit of at least several 100,000 yuan is required to enter the bank. For the 50,000 yuan like Zhong Qing's, it probably hasn't entered the bank yet and might be returned by a third party for being too small an amount. But boss, you've already treated me very well, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Despite knowing that Yi Chen meant well, Zhong Chang still found it hard to accept. She has always been a relatively independent girl since she was young. Not as powerful as Long Wan and Long Wu, but she also understands a lot of things. What trouble could I cause? I bought you work clothes so you can work better and harder. This is something every secretary should prepare for. Just that my secretary is different from ordinary wealthy businessmen, she needs to wear custom-made professional attire.
Sensing that Zhong Qing's expression seemed off, Yi Chen's tone became slightly serious. As his employee, she should enjoy good treatment. Take the group of cowherds on the mountain, for example, who are all very satisfied with their wages. No, those subordinates don't have any feelings for the young master now. They prefer the delicious meals prepared by the head chef, tasty and appetizing. Yi Chen seriously suspects that the carefully selected subordinates might end up becoming super fat individuals. With things having come to this point, Zhong Qing didn't argue with her boss's good intentions. She considered the work clothes provided by the boss as a gift, and she would repay him after receiving her salary. This is the first time my fund transfer was rejected by the bank due to the small amount of money. Putting away her phone, she kept her boss's kindness in mind. She silently decided to do more for her boss and work hard to enhance her understanding of business matters. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chen and Zhong Qing packed up and boarded an extremely luxurious plane heading south. The plane was filled with the things Yi Chen needed for this trip south, such as his collection of items, and the things the system rewarded Yi Chen with initially, which he didn't find useful at the time. In short, the miscellaneous luggage filled the plane's space, making the already not particularly spacious interior even narrower. After all, it was a privately used plane that Yi Chen designed for about 100 people, without purchasing a larger aircraft. After some modifications, this plane had become the representative of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. "Boss, this plane is really comfortable to ride this time. It doesn't feel bumpy at all," Zhong Qing said in amazement. The last time she rode a plane, it was very bumpy all the way, with a very poor experience. This time, however, it was much better. It felt smooth and comfortable, making one feel like sleeping. "Get comfortable and rest well, it's still a long journey ahead," Yi Chen said lightly, then lay on the incredibly comfortable bed inside the plane. The Dragon Alliance's plane never encountered any interception, because the Dragon Kingdom trusted the Dragon Alliance in Mr. Yi. Moreover, all the procedures for Yi Chen's flight had been successfully completed, and agreements had been signed with the Dragon Kingdom officials. It takes a considerable amount of time to travel from the Dragon Kingdom to the South Flying International Airport. The plane flies at the fastest speed, taking at least a day. It's quite boring to travel by plane, and if there were other means of transportation available, Yi Chen would prefer something that allows him to eat, drink, and have fun. Another 24 hours passed. The plane landed inside the South Flying Royal Palace, heading straight for the Grand Gate of the South Flying Royal Palace. From afar, Zhong Qing and Yi Chen on the plane noticed many people standing below whom they had met before. These people were dressed in formal attire, and the black suits formed a striking contrast against the square of the South Flying Royal Palace, exuding a different kind of beauty. There were also many South Flying Royal soldiers and members standing on the square, their presence very conspicuous. "Boss, they are all here to welcome you." Zhong Qing leaned against the plane window and saw a banner being held up, with the words "Warmly welcome Mr. Yi" written on it. These guys. Looking at the hundreds of people below, Yi Chen's expression was slightly at a loss for words. He had originally planned to return quietly without alerting anyone, but he had underestimated their sources of information, and they had found out in advance that he was returning to South Flying. "Let's go down and I'll introduce you to the big shots in the Dragon Kingdom's business world." Since the welcoming party had become so grand, Yi Chen couldn't just leave directly. He took the lead in stepping out of the plane and looked at the group of businessmen in suits from a distance. Seeing Yi Chen disembark from the plane, everyone present was excited. The leader, Old Qin, couldn't help but tremble, and it took him a while to regain his composure before he loudly shouted, "Welcome, Mr. Yi." Suddenly, everyone in the entire square bent down, bowing 90 degrees to Yi Chen. A red carpet was quietly laid out. The sound of ceremonial cannons rang out in the sky. "Welcome, Mr. Yi." The wealthy businessmen and members of the South Flying Royal family shouted loudly, their voices piercing the sky and shaking the entire land. Countless people looked in astonishment in the direction of the South Flying Royal Palace, their eyes filled with surprise. Has a big shot arrived? Who has come to South Flying? Is it the top leader of the Dragon Kingdom? Doesn't seem like it. It's someone called Mr. Yi. Wow, this is so grand. Hurry, hurry, go to the palace to see. This is a rare grand occasion. I just passed by the palace, and there were over 1,000 members of the Dragon Guard stationed at the entrance, and various heavily armed vehicles were also present. This is scary. Who is this important person that even the Dragon Guards have come to welcome? Could it be the true leader of the Dragon Guards? The citizens on the streets whispered to each other, deeply shocked by the sounds coming from the palace. For hundreds of years, it was the first time they had seen such a grand welcoming scene. "Mr. Yi, please get in the car." Long One also appeared on the square of the South Flying Royal Palace, dressed in a specially made dragon guard outfit, and bowed respectfully to Yi Chen. Looking towards the end of the red carpet, they saw many armored vehicles parked in the distance, with well-equipped soldiers guarding them.
Zhong, come here.
Calling out to the bewildered Zhong Qing behind him, Yi Chen, with an unchanged expression, walked towards the central observation car.
He knew the purpose of this welcoming ceremony. They wanted Yi Chen to sit in the observation car and enjoy the adoration of the entire south-flying royal palace. Prince Zabi accompanied Yi Chen, personally serving him, which made the welcoming ceremony reach its peak. They boarded sightseeing vehicles. At the same time, music played, and with Long Wan's departure, everyone who had been motionless began to board the vehicles one after another. The number of people in each vehicle varied. Important members of the Southern Flying Royal family usually had one vehicle per person. As for the wealthy merchants of the Dragon Kingdom, they also boarded the sightseeing vehicles according to their rank. The entire convoy consisted of 50 sightseeing vehicles, 30 combat vehicles, and other vehicles equipped with large-scale combat weapons. There were over 2,000 members of the Dragon Guard and over 4,000 soldiers from the Southern Flying Royal family. Play music. The ceremonial cannons were fired again, and the grand convoy began to move along the road of the Southern Flying Royal family square towards the outer streets. In an instant, the sound of soldiers' footsteps, the roar of cannons, and the solemn atmosphere created by the music intertwined, attracting the attention of the entire Southern Flying. This was a globally broadcasted welcoming ceremony, and those who had already heard about it had tuned in through various channels to watch Mr. Ye's arrival in real time. Warmly welcome Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi.
Those in the know were in high spirits. In their minds, Mr. Yi was the perfect match for this welcoming ceremony. How could such an influential and genuinely contributing figure to business not be a perfect match for this kind of welcoming ceremony? When he appeared, the whole country would surely celebrate. There would be singing and dancing. My goodness, are those the soldiers of the Dragon Guard? They look so formidable. The streets were filled with citizens of the Southern Flying. The streets, which had been thought to be damaged by war, had been repaired in 3 or 4 days and were now restored to their original state. The cleanliness of the streets had also greatly improved, with no more citizens begging on the streets, no more war debris, and no more litter scattered everywhere.
The entire city presented a completely new scene.
The Southern Flying Royal family and the Dragon Kingdom merchants had planned for this day for a long time, wanting Mr.
Yi to see a different Southern Flying. They wanted Mr. Yi to feel the enthusiasm of all the people of the Southern Flying. They're coming out. They're coming out.
The vehicles slowly passed through the streets, and the people on the vehicles came into view of the public. Standing on the central vehicle were Yi Chen and Zhong Qing, followed by Prince Zabi of the Southern Flying Royal family.
Prince Zabi is sitting in the second vehicle. Isn't the person in the third vehicle the second in command of the Southern Flying Royal family? The woman in military uniform at the back, isn't she General Long Wan?
And the merchants of the Dragon Kingdom, it's said that their market value has exceeded 5 trillion.
My goodness, who are all these important figures? What's terrifying is that such important figures can only ride in the back vehicles. Who is the person standing at the front? Mr. Yi. You don't even know Mr. Yi?
The latest news is that the Dragon Kingdom has paid a compensation of 150 billion to the Southern Flying, and Mr. Yi is credited for this. If this isn't worthy of such a grand welcoming ceremony, then let me tell you, the reason why the Southern Flying Royal family is cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom is all because of Mr. Yi. Apart from the people of the Southern Flying Royal family, other wealthy merchants, and even the Dragon Guard, are all under Mr.
Ye's command. There were also many forces in the Southern Flying who knew Yi Chen's true identity.
They shouted fervently at the crowd, letting everyone know about Mr.
Ye's influence.
Upon learning Yi Chen's true identity, the crowd took a sharp breath, and when they looked at Yi Chen again, their gaze became extremely respectful. This was a top figure. He was the savior of the Southern Flying people.
Mr. Yi.
In the blink of an eye, a large group of people knelt down on the street, their numbers as numerous as ants, forming a long road that seemed to have no end. Their bodies were trembling, not out of fear, but out of excitement, out of immense joy. With Mr. Ye's help, Nanfei will definitely be able to develop rapidly.
Please rise, everyone. Thank you for your welcome. Mr. Yi smiled and shouted to the street.
His voice spread out, clearly reaching the ears of every kneeling person. This sound was like a spring breeze in the cold winter, soothing the hearts of every citizen. With respect, they slowly rose and looked at the young and powerful figure.
This scene will be recorded in history and will be forever remembered by the people of Nanfei, never to be erased.
Countless people will recall this day and year, and the first thing that comes to mind will be Mr.
Ye's face and the grand welcoming ceremony.
The grand welcoming ceremony lasted for 4 hours. People from all over the world gradually received news about welcoming Mr.
Yi.
Some admired and thought how great it would be if their country had a Mr.
Yi, whom they idolized.
Others were filled with jealousy, thinking that Mr.
Yi was just a name.
Those countries that had suffered losses from Mr. Yi automatically incited their citizens to resist the phenomenon of Mr.
Yi appearing in their country. But there were still some survivors who deviated. Because
a true great person, no matter how much they are vilified, there are always people who believe in them.
Nanfei Royal Palace. This was an extraordinary day for the entire Nanfei royal family. Wealthy businessmen from the Dragon Kingdom and local forces of Nanfei were invited to the royal palace to attend the banquet.
Exquisite ingredients were served on the table, carefully prepared by the chefs from the Dragon Guard training base and the most famous chef in Nanfei.
Considering the differences in dietary habits between the Dragon Kingdom and Nanfei, all dishes were freely chosen.
Each person had their own small table, and there was singing and dancing, making it very lively.
Yichen sat in the second seat, leaving the first seat for Prince Zabi. Originally, Prince Zabi thought that this seat should be given to Mr.
Yi, and everyone thought so too, but Yichen insisted on sitting in the second seat. After all, this was Nanfei, within Prince Zabi's sphere of influence. If he sat in the first seat, it would imply a power struggle. Yichen just wanted to develop the business of the Dragon Kingdom well and did not intend to get involved in political struggles.
Raising their glasses.
Seeing that the atmosphere was almost cultivated, Yichen stood up and spoke to everyone present, his voice not too loud or too soft, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Thank you all for your support. I will drink this glass of wine first." After speaking, Yichen downed the strong wine in the glass.
"Mr. Yi, please don't mind.
You deserve our respect."
"Mr. Yi, you're too modest." "Mr. Yi, you have a good capacity for alcohol."
Inside the spacious hall, everyone smiled, feeling that Mr.
Yi was truly an amiable person.
He deserved all of this, just because he was Mr.
Yi.
Some even felt that the welcoming ceremony was not grand enough, but their capabilities were there, unable to reach a higher level.
During today's gathering, I want to talk to everyone about something.
After drinking the strong wine, Yichen's expression became serious.
Seeing Mr.
Yi's serious expression, everyone stopped their actions and listened carefully to him. Now that the business of the Dragon Kingdom has begun to flourish in Nanfei, I do not want this flower to bring adverse effects to Nanfei.
From today onwards, the businessmen of the Dragon Kingdom need to adhere to the new rules set by the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, whether investing in Nanfei or developing their own enterprises. After saying this solemnly, Yichen looked at everyone.
Everyone nodded in agreement, showing strong support for his decision. If business has no rules, it will be like a pile of loose sand, prone to major problems. Mr.
Yi's point is valid.
If Longwa's merchants freely use their own funds to invest in Nanfei and develop their own businesses recklessly, it will not lead to progress in Nanfei, but rather turn Nanfei into a land to be exploited. Once the land's value is depleted, it will inevitably become desolate. Therefore, adhering to rules is essential and widely recognized. There is no issue with the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce being the issuer and manager of these rules. The chamber has become the representative body of Longwa's business community, with significant authority to ensure compliance among Longwa's merchants under its jurisdiction.
Mr. Yi makes a valid point. We have no objections, we will follow your lead.
Establishing rules is necessary.
We came to Nanfei to progress together, not to exploit it.
Indeed, without rules, Longwa's business will wither quickly, possibly even producing toxic outcomes.
After exchanging compliments, everyone looked to Yichen, awaiting his next words.
I have instructed Qinlao to compile the relevant rules, which should be distributed to everyone by tomorrow. Yichen continued, I also hope Prince Zabi will supervise his subordinates to adhere to our 3 bottom lines. These 3 bottom lines are, not colluding with Lighthouse Country to harm Longwa's business, not resorting to private armed forces to resolve conflicts if disputes arise, contact the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce or Nanfei's royal family to establish a commercial court for fair resolution.
The final and most important bottom line is that we are partners, not adversaries.
I hope everyone avoids extreme thoughts and focuses on mutual development and fair competition.
Yichen carefully considered these 3 bottom lines as the most suitable approach. If too many restrictions were imposed, the forces in Nanfei would likely not agree.
He knew that there were other forces from foreign countries lurking in the region.
If they managed their businesses peacefully, Yichen would not interfere. However, if they did not comply, he would have to take action.
Mentioning his own affairs, the forces in Nanfei fell silent for a while, comparing the 3 bottom lines and finding them reasonable without causing them any losses.
Please rest assured, Mr. Yi, the Nanfei royal family will ensure the implementation of these three bottom lines. Prince Sabi also nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of setting boundaries. Very well, Yi Chen expressed satisfaction. Besides this, I have nothing more to add. Today, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce will welcome new members. I will now announce their names. Mr. Taylor from Nanfei Resource Development Group. Mr. Kaya from CH Group. Mr. Zhao Ding from Longwei Infrastructure. Mr. Wan Feng from Longwei Emerging Technologies. The 8 members mentioned above have already had discussions with the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce and are now officially members. I welcome all of you to join. Yi Chen applauded with a smile. At the same time, the 8 individuals stood up in the hall, bowed to Yi Chen in gratitude, and waved to the others applauding in the hall. Welcoming new members was a plan Yi Chen had long been preparing for. Qin Lao had conducted assessments on many local companies interested in joining the chamber, ultimately deciding to include some smaller South African enterprises. These companies were not particularly powerful, with assets mostly around 100 billion soft sister coins. Only the most powerful Nanfei Resources Development Group, its market value reached a terrifying $3 trillion through the investigation of the Dragon Alliance Chamber. That is nearly 2 trillion soft sister coins. Nanfei Resources Development Group holds the rights to exploit half of the available resources in Nanfei, and has collaborations with the Lighthouse country and many other major countries. It is a semi-public and semi-private enterprise, with shadows of the Nanfei royal family and private shares. Through Yi Chen's long-term layout, he finally has personnel behind the scenes in the Nanfei Resources Development Group. The Mr. Taylor he just announced is a person of mixed blood from the Dragon Kingdom and Nanfei. That's right. Taylor is also one of the members cultivated by Yi Chen's subordinates. After the operation, he became the chairman of the Nanfei Resources Development Group, owning 15% of the shares. This 15% stake is already significant. In addition to other shares, Taylor has become one of the 3 decision-makers of the Nanfei Resources Development Group. A Nanfei Resources Development Group with influential figures cultivated by the Nanfei royal family and individuals closely connected to foreign capitalists now exists in the Dragon Kingdom, albeit unknown to the public. CH Group is a pharmaceutical group in Nanfei. The total market value of this group is not particularly high because they mainly focus on pharmaceutical research and development. The drugs they develop are much lower in cost compared to market prices and are also very affordable. What attracted Yi Chen was not their pharmaceutical technology, but the good character of the chairman of this company, who is worth cultivating. In addition to CH Group's pharmaceutical technology, they can collaborate with Sunzay's Eternal Pharmaceutical Company. CH Group lacks channels in drug sales, mostly relying on smuggling exports and having some fixed distributors. On the other hand, Sunzay's Eternal Pharmaceutical Company has very formal distribution channels that can help solve this problem. Furthermore, the Eternal Pharmaceutical Company can help CH Group become a true pharmaceutical group, enhancing its strength. CH Group can provide their drug research and development technology to the Eternal Pharmaceutical Company. Both parties can achieve mutual profits. The 8 members who joined this time were carefully selected by Yi Chen and finally decided as members. The current members of the Dragon Alliance Chamber have reached 20. With greater influence, they can better control the future situation. Congratulations! Congratulations! Envious, you have actually joined the Dragon Alliance Chamber. The people present congratulated them. However, there were not many sincere well-wishers, most were extremely envious and jealous. Joining the Dragon Alliance Chamber is equivalent to having the strongest backing. How can people not be envious? The Dragon Alliance Chamber has ample funds that can provide strong impetus for the development of their enterprises. Coupled with the influence of the Dragon Alliance Chamber, these members will only become stronger in the future. However, what puzzled many was why the Nanfei Resources Development Group existed. The people present all knew the strength of the Nanfei Resources Development Group, which involved the interests of many countries. Joining the Dragon Alliance Chamber is like becoming a partner of the Dragon Kingdom. This was something that had never happened before. The cake had already been divided among various countries, so how did the Dragon Alliance Chamber manage to grab a piece of it? Thinking of this, the local companies in Nanfei looked at Yi Chen with fear. Indeed, Mr. Yi was extraordinary, with exceptional methods. He could even bring the Nanfei Resources Development Group under his command. Truly admirable. Alright, that's it for now. Everyone enjoy the food and drinks. Cheers to a better future. Announcing the completion of the member list, Yi Chen once again raised his glass and drank it all in one go. The banquet ended 3 hours later, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
The people at the table gradually got drunk and were either sent to rest by their subordinates or by the people from the southern flying royal family. The scene was a mess. Yi Chen was also somewhat unconscious. His alcohol tolerance was very good. He could easily drink 2 caddies of liquor without any problem. But today's situation was a bit different. The banquet used a high-proof premium liquor that was very intoxicating. And because of Mr. Ye's identity, Yi Chen had drunk dozens of cups of liquor, totaling about 4 or 5 caddies. Fortunately, Yi Chen took a break in the middle to go to the restroom, so he was able to maintain a clear state of mind. "Boss, why are you drinking so much?" Zhong Cheng appeared next to Yi Chen, supporting him and said, "It's okay, I'm happy inside." Yi Chen smiled, his face still flushed. He was very happy to witness the commercial development of the Dragon Kingdom and its growing strength. "Then I'll take you to rest now. Prince Zabi has prepared a room for you." Looking at the boss who could barely stand, Zhong Cheng said with concern. Fortunately, although she was at the banquet, she didn't drink much. Because she had no dealings with the business tycoons, only a few people asked if she was Mr. Ye's secretary and then expressed their respect. So during this banquet, Zhong Cheng just watched the boss's dazzling brilliance. Just as Zhong Cheng was about to help the boss to rest in the southern flying royal palace, Long Wan, dressed in combat gear, approached her. With a smile on her face, she said, "Zhong Cheng, hand Yi Gu over to me. Let's go back to the Dragon Guard training base." "Okay." Long Wan arrived, and Zhong Cheng handed Yi Chen over to her without hesitation. She had seen how well the boss and Long Wan got along, so she was very reassured. Yi Chen and Zhong Cheng returned to the Dragon Guard training base under Long Wan's guidance. Due to the combination of alcohol and cold wind, Yi Chen's uncomfortable experience became more apparent. He felt the discomfort more acutely as he lay down on the bed and fell into a drowsy sleep. Before falling asleep, it seemed like he was holding a very soft pillow. The next morning, Yi Chen, who had slept well, slowly opened his eyes and instinctively moved his body, only to suddenly find a woman in a tank top lying next to him. Wan. Just by looking at her back, Yi Chen guessed the identity of the woman next to him. Looking at his clothes, fortunately, the key pieces were still on him, which meant he hadn't lost his virginity. Yi Chen, who had preserved his virginity for so long, would not foolishly give it away to someone else. At the very least, there should be an appropriate atmosphere. In the previous life, he had bid farewell to his virginity at the age of 13, so this time he wanted to hold on until he was 20. "Yi Gu, are you awake?" Sensing Yi Chen moving his arm, Long Wan also drowsily woke up from her sleep, not at all surprised, and yawned naturally. "How did you get me into your room? If someone sees me, my reputation will be ruined." Yi Chen muttered, putting on his clothes while curiously examining Long Wan's body. She was indeed a woman who exercised regularly, with a devilish figure. Everything was in the right proportion, and her skin was very textured. Coupled with the sexy tank top and shorts, it almost made the morning Yi Chen unable to control himself. Yawning, Long Wan said nonchalantly, "You got drunk yesterday, and I thought it would be easier to take care of you at night, so I brought you to my room." "What reputation?" "Anyway, everyone at the training base already thinks we're together, so there's no need to worry. Besides, am I Long Wan someone who would be irresponsible?" Raising an eyebrow, Long Wan walked to the side of Yi Chen and grabbed the pants that were being pulled up. With a smirk at the corner of her eye, "E.g., I didn't expect your buddy to be quite sturdy, and full of energy too. Wait until later, I'll let you experience its power," Yi Chen said fiercely. Long Wan was just asking for it. When he decided to take her in, he would definitely give her a good beating. "I'll be waiting for you." Looking at Yi Chen's expression, Long Wan playfully nudged him. "What are you doing?" With this touch, Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. That comfortable feeling was unexpectedly wonderful. He looked at Long Wan with caution and ran out of the room without looking back. This little demon was too powerful. Can't afford to provoke her, can't even hide from her? Yi Chen suspected that if he continued to stay, he might really do something. Back in his room, after freshening up, Yi Chen gradually suppressed the burning desire in his heart. Relieving the restless feeling inside, he changed his clothes and planned to go out and ask Long Wan to make breakfast for her. Little did he know that as soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhong Cheng standing at the door of the room, neatly dressed, holding a red certificate in his hand. "Ah, boss, I'm here to give this to you." Zhong Cheng curiously glanced into the room and handed over the red property certificate. "This is something Mr. Hao gave me yesterday, he said to pass it on to you. I saw that you were drunk last night, so I didn't tell you." "Property certificate?" Yi Chen took the property certificate in confusion and opened it directly to take a look. It was a property certificate for a small island covering thousands of square kilometers, all under Yi Chen's ownership. The location of the island was right on the coast of the southern flying area. These guys are quite considerate.
but giving me a small island is not very useful.
Seeing the land area of the small island, Yichen smiled knowingly.
No need to guess, the small island was a gift from Hao Jiancheng. It's just that the gift he received was not quite to Yichen's taste.
Having a small island was of no use to him, and developing it would be troublesome.
Mr. Hao asked me to tell you that they have already started building a manor on the island for you, and you can move in within 3 months at most. He also said that this is a gift prepared for you by all the businessmen in the Dragon Country's construction industry. Seeing that Yichen seemed to not take it seriously, Zhongqing continued to add, the ownership of a small island, and a manor being built on it, those tycoons in the construction industry are really wealthy. Is that so?
This time, even Yichen's expression changed slightly.
If it was just a small island, there was really nothing worth being happy about. Unless there was a diamond or gold mine on the island. But this island only had some trees and rocks. If a manor was built on it, then the small island would be somewhat interesting. If, as those businessmen in the construction industry said, a manor was being built on the island, then Yichen would be even more satisfied. By then, he could bring the dragon guards and the people close to him to live there, and life would be extremely pleasant. Tell Hao Jiancheng that I am very satisfied with the gift they sent.
Forget it, I'll arrange it myself. Yichen raised his head and said to Zhongqing, then retracted his words. He planned to go and see the scenery and geographical location of the small island, and then let the businessmen in the construction industry of the Dragon Country decide whether to build it or not. If the geographical location was not good, then building it would be a waste of money. In the end, it would only become an empty house on the sea. Boss, are you going to visit this small island?
Zhongqing's expression was excited when mentioning the small island, and she couldn't wait to ask, what's the matter?
Yichen looked at her strangely. Choosing a place to live for oneself requires careful consideration. Yichen estimated that he would stay in the southern region for at least 2 years.
Can you take me with you?
I'm also very interested in that little island. Zhongqing smiled shyly. She also wanted to see what the island looked like. If the location was excellent and the scenery beautiful, it would be a perfect place to live.
No problem, I'll take you to see it after we finish eating, Yichen casually agreed.
Later, he temporarily put down what he was doing and asked Long Wan to make breakfast. There were a total of more than 10 villas in the training base, and they lived in Long Wan's villa. In theory, Yichen should have been a guest, but now he was giving orders to the owner of the villa.
Everything belonged to Yichen. Wait a moment, Long Yi and Long Ye are back too. Let's have breakfast together. Long Wan had already put on an apron and was busy preparing the ingredients. She was a versatile woman who could cook and fight on the battlefield.
Sister Long Wan, let me help you. Zhongqing, who had come downstairs, also put on an apron and helped Long Wan with the ingredients. These ingredients were all high-quality products purchased by Long Wan. Although the taste was not as good as the ingredients bought in Lu Village, there was not much difference.
Those troublemakers are back too.
It's been a year since we last met, and I kind of miss them, Yichen said lightly as he sat on the sofa, drinking tea made from golden tea leaves. Since he met Long Yi, Long Shi, and the others a year ago, he hadn't seen them again.
Miss my foot.
If you missed them, you would have at least called. Long Wan, who was cooking, snorted coldly.
Do you know that Long Si is dead?
And Long Qi was seriously injured and has already returned to his hometown to recuperate.
What? Yichen stood up from the sofa in surprise. He really didn't know about this. Long Qi was an ordinary girl when she first joined the Dragon Guard, looking fragile and weak.
But within 3 years, she worked hard to train her body and learn various skills. Whenever there was danger, she always rushed to the front as if she didn't care about her own life. Yichen remembered that she once took a bullet for him during an assassination attempt. He didn't expect her to be seriously injured and leave the Dragon Guard. And Long Si, he was a boxer in the underground boxing world. With a shiny bald head, he looked harmless, but in reality, he was a ruthless killer who fought without hesitation. He used to like following Yichen around, claiming to protect him, but actually just wanted to go out and have fun.
I'll have someone send a condolence payment to their families.
Yichen, feeling down, took out his phone to call his subordinates and compensate these two heroes who had sacrificed for the Dragon Guard. They were both heroes of the Dragon Guard and deserved to be treated well in times of trouble.
No need.
Long Wan pushed up her hair and held a bloodstained knife, saying, I've already transferred 5 million to their families, which is enough.
Extra money won't help their families. Long Wan had already made arrangements when the two got into trouble.
It had been almost half a year now, and her emotions had returned to normal. When you become someone like them, everyone thinks about the day of death. Bullets don't care about people's identities, they are merciless.
Sigh. With a silent sigh, Yichen sat back on the sofa. He was actually quite open-minded.
But thinking back to those two people, there was always a tinge of sadness. After all, he had witnessed their growth step by step as they joined the Dragon Guard, and now they were suddenly saying they wanted to leave. The atmosphere became much quieter with the matter of Dragon 4 and Dragon 7.
Long Wan and Yi Chen remained silent, and Zhong Qing didn't want to interrupt.
From the conversation between the two, it seemed that Dragon 4 and Dragon 7 were friends of Long Wan's boss, and of course they would feel sad if something happened to their friends.
The silent atmosphere didn't ease until the appearance of Long Wan and a dozen others.
There were a total of 8 people, 6 men and 2 women. Long 5 and Long 2 were both women, but their combat power did not belong to the members of the Dragon Guard, especially Long 2, who was skilled in using various hot weapons and was one of the top experts.
Commander Yi, you're finally back in the Dragon Guard.
Long time no see, Commander Yi. Commander Yi, you're still as young and handsome as ever. The group of people stood at the door, laughing and joking, holding various gifts in their hands. This is a jade pendant made of top-grade jade that I obtained from the Middle East, a gift for Commander Yi as a token of our meeting. This is an 800-year-old ginseng that I obtained from the mountains. It is said that after eating it, a second one can grow. I didn't go to those places, but I found a night pearl under the sea, said to be a treasure from the pre-Qing period.
Long Wan, you're too low. Look at this treasure of mine. It's the mummy wrapping of an Egyptian pharaoh inside the pyramid.
When you die, wrap it around yourself, Commander Yi, maybe it can bring you back to life. The various special products brought back from various places by the group were placed on the coffee table, and with their descriptions, Yi Chen almost believed them. The jade pendant made of top-grade jade was still considered normal, probably worth $1 million, which Yi Chen had seen before. As for the 800-year-old ginseng, it looked real, but whether it could grow a second one, Yi Chen had doubts and dared not be sure. The night pearl under the sea was the size of a fist, so it should be a treasure.
But what about the last one, the mummy wrapping of an Egyptian pharaoh?
Clearly, it was just pieces of yellow bandages, who knows how many years they had been around, and they emitted a strange smell.
Wrapped in such things, wouldn't it cause illness? You all have prepared gifts for Commander Yi, have you forgotten about me, the chief?
Long Wan walked out of the kitchen and rolled her eyes at the group, having heard everything clearly in the kitchen. So much time had passed, and Long 8 still hadn't taken a proper form, still believing in those elusive things. What kind of mummy wrapping of an Egyptian pharaoh could bring someone back to life? Only he would treat that mummy wrapping as a treasure. This time, the task Long 8 received was to go to the pyramid area to solve some problems, so this thing really was the mummy wrapping of an Egyptian pharaoh.
Sister Long, of course we have also prepared a gift for you.
Long 8 turned to look at Long Wan, with a rather pained expression. Actually, I got 2 pieces of mummy wrapping, originally intended to wrap myself after I die, but now I'll give them to Sister Long, so that you and Commander Yi can come back to life after death, and have a companion.
You'd better keep that thing for yourself. Long Wan, have you found the thing I asked you to dig out from the seabed?
Rolling her eyes at Long 8, Long Wan was more interested in her gift from Long Wan.
Long Wan nodded and took out a wooden box from his body.
The box was about the size of a palm and was filled with dark mud.
This thing is hard to find, I only found this much. It's good enough. Long Wan took the wooden box with joy. These are not ordinary mud, they are deep-sea volcanic mud, which can nourish the skin.
The effect is much better than those fake and diluted products on the market. Zhong Qing, come over here, I'll share some with you. With the good stuff in hand, Long Wan thought of giving some to Zhong Qing and Long Air Long Wu. The originally small amount of deep-sea mud was instantly divided into 4 portions, each person could only use it 2 or 3 times.
Long Jia, I know you like this kind of thing.
This time, I found a strange wild beast in the deep mountains. The local villagers told me that if a woman eats the buttocks of this wild beast, her buttocks will become bigger. After receiving the deep-sea mud, Long Air smiled and leaned close to Long Wan's ear.
Do you think mine is still small? Long Wan's expression was strange.
She quietly touched that area of her own and felt that it wasn't small either. However, hers really wasn't as big as Long Air's.
Long Air often exercises his body and pays special attention to the size of certain parts, which resulted in his buttocks becoming very large. What are you two whispering about? Is there something you can't let us hear? Yi Chen curiously stood beside the two, wanting to hear if they were discussing any secrets. He was very disappointed with the result. It seemed to be something about size, not a secret. Women's conversations are not to be eavesdropped on.
Long Wan glared fiercely at Yi Chen, who had noticed their private conversation. Fortunately, Yi Chen arrived late and didn't hear what they were discussing.
I'll come to your place later to try it out, remember to be discreet.
After confirming that Yi Chen was far away, Long Wan whispered to Long Air.
The latter nodded in understanding and gave a knowing look. This look contained many meanings.
Nonsense, the innocent Yi Chen muttered as he walked into the kitchen. At this moment, Zhong Qing was still busy making soup in the kitchen.
Xiao Zhong, do you think I'm very innocent?
Zhongqing put down the ladle in her hand and hesitated. Boss, when girls whisper, it's better to keep a distance.
Even you think so? Yi Chen felt a sudden blow of 10,000 points. He felt that the whole world was not as he knew it. In just a few days, even his loyal secretary had taken Long Wan's side. This was a blatant betrayal, a blatant power grab. After the joke passed, Yi Chen and the other members of the Long group sat together, chatting and waiting for all the dishes to be served. The dishes were all relatively light, considering that eating greasy food early in the morning was not good, and Long Wan had carefully prepared them. Long Jie's cooking skills have improved again. So delicious. Amazing. You guys don't understand. Long Jie's cooking is only delicious when she sees handsome Yi cooking. What she usually makes for us is just ordinary. This is called an exception. Long Jie is studying cooking every day. Will it cause your skills to decline? I heard from my subordinates that you lost to handsome Yi in a fight. Everyone joked, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Ye's fighting skills are now above all of you. Anyway, I can't beat him. I'll find someone I like and get married in another year or two. Then I won't need my skills. Long Wan said seriously. When she mentioned the words someone I like, everyone looked at Yi Chen. What are you looking at me for? Yi Chen raised his head, stirred the porridge in his bowl, and replied, I also have this idea in another year or two. For now, it's important to focus on developing the economy of Long Country. Yes. Work is important now. Everyone nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Just as Yi Chen and the others were celebrating, in the lighthouse country, inside the main palace. At this time, businessmen from various industries are gathered in the palace, waiting for the steward to give them an explanation. The fine this time was to be collectively paid by everyone, mostly from the hands of the businessmen. They agreed to the compensation condition because the steward had told them that if the fine was paid this time, cooperation with the South would be completely opened up, gaining benefits beyond those of the Dragon Kingdom. The ambitious entrepreneurs agreed to the steward's decision, hence voluntarily paying the over 100 billion compensation. However, now 3 or 4 days have passed. The steward seemed to have forgotten about the matter and did not mention it again. This made the businessmen feel uneasy, suspecting that the steward was deliberately trying to deceive them. Everyone, please don't worry, the steward will appear soon. Members of the White House tried to calm the crowd, hoping to ease their excitement. But the crowd, who had lost a large sum of money, could not calm down. They needed an explanation now. An explanation for spending so much money. Where has the steward gone now? What we need now is an explanation, not your dismissive attitude. Hurry up and explain. That's over $100 billion, Mr. Steward told us we would get returns before we agreed to pay. But now we haven't seen a penny. Did over 100 billion just disappear like that? Everyone, calm down first. I believe the steward will give us a reasonable explanation. A reasonable explanation? Is it going to be like last time, just some verbal promises and slogans? The people present were all businessmen, very clear on how to paint a rosy picture. Most of them realized that the steward's abilities were in question, but faced with the situation, they couldn't find an opportunity to refute and could only follow the steward's words, hoping to gain some benefits. After suffering losses twice in a row at the hands of Mr. Yi, the crowd suffered greatly. Your noisy behavior now shows no courage at all. Please remember we are all citizens of one country, not enemies. At this moment, Meyer, who had been silent, stood up and spoke. He was also dissatisfied with the steward's arrangements. How could he be pushed out without prior consultation? The attack on the South was clearly arranged by the steward himself, yet when things happened, he let this uninformed person take the blame. Unfortunately, the steward had the conversation between him and General Gore as evidence, leaving Meyer with no way to defend himself. As a result, the entire population of the lighthouse country was now belittling him, claiming they would send Meyer to a military court for severe punishment. Even all the businessmen present thought it was Meyer's decision. Why should a person who acted on his own and failed try to advise us to stay calm? Meyer, who stood up at this moment, instantly drew the anger of all the businessmen. They were now looking for a way to vent their anger, and Meyer stepping forward voluntarily was just the opportunity to bear the brunt of their anger. This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to make a fuss, go ahead, but I no longer care. Meyer's face showed a hint of anger as he coldly addressed the people present. Little did he know, this statement only fueled the suppressed anger in the hearts of the people present. It has nothing to do with you? Since you know it has nothing to do with you, how dare you stand up and accuse us? That's over 100 billion, equivalent to half a year's income for everyone present. A failed clown dares to speak up and advise us, how ridiculous. I don't understand why the steward still keeps this person around.
Since the steward has no intention of punishing him, we are more than willing to serve the steward. We should drag him out and parade him in the streets, to be dealt with in front of all the people of the lighthouse country.
I think we should go easy on him.
Why not send him to the prison? Don't we have a prison in our country that makes life worse than death? It's perfect for someone like him. Taking him out can even boost our reputation and regain those lost partners. The malicious words came out of the merchant's mouth, causing Meyer's face to change drastically. Let me tell you one more time, General Gore's attack on the Southern Flight has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary official. How could I possibly mobilize General Gore? Meyer felt the need to defend himself. Otherwise, these merchants might actually send him to prison. The name of that prison is Death Row Prison, where the inmates are extremely vicious criminals who endure strict punishment every day. Various forms of torture are inflicted on those people, to the point where even a normal person would despair and consider suicide. Meyer witnessed a cold-blooded killer, a tough guy, completely transform into someone else after entering the prison. They endure inhumane treatment every day and face a group of fellow inmates with severe twisted emotions. In that environment, it's truly a fate worse than death, better off with a bullet to end it. Although the lighthouse country's rules generally do not include the death penalty, only life imprisonment, the life imprisonment in that prison is completely unbearable for anyone. Even suicide is impossible in that prison. It's like the 18 levels of hell in Dragon Kingdom mythology.
Still trying to argue here? The phone recordings have been released by the director in front of the global public. What else can you explain?
And with the surveillance footage of you commanding the operation,
even at death's door, you're still stubborn as ever. I actually admire you, clinging on like this. Do you think denying it will reduce your sentence?
Dream on, those are thousands of soldiers. Their families will never forgive you.
The wealthy merchants present did not believe Meyer's words.
Only a few savvy individuals vaguely sensed something fishy about this matter. Perhaps this time, it wasn't Meyer's doing, but an arrangement made by the director to shift blame. As for how the director obtained the video of Meyer's presence, it left those merchants puzzled. But all current evidence points to Meyer. No matter how he explains, it's futile, he can't escape punishment.
The director is quite cunning. Thinking about it, many wealthy merchants present couldn't help but feel fearful.
They were worried that the next person to be pushed out could be themselves, becoming the director's scapegoat.
In the future, they must be wary of the director, try not to be alone in a room with him.
Even if in the same room, they need to be vigilant of the director's actions at all times.
What are you all arguing about?
Just as everyone was cursing at Meyer, the director in a black suit walked out of his room. He had a slight smile on his face, but couldn't hide the wounds on his body. Blood dripped from his hands, indicating that the director had just done something, probably feeling angry, hence the blood from his fists. They had heard about the director's way of venting emotions, which was to punch the nearest thing around him. These things could be wall panels, glass windows, even stones and steel. The director showed no mercy when he struck, making him very difficult to deal with.
Director, we were discussing the compensation for this United Nations meeting incident.
The more courageous Mark stood up and said calmly, "You promised us that after this compensation, we would receive a benefit from NAFE, which we would control.
How can we obtain the benefits you mentioned?"
Well, feeling the curious gazes of everyone directed at him, the manager intended to tell everyone.
Things could not be kept secret forever, and not informing the wealthy merchants present would only make them angrier.
To be honest with you all, the reason for this compensation is that I received a call from Prince Zabi of Nafe, who informed us that if we agreed to compensate, we could reconcile and even hinted at a desire to cooperate with us. But unexpectedly, after the compensation, there was no word from the Nafe royal family, and we couldn't reach them. The manager sighed. He did not expect that politicians like Prince Zabi were fully committed to the Dragon Kingdom's camp. It could only be said that Mr. Ye's power was too formidable, leaving the manager with no outlet for his power. His words had already conveyed their meaning. This time, the lighthouse country had fallen into the Dragon Kingdom's scheme and missed out on those benefits. The people present looked dazed. That was $150 billion, and it had been swindled away by the Dragon Kingdom, leaving them empty-handed.
Manager, we are very dissatisfied with you. We want you to compensate us for this money.
What you told us initially was not like this. Since the current situation is due to your mistake, please return our money to us. In an instant, several people stood up indicating their desire to withdraw from the manager's control. They had allied together this time in the hope of gaining the benefits they wanted, defeating Mr. Yi, the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and the Dragon Kingdom. But repeated failures had gradually worn down their patience. They decided not to meddle in the trade issues between the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Country anymore and focus on developing their own businesses, striving to become a presence like the richest person in the Lighthouse Country. I know you are all very unhappy, but the lighthouse country really cannot come up with that compensation. All the money needs to be managed by the government and cannot be touched." The manager shook his head, refusing to return the compensation to everyone present. His eyes were slightly moist as he spoke to the crowd. "As for your dissatisfaction, it was indeed my mishandling that led to this situation, easily believing the conspiracy of the Nafe royal family. I have decided to step down from the manager's position today and hand it over to those who are truly capable. As for who you will ultimately choose, it will depend on your own judgment." The crowd was stunned. It was hard to imagine that because of this incident, the manager would propose stepping down. Considering how many people wanted to become the manager of the lighthouse country, possessing that supreme authority. But at this moment, the manager was openly suggesting stepping down in front of everyone, and it wasn't a negotiable tone. However, what made the people present even more excited was that they couldn't get their money back, becoming the cost of the manager's mistake. It had to be said that this cost of the mistake was too high, and the people could not accept it. It wasn't just a small amount of money, it was a whopping 150 billion. Trying to completely resolve this incident with a lighthearted unable to afford it was underestimating them. First of all, I support the manager stepping down because Mr. Yi is not someone you can handle, so there is no problem with replacing you with someone capable. However, the compensation money was hard-earned by us, and we hope that the Mr. Manager can return it to us. All the merchants show their respect to you. A merchant stood up and spoke, wanting to reclaim the property they had paid. Once the new manager takes over this position, they will never be able to reclaim their property. This was not unexpected. The new manager would tell everyone that it was set by the previous manager and had nothing to do with him. As a result, the money of the people was completely lost. "We can't get the money back. If you have the ability, get it back from the Dragon Kingdom." The manager, who was about to leave his position, did not need to care about these people's face and said directly, "If $150 billion were handed over, it would be a grand crisis for the financial situation of the lighthouse country." As the manager of the lighthouse country, he absolutely could not allow such a phenomenon to occur. Otherwise, he would offend the entire population of the lighthouse country, not just the people present. In comparison, the manager felt it was easier to offend the people present. At least offending these people would not ruin his life. Offending the people, he would be at risk of death at any time, and even if he did not die, being scolded or even physically attacked wherever he went would be a normal occurrence. This is the people of the lighthouse country, who deeply resent those who touch their interests. You can touch others' interests, but not your own. This time, he owed all the merchants present. The manager sincerely apologized. Looking at the group of wealthy merchants filled with anger, the manager slowly bent down, his tone full of apology as he said, "I'm sorry." This sincere apology relieved the anger and resentment in everyone's hearts. They slowly released their clenched fists, feeling powerless. Indeed, as the manager said, they should not expect to reclaim that money. Unless the Dragon Kingdom suddenly had a change of heart and handed over the money, it was completely impossible. Because once that money was spent, it would have a great impact on the entire lighthouse country. Just because it was $150 billion, it should not be underestimated. The annual fiscal revenue of the lighthouse country is approximately around $30 trillion. However, due to the influence of the Dragon Kingdom's business and the impact from other places, the annual fiscal revenue of the lighthouse country has plummeted to around $20 trillion. After deducting the necessary expenses, there was almost no income left. Therefore, the lighthouse country cannot afford to hand over the $150 billion to the people, and the officials are unlikely to reduce their income to resolve this crisis. Ultimately, it will fall on all the people. Although the reduced amount of money is not particularly large, it is enough to affect the entire lighthouse country. The manager dared not take the risk and could only let these wealthy tycoons handle it. Now that the manager has apologized to them and there is no real way to get that money, the emotions of the people naturally began to diminish. However, the reduction of anger does not mean they will forgive the manager. This is an impossible thing, and the manager will definitely face some commercial retaliation in the future. At least, he should not expect his business to develop again. The current manager is a businessman, with a market value of only about $30 to $40 billion. Starting tomorrow, the manager's business will be targeted by the big shots in the industry, and he will face some punishment. The situation has developed to this point. Let's think about how to plan for the future. For now, let's put aside the thoughts about the governor and the merchants present began to plan for the new governor's task. I think it's safer to let Mr. Tay preside over the lighthouse country. He is very careful in his work. Although he has not had any contact with Mr. Yi, he has always been paying attention to Mr. Yi. Someone suggested.
Mr.
Tay was the former governor of the lighthouse country, but due to the interests of the merchants, he was replaced by the current governor. It was only now that everyone realized that having Mr. Tay preside over the lighthouse country was a very wise choice. When Mr. Tay was the governor, the dragon country was in a suppressed state. On the one hand, Mr. Yi did not appear, and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce did not rise. On the other hand, Mr. T's management of the country was very competent, and various stable measures made the dragon country feel difficult.
I also support Mr. Tay. I support Mr. Bill. The dozen or so wealthy merchants present each expressed their opinions.
In the end, Mr. Tay received nearly 10 votes, far surpassing the votes of others. Everyone present was a member of the council, plus their identities as major business figures.
If 20 people firmly chose Mr.
Tay, then it was almost certain that Mr. Tay would become the new governor of the lighthouse country. This result clearly indicated that Mr.
Tay would become the new governor. The former governor, Mr.
Xian, looked at the discussions of the crowd, feeling very uncomfortable.
You can discuss all you want, but why do you have to discuss it in front of me?
And directly point out my shortcomings, comparing me to Mr.
Tay, is it necessary to mock me like this?
More importantly, some people treat him as a unit of calculation, thinking that he can only be 1/10 of Mr. Tay, or 1/5 of Mr. Tay. On the other side, the prosperous South was flourishing. After finishing his meal, Yi Chen made an appointment with the representative of the construction industry, Old Li. After reminding himself to visit the island, Old Li immediately prepared a vehicle to go to the Dragon Guard training base, waiting for Yi Chen to depart.
Mr. Yi.
In the square of the training base, Old Li smiled and bowed slightly to the young man in front of him. He still had some mud on him, having just rushed from the construction site to the training base. Currently, all industries were in the process of development, but the labor force of the South was abundant, yet they were not very fond of physical labor. It was also possible that their brain development had really caused problems, resulting in very low efficiency in ordinary labor. In order to supervise the work of those people, Old Li had been wandering around the construction site these days. He even specifically set up training classes to reduce their working hours, allowing them to spend half an hour each day attending training.
Let's go. Yi Chen nodded and took the lead towards the location of the vehicle.
There was no need for him to open the door himself, as Long Air behind him took the initiative to open the car door. Originally, Yi Chen only intended to bring Zhong Qing to observe, but Long Air insisted on accompanying Yi Chen. Unable to resist her, Yi Chen agreed to take her along.
General Yi, I want to accompany you to ensure your safety. If anything happens, I can also help.
Sitting in the car, Long Air said excitedly. Come on, I can see that you just want to escape from the strict training of Long Wan at the training base and relax outside. Yi Chen mercilessly exposed her true intentions.
Didn't he understand her true thoughts?
After returning to the Dragon Guard training base, he had to accept the jurisdiction of the eldest sister every day, and even endure a few beatings for no reason. Long Air insisted on going with him, just to escape Long Wan's training. Sitting to the right of Yi Chen, Zhong Qing spoke up, I think it's good to have Sister Long Air with us. I obtained some information about the island we're going to this time and found that there are some fierce wild beasts on the island. Sister Long Air carries a gun, which can protect our safety.
Ah!
Before finishing his words, Yi Chen directly knocked on the head of his little secretary.
Are you my subordinate now, or Long Wei's subordinate?
Boss, I am your subordinate. Zhong Qing stared with her big eyes and answered foolishly. She felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said, so why did the boss knock her head?
Zhong Mimi, you are really cute. Long Air on the side couldn't help but laugh.
She understood Yi Shuai's rules and knew why Zhong Qing was knocked on the head by Yi Shuai. If it were Long Wan, she would also be knocked on the head today.
Because Yi Shuai's subordinates can only speak for Yi Shuai, and cannot go against him. Silly, is this also called cute?
Yi Chen glanced at Zhong Qing sideways. At this moment, Zhong Qing was staring blankly at them, still not understanding why she was being hit.
Lao Li, who was sitting in the front driving seat, couldn't help but smirk.
He felt that it was quite interesting to see Yi Shuai's appearance in private. He was probably the first Dragon Country businessman to see Mr.
Yi in this way.
Thinking about it, he felt a sense of accomplishment.
Mr. Yi, the island is just ahead. It will take about 20 minutes to get there by boat from here. Quickly.
Along with the conversation of the people in the car, the vehicle drove to a beach. There was no one around, and there were some signs prohibiting approaching. The sea in this area seemed much more turbulent. The sea water seemed to reflect the color of the sky, or it was naturally blue. The blue sea occasionally raised a wave, which looked thrilling. We plan to build a road from here directly to the island. Lao Li, who was familiar with the road, walked towards the beach and introduced to Yi Chen. When talking about this project, Lao Li was very proud. The estate they prepared for Mr. Yi exceeded all the gifts prepared by others. When the facilities on the island are all completed, it will definitely shock the entire business world of the Dragon Country. Those guys are completely incomparable to the gifts from the construction industry. It's a good idea. Walking on the beach, Yi Chen slowly approached the huge ship that was welcoming him. The ship was about 100 meters long. There were some guards in white clothes standing on top. Let's go up. Feeling more and more curious about the island, Yi Chen walked onto the ship and looked at the scenery in the distance. After about 10 minutes, a huge island appeared in his sight, which was not as small as he had imagined, and there was even a mountain peak on it. There were figures on the island, and various construction machines were placed on the island. Many workers were busy with construction. From a distance, the island had a lot of vegetation and was indeed a good place.
How much money did you raise this time?
Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the ship, asking Lao Li next to him. For such a huge project, according to his estimate, it would cost at least several hundred billion, not to mention the decoration and design inside the estate, which would be 3 or 4 times more if added together. Seeing Lao Li hesitate, Yi Chen turned around, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Tell me the truth.
1 trillion. Stared at by Mr. Ye's eyes, Lao Li had to confess honestly. Where are the design drawings? Yi Chen did not continue to talk about the issue of funds.
100 billion is indeed beyond his imagination. He never expected that a businessman in the construction industry would be willing to spend so much money on a gift for himself. Here, Old Li took out his phone and slid it a few times to present the design drawings in front of Yi Chen. Their design drawings are produced by top international designers. In order to better meet Yi Chen's needs, the designer specifically went to Lu Family Village to observe and finally confirmed this drawing.
Not bad. Yi Chen carefully enlarged the drawing and nodded in satisfaction.
The island is mainly divided into 3 parts.
The first part is the manor where Yi Chen lives.
The design of the manor combines Eastern and Western elements, mainly based on Eastern design concepts. The overall structure makes Yi Chen feel very comfortable and satisfied. The second part is the mountain peak, which is divided into several terraces for planting scenic trees and other things that Yi Chen likes. Yi Chen has already decided what he wants to plant in this area. The third part is a small-scale training base belonging to the Dragon Guard, which can accommodate about 500 people. The residence of the training base is a 2-story small Western-style house. The supporting facilities include dedicated training grounds and many training equipment. The island also has an airport and other essential facilities.
Mr. Yi, as long as you are satisfied. Getting Yi Chen's affirmation, Old Li scratched his head and smiled. After going through so much trouble, they finally got Yi Chen's approval.
Stepping onto the island truly appeared before everyone's eyes. Over 1,000 workers gathered here to prepare for the construction of the houses.
The chief designer is now on his way to the south and will probably arrive tomorrow. This island is so beautiful.
Yi Shuai, the place you chose is really good, but it's not very convenient for living.
There are no merchants around to buy things.
Yes, it's quite troublesome to buy groceries.
Zhong Cheng and Long Air commented.
This kind of place is like being in the deep mountains, with beautiful scenery and fresh air, but not convenient for daily life. For example, the internet signal is very poor, and it's troublesome to go out for leisure activities. If these factors were not present, this place would be a perfect place to live.
What you're saying doesn't seem to be a problem for Mr. Yi. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, already having a plan in mind.
When the time comes, he can buy whatever he needs, and if necessary, he can just move a supermarket here.
How difficult can it be to buy things then?
A supermarket would cost at most 3 million.
As for the internet problem, Yi Chen doesn't need to worry anymore.
As long as he makes a phone call, someone will come here to install a signal tower, or even without making a call, someone will naturally come to install it.
The manor itself has entertainment facilities. There shouldn't be any major problems for the people living on the island. As for himself, Yi Chen doesn't like these entertainment venues very much. He prefers to read and study things. That's true. Our problems are just small matters for Mr. Yi. Zhong Mimi, do you know what the Dragon Guard training base used to be?
Long Air nodded in agreement and asked Zhong Qing beside him.
Zhong Qing was puzzled. Is it also a desolate place like this?
More or less, but it still became a place with everything. So as long as there is money, many things can be achieved in this world. One can't help but sigh that the power of money is indeed very strong. At least that's what Long Air thinks. I feel that the most important thing is the boss's achievements. The boss has made so many contributions to the Dragon Nation and has earned the respect of many people, said Zhongqing.
For Zhongqing, money is not everything. Jack Ma is just a living example, isn't he?
Even though he had billions of dollars, now it has become someone else's property. So being rich doesn't mean that a person is good, it only shows that they have the ability to make money.
By the way, boss, it seems like this island doesn't have a name. How about you give it a name?
As she spoke, Zhongqing turned to Yi Chen and said,
Give it a name?
Yi Chen hesitated for a long time. It seems that he needs to give this little island a name. After thinking for a while, he said, let's call it Longnan Island.
Longnan Island?
Long'er and Zhongqing looked puzzled for a moment.
Longwei has a dragon in it, and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce also has a dragon character. Mr.
Ye's name also has a character for south.
So is it called Longnan Island? Nan is the traditional character for difficult.
It's not the south you guys are thinking of.
Yi Chen continued to explain, afraid that the two would misunderstand his meaning.
Understood. The two women nodded, but Long'er's eyes had a special meaning.
Does dragon refer to Longwan's general? As for difficult, does it represent Yi Shuai?
It seems that Longwan's general and Yi Shuai really have a chance.
This place is nice.
Let the idle people in Longwei come and help occasionally. Try to complete the construction within 3 months. Satisfied with the island for a long time, Yi Chen still took Long'er and Zhongqing around, and finally came to a place full of trees and overgrown with weeds.
The environment here seemed deeper than the outside of the island.
From time to time, the sound of flowing water could be heard, proving that there was a river on the island.
Since there is a river, it's even better.
Yi Chen's favorite place to live is to have a river, just like the mountains in Lu Family Village.
Let's go take a look.
Delighted, Yi Chen pulled Zhongqing towards the sound of the river. Long'er followed closely behind, her hand always resting on her waist. That's where she carried her dagger, just in case. This is a habit Long'er has developed over the years, and only by touching the dagger can she feel a sense of security. What a beautiful place.
10 minutes later, the three arrived at the riverbank.
This is a river about 2 meters wide, or it could be called a stream. The water in the stream is not particularly deep, probably only up to a person's knees. The stones on both sides of the riverbank have been eroded by the river for many years, creating a beautiful pattern. In the calm river, there are fish swimming, unique to the Nanfei region, very beautiful. It really is a good place. The more he understood Longnan Island, the more Yi Chen felt happy. He became more determined to build his own residence on Longnan Island. As he walked to the riverbank, Yi Chen stopped in confusion. On the soft ground in front of him, there was a palm-sized footprint. The footprint clearly belonged to a feline animal, and the plum blossom pattern was too conspicuous. This is. Seeing Yi Chen squatting at the riverbank, Long'er and Zhongqing looked over curiously. There were some feline footprints on the ground, and from the number of them, there were at least 2 such animals here.
This is a lion. Long'er, who had once explored deep mountain areas, recognized the owner of these footprints at first sight. A fierce lion. It is well known that lions are mostly social animals, and if there are 2 old lions here, it could be a male and a female in the mating season. Judging by the fierce size of the lions, if the 3 of them encountered the lions, there was a 90% chance that they would die here. Let's hurry up and leave, boss. This place is too dangerous.
The owner of the footsteps was a lion, and Zhongqing's face suddenly turned pale and weak. She knew how fierce lions could be, their bloody mouths biting into a person's body, guaranteeing to crush their bones.
Go back first and let the dragon guard handle it.
Yi Chen frowned. He felt it was not suitable to stay here for long. Although he had super powerful combat skills, he was still very afraid when facing a powerful and agile lion. The experience of fighting lions in movies was too terrifying, and Yi Chen didn't think he had the ability to do so. It would be easier to deal with the lion after going back and getting a series of equipment. With the help of modern weapons, individual strength would be of no use no matter how fierce it was.
Hurry up! Yi Shuai, you go ahead, I'll cover the rear.
Taking out the pistol and dagger from his body, Long'er handed the dagger to Yi Chen, then raised the pistol and vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, she always carried weapons with her, which could ensure a little safety. However, the effect of a pistol was not so obvious. If they encountered a very hungry lion, the other party would definitely not be afraid of her pistol. Moreover, Long'er did not bring many bullets when she went out, only a total of 21 rounds. Sensing the danger of the lion, the 3 dared not delay and immediately turned to walk towards the outskirts of the island. They didn't know how Laoli was handling things, and they didn't even know that there were fierce lions in the deep mountains. Upon careful consideration, if a worker were to be attacked by a lion during construction, it would be a big problem.
Just as the three were walking towards the outskirts, a yellow-brown figure appeared in the dense forest. The figure was hidden behind a tree, just where the few people had to pass. Yi Chen's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the lion had already set its sights on them, blocking their way out. Suddenly, the three stopped in their tracks, not daring to move. What do we do now? Longhair's hand holding the pistol was slightly sweaty, and she nervously aimed the muzzle at the lion's hiding place. She couldn't guarantee that her shot would hit the lion's vital spot. If she rashly fired, it would only completely enrage the lion. Looking up at the tree, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Let's climb up the tree and hide for a while. Old Li will send someone to find us in a while." Since the lion had been discovered, the only way now was to wait for someone else's rescue. Yi Chen didn't want to snatch the very slim chance of survival, and he didn't want anyone present to be injured or killed. "Zhong Mimi, you go up first." With the plan set, Longhair immediately crouched down, wanting to get Zhong Qing up the tree first. The trees here were very smooth and tall, and it was very difficult for a single person to climb up. She and Yi Chen were more agile, so climbing the tree was not particularly difficult. But Zhong Qing was just an ordinary person, without any strength to reach the branches 3 or 4 meters high. "Okay, you guys be careful." At this time, Zhong Qing also knew that she had become a burden. She stepped on Longhair's body, reached the branch, and with Yi Chen's help, finally sat at a height of 3 to 4 meters from the ground. "Not good, it has noticed our movements." The lion hidden in the dense forest suddenly launched an attack, its speed extremely fast, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the field of vision. It had noticed that someone had climbed up the tree, and immediately began to attack. Dealing with a few people on the ground was one thing, but once they were on the tree, it became very troublesome for it to attack them. "Run!" In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's legs suddenly surged with strength, and he leaped onto the surface of the tree, stabbing the dagger into the tree and using both hands and feet to grab a branch. At the same time, he reached out his arm, ready to assist Longhair at any time. Bang bang bang! 3 gunshots rang out, causing the lion's movements to slow down noticeably. It hid behind a tree, and taking advantage of this moment, Longhair quickly climbed up the tree with the help of Yi Chen's arm. Its towering chest heaved continuously, almost on the brink of being devoured by the lion. Still couldn't hit it. Sitting on the tree, Longhair said somewhat regretfully, "The lion's speed was just too fast, she never had a chance to hit it. It would have been easier in an open area, but unfortunately, they were in a dense forest where the lion could quickly hide behind trees. It's good that you made it up here. Wait for 2 hours, Lali will send people to search for us," Yi Chen comforted, knowing that it was too difficult to confront the lion head-on in the dense forest. Fortunately, all 3 of them had climbed up the trees, leaving the lion helpless. It was wary of the firearms in Longhair's hands, only daring to occasionally peek out to check on their situation before quickly retracting its head, not giving Longhair a chance to shoot. The prey that climbed up the tree, the lion would not easily let them go. It stayed about 10 meters away from the tree where Yi Chen and the others were hiding, quietly waiting. If they could hold out for 2 or 3 days, the people hiding in the trees would surely succumb to hunger and thirst, taking the risk to come down. Even if they didn't come down, they would starve to death on the trees. By then, the lion could climb up the tree and enjoy the rich food brought by the 3. "We're stuck with this thing." Looking down at the lion below, a flash of killing intent passed through Longhair's eyes. She had encountered fierce wild beasts before and believed she had a 50% chance of defeating the lion with her pistol and dagger. But when it came to Yi Shuai's safety, she didn't dare to act recklessly. If she took the firearms and dagger down with her but failed to kill or seriously injure the lion, Yi Shuai and Zhong Qing would become the lion's meal without weapons. None of the 3 would survive. There's no signal here again, it's really difficult. The space on the tree was very narrow. The 3 of them barely managed to stay on the tree using different branches. Zhong Qing took out his phone to check, confirming that there was no signal on the island, and making a call had no effect. The only way was to wait for Laoli to discover that the 3 had not returned and send people to rescue them. Even if those workers didn't have firearms, the lion would still feel fear due to their numerical advantage. "Don't worry, I'll play a couple of small games first." Only Yi Chen remained calm, leaning against the tree and casually taking out his phone to play Snake Battle. He wasn't fearless, but there was nothing he could do. It was just a matter of waiting for 2 hours, and overthinking would only make him more nervous. "Boss, you really don't worry. What if the lion climbs up here?" Zhong Qing looked at Yi Chen speechlessly, seeing him really playing games on his phone, and said helplessly, "Only the boss could play games in such a crisis situation. Truly a man who had been through many trials and tribulations. What's there to be afraid of? If that lion dares to climb the tree, I guarantee I'll shoot it in the eye." Raising the pistol in her hand, Longhair declared confidently. She was always on guard against the lion climbing the tree, ready to shoot at any moment.
Unfortunately, the lion noticed the firearm in her hand and never stuck its head out, just waiting for them.
Aren't you two holding onto the branches tightly? Aren't you worried about falling? Zhong Cheng nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the two of them.
They were all found holding onto tree branches with one hand, and the boss was leaning against the tree, operating the phone interface with both hands. It seemed that she really had no effect, shivering on the tree, worried about falling under the tree, and holding onto the branches tightly.
2 hours is a very short time, but for Zhong Cheng and long air in the tree, it became so long.
Just as Zhong Cheng was about to collapse, the call from Laoli finally came from the distant woods.
Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! 1 hour and 35 minutes.
Laoli realized that there was a problem when Yi Chen and the others did not return, and he quickly mobilized all the workers to search for Yi Chen's whereabouts on the mountain. "We're here." Before Yi Chen could speak, Zhong Cheng excitedly responded to the source of the voice.
After waiting for so long, they could finally escape from the ordeal.
"Hurry, hurry.
Where is Mr. Yi?"
Upon hearing the response, over 1,000 people immediately ran towards Yi Chen and the others, with a grand momentum. Leading the way was Laoli, who saw the 3 people waiting in the tree from a distance, noticed that Mr. Yi had no injuries, and was still playing with his phone in the tree.
Laoli's long-suspended heart finally relaxed. Did the hope of the rise of the Dragon Nation's business die because of him? Laoli couldn't bear this heavy responsibility, and the inevitable result would be death. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not encounter any problems. He stayed on the tree alive and well. "Mr. Yi, how did you end up in the tree?" When the 3 of them stood back on the ground, long air supported Zhong Cheng, who couldn't stand due to numb legs. "There are lions in the deep mountains, and we were forced to climb the tree by it." Yi Chen felt his legs were also slightly numb, moved his body, and replied calmly, "Lions?"
Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, everyone nervously looked around, searching for the lion's tracks. Unbelievable. They had been busy building the island, and there was an extremely fierce lion on it. Gulp! Laoli swallowed hard. The group conducted a thorough inspection of the mountain, but did not find any traces of the lion, only some low-risk wild animals. They never expected there to be a lion on the island. Most importantly, the lion almost harmed Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, this is our negligence. Please punish me." In fear, Laoli almost knelt down, with cold sweat on his back. "There's no need for punishment. Be more careful in the future. As a wealthy businessman with tens of billions, don't be so careless." Yi Chen glanced at Laoli. "After I return, I will have Long Wei handle the matters here, and the workers will stop working for half a day."
"Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi." With Yi Chen's forgiveness, Laoli finally breathed a sigh of relief.
But he still felt guilty.
Mr.
Yi was in danger because of him and should be punished.
He was solely responsible for this incident.
Such a serious oversight in work should not go unpunished.
After returning, I will find Lao Qin and voluntarily pay the fine.
Making a quiet decision, Laoli escorted Yi Chen back to the shore of the island. After this incident, Yi Chen and the others had no desire to continue playing, and they left Long Nan Island directly by boat. Yi Chen was well aware of how many people had participated in the commercial training established 4 years ago. There were probably over 300 participants, all carefully selected. However, only 2 people had been trained. Shadow is a grand training organization that spans various industries. They are not only cultivating their own shadows in the business, but also have candidates in many important places. It can be imagined how high the elimination efficiency is for the 2 people who came out of the business training of 300 people.
Mr. Yi, has the new training session already started organizing?
It has started.
Will you still be teaching this time?
Yi Chen looked strange. "I have already cultivated 2 influential disciples like you. What else do I need to do?"
"That's true." Taylor and Nakong smiled and looked at the man next to them.
They had never seen this middle-aged man before, and they felt his appearance was somewhat familiar, yet they had never seen him before. When they first came in, the 2 of them had talked to this middle-aged man, who said he was Xiao Zhang. For people who have been rolling in the business world for several years, the names Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li are too familiar to them, so they still had no impression until now. But the people who could appear at today's meeting are definitely not ordinary people. So the 2 paid a little more attention.
"Xiao Zhang, introduce yourself. Haven't you seen these 2 super curious?"
Yi Chen saw the 2 looking curious and smiled at the middle-aged man. At Yi Chen's order, Xiao Zhang slowly stood up and solemnly introduced himself. "My full name is Zhang Dengshan, a member of the first training session of Shadow, currently serving as the director of the National Special Research Bureau."
"National Special Research Bureau?"
The 2 looked puzzled.
They quickly thought of an organization from legend.
This organization was established by the official dragon country and has a high level of authority. As for what this research bureau is actually researching, no one has ever said. Some say it is researching aliens. Some say it is researching high-tech combat equipment. Others say it is researching mythical weapons. In short, there is no accurate answer.
Xiao, Brother Zhang, can you reveal what exactly you are researching? Makong asked curiously. Cannot say.
Zhang Dengshan shook his head and did not intend to reveal it. This is a secret of their research bureau, so it cannot be told to anyone. The research bureau can only be a secret of research place behind the scenes, and no one can know about it.
Except for relevant personnel.
But this rule does not apply to Yi Chen,
because Zhang Dengshan is his subordinate.
Mr. Yi, I am here to report to you that our research has made preliminary progress, and the authorities have decided to strongly support it. It is expected that within a year, the world will undergo a major change, Zhang Dengshan said with great emphasis, paying attention to his way of speaking, and never revealing what the research is about. Only a vague statement about a major change in the world was left for everyone to guess. A major change in the world. The thing being researched must be very unusual.
I didn't expect Mr.
Yi to have placed his people in the National Research Bureau. He is truly amazing. It seems that their understanding of shadow is still not enough, far from knowing Mr.
Yes, true strength.
Very good.
I also need to accelerate economic development and strive for transformation. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction.
The news that came out today was all good news, which made him very satisfied.
He had exhausted a lot of mental effort for the research bureau.
It can be said that all of Yi Chen's preparations were for the research bureau. As for what is being researched, he cannot tell Makong and Taylor now. Because this thing is very crucial, if he says the wrong thing and leaks out what the research bureau is researching, it may cause some unnecessary trouble.
Not maybe, it will. The lighthouse country and all countries will do their utmost to resist.
Until they have no choice but to accept.
And the position of the dragon country will also undergo earth-shaking changes, stepping into a whole new era from now on. I will add another 3 trillion in funding for you.
Once the economy of the South takes off, I will invest another $1 trillion. In front of Makong and Taylor, Yi Chen uttered a number that made them feel fearful.
$1 trillion? 3 trillion in funding?
Judging from the situation, Mr. Yi has also added a lot of funds before. What kind of research bureau is this, spending so much money?
It's too terrifying. Could it really be the study of mysterious substances? So once these things appear, the whole world will change? It shouldn't be. Under scientific research, these things are all elusive. I think researching alien technology is more reliable.
Once those things are successfully developed, the dragon country can become the world's #1. The two whispered to each other, seeing a strong shock in each other's eyes. Today, they learned that the things were beyond the two's cognition, and they became even more curious about that research bureau.
Just imagine, even Mr.
Yi has invested so much money, and the official funding must not be less.
So what exactly is this thing? It's so costly. Alas, now even more money is of no use.
The research has reached the most critical stage. Zhang Dengshan sighed, then suddenly became very excited, but we have initially developed some results. I dare not say it can achieve 100% success, but at least it has reached 80 to 90% of the ideal state.
So successful?
Yi Chen was also a little surprised this time. Originally, he thought that achieving 50% was already a very good result. As a result, Zhang Dengshan brought him a surprise, actually being able to reach 80 to 90% of the ideal state. It was not in vain for him to have invested trillions of soft sister coins. These trillions of soft sister coins would bring about a change in the world, and Yi Chen felt it was very worthwhile. From the moment of successful self-development, the world's pattern would really change.
Mr. Yi, what exactly are you researching?
The two beside him were impatient, extremely eager to know what exactly was being developed. However, Yi Chen and Zhang Dengshan were like playing dumb, always saying things they couldn't understand.
Do you know why? It's not beneficial to you.
Yi Chen glanced at the two with a slanted eye and said directly, "When this thing comes out, I will give you a batch of quotas, but I don't recommend you to go, because perhaps in another year or two, there will be better things."
Yi Chen revealed a little information, also stabilizing the thoughts and the hearts of the two. Really? The two of us can also have quotas?
Hearing this, the mood of the two improved a lot, and they were also extremely looking forward to the development of that thing.
Although they didn't know what Mr.
Yi was researching. But from the performance of the two, this thing must be very extraordinary, and they really wanted to experience it.
Would I lie to you too?
Yi Chen said helplessly. Since he promised the two to give them quotas, he would definitely give them. But he really didn't recommend the two to use it, and Yichin didn't plan to let the people close to him use it either.
This thing is not yet particularly perfect.
Even if it is developed, it is not very suitable for those who truly have the right.
Waiting for a while longer would be almost appropriate.
On the other side of the ocean.
At this moment, the lighthouse country is holding a lively and extraordinary election campaign. Various well-known consortia and prominent figures have arrived at the main venue of the election.
They have already set their own candidates for the new chief executive. Many partners have also received news and have decided to vigorously promote Mr.
Tae as the new head.
The previous head, a businessman from the lighthouse country, as well as many politicians from the lighthouse country, were extremely disappointed. This time, the former head voluntarily stepped down, and the selection of the new head needed to be very cautious.
Mr. Tae is the target of the consortium. Why choose Mr.
Tae? He is now a middle-aged man in his 50s, who has served as head for 2 terms, during which his methods were extremely cunning, and he disregarded the consortium and did not follow its orders. The consortium could no longer tolerate this and decided to eliminate this major threat, joining forces to force Mr. Tae out of the head position and reinstate the former head. At this critical moment, the consortium's first thought was actually the headache-inducing presence of Mr. Tae. In their view, since the lighthouse country prospered while Mr.
Tae was in office and the dragon country was suppressed, even their extremely clever consortium could not outmaneuver Mr.
Tae,
which proves that Mr. Tae is truly capable. Perhaps he can deal with Mr. Ye's offensive. This idea is not without merit and has been implemented smoothly.
The lighthouse country's elections are actually the capital's arena. As long as one has enough money and power, anyone can be elected head. Of course, the prerequisite is that the person is from the lighthouse country.
The election process ended quickly. Without any surprises, Mr.
Tae received the most votes. He stood in front of the stage for a long time, speaking slowly to the audience below.
Mr.
Tae is a middle-aged man of Caucasian descent, and his physique has not become bulky with age.
On the contrary, he has consistently exercised during his retirement.
It is said that he constantly monitors real-time political and economic conditions. This inevitably makes the owners of the consortium feel terrified.
Could it be that Mr. Tae had already anticipated this day? Is that why he has been preparing all along?
But this is too frightening. Who could have anticipated Mr.
Ye's appearance and the series of results? If Mr.
Tae really anticipated the results, then it means he is the most suitable to become the new head.
How did your private conversation go? Did Mr. Tae agree to cooperate?
In a luxurious private room, several middle-aged people dressed in splendid attire sat in the private room. The private room was located in a 7-story luxury restaurant, and from this angle, they could see everything happening in the square below. He has always wanted to return as head, and with our help, he is very willing, so the cooperation is inevitable.
Bill smiled and spoke.
Everyone present was the owner of a major consortium and had already planned everything.
I hope he can give us some surprises. To be honest, when I went to Mr.
T's house, I felt shocked. 3 years have passed, and he has always maintained a disciplined life.
His wife even told me that Mr. Tae has been analyzing Mr. Yi and occasionally gets angry in the room.
The owner of the Amazon stood up, his gaze filled with deep apprehension. Such a person will definitely give us some surprises.
I always feel that Mr.
Tae has some shadow of Mr. Yi. Both are unpredictable entities.
Someone echoed, expressing very high expectations for Mr.
Tae.
Let's go, let's congratulate Mr.
Tae. Picking up their coats from the armchairs, the 7 top businessmen of the lighthouse country walked out of the room with smiles. They had already arranged a banquet, waiting to celebrate Mr. Tae.
In a 4-star hotel, Mr.
Tae, dressed in formal attire, sat at the head of the private room, expressionless, looking at the figures at the table. He was well aware of the purpose for which everyone had invited him back, in order to confront Mr.
Yi and consolidate their interests without being shaken. But for the special director, this is all mutual use. Everyone wants to use him as a pawn, but hasn't he set up a big game as well? After a moment of silence, the special director spoke first. I know your purpose. Mr. Yi from the Dragon Kingdom is not an easy person to deal with.
I have investigated his character and all his cards, but I cannot find out clearly. He is like a person without real emotions, doing things in an unusual way that is hard to detect, very strange. And according to my investigation, the Dragon Guards belong to Mr. Yi, and the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce is the same. I strongly suspect that he has a specialized organization under him to investigate intelligence, holding all the dirt on the clothing industry in his hands.
I even feel that there is a spy of Mr. Yes among us.
The special director stared at the crowd with eyes like fire. This was just his speculation and could not be used as an actual judgment, because he found it hard to imagine Mr.
Yes operations, just like understanding the decisions of the lighthouse country very clearly. Special director, we didn't ask you to praise that man. What we need is a solution, a solution. Mark tapped the table, speaking without any politeness. They knew Mr. Yi was not an easy person to deal with, but the key in finding the special director was to have him resist Mr. Ye's attacks. Praising someone here would be like indirectly saying they couldn't handle it themselves. It was a bit inappropriate to talk about surrender before the battle had even officially begun. Quiet down and listen to me. The special director also glared at Mark without any politeness, continuing, but this person also has weaknesses. I have already thought of a way here. It may not be 100% successful, but the success rate should be around 60%. I need $1 billion to start. You figure it out. After speaking, the special director quietly waited for the crowd's response. He knew these people would obediently give him the money. As for who would give it, it would depend on the crowd's arrangement. Hearing the special director's words, the crowd fell into silence. $1 billion for startup funds was not a problem for them, it was just a small amount of money. But they remembered the operations of the former director from the special director. That guy had taken $200 billion from them, and in the end, he had successfully vanished. So the crowd was a bit uneasy, worried that it would be another bottomless pit waiting to be filled. I believe in Mr. Special. After a long silence, Bill looked at the crowd again and suddenly stood up. I'll be the first to contribute $1 billion this time. Don't compete with me, let me be the first to make a move. We won't compete, you go ahead. The crowd silently added in their minds, but on the surface, they kept praising Bill. This guy was rich and very domineering. Using $1 billion to maintain a good relationship with the special director was also worth a little investment. Thank you, Mr. Bill, for your support. The special director smiled at Bill, and the two of them were both sly old foxes, very shrewd in their hearts. In that case, I won't bother you any longer. I've just taken office and there are still many messes to clean up. Satisfied with the support he received, the special director got up and left. The businessmen in the room looked at each other. The special director really didn't give them any face, leaving directly before the matter was settled. By the way, at this moment, as the special director was about to leave, he turned back and casually said, for this election of mine, perhaps you can investigate those who voted against. There might be some unexpected surprises. Unexpected surprises? The crowd furrowed their brows. There were still some problems in this special director's election, with only a difference of a dozen votes between those who voted for and against. In theory, with their covert operations, the difference in indices should be at least 100. The current ratio does seem somewhat abnormal. Thinking back to what Director Tay had said before, suspicions had arisen in the minds of those present. It appears that people from the lighthouse country have indeed infiltrated Mr. Ye's circle, and their status is likely not low. Originally, they thought that the hand Director Tay mentioned to refute them was just a bluff, but now it seems very likely. What are you looking at me for? If I were Mr. Ye's subordinate, then I'd be a beast. Mark exclaimed in surprise, feeling the piercing gazes of those around him, making him uncomfortable all over. I even suspect that you are Mr. Ye's subordinate. Nonsense. The one being accused was the chairman of the Amazon, who was furious. I am from the lighthouse country, how could I possibly be mixed up with people from the dragon country, targeting our nation? It's definitely not me. It's impossible for me, you know what I've done to the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes spies do things to make their identity more believable, so they resort to certain means. What do you mean? Have you also had conflicts with the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Are you a spy too? Mr. Mayor has also fought against the Dragon Country. The people present were instantly thrown into chaos, each looking at each other with suspicious eyes. Enough! Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Bill sternly shouted, interrupting everyone's suspicions. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. However, everyone displayed a very angry look, showing no difference. There must be a spy. Mr. Tay must have noticed something. Bill then said solemnly, let's follow Director T's instructions and investigate those who voted against. Until this investigation is over, everyone needs to hand over their phones to me. I will also stay in this building with you all, waiting for the results of the investigation in 2 days. The investigation into the number of opposing votes should not take too long. According to Bill's estimate, it would only take 2 days to find out the truth.